With the power of positivity, Yang Guangming ventured into a post-apocalyptic world. He discovered that by continually vanquishing zombies and mutated creatures, the system could incessantly upgrade, thereby enabling him to grow ever stronger. Everything appeared to be utterly splendid. However, the system gradually revealed its true nature. Task: eliminate a level 9 evolved zombie within a fortnight. Success would yield a reward, while failure would incur a penalty. Task: slay a level 9 mutated creature, the dual-headed Ice and Fire Hound, within a week. Success would yield a reward, while failure would incur a penalty. Task: rescue 100,000 survivors in City X within a month. Success would yield a reward, while failure would incur a penalty. Yang Guangming lamented, "No, I merely yearn to quietly become a formidable being and find a suitable companion. Why must the system be so treacherous? Why must I transform into a savior?" Chapter 1. The Beginning. Man killed by thugs while acting heroically. Yang Guangming scoffed as he read the sensational headline on his mobile news feed. He adjusted his glasses, curiosity piqued, and tapped the screen to delve into the details of the article. Despite often being led astray by such clickbait, habit compelled him to investigate further, hoping this instance would not be another case of misleading headlines. Surely, those unscrupulous individuals would not dare to misrepresent such serious incidents. With this thought, Yang Guangming quickly skimmed through the brief article. Around 6 p.m. yesterday, a heinous criminal act occurred near the yearn community in Sanko City, Jiangbei Province. A brown BMW X6, bearing the license plate Jiang AXXXXX, suddenly lost control while speeding, colliding with 5 vehicles before careening onto the shoulder and striking an elderly man, propelling him several meters away. After the incident, the driver attempted to flee but noticed a 20-something youth calling the police. He then rallied 2 accomplices to assault the young man for over 10 minutes, resulting in his immediate death. What the hell? After causing an accident, they brazenly commit murder in broad daylight. This is utter lawlessness. Yang Guangming pondered. These 3 must be sentenced to life at the very least. Yet, the final paragraph of the article filled him with an ominous foreboding. At noon today, the families of the 3 suspects presented a medical certificate from a renowned psychiatric hospital in Jiangbei, requesting that the 3 individuals diagnosed with intermittent insanity be granted medical parole. Upon finishing the article, Yang Guangming angrily tossed his phone aside and gradually fell into a contemplative silence. As a member of the silent majority, Yang Guangming had witnessed such incidents countless times through the news. Besides expressing his indignation internally and verbally, he found himself utterly powerless, ultimately resigning to silence over time. After reading the concluding segment of the news, Yang Guangming realized that the 3 men responsible for the initial assault and the brutal beating to death of the Good Samaritan would likely face no significant consequences, perhaps merely a larger monetary compensation. However, for such individuals, is there truly any issue that can be resolved with money? What kind of absurd society is this? A wave of pent-up frustration surged within him, igniting an impulse to shatter everything he observed. Although he did not consider himself a virtuous person, having never assisted an elderly lady across the street or made any substantial contributions to society, still harbored a steadfast aversion to the grotesque realities around him. Yet, as a saying on the internet goes, this was ultimately of no consequence with no outlet for his frustrations. Yang Guangming shoved his phone into his pocket and hastily departed his little abode, wandering aimlessly through the streets. After some time, as the weight of his unexpressed anger began to dissipate, he noticed that the sky had darkened. Habitually reaching for his phone to check the time, he was taken aback to find his pocket inexplicably empty. What the hell? After a flurry of expressions crossed his face, Yang Guangming abruptly looked up, extending his middle finger defiantly toward the heavens, unleashing a torrent of classic expletives that drew curious glances from those nearby. "Young man, please don't stop taking your medication." After thoroughly cursing the entire lineage of the thief, Yang Guangming found himself dejected that had been his brand new phone, acquired less than a month ago, now lost to him forever. What kind of ridiculous society is this? Returning to his little abode in a despondent state, Yang Guangming's anger only intensified. He thought vehemently to himself, what a wretched society this is, lacking in positive energy. If I were to gain powers beyond those of ordinary people, I would ensure that the dregs of society truly experience the essence of life. I must restore clarity to this world. Of course, Yang Guangming understood that this was merely a fantasy within the mind of a reclusive individual, a way to vent his emotional turmoil to prevent harming his health. If he were to truly possess such abilities, would he become like that guy who wears his underwear outside? Perhaps not yet. What transpired next left young Guangming utterly stunned. That as you wish. From the depths of the void, a profound and enigmatic voice echoed, as if resonating from the heavens or directly within his mind. In a moment of bewilderment, young Guangming felt the entire space around him transform into an ethereal realm, the light gradually distorted by an inexplicable force, rendering his vision a haze of indistinct shapes. In a state of shock, young Guangming opened his mouth to scream, only to realize with horror that he was utterly immobilized, unable to utter even a whisper. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Young Guangming's mind screamed in a frenzy, yet even his thoughts seemed to have become rigid, akin to ancient, rusted gears, incapable of smooth operation. The light surrounding him twisted further, and he sensed the very fabric of reality swaying violently as immense forces tore through the surrounding space, creating gaping rifts reminiscent of the ravenous maws of demons poised to consume. Had his body been under his control, young Guangming would have wagered he had already lost control of his bladder from sheer terror. A profound dread surged within him, threatening to shatter his already frayed soul. Time became elusive. It could have been an instant or perhaps an eternity. Eventually, he perceived the chaotic space around him gradually stabilizing, the distorted light beginning to reveal its true nature. With the governance of his body finally restored, a deep sense of weakness enveloped young Guangming, compelling him to collapse to the ground. A fine sheen of cold sweat erupted from his skin, draining him of all strength. Though the nature of the bizarre ordeal he had just experienced remained a mystery, he was acutely aware that the chilling terror which had gripped his very soul was unmistakable. It was the first time he had faced the looming threat of death so closely. For an ordinary recluse, enduring such a surreal experience without succumbing to madness was no small feat. However, young Guangming had gravely underestimated the strangeness of his encounter. Upon opening his eyes to survey his surroundings, an expression of sheer horror gradually overtook his face, his once modest eyes now wide with shock, resembling those of a startled bull. What in the name of all that is holy is this? A cry, more akin to a wail than a human sound, reverberated through the air. Chapter 2. Help me. The sky loomed dark and dreary, the buildings shattered and scattered, as if ravaged by an intensified sandstorm. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the source of young Guangming's inhuman shriek, positioned less than 50 meters ahead. There stood a woman clad in a crimson vest and a black micro-skirt, her figure elegantly curvaceous, moving with an eerie stiffness around a dust-laden luxury vehicle, swaying in a disconcerting manner. Well, this still was not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that the woman appeared to be anything but alive. Her exposed arms and a lengthy segment of her legs were unnaturally pale, with strange black veins snaking across her skin. At the moment she faced young Guangming, her visage, reminiscent of a ghostly apparition from a horror film, sent an immediate surge of adrenaline coursing through him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Particularly unsettling were her eyes, which were eerily devoid of whites, revealing only a terrifying darkness. Without pausing to contemplate how he had found himself ensnared in such a bizarre scene, young Guangming let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body sprang into action as if propelled by springs, sprinting towards a nearby alley. With his scream echoing through the air, the previously eerie woman circling the car suddenly turned her head, much like a lion or tiger that has spotted its prey, and fixated her gaze on the panicked young Guangming. A glimmer of red light flickered in her black, soulless eyes as she extended her withered, pale arms and hastily pursued him. Young Guangming's scream not only attracted the woman's attention, it also summoned dozens of similarly unsettling figures, men, women, and children who emerged from the streets and buildings, all converging towards his direction like a pack of wolves upon discovering their quarry. Drenched in sweat and his mind awash with confusion, young Guangming could barely grasp his dire situation, instinctively fleeing towards the alley ahead. They are definitely not human. What on earth are they? Zombies? Ghosts? Or perhaps, as he desperately ran, thoughts of those frightful eyes that nearly terrified him into submission raced through his mind, leaving him in a state of chaotic bewilderment. Just a short distance away, in another alley, a group of approximately 10 individuals, armed with various weapons, cautiously navigated their surroundings, using the cover of nearby buildings. Hi, how far are we from the small supermarket you mentioned? And are you certain there are no hordes of zombies there? Among the group, A tall woman clad in a fitted denim outfit wielded a 2-foot-long machete, carefully advancing while glancing back at the shorter man behind her. Standing at least 170 centimeters tall, her figure was strikingly graceful, and her nearly flawless face bore an expression of determination, her thin lips pressed tightly together, indicative of a resolute character. In response to the woman's inquiry, the man named Meng Hai, who was diminutive in stature, displayed a demeanor of utmost respect, nodding earnestly as he replied, "Yes, boss, I have thoroughly scouted the area before. Although there are quite a few zombies, they're scattered. As long as we proceed cautiously, we should be able to avoid attracting their attention. We should reach our destination in approximately 300 meters." The woman nodded slowly, her resolute expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. She glanced back at the group, advising everyone, "Please exercise utmost caution. We must refrain from making excessive noise. Although the zombies' perception and strength have significantly diminished during the day, should we inadvertently become encircled by a horde, we would find ourselves in grave peril." The group nodded in unison with their lives at stake. None dared to take the matter lightly. As they progressed, despite encountering the occasional menacing zombie meandering through the alley, the prepared survivors dispatched them with swift efficiency. An observer well-versed in combat could easily discern from their prowess that this was a seasoned survivor team, well acquainted with the trials of battle. In this coalition of a dozen individuals, as long as they did not unexpectedly confront a throng of over 20 zombies, they could dispatch their foes with the ease akin to slicing through vegetables. Thus, they advanced at a measured pace when suddenly, the tall woman referred to as the leader halted abruptly, tilting her ear to listen intently. Her expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. There are densely clustered footsteps ahead. It sounds like a large group of zombies is pursuing a survivor." The rest of the team also discerned the ominous sounds emanating from the alley, their faces reflecting a gravity befitting the situation. Who was this reckless fool, running through such a narrow alley with so many zombies in tow? Did they not know the meaning of peril? Drawing on their extensive experience, the group scanned their surroundings, seeking a refuge to evade this impending tide of the undead. However, a tightening sensation gripped their hearts as they realized that there was no suitable hiding spot for their small band along the narrow passage, while the cacophony of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. "Oh heavens, what manner of monstrosities are these? By all that's holy, someone save me." Young Guangming felt as if his lungs were ablaze. His legs weighed down as if encased in lead, and the rapid thumping of his heart echoed like a relentless drum in his ears. Having grown up in New China under the red flag, he had never encountered true danger until now, and faced with this relentless pursuit by a throng of inhuman creatures, he felt as though half of his spirit had already fled. Were it not for the primal instinct to survive urging his weary body onward, he would have succumbed to the ground in utter exhaustion. Just as young Guangming could no longer endure, as if the heavens had heard his silent plea, he turned a corner and was met with a flicker of hope. Ahead lay a small group, each member armed and ready for battle, though the individuals before him wielded nothing more than a haphazard assortment of cold weapons, and despite the menacing glances cast his way by the 10 or so figures, Yang Guangming nonetheless sprinted towards them with urgency, his voice rising in a desperate cry for help. "Save me." The leading woman of the opposing group shot Yang Guangming a furious glare, her right hand gripping her machete tightly, as she commanded with a fierce tone, "Prepare for battle." With the inevitability of an encounter now upon them, the entire contingent swiftly and orderly formed a combat formation, bracing themselves for the fierce confrontation that lay ahead. Upon a rough estimation, the horde of zombies pursuing Yang Guangming numbered at least 30, a formidable adversary that this group of survivors had never faced before. Beneath their leader, every face bore an expression of grave seriousness. Unbeknownst to Yang Guangming, the trouble he had inadvertently brought upon this group was significant. His singular thought in that moment was a fervent plea. "May the heavens and all the deities bless me, salvation has finally arrived." Chapter 3. An unprepared encounter. Although the group ahead regarded him with unfriendly glares, young Guangming felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, alleviating the intense fear that had previously gripped his heart. After all, this was far preferable to being pursued by a horde of monstrous beings, was it not? Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, young Guangming dashed through the gaps in the crowd armed with various melee weapons, managing to reach their rear just before the monstrous entities caught up with him. "Position yourselves with the long spears. Do not let the zombies surge through." A young woman's voice rang out, urgent yet composed. "Zombies? It was only at this moment that young Guangming fully comprehended the nature of the grotesque beings that had relentlessly pursued him. They were indeed zombies. Having narrowly escaped the immediate danger, he pivoted sharply to witness 4 sturdy men, each wielding a makeshift long spear, forming a blockade against the oncoming zombies. The spears, exceeding 2 meters in length, were crafted from thick bamboo, their tips forged into sharp steel, gleaming ominously. With a series of dull thuds, the first 4 zombies collided with the spears, their bodies impaled as the razor-sharp tips penetrated deeply, oozing dark, viscous blood. Despite the forceful impact, the men grunted in unison, stumbling back a significant step as the bamboo shafts bent under the strain, yet miraculously held firm without breaking, although the spears had nearly skewered them. The injuries inflicted upon the zombies were evidently trivial. They glared with their terrifying black and white eyes, their rotting mouths agape, emitting a series of unintelligible guttural sounds. Their desiccated, pallid claws, marked by decay, scratched the bamboo shafts, leaving behind a multitude of deep gouges. The narrow alleyway provided little room for the 4 zombies, now halted, who were left with merely 3 narrow gaps through which their companions could squeeze. Although the subsequent zombies jostled together in a chaotic throng, their advance was significantly hampered, greatly relieving the tension among the survivor group. A glint of sharp steel caught young Guangming's eye as a tall woman clad in denim surged forward, brandishing a cleaver with deft precision. In a swift motion, she lunged at a zombie attempting to breach the gaps. With a swift swipe, the zombie's arms were severed, flung aside as she sidestepped with remarkable agility. In one fluid motion, her cleaver sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head, which soared high into the air. After swiftly dispatching the zombie, the woman in the cowboy outfit did not linger, executing a graceful spin to evade the lunge of the next undead creature. With merciless precision, her blade cleaved into the back of its neck, sending another severed head soaring through the air. My goodness! Witnessing such a rapid display of lethal prowess left young Guangming, who had grown up in an era of peace, profoundly shaken. However, before he could articulate his astonishment, a grotesque head rolled ominously to his feet, nearly causing him to collapse in terror. How dare a severed head exude such arrogance? I shall not tolerate this insolence. Startled, young Guangming felt a surge of rage erupt within him, and he kicked the zombie's head with all his might. From the moment he read that distressing news report to the theft of his phone, and now finding himself inexplicably pursued by a horde of zombies in such a bizarre locale, the pent-up fury within young Guangming could no longer be contained. Casting a glance around, he picked up several scattered bricks and, cursing under his breath, hurled them toward the advancing zombies. Yet at his core, young Guangming remained merely a sheltered man of the peaceful age. In that moment, he lacked the courage to arm himself and confront the terrifying undead like those who had come to his aid. In truth, given the bizarre circumstances he faced, it was commendable that young Guangming had not succumbed to despair. Expecting him to immediately adjust his mindset and fight against these horrifying creatures was unrealistic, save for being cornered into a dire situation. Meanwhile, the battle between the survivor team and the zombies reached a fever pitch. Although the woman in the cowboy outfit had led her companions to slay over 10 zombies, 4 of the undead, now pinned by their spears, had been toppled by the relentless onslaught of their fellow survivors. The 4 spear wielders, exhausted, could no longer hold their ground, allowing the remaining zombies to surge forward. Fortunately, only about 20 zombies remained, and the narrow alley hindered their ability to encircle the survivors, tipping the scales decidedly in favor of the living. However, despite their capability to defeat the looming threat, the survivor team could not guarantee the absence of casualties. "Boss, be careful!" With a startled cry, Yang Guangming witnessed a zombie leap from behind, targeting the formidable woman in the cowboy outfit. Without hesitation, a man nearby, who had issued the warning, positioned himself between them, swinging his longsword fiercely at the zombie's neck. Regrettably, his strength fell short. Although he struck true, the creature's claws raked across his abdomen, tearing flesh and leaving him grievously wounded. Looking down at the gory wound on his chest, the man appeared to confront an unspeakable horror, his eyes wide with terror as he let out a chilling scream. Ignoring his injury, he charged recklessly at the oncoming horde, wielding his longsword with desperate fervor. Linji. The survivors watched in horror as he was engulfed by the horde of zombies, flesh and blood flying in all directions. To be torn apart by the undead may have been the best outcome for the survivors. After all, witnessing oneself slowly transform into a zombie was an unbearable fate. The death of Lin Ji ignited a fierce anger among the remaining survivors, who gripped their weapons tightly and fought valiantly against the approaching zombies, each strike claiming a piece of these grotesque creatures. Yet, their efforts did not yield a significant enhancement in their collective strength, and casualties continued to mount. Another agonizing scream pierced the air as a survivor's sword became lodged between the ribs of a zombie, only to be dragged down by two more of the undead. Surrounded by a throng of zombies, emitting a chorus of helpless and anguished cries. Before long, this team of a dozen survivors faced the grim reality of two fatalities. Although they had anticipated such losses, the brutality of the battle cast a pall over their faces. Chapter 4. Welcome to the apocalypse. As the battle drew to a close, only 7 members of the survivor team remained, having suffered the grievous loss of 5 comrades. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of the fallen zombies and the mangled remains of their companions, the surviving members wore expressions of deep dismay. An unexpected encounter had claimed the lives of 5 of their own. Guangming stood trembling at the side, his face ashen, not only from witnessing the horrific conflict, but also from the guilt of having led to the deaths of nearly half of their group. He felt an overwhelming anxiety about how the others would react to him. "I swear, I will kill you," shouted a burly survivor with a gleaming bald head and a face etched with fury, his eyes wide and menacing as he charged at Guangming. Terrified, Guangming's legs quaked. He had no doubt that this formidable man would stab him clean through. Fortunately, a soothing voice broke through the tension. "Stop it, Copperhead." It was the tall woman in a cowboy outfit. Though she harbored her own resentment toward Guangming for the loss of 5 teammates, she intervened to halt the bald man's advance. "Boss, he killed our 5 brothers. If we don't take his life, I said to stop." The cowboy-clad woman's gaze was icy, her tone unyielding. The bald man's eyes burned with rage, nearly spilling over with tears. He shot a venomous glance at Guangming before forcefully slamming his heavy machete into the ground. He crouched down, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. A thick atmosphere of grief enveloped the group, and Guangming, feeling their collective sorrow, bowed deeply to the remaining 7, his voice laden with remorse. "I am truly sorry. Everyone, I know this is all my fault. Please allow me to—" "What good is your apology? Will it bring our brothers back to life? If you truly feel remorse, then why do you not take your own life instead of bringing this horde of zombies, causing the demise of so many of my brothers?" As Guangming's words hung in the air, the slight figure of Meng Hai, with eyes ablaze, began to roar in this direction. "I sincerely apologize. It was never my intention. I had no idea you would be here. I was merely fleeing from those zombies, which forced me to run into this alley." Aware of his culpability in the immense casualties he inadvertently caused, Guangming could only persistently express his regrets. "I don't want your apologies. I want you dead. Enough. Silence." The commanding woman in a cowboy outfit barked, compelling everyone to close their mouths. With lives already lost, what purpose would it serve to take his? After a pause, the woman's cold gaze fell upon Guangming as she continued, "Rest assured, we sacrificed 5 lives to save you. We will not kill you." However, the moment Guangming heard that he would not be killed, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. Even the lowliest creature clings to life, and surviving was undoubtedly a blessing. Yet, the word, however, sent a chill through him, leaving him anxious about the conditions that might follow. Just as his unease deepened, the woman's voice, cool and detached, echoed again. "However, you have caused the deaths of our 5 brothers, so from this moment forth, your life belongs to our Sealy team. You will do whatever we command, or I assure you, I will not hesitate to allow my comrades to take extreme measures." Do you understand? The Sealy team? What a peculiar name. As his thoughts briefly mocked the title of this survivor group, Guangming soon absorbed the remainder of the woman's statement. Though a shadow of dread loomed over his future, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. At the very least, his life was spared. With the woman's decree, the other 6 members of the Sealy team, though still harboring a desire to flay Guangming alive, refrained from executing him on the spot. Thus began Guangming's reluctant incorporation into the Sealy team. As he followed them through the alley he had previously fled, despite his profound unwillingness, he understood that under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. He had no choice but to obediently trail behind them into the depths of the alley, which potentially harbored countless zombies. Fortunately, the nearby zombies had been drawn away by Guangming's earlier distressing cries, allowing the group to traverse the path without encountering any undead, which eased his anxieties considerably. During this journey, Guangming finally comprehended his current predicament. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. He was no longer in the familiar realm he once knew, but rather in an alternate universe. Nevertheless, he remained firmly within the boundaries of Huaxia. There was no doubt about that. In this realm of existence, Earth experienced a terrifying outbreak of a virus approximately a month ago, or perhaps something more sinister. After all, the Sealy team is not a scientific research group and lacks expertise in this area. Consequently, the entire world has plunged into a brutal apocalyptic scenario. Nearly half of the global population has transformed into those horrifying zombies previously encountered by Guangming. although the Sealy team cannot assert this with absolute certainty. The information they have gathered indicates that all places have succumbed to such a fate, suggesting a universal calamity. The remaining individuals are equally ensnared by the looming specter of doom. Unexpectedly, at least half of the surviving humans have fallen victim to the zombies that suddenly appeared around them. Some were devoured, while others transformed into the undead. The abruptness of the mutation was so shocking that the remaining human survivors became scattered and disorganized, each fighting for their own survival, unable to form any cohesive group. Over the course of a month, these survivors gradually established a foothold amidst the ruins of the city, forming various factions and combat teams, much like the Sealy team, to enhance their chances of survival in this dystopian world. Even more frighteningly, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to an extraordinary magnetic field or some other phenomenon, almost all electronic devices mysteriously burned out the moment the apocalypse struck, leaving only a few rudimentary relics of technology. As a result, all mobile phones and computers have become mere heaps of scrap metal, completely paralyzing the technological world. A blow far greater than the transformation of half humanity into zombies. What the hell? Was it merely a complaint that led me to such a cruel fate? This place is rife with flesh-eating zombies, and even the survivors, having endured a month of apocalyptic life, are likely not the most amiable of companions. How am I supposed to survive in such conditions? Guangming could not fathom which deity he had offended to be subjected to such a cruel jest. A wave of bitterness washed over him, and he trudged behind the Sealy team, head hung low and spirit waning. Boss, we've arrived, just ahead. Came the low call from the petite Ming Hai, leading the group to their destination. Before them stood a small supermarket, no more than 20 to 30 square meters in area. The glass doors had been shattered, presumably by some force, leaving debris scattered across the ground, while the shelves within were in disarray, with various foodstuffs and daily necessities strewn about. However, a flicker of joy ignited within the group as they realized that this supermarket had evidently not been visited yet, as evidenced by the two zombies wandering inside and the abundance of goods. Boss, we've struck it rich this time. There's so much here, exclaimed one of the team members. These supplies will last us for quite a while, except for the absent-minded young Guangming. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the 7 members of the Thorn Pair team. Even the usually stern woman in denim could not suppress the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, clearly pleased with their recent haul. As the Thorn Pair team departed from the small supermarket, each member, including young Guangming, was laden with shopping bags of various sizes, as if they intended to transport the entire supermarket, along with the building, back with them. A month into the apocalypse, the discovery of an unplundered supermarket was nothing short of miraculous. The odds of finding another such place were exceedingly slim, and they could not even be certain that the remnants of goods would still be available upon their return. After all, traveling from their refuge to this area required passing through several densely populated zombie territories, posing significant risks. If it weren't for necessity, they would not wish to tempt fate by making the journey again. On the way back, young Guangming was not only burdened with an array of shopping bags but also found himself handed a thin, watermelon knife. As per the leader's declaration, he was now an official member of the Thorn Pair team, tasked with transporting supplies alongside the others. Furthermore, should they encounter zombies, he was compelled to join the fray. Transporting the supplies was not particularly daunting. Despite the considerable weight of the bags, young Guangming, who regularly engaged in physical exercise, could manage. However, wielding a mere foot-long watermelon knife against terrifying zombies, he had only ever slaughtered a few chickens and ducks in his lifetime. Facing zombies was tantamount to courting death. A sense of bitterness washed over him as he felt the weight of his misfortune. Yet, in the face of his unyielding leader, despite his reluctance, young Guangming had no choice but to acquiesce. If the time came to confront zombies, he resolved to be clever and avoid leading the charge. Should he still meet an untimely end, he would accept it as fate. During the return journey, perhaps due to the Thorn Pair team's meticulous route selection, they navigated through 3 densely populated zombie areas, yet managed to pass safely, as the zombies were particularly sluggish during the day. Damn it, at last, we're safe. It seems my life is spared for the moment. After learning from his companions that the path ahead was largely secure, young Guangming finally exhaled in relief, feeling the cold sweat trickling down his back from the tension he had just experienced. However, before he could fully relax, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Stop! The leader, walking ahead, suddenly halted, raising his right hand to signal everyone to cease their movements. As they strained to listen, the group detected the sound of deliberate footsteps echoing from the corner of the alley ahead. The sound was slightly stiff, causing a wave of tension to wash over them. Moments later, a gaunt male zombie ambled into view from the opposite corner, its previously lifeless and grotesque visage suddenly alight with excitement upon noticing the group. A faint red glimmer flickered in its dark eyes as it waved its arms and charged towards them. The 7 members of the cactus team collectively exhaled in relief. It was merely a single zombie, posing no threat whatsoever. Young Guangming, who had earlier been consumed by anxiety, felt his heart ease. There was only one zombie. And with 7 members on their side, surely it wouldn't fall to him to confront it. However, to Yang Guangming's utter astonishment, the leader, who had been standing slightly ahead of him, abruptly turned her head. Her bright, icy gaze fixed upon him as she commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. You. Go and slay that zombie. What, me? Yang Guangming's eyes widened in disbelief, but the leader pointed her machete directly at his nose, her voice sharp as she barked. No more nonsense, or I will kill you myself. Feeling the intensity of her murderous intent envelop him, Yang Guangming realized she was not jesting. If he opposed her, he would surely perish beneath her blade. Conversely, should he choose to confront the zombie, there remained a chance of survival. Weighing the lesser of 2 evils, Yang Guangming wisely discarded the various shopping bags he had been carrying, then drew the watermelon knife from his side. With a pale face and trembling limbs, he turned towards the approaching zombie. As the grotesquely decayed visage of the zombie came into focus, sweat began to bead in the palm of his right hand gripping the knife, and his heart thundered uncontrollably. With great effort, he swallowed hard, his lips twitching before he suddenly shouted, raising the watermelon knife and charging forward with the fervor of a warrior embracing his fate. Yet, in the midst of his advance, his knees buckled, and he stumbled, crashing to the ground. Rolling twice in disorientation, he found himself bewildered, unable to discern direction. Just as he prepared to rise again, a half-rotten, grotesque face loomed above him, its gaping mole revealing rows of mutated teeth, with what appeared to be strands of flesh still clinging between them. An overwhelming wave of terror surged through Yang Guangming, and in that moment, he felt his heart nearly cease to beat. He attempted to scream in fear, but something lodged within his chest stifled his voice, leaving him only able to emit a faint, hoarse gasp from his throat. Just as Yang Guangming believed he would soon be torn to shreds by the zombie, a sudden whistling sound sliced through the air above him. A bamboo pole, tipped with a firearm, hurtled from behind and pierced the creature's chest, pinning it firmly in place, rendering it immobile. After a brief moment of astonishment, a surge of courage erupted from within him. Yang Guangming let out a fierce shout, scrambled to his feet, and raised the watermelon knife still clenched in his right hand. With a powerful swing, he struck the zombie's neck, severing a significant portion of its decaying throat. Yet, driven by an insatiable rage, he continued to wield the knife until the creature's head was completely detached. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Behind him, the leader of the team, with an expression devoid of emotion, released his grasp on the makeshift spear, allowing it, along with the headless zombie, to fall to the earth. He cast a glance at Yang Guangming, who appeared stunned and bewildered, and a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled in contempt, clearly unimpressed by Yang's abysmal combat skills. The other 6 members of the cactus team regarded Yang Guangming with similar scorn, perplexed by how someone so lacking in fighting prowess could have survived in this apocalypse for an entire month. Could he possibly be a relative of Lady Luck? At that moment, however, Yang Guangming was completely entranced. As he severed the zombie's neck, a series of mechanical sounds echoed in his mind. First zombie killed. Activating the positive energy system. System activated. Reward: 1 zombie virus immunity vaccine. Please check promptly. Killed a regular zombie. Gained 1 point of positive energy. After a brief daze, Yang Guangming turned to the 7 members of the cactus team, entirely disregarding the scorn reflected in their gazes. He was certain that the mechanical voices had indeed resonated in his mind, not emanating from any of the individuals before him. The echo of those 3 mechanical sentences lingered in his thoughts until he fully regained his composure and realized what had transpired. Activating the positive energy system. Rewarded with a zombie virus immunity vaccine. Gained 1 point of positive energy. As a devoted fan of various online novels, Yang Guangming quickly seized upon the essence of the mechanical messages. He had apparently activated a system residing within his mind after slaying the zombie, along with receiving a reward and a point of positive energy, the purpose of which remained unclear. Thus, the inexplicable circumstances that had led him to this zombie-infested realm were likely the doing of this mysterious positive energy system. After the series of events that unfolded following the theft of his mobile phone, Yang Guangming began to piece together the truth, as if guided by an unseen force that whispered, "As you wish." Contemplating this, his already unappealing visage transformed into one resembling a bitter melon. Alas, had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from voicing his grievances. Now he found himself thrust into a perilous, post-apocalyptic world, courtesy of a mysterious positive energy system, with uncertain days ahead. Have you been struck dumb by fear? If not, rise quickly. The day wanes, and we must return to our base without delay. As Yang Guangming pondered the events of the past half-day, the cold voice of his leader jolted him from his reverie. Suppressing his curiosity about the positive energy system for the moment, he hastily stood up, reclaiming the shopping bags he had discarded on the ground, and followed the cactus team towards their designated location. After a journey of over half an hour, Yang Guangming arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The base of the cactus team. This area, characterized by its complex terrain, harbored a scant population. Thus, when the apocalypse descended, there were few zombies, rendering it a suitable stronghold for the relatively weak cactus team, providing them with a high level of security. Although the factory had fallen into disrepair, the perimeter wall, standing over 2 meters high, remained largely intact. After some repairs by the cactus team, there was little to worry about concerning zombie incursions. Inside the abandoned factory, there were ample rooms, and due to the loss of 5 team members that day, Yang Guangming was granted a private room. This space, rather lavishly furnished with a single bed and a small table, offered him a modicum of comfort, despite the somewhat unpleasant scent that permeated the air. However, because of the unfortunate events that led to the loss of 5 team members, Yang Guangming only received a meager ration of supplies from the bounty acquired at the small supermarket, a bottle of mineral water, a box of biscuits, and a can of oranges. According to the cactus team, bringing Yang Guangming back safely and providing him with food was an act of great generosity. Had he encountered other survivors, he might have met a far grimmer fate. Yang Guangming himself acknowledged this reality. In a world where order had collapsed and morality had decayed, his luck was, in fact, quite favorable. Had he crossed paths with a different group of evolved beings, he might have already met his end by a swift blade. As night fell, the city was enveloped in darkness, with only a few scattered glimmers of light illuminating the hideouts of survivors. By the flickering flame of a solitary candle in his room, Yang Guangming reclined on the modest bed, chewing on a piece of dark biscuit while furrowing his brow in concentration on his head. System? Positive energy system? Come forth. There was not a hint of a response. Summon the positive energy system? Cut off the positive energy system? I beseech the divine system. Yet, still, there was not the slightest reaction. Yang Guangming's brow furrowed deeper, and he even forgot to consume the remaining half of his biscuit. Had it not been for the 3 profound voices that had resonated so distinctly in his mind, he might have doubted his sanity, questioning whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. After pondering for a considerable time, Yang Guangming decided to close his eyes, concentrating all his attention on his mind, and finally discerned a glimmer of insight. At the moment his thoughts were intensely focused, a golden panel abruptly materialized in his consciousness, surrounded by an abyss of darkness, which rendered the golden panel even more enigmatic. This must be the so-called positive energy system. Yang Guangming dared not let his focus wane for even a moment. He strained to gaze at the golden panel, whereupon several lines of dark text appeared. Current system level, level 0. Positive energy points, 1 point. System gift item, 1 zombie virus immunity vaccine, please claim within 12 hours. Or the system will revoke it. What the hell? It's that simple? But how does one claim this zombie virus immunity vaccine? Yang Guangming was driven to the brink of madness by the sheer coldness of this positive energy system, which provided not a single hint. And no matter how many questions he posed in his mind, it remained utterly unresponsive, leaving him in a state of frustration so intense that he felt like smashing his head against a wall. Fortunately, through his concentrated focus, Yang Guangming had finally been able to perceive the panel representing the system in his mind. It seemed that claiming the zombie virus immunity vaccine would require a similar method. Moments later, Yang Guangming opened his eyes with uncontainable joy, and to his astonishment, a new object had materialized in the palm of his previously empty left hand. It was a uniquely designed syringe, the size of a fingertip, entirely transparent, filled with a slightly reddish liquid. This was the zombie virus immunity vaccine? Its appearance was indeed quite distinctive, though he questioned its efficacy. After toying with the small, elegant syringe in his palm for a moment, a resolute glimmer appeared in Yang Guangming's eyes, and without hesitation, he removed the cap from the syringe, revealing a slender needle that shimmered with a silvery light. Having witnessed a brutal battle during the day, Yang Guangming understood that the greatest peril in this apocalyptic world was not the aggressiveness of the terrifying zombies, but rather the viruses they carried. The zombies themselves were not particularly fearsome. In terms of combat capability, they were even inferior to the average adult, as they operated solely on instinct, lacking the use of tools. However, the viruses they bore were another matter entirely. As soon as the virus from a zombie came into contact with the blood of a living person, meaning if they inflicted even the slightest wound that drew blood, there was an assured risk of infection from this dreadful virus, resulting in a transformation into a new zombie shortly thereafter. If one could attain immunity against these viruses, The likelihood of survival for individuals in this apocalyptic world would undoubtedly increase manifold. With unwavering determination in his gaze, young Guangming grasped the diminutive syringe, clenched his teeth, and plunged it into his own arm, swiftly injecting the slightly reddish liquid into his body. The mysterious positive energy system could not possibly deceive him. If it desired his demise, it could effortlessly cause him to perish silently with the extraordinary abilities it manifested in his mind, rather than resorting to trickery involving a vial of poison. As the liquid coursed through his muscles and bloodstream, an indescribable and wondrous transformation began to unfold within young Guangming, only to settle back into tranquility in an instant. However, he sensed an imperceptible change within himself, a subtle distinction from his former self, though he could not articulate its nature. Undoubtedly, the zombie virus immunity vaccine was genuine and had taken effect. Henceforth, he would no longer need to fear infection by the zombie virus. Chapter 7. The frenzied novice no longer fearing infection by the zombie virus. Although lacking experience in this world of desolation, young Guangming could imagine the immense joy this would bring to any survivor. This not only meant he would be free from the dread of being infected by the virus through zombie attacks, but also that he could unleash his full potential in combat without restraint. Thus, as long as he exercised caution, he could secure a better chance of survival than most other survivors. Contemplating this, the confusion stemming from his inexplicable arrival in this apocalyptic realm dissipated considerably. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about inadvertently transforming into a repulsive zombie. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Young Guangming resolutely clenched his teeth. Mere immunity was insufficient for thriving in this grim reality. Only through relentless enhancement of his abilities could he hope to improve his chances of survival. But how could he elevate his prowess? For other survivors, it was undoubtedly through the augmentation of their combat skills, continuous training, and unending battles. For young Guangming, the approach was somewhat similar, yet vastly different. With a positive energy system residing in his mind, the path to enhancing his strength lay distinctly in that direction. Previously, when he vanquished a zombie, he acquired one positive energy point, and the system interface indicated that his current level was 0. Therefore, by persistently slaying zombies and amassing positive energy points to a certain threshold, the system would inevitably upgrade, unveiling items that would empower him further. Without a doubt, young Guangming merely activated the system and was rewarded with a vaccine that granted immunity against the zombie virus. Once the system upgrades, the rewards will undoubtedly be even more substantial. Thus, starting tomorrow, he resolved to venture outside and hunt zombies. With determination in his eyes, young Guangming finished the remaining half-box of biscuits, drank half a bottle of mineral water, and then lay down on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. It was essential to accumulate more stamina to avoid being killed in tomorrow's battle with zombies. What? You intend to venture out alone to hunt zombies? Are you tired of living? The following day, when young Guangming presented his request before the members of the Thorn Pair squad, incredulity spread across the faces of each member. Starting from the leader, they had witnessed his performance against zombies the previous day. Given his lack of experience in combat, even facing a single zombie would likely lead to his demise. Now, this fellow proclaimed he would go out alone to hunt zombies. The members of the Thorn Pair squad could hardly fathom any other words to describe young Guangming's audacious request. Indeed, young Guangming affirmed, "This decision was made after contemplating your battles with the zombies all night. In this apocalyptic world teeming with the undead, one must strive to enhance their combat prowess, or death will come swiftly." Upon hearing this, although the leader's striking face bore little expression, he subtly nodded in approval. Undoubtedly, in this world of despair, the greater one's strength, the higher the chance of survival. However, the burly copperhead looked at young Guangming with skepticism. "You were so cowardly yesterday that you couldn't even handle a single zombie. Going out like this is akin to delivering yourself to them. Come on, could you be any more blunt?" Young Guangming thought to himself, but he chuckled and replied, "That was merely a mistake. Otherwise, how could I have survived for a month in a place overrun by zombies?" Copperhead found this reasoning somewhat valid and nodded. "That's true. However, given your slender build, it remains perilous for you to venture out alone. Allow me to accompany you. Although I secretly hope a zombie gets you. Since the leader has chosen to take you in, we must ensure your safety." Faced with such directness, young Guangming was left speechless. He could not allow this man to accompany him. Should he witness young Guangming being bitten by a zombie, he might feel compelled to assist, leading to an untimely demise. Accordingly, young Guangming decisively declined Copperhead's offer, determined to hunt zombies alone. Due to the events of yesterday, the members of the Cactus team harbored no fondness for young Guangming. Upon seeing his resolute determination, they ceased their attempts at persuasion. In fact, some secretly hoped that he would never return from this endeavor. Just as young Guangming prepared to leave with the thin watermelon knife from the previous day, the usually stoic leader unexpectedly called out to him, halting his departure. She then handed him a nearly 2-foot-long cleaver, suggesting, "This knife is more suitable than that flimsy one." Yang Guangming glanced at the leader's icy visage, a sense of gratitude washing over him as he smiled and accepted the formidable weapon, striding purposefully out of the abandoned factory. Although he had resolved to hunt zombies vigorously to expedite his system's upgrade, a sense of trepidation crept into his heart as he stepped outside the safety of the dilapidated factory into the desolate outskirts of the city. It was only natural for him to feel fear, for a mere recluse newly thrust into a post-apocalyptic world. Not to be frightened by the terrifying zombies would be truly abnormal. Gripping the cleaver tightly, he swallowed hard, his thoughts drifting to the wondrous positive energy system in his mind and the zombie virus immunity vaccine he had injected the night before. A wave of confidence surged within him, alleviating his anxious spirit significantly. After all, as long as he avoided being directly bitten by a zombie or sustaining severe injuries, he would likely be fine. The area surrounding the abandoned factory was sparsely populated, being on the outskirts of the city, and had been largely cleared of zombies by survivor groups like the Cactus Team. As Yang Guangming cautiously navigated through several blocks of buildings, he encountered no zombies. To quickly hunt enough zombies, it seemed imperative to venture into the urban center. However, he resolved to exercise utmost caution to avoid falling into a zombie's trap. Contemplating briefly, he decided to retrace the path he had taken with the Cactus Team yesterday, as he was somewhat familiar with the surroundings and hoped to avoid significant danger. Chapter 8. The first kill without danger outside a dilapidated residence. An elderly zombie with graying hair and a frail, emaciated body wandered aimlessly, its eyes devoid of focus and its sunken, withered face expressionless. This unfortunate creature had likely remained hidden within the crumbling structure, fortunate to have evaded the survivors' notice. Otherwise, it would have long since succumbed to their blades. At the other end of the road, less than 50 meters away from the elderly zombie, Yang Guangming was nervously crouched beside an abandoned car, his chest rising and falling rapidly. With unwavering focus, Yang Guangming fixated on the approaching elderly zombie, his already heightened anxiety intensifying. Confronted by this grotesque creature, he gasped for breath, striving to regain his composure as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Suddenly, when the elderly zombie was less than 10 meters away from the car where Yang Guangming was concealed, its previously leisurely movements came to an abrupt halt. Its vacant, dark eyes, devoid of focus, suddenly locked onto Yang Guangming's position. It was evident that the zombie had detected his presence. "Oh no, my heavy breathing has alerted this creature." A jolt of panic surged through Yang Guangming. Yet he dashed from behind the car without hesitation, gripping his machete tightly, eyes wide as he faced the elderly zombie that was now lunging toward him with alarming speed. Unlike the zombie he had indirectly dispatched the previous day, this elderly zombie was the first true adversary Yang Guangming encountered in this apocalyptic world. In a battle of the brave, it was a matter of survival. Either he or the creature must perish. Having received the vaccine for zombie virus immunity, he felt liberated from the fear of infection, and his intense yearning for strength strangely instilled a sense of calm within him. Faced with this terrifying monster, he surprisingly felt no fear whatsoever. With a ghastly grimace, revealing several dangerously sharp yellowed teeth, the elderly zombie charged at Yang Guangming with a ferocity comparable to that of any other undead. Its eyes gleamed with the delight of finding prey. In a mere second, as both man and monster raced toward each other from a distance of less than 10 meters, they closed in on an intimate proximity. As if to bolster his courage or perhaps to intimidate the elderly zombie, Yang Guangming opened his mouth and let out a fierce shout, swinging the 2-foot-long machete down toward the creature. Simultaneously, the zombie's gnarled, claw-like hands, adorned with elongated, sharp nails, lunged toward Yang Guangming's chest. Oh no! At that moment, Yang Guangming felt an unexpected instability beneath his feet. He had stepped on a protruding stone, causing his body to veer to the right as he sprinted. Unable to maintain his balance, he toppled forward, propelled by his own swing, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. This unforeseen misstep, however, spared him from the zombie's assault. Lacking experience in battling zombies, had he not stumbled, even if his blade had struck the elderly creature, he would have inevitably suffered a grievous wound to his chest from its claws. Amidst the violent collision, Yang Guangming grimaced in pain, his glasses having vanished into the chaos, and even the machete he wielded slipped from his grasp. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him as he glimpsed a hazy, shadowy figure hurtling towards him with alarming speed. A sense of dread enveloped him. Hastily, he grasped the fallen machete and tumbled several times on the ground before springing to his feet, racing down the path with fervor. Only after he sensed the pursuing zombie faltering in its chase did he dare to halt and glance back. Indeed, about 20 meters behind him, The indistinct figure continued its relentless pursuit. This was dire. Without his glasses, discerning the zombie's movements became a formidable challenge. Although young Guangming's myopia was not severe, both eyes barely exceeding 300 degrees, he suffered from significant astigmatism, rendering everything a blurred double image in the absence of his spectacles. Typically, this did not pose much of an issue, but now he found himself locked in a harrowing struggle against a terrifying undead foe. There was no alternative. To retrieve his glasses, he would have to confront this zombie. Yang Guangming realized that retreat was no longer an option. If he fled, how could he possibly acquire another pair of glasses? Deprived of them, survival would become increasingly elusive. As the elderly zombie drew closer, Yang Guangming narrowed his eyes slightly, bending his knees in preparation. With a powerful thrust of his left leg, he leapt to the right, simultaneously swinging his machete in a silvery arc aimed at the creature's neck. Although the aged zombie moved with remarkable speed, its agility was evidently lacking. In a frantic attempt to counter Yang Guangming's swift maneuver, it turned its body, aiming its gnarled claws at him, yet its actions were a beat too slow. The resounding crack of the machete striking its target echoed like a blow to a withered tree. Yang Guangming's weapon found its mark, slicing deeply into the juncture of the zombie's neck and shoulder. Regret flashed through his mind as he leveraged the momentum to withdraw the machete before swiftly pivoting to face the staggering undead, which had only just succeeded in turning. Remarkably calm, Yang Guangming observed the creature with a steady gaze. Through their two encounters, he discerned that while these monsters matched the speed of a typical human, their agility was significantly diminished. To confront them, one only needed to adeptly change direction at critical moments to maintain an edge. Of course, this strategy relied on facing a single zombie. Should he find himself ensnared by a horde, even the most nimble of movements would prove futile. After Yang Guangming delivered a heavy blow to the elderly zombie, it was evident that the creature was filled with fury. It opened its grotesque mouth wide, emitting a series of guttural growls, and lunged forward with its withered claws aimed at Yang Guangming. As before, Yang Guangming spread his feet apart and bent slightly at the knees. At the moment the zombie charged, he swiftly leaped aside, then aimed his machete at the creature's neck and swung down with great force once more. A surge of dark blood erupted as the ghastly head spun away, rolling to the ground in silence, while the headless body continued to surge forward for several meters before finally collapsing. One ordinary zombie slain, earning 1 point of positive energy. A mechanical, emotionless voice echoed in Yang Guangming's mind, and he observed the golden panel indicating that his positive energy had increased to 2. As I anticipated, slaying zombies indeed grants positive energy points. Next, I must endeavor to eliminate more zombies to expedite the system's upgrade from level 0 to level 1. A gleeful smile suddenly illuminated Yang Guangming's face, radiant as the dawn. Chapter 9. The zombie battle time flowed swiftly, and as a halo representing the sun moved to the center of the overcast sky, Yang Guangming's somewhat fatigued figure appeared near a residential area, a full 2 miles from the location of the Cactus Squad. Excellent. The positive energy points on the system panel have now reached 7. I am truly eager to witness the surprises that await upon the system's upgrade. In approximately 4 hours, including the first elderly zombie he had slain, he had successfully dispatched 6 zombies. For a reclusive individual newly arrived in this apocalyptic world, this was an extraordinary achievement. Moreover, after defeating these 6 zombies, aside from a few tattered areas on his long-sleeved shirt and 2 superficial scratches on his arms, both of which had ceased bleeding, he bore only minor injuries from several falls, evident in the abrasions on his hands and feet. Though the bloodstains appeared alarming, they were merely superficial wounds. This meant that in his encounters with the 6 zombies, Yang Guangming had only received 2 accidental scratches on his arm. Goodness, that zombie was surprisingly formidable. Despite my swift evasion, I still endured 2 scratches. Fortunately, the wounds are not deep. Otherwise, even if I were not to contract the zombie virus, managing the injuries would be a troublesome affair. Were other survivors to learn of this, they would surely be astonished. Facing zombies alone for the first time and managing to slay 6 without sustaining serious injuries displays a remarkable combat prowess. Certainly, this is also due to the fact that other survivors must be cautious of the zombie virus while battling the undead, which prevents them from unleashing their full combat potential. Unlike Yang Guangming, who bears no such concerns, as long as he avoids critical attacks from the zombies, he remains largely unharmed. Glancing up at the sky and licking his parched lips, Yang Guangming chose not to proceed towards the urban area. It was already midday, and after eliminating 6 zombies, his stamina had been significantly depleted, compounded by a slight dehydration. It was time to return to the abandoned factory to replenish his supply of food and fresh water. Due to the unfavorable impression the members of the Thorn Pair team had of him, his rations were strictly controlled, Each meal was provided in limited quantities by the team, leaving no room for excess. Consequently, he was unable to carry any fresh water or food on this outing. As for searching the surrounding buildings for supplies, he had tried, but yielded no results. This was hardly surprising, as the scarcity of zombies in the area meant that nearly every potential source of fresh water and food had been scoured by survivors more than once. Otherwise, the Thornpear team would not have needed to traverse the vast urban landscape to seek resources in the very street where young Guangming had arrived in this world. Although this region typically did not witness swarms of zombies, young Guangming remained vigilant, cautiously maneuvering between buildings and abandoned vehicles as he made his way towards the factory. It was a matter of being prepared for the unexpected. Given his current fatigue, encountering more than 3 zombies would undoubtedly spell disaster, leaving him no chance to escape. Suddenly, around a nearby corner in an alleyway, another aimlessly wandering zombie came into young Guangming's line of sight. Considering his current stamina, he thought he could still take down this zombie. The factory was merely a mile away, and the risk seemed manageable. After a moment's contemplation, young Guangming resolved to eliminate the zombie on his way. After all, why turn down an opportunity for positive energy points? Utilizing the cover of the buildings, he cautiously approached the zombie step by step. The distance between them diminished, and his grip tightened around the machete, ready to strike. However, at that moment, his eyes narrowed in surprise, and he halted in his tracks. What was that? A rat? Goodness, what a remarkably large rat! A shadow darted out from a nearby sewer, quickly heading toward the wandering zombie. This shadow was the size of a piglet, standing about a foot tall and nearly 2 feet long, a grotesquely enlarged rat. The enormous rat, with its sleek, jet-black fur and striking silver-white whiskers, paired with blood-red eyes, presented an exceptionally eerie sight. As young Guangming prepared to approach the zombie, he abruptly halted, cautiously concealing himself behind a partially collapsed wall, revealing only half of his head as he peered forward with vigilance. The sudden emergence of the rat, roughly the size of a piglet, caught the zombie off guard. However, devoid of any fear, the creature instinctively brandished its claws in excitement to confront the rat. A series of sharp squeaks erupted from the rat's mouth, and despite the zombie's counterattack, a hint of disdain flickered in the rat's crimson eyes. Remarkably agile for its considerable bulk, the rat deftly maneuvered along its path, easily evading the zombie's lunge. In an attempt to strike down upon the rat, the zombie had directed its attack downward, only to find itself crashing heavily onto the ground after missing its target. The rat, having circumnavigated behind the zombie, executed a nimble turn and swiftly approached the fallen creature, which was clumsily trying to rise. With a sudden snap of its sharp jaws, it sank its teeth into the zombie's neck, tearing away a fist-sized chunk of flesh with its interlocking rows of incisors. Unexpectedly, the zombie, instead of attempting to rise, furiously swiped its claws at the rat, which was dangerously close. In a flash, the rat attempted to evade, but was slightly delayed, resulting in the zombie's claws raking deeply across its back, leaving several jagged gashes from which crimson blood began to pour forth. Caught off guard by the fierce retaliation, the rat let out a shrill cry of distress. Fueled by rage, it abandoned its previous agility and lunged once more at the zombie's neck, baring its sharp teeth. With a decisive snap, the rat's powerful bite shattered the zombie's cervical vertebrae, leaving its grotesque head grotesquely tethered to its body by mere scraps of flesh. Yet, before it could revel in its triumph, the rat emitted a terrified shriek, as the dying zombie had ensnared it with its claws, plunging them deep into its abdomen. A torrent of blood gushed from the wounds. Chapter 10. The Mutated Beasts of Abundance. Gratitude to my friends Wan Qifeng and Keiqian Zhongren for their generous support. At that moment, hidden behind the remnants of the wall, young Guangming's eyes glimmered with intensity. With legs coiled like springs, a tremendous force propelled young Guangming forward instantaneously, akin to a flash of lightning. In that moment, he exerted every ounce of his strength to sprint at breakneck speed, his gaze fixated on the colossal rat ensnared by the claws of a deathly zombie. Just as young Guangming leapt from behind the crumbling wall, the enormous rat sensed his presence, detecting the murderous intent radiating from his eyes. It emitted a sharp, piercing cry, struggling desperately to free itself from the clutches of the undead. However, in mere breaths, young Guangming covered nearly 20 meters, reaching the monstrous rodent's side. With the momentum of his run, he raised his machete high and brought it down with considerable force. A shrill, fleeting cry abruptly ceased as the blade cleaved through the rat's skull, sending a spray of white brain matter and crimson blood splattering onto young Guangming's clothing. Defeated a low-level mutated rat, gained 2 points of positive energy. A momentary pause in his expression was swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. He had not anticipated that this impulsive strike would yield a substantial reward of 2 points of positive energy. it was revealed that this creature was a mutated rat, explaining its considerable size. What a delightful surprise to acquire 2 points of positive energy so effortlessly. He pondered whether this creature was edible. After a brief contemplation, Yang Guangming used his machete to sever the claw embedded in the body of the low-level mutated rat, discarding it aside. He then chopped off a segment of a branch from a nearby tree, pierced it through the rat's body, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, continuing his determined stride towards the abandoned factory. Although he was aware that zombies were sparse in the vicinity, the potent scent of blood emanating from the rat's corpse posed a risk of attracting nearby undead. Thus, Yang Guangming felt compelled to vacate the area swiftly. He intended to inquire with the cactus team about the edibility of the low-level mutated rat. From the earlier encounter, it appeared that this creature was resistant to the zombie virus, yet he remained apprehensive about whether its flesh was consumable. If it were indeed edible, this sizable rodent could provide sustenance for himself and the members of the cactus team for an entire day. Moreover, in the apocalypse, sourcing meat, especially fresh meat, was an arduous task. Upon returning to the abandoned factory with the glossy, corpulent mutated rat slung over his shoulder, Meng Hai and 2 other members of the cactus team stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Meng Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to restrain himself from uttering an expletive, nearly petrified in place. Unbelievable. Absolutely inconceivable. This individual, who could hardly fend off a single zombie, had managed to capture a rodent that was evidently a mutated creature, although this aberrant mouse was of a lower grade. Its speed and agility rendered it challenging for even his group to hunt down alone. Within the entire Sealy team, perhaps only the leader possessed such remarkable prowess. As Meng Hai and his companions gazed in astonishment at Yang Guangming, he tossed the corpse of the mutated mouse before them. A smile broke across his sweat-drenched face as he inquired, "My friend, may I ask if this mouse is edible?" "Edible? Absolutely. Nothing could be more delectable than these mutated creatures." Observing the youth before him, who was noticeably taller yet seemingly frail and lacking in physical strength, Meng Hai felt an inexplicable sense of intrigue. After responding to Yang Guangming's question, he couldn't help but ask, "I must say, did you truly kill this mutated mouse?" This question, though seemingly foolish, was prompted by the visible wounds on the creature, with the fatal injury being a gruesome gash atop its head, evidently inflicted by Yang Guangming's blade. Yang Guangming chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "Yes, I did slay it, but goodness, you truly are a master of concealment." Meng Hai interrupted, as if seeking to reassess the seemingly frail young man before him. His eyes roamed up and down Yang Guangming's form, ultimately conceding that he could not fathom this individual. Yang Guangming, eager to clarify that he merely stumbled upon an opportunity, was interrupted by Meng Hai, leaving him to smile ruefully and slightly shake his head. Since his misunderstanding had taken root, he decided to let it persist. It might serve to alter their perception of him. To thrive in this unfamiliar environment, he would have to rely on the Sealy team, and garnering their respect would undoubtedly be advantageous. Soon after, the group's attention shifted toward the corpse of the mutated mouse on the ground. Except for Yang Guangming, the expressions of Meng Hai and his companions were filled with palpable delight, leaving Yang Guangming somewhat perplexed. Was it merely a larger, edible rodent? Why such exuberance? Had these individuals truly endured such hardship in the apocalypse that they had not savored meat in a month? "Lu Shun, go and properly clean this mutated mouse. We shall indulge in a grand feast tonight," Meng Hai joyfully instructed a team member nearby, then turned to the bewildered Yang Guangming to explain, "My friend, you are unaware of the advantages these mutated creatures offer, are you? I must tell you that the flesh and blood of these mutated creatures provide immense benefits to us survivors. Not only do they significantly replenish our required energy, but they also enhance our physical constitution to a certain extent." The realization dawned upon Yang Guangming, illuminating his eyes as he understood why Meng Hai and the others were so astonished and delighted upon seeing him return with a mutated rat in tow. As night began to fall, the other 4 members of the Thorn Pair team also returned from their expedition in search of supplies. Upon learning that Yang Guangming had hunted a mutated rat, disbelief flickered across their faces, filling Yang Guangming with a subtle sense of pride. Yang Guangming keenly observed that the leader, who had previously regarded him with disdain, now cast a serious glance in his direction. And the icy contempt that had once marred the leader's expression had significantly diminished. Even Tongtu, who had once vocally expressed a desire to eliminate him, though not entirely altering his demeanor, exhibited a slight shift, no longer harboring the same overt disdain. It was astonishing that the unexpected acquisition of a mutated rat could yield such remarkable effects. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, within a dilapidated building at the center of the abandoned factory, Yang Guangming and the 7 members of the Thorn Pair team gathered around a flickering candle. In the midst of a large fire pit, a sizable pot bubbled with a fragrant concoction, where pieces of glistening mutated rat meat danced amidst the boiling broth, releasing a delectable aroma that wafted upward. Everyone inhaled the enticing scent, and without further ado, they eagerly set upon the delicious feast, rapidly devouring the savory mutated rat meat. After consuming just a few morsels, Yang Guangming felt a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen, swiftly coursing through his body, invigorating his previously weary frame. No wonder each member of the Thorn Pair team reacted so dramatically upon seeing the mutated rat. Its efficacy was indeed extraordinary. With renewed enthusiasm, Yang Guangming reached for the chopsticks in the pot, quickening his pace. Chapter 11. A dismal start. Suddenly, a flash of a sharp blade sliced through the air. A grotesque zombie head, accompanied by a jet of black blood, soared high into the sky. Magnificent! Ming Hai squinted slightly, gazing in astonishment at Yang Guangming, who glided past the headless corpse of the zombie with the grace of a gentle breeze. Since Yang Guangming had brought back the body of the mutated rat the previous day, Ming Hai had begun to reassess this seemingly frail youth. However, witnessing his effortless prowess in dispatching the zombie was still somewhat shocking. Before the headless zombie's body hit the ground, Yang Guangming swiftly dashed toward a second zombie, his agile form leaning to the left as he bent his left leg while straightening his right. With a splendid sweeping kick, he knocked the nearby zombie to the ground. After a dull thud, a grotesque head rolled several meters across the ground. At this moment, even the usually silent leader paused, astonished as he turned to gaze at Yang Guangming, who had already risen and charged towards the third zombie. The performance of this young man today was truly astonishing. Tong Tu, his eyes wide with disbelief, watched Yang Guangming, who had just slain 2 zombies, and rubbed his shiny scalp in frustration. Utterly baffled by how this fellow had suddenly become so formidable, delight surged within Yang Guangming as he reveled in the abundant strength coursing through him, internally exclaiming with joy. His eyes brimming with elation. Having gained 2 points of positive energy, he could hardly contain his excitement. More importantly, after indulging in a hearty meal of mutated rat meat the previous night, he distinctly felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical condition today, particularly in muscle strength and explosive power, which had increased by nearly 10%. It was precisely due to this significant improvement in his physical prowess, coupled with the absence of any threat from zombies allowing him to unleash his full potential, that Yang Guangming's performance was so flawless today. After Yang Guangming dispatched the third zombie with 2 swift strikes, the leader's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight at the decision to bring him along to scavenge for supplies. Undoubtedly, the young man's capabilities were on par with those of his own team members, and he seemed to possess ample room for further growth. Meanwhile, the other 6 members of the Thorn Pair team were left in shock. Was this truly the same luckless fellow they had initially scorned? This time, the Thorn Pair squad encountered a total of 14 zombies, and Yang Guangming single-handedly felled 3 of them. The impressive results nearly dazzled the titanium alloy eyes of the team. Excellent. The accumulated positive energy points had now reached 12. He hoped to encounter even more zombies. Feeling that he was one step closer to upgrading his positive energy system, Yang Guangming eagerly wished for a greater number of zombies to appear, craving the opportunity for slaughter. If the members of the Thorn Pair team were to discover Yang Guangming's current thoughts, they would undoubtedly wish to tear him apart with their blades. Brother, please. Others hope to encounter no zombies at all. Why must you be so audaciously unconventional? Surveying the ground littered with zombie corpses, the leader nodded in satisfaction. Very well, everyone. Let's move quickly and discreetly to avoid attracting more zombies. Subsequently, the group followed their previously devised route, advancing swiftly and stealthily. The purpose of this outing for the Thorn Pair team was still the small supermarket where they had enjoyed a bountiful harvest 2 days prior. After 2 days, the zombies they had slain and the remains of their fallen comrades should have been entirely consumed by other zombies and mutated creatures. Thus, the danger of that route should have diminished, and it was likely that the little supermarket, which had been thoroughly looted, had not yet been discovered by other evolved beings. Although the food in this small supermarket has nearly been taken away by the crowd, the remaining items still hold significant value, making it worthwhile for everyone to make another trip. Upon learning of the action plan devised by the Thorn Pair squad, Yang Guangming eagerly expressed his desire to join in, motivated by the simple rationale that more hands would mean greater strength in combating zombies and accumulating positive energy points. Just yesterday, the members of the Thorn Pair squad witnessed Yang Guangming single-handedly return with a mutated rat, which solidified their belief in his capability to participate in their endeavors. However, luck was not on their side this time. Barely 3 miles from their base, they unexpectedly encountered a small horde of zombies. Had it not been for their above-average combat skills, it would have been uncertain whether they could safely navigate past this obstacle. The noise generated during their skirmish with the zombies could easily attract more of the undead from nearby, placing the Thorn Pair squad in grave danger, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. Thus, even if the survivors managed to triumph over the initial attack, they could still succumb to subsequent waves of zombies drawn by the commotion. After dispatching a handful of zombies, the team reached a fork in the road. "Stop," commanded the cold-faced leader, raising a hand to signal the group. Cautiously, she peered to the left and right, her brow furrowing as she observed, "Everyone, hold on a moment. Why are there so many zombies so close together today?" The others could faintly hear the shuffling sounds of the densely packed zombies on either side, causing their expressions to shift with unease. In this situation, the likelihood of passing the junction without alerting the zombies was exceedingly slim. What should we do? The members of the Thorn Pair squad instinctively looked to their leader for a decision. Meanwhile, young Guangming felt a surge of excitement. He yearned to attract some zombies and thereby amass more positive energy points. Yet, he understood that his aspirations were impractical given the considerable number of zombies on both sides. Even though he was unafraid of the zombie virus, being surrounded by a horde would likely lead to a gruesome fate. "Damn it, today's operation is going awry," Meng Hai muttered under his breath, frowning as he cast a glance at young Guangming. No one noticed Meng Hai's subtle gesture, as the group collectively furrowed their brows, distressed by their misfortune. This operation had indeed been fraught with difficulties, encountering a small horde right from the outset. Was this the infamous omen of a poorly begun venture? After a brief pause, their leader made a decisive call. "There is no turning back now, we must press on. When I give the signal, we will pass through one by one, making every effort not to disturb the zombies on either side." Yang Guangming and the other 6 members of the Thorn Pair squad nodded in agreement. Having come this far, it would be unacceptable to return empty-handed. Seeing that there were no objections from the crowd, the leader nodded slightly and whispered, "Meng Hai, you go first." Taking a deep breath, Meng Hai leaned forward and swiftly darted across to the other side of the road, his movements as agile and rapid as a small leopard. The zombies on either side remained utterly still. Tong Tu. With the leader's command, the towering figure of Tong Tu charged forward with remarkable speed. Despite his beast-like stature, he managed to run without producing much noise. The zombies remained unperturbed. Lu Shun, another figure, surged forward, silently reaching the opposite side of the intersection. "Yang Guangming, your turn." Hearing his name called, Yang Guangming felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated being last. Noticing his hesitation, the leader shot him a stern look, her beautiful eyes radiating an authoritative intensity that sent a shiver down Yang Guangming's spine. He quickly gathered his resolve and dashed across without a moment's delay. The zombies flanking the intersection still showed no signs of movement. At this moment, only the leader and 3 other members of the Sealy team remained on their side of the road. Subsequently, the remaining 3 members of the team also crossed the intersection with ease. Just as the leader prepared to follow suit, the expressions of the group collectively changed. A cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in their ears. This chaotic and rapid sound rang out with startling clarity on the desolate street. Following the footsteps was a group of survivors, laden with various bags, fleeing in desperation from around the corner ahead. Indeed, they were fleeing for their lives. A horde of zombies, their claws sharp and menacing, pursued the fortunate yet unfortunate survivors, closing in alarmingly within mere meters, poised to overtake them at any moment. "Damn it!" the members of the Sealy team exclaimed, their faces paling as they involuntarily cursed. "Retreat." The leader's expression turned icy as she loudly urged, swiftly turning to retrace their steps in haste. "What a misfortune! Why do we have to be dragged into this mess?" Yang Guangming muttered under his breath, helplessly joining the Sealy team in their retreat. At this point, the zombies at the intersection had clearly been roused by the frantic footsteps and caught sight of the Sealy team dashing past the crossing, as well as the frantic survivors who had just arrived. Like bears discovering honey or wolves spotting a flock of sheep, the zombies raised their withered and sharp claws, joining the pursuit of the survivors, merging with the already relentless horde. The combined force of the zombies surged to an astonishing number of 70 or 80. The combined number of survivors from both teams amounted to merely a handful, rendering them utterly incapable of confronting the vast horde of zombies. Should they be caught, their fate would be sealed, an inevitable demise without the slightest glimmer of hope for survival. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the desolate streets. As the frantic survivors rushed forward, their faces flushed and breath coming in labored gasps, reminiscent of a bellows in its fervent exertion. Beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads. Yet they bore no inclination to wipe them away. It was evident that this group had been pursued for quite a distance by the undead, their stamina nearly depleted. Were it not for the primal instinct to survive propelling them onward, they would likely have collapsed in utter exhaustion, becoming nothing more than a feast for the ravenous horde trailing behind. However, with yet another swarm of zombies joining the chase, the prospects for these survivors appeared increasingly grim. "Help us. Brothers ahead, we implore you. Save us." Upon spotting the members of the Cactus Squad, who were also in a desperate flight. The survivors raised their voices in a plea for assistance, hoping that their shared plight would inspire these few to lend a hand. Yet, the Cactus Squad and Yang Guangming were not oblivious. How could they possibly turn back to rescue them under such circumstances? With dozens of zombies hot on their heels, not only would it be impossible to save the others, but they too would risk losing their own lives, becoming mere remnants consumed by the horde, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Fools, do you value your lives or your burdens? The Cactus Squad, acting from a place of humanitarian concern, kindly cautioned the survivors behind them. Truly, these individuals seemed dazed by fear, clinging to their heavy loads even as they fled for their lives, as if they wished for a swifter demise. Upon hearing the Cactus Squad's admonitions, the trailing survivors finally came to their senses. Indeed, in such dire straits, what purpose did their encumbrances serve? In an instant, they collectively discarded their cumbersome belongings. And spurred by the instinct to survive, each one found a newfound swiftness that was nothing short of remarkable. To escape, they needed to flee towards places where the zombies were sparse, lest they find themselves ensnared by an even greater throng. Thus, in their desperate flight, the members of the Cactus Squad instinctively retraced their steps towards the outskirts of their base, followed without hesitation by the group of survivors. Even if they could not ultimately evade capture, having additional companions would bolster their collective strength against the zombies. Damn it, these insufferable creatures are relentless, pursuing us without relent. The members of the Thorny Pair Squad felt a tightening in their hearts. It seemed nearly impossible to shake off the horde of zombies trailing behind them. Even if they managed to reach their base in one breath, they would inevitably bring back a throng of dozens of zombies. The consequences of such a scenario were unimaginable. They needed to devise a means to outpace these relentless creatures. As Yang Guangming's thoughts raced, his gaze quickly scanned the buildings flanking the street, seeking a solution to their dire predicament. Eureka! Boss, we can't continue running like this. Do you see those low houses ahead? Let us climb to the rooftops. Upon hearing Yang Guangming's suggestion, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the 7 members of the squad, and they unanimously dashed toward the row of low, flat-roofed houses. Having survived in the apocalypse for a month, climbing and jumping were no formidable tasks for the Thorny Pair Squad. Utilizing a dilapidated car embedded in the wall of one of the houses, they scrambled up with agility. Even Yang Guangming, whose physical prowess had markedly improved, swiftly ascended to the rooftops. Meanwhile, another group of desperate survivors, witnessing the actions of the Thorny Pair Squad, felt a surge of hope and summoned their last reserves of strength to race toward the row of houses. Chapter 13. Excuse me, coming through. A piercing scream shattered the air as a visibly exhausted survivor was finally caught by the zombies behind, engulfed by the ravenous horde, silencing his cries. At that moment, the group of survivors, trapped between a rock and a hard place, were approximately 50 meters away from the flat-roofed houses where Yang Guangming and his companions were situated. Recognizing that the chance for survival was tantalizingly close, the survivors gritted their teeth, their faces flushed with determination as they sprinted toward the wrecked car lodged in the wall. 45 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Help! Save me! A chilling scream echoed once more as another survivor, drained of energy and slowing down, was overtaken by the horde. Countless decayed claws seized him, and blood sprayed forth, inciting the zombies' ferocity and brutality. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Yang Guangming and his companions felt a pang of sympathy. Reflecting on how they might have met the same fate had they not climbed to the rooftops in a moment of quick thinking, their faces turned pale in horror. As if sensing the prey slipping away, the horde became increasingly frenzied, their speed surging as they closed in on the remaining survivors, knocking several to the ground, leaving behind a chorus of anguished cries. Ultimately, fewer than half of those who had managed to reach the dilapidated car and escape to the rooftops survived. Only 3 out of nearly 10 remained. Upon the street below, several survivors, overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, quickly fell silent. In the terrified gaze of the remaining survivors, these unfortunate souls were engulfed by the throng of undead, their flesh and blood scattered, rendering the scene almost too horrific to behold. Those who had managed to escape to the rooftop, including Yang Guangming and the Sealy team, found themselves weak-kneed and collapsed upon the roof, their faces ashen and devoid of color, too fearful to glance down at the street beneath. Despite having endured the harshness of the apocalypse, the sight of such a hellish reality chilled their hearts, cold sweat breaking out upon their backs. Before long, the few survivors below were reduced to nothing but tattered rags and bones, as the ravenous zombies turned their ferocious gaze toward those on the rooftop. In their black eyes with white pupils, a menacing red glow flickered ominously. At this moment, the faces of the group paled once more. The members of the Sealy team cast furious glances at the 3 unfamiliar survivors, their resentment palpable. Had it not been for these individuals attracting such a multitude of zombies, they would not have found themselves trapped in this dire predicament. Conversely, the three fortunate survivors retorted with defiance, their voices laced with indignation. How could they, as fellow human survivors, refuse to lend assistance? Were they so certain they would not face a similar fate in the future? If not for the numerous zombies lurking below, the two factions might have clashed, yet even so, the atmosphere atop the roof remained tense. What should we do now, boss? How do we escape? Meng Hai inquired, his face pale with fear. The current situation was far from favorable. Although they were temporarily safe from the zombies, the positioning of the row of houses was quite perilous. Aside from an adjacent high-rise, there were no neighboring buildings within a 10-meter radius. This towering edifice, nearly pressed against their shelter, soared 10 stories high, with only 2 slender drainage pipes along its high wall. These fragile plastic pipes were clearly insufficient for anyone to climb. A slight exertion would cause them to snap, rendering them useless. Hearing Meng Hai's question, the leader remained silent, scanning the surroundings with a stern countenance. His brows, slightly more pronounced yet imbued with a sense of nobility, were furrowed in contemplation, clearly at a loss for a solution. We're doomed. We won't starve to death up here, will we? It seems the zombies have no intention of leaving, lamented an unnamed member of the Sealy team, despair creeping into his voice, tinged with the threat of tears. Be quiet. There will be a way. The leader, evidently unwilling to witness the group's morale plummet, shot a fierce glare at the despondent individual, prompting him to immediately silence his lament. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, unable to reach the survivors perched atop the roof, they surged forward, their claws thrashing violently. Their black eyes glinting ominously with a crimson glow, casting an unsettling chill over the onlookers. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, young Guangming found himself contemplating a different course of action. With so many zombies gathered here, how splendid it would be to eliminate them all. Each zombie vanquished would yield a measure of positive energy, potentially amounting to hundreds of points. He wondered if this might elevate the system to a new level. Having tasted the sweetness of the positive energy system, Yang Guangming longed for the opportunity to dispatch a multitude of zombies and discover the benefits that an upgraded system might bestow upon him. As for danger, wasn't it still relatively safe? After all, these zombies couldn't scale walls, and for the moment, they posed no threat to the gathered crowd. But wait. Since these creatures were clustered around the modest dwelling, if he possessed a sufficiently long weapon, wouldn't it be easy to strike them down one by one? With this thought, Yang Guangming's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and he quickly scanned the rooftop, taking in even the 3 unfamiliar survivors. However, as he surveyed the scene, the light in his eyes dimmed. The trio of survivors lacked even basic long weapons. They were completely unarmed, likely having lost their belongings during their hasty escape. Moreover, the members of the Cactus team, due to their numbers, had not brought along any rudimentary long spears or similar implements. Without a weapon measuring nearly 2 meters in length, effectively attacking the zombies below was simply impossible, and thus, amassing a substantial amount of positive energy points would remain out of reach. Unwilling to concede defeat, Yang Guangming continued to scan the rooftop. As his gaze passed behind the 3 survivors, a spark ignited within him once more. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet from his crouched position and strode purposefully towards the opposite side. What is he up to? Is this lad intending to confront those 3? I didn't expect him to possess such audacity. I admire that. The members of the Cactus team were the first to notice Yang Guangming's movement. Assuming he sought to vent his frustrations on the trio, after all, it was these individuals who had inadvertently drawn the horde of zombies upon them. Perhaps because Yang Guangming was aligned with their side, or perhaps due to his commendable performance that day, the Cactus team members, after a brief moment of surprise, stood up. Their 7 pairs of eyes fixated on the trio across the way. What do you intend to do? The 3 survivors turned pale. Rising to their feet and eyeing Yang Guangming and his companions warily, one among them shouting with feigned bravado as Yang approached. At this moment, the 3 survivors were filled with bitterness. If a conflict were to truly erupt, their numbers were not in their favor, armed only with a few short daggers. And their stamina was considerably depleted. Ultimately, they feared that their only fate would be death. However, having survived in this apocalyptic world for a month, these individuals were not to be underestimated. They thought to themselves, if the opposing party were to engage them, they would drag a few of them down with them, even if it meant facing death. As the atmosphere between the 2 groups grew tense and hostile, Yang Guangming approached with a machete in hand, suddenly stopping in his tracks. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Excuse me, may I pass?" Upon hearing these words, not only did the 3 survivors stand in stunned silence with their mouths agape, but even the members of the Thorn Pair team behind them were equally bewildered. Their minds a complete blur. What on earth was this individual up to? According to the script, he should have advanced to deliver a thorough beating to those 3. With a smile on his face, Yang Guangming extended his left hand, pushing aside the survivor who obstructed his path, and continued toward a corner of the rooftop. What was he planning to do? Was he preparing to leap down and confront the horde of corpses below? Everyone turned their heads in utter confusion, unable to comprehend his actions. Just as they assumed he was about to step off the edge to battle the zombies, young Guangming suddenly halted, crouching down with the machete raised high in his right hand, and struck downward at the base of a steel rebar that stood upright in the corner of the rooftop. With a sharp clang, sparks flew. The machete, of decent quality, left a few millimeters deep mark at the base of the rebar, yet the blade only curled slightly, without breaking even a small piece. Satisfied with the machete in his hand, young Guangming nodded approvingly and raised it once more, striking down at the base of the rebar again. Clang, clang, clang. As the sound of crisp impacts echoed, sparks continued to fly, and soon the base of the rebar was forcibly cut through by more than half. Finally, after the machete could no longer withstand the strain and a small chunk of the blade broke off, the rebar clanged down onto the rooftop. Young Guangming casually tossed the machete aside and grasped the 2-meter-long rebar, testing its weight in his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It seemed that everyone was beginning to understand his intentions. Could it be that this remarkable individual planned to single-handedly confront the horde of zombies below? However, the crowd found it difficult to comprehend the situation, pondering the improbability of a single individual overcoming hundreds of zombies, even with an elongated steel rod. Subsequently, young Guangming positioned himself with his feet in a T-shape, leaning slightly forward, grasping one end of the steel rod tightly. He swung it vigorously in a circular motion towards the head of a zombie densely clustered below. "How did I not think of that?" exclaimed Tong Tu, his eyes wide in astonishment. At that moment, everyone understood the significance of young Guangming's earlier actions. Yet, the members of the Sealy team could not help but roll their eyes at Tong Tu's exclamation. If even someone with a brain filled with muscles could conceive of this plan, then perhaps they should consider throwing themselves headfirst into danger. The rooftop of the single-story building stood nearly 3 meters high. Although the zombies below were packed tightly together, the group found themselves unable to reach them with their short-range weapons, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Unbeknownst to them, young Guangming, intent on amassing a wealth of positive energy points, had quickly devised this ingenious strategy. The nearly 2-meter-long steel rod in his hand was perfectly suited to strike the heads of the zombies closest to the building. With a resounding thud, the rod struck the head of the targeted zombie, causing a significant dent and a torrent of black blood to ooze from the wound. Excellent, there's potential. Observing the successful impact, a glimmer of excitement flashed in young Guangming's eyes as he swiftly swung the steel rod once more, targeting the same spot on the zombie's head. Thud, thud. Following 2 more resounding strikes, the zombie's skull, having endured 3 consecutive blows at the same location, finally succumbed, shattering like a watermelon. The grayish-white brain matter mixed with dark brown blood splattered in all directions, creating a gruesome scene. 1 ordinary zombie killed, gaining 1 positive energy point. Echoed a mechanical voice in young Guangming's mind. A delightful sound indeed. How incredibly violent. As they witnessed the zombies' head explode, the onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively shrinking their necks. Nevertheless, young Guangming's method was truly remarkable. If every individual present had a 2-meter-long steel rod at their disposal, the 11 of them could work together with great confidence to eliminate all the zombies surrounding them. Regrettably, after a thorough search of the rooftop, they found no additional steel rods, leaving their hopes of swiftly dispatching the zombies dashed. Fortunately, with the rod in young Guangming's possession, they could take turns attacking, and eventually, they would manage to dispatch all the zombies and escape this predicament, albeit at the cost of considerable time. Thud, thud, thud. As the monotonous, dull thuds echoed incessantly in the ears of the onlookers. Every few strikes resulted in the grotesque spectacle of a zombie having its head violently obliterated by young Guangming, with various unidentifiable liquid splattering in all directions. Each ordinary zombie slain bestowed upon him a point of positive energy. The mechanical prompts resonated continuously in young Guangming's mind, and as he gasped for breath, his arms numb from exertion, he observed the golden system panel in his mind reflecting a total of 34 points of positive energy. Despite his physical exhaustion, his spirit soared with exhilaration. Having accrued over 20 points of positive energy in a single surge, how could he not be invigorated by such an accomplishment? The relentless slaughter left the zombies below utterly defenseless, inciting a wave of fury among these fearsome creatures. With their black eyes glistening and a faint red glow flickering, they appeared ready to rend young Guangming into shreds. Yet, their rage proved futile. With a mighty heave, when young Guangming swung his steel rebar once more, he was taken aback to find his blow had struck the shoulder of a zombie instead. What was happening? In disbelief, he focused his gaze and realized that the zombies below had inexplicably grown taller since he last checked, their outstretched claws perilously close to the roof of the low building. This was dire. The corpses of the 20 or so zombies had piled up, raising the ground beneath him. He needed to relocate swiftly, otherwise, if these zombies managed to ascend, it would spell disaster. Understanding the urgency of the situation, young Guangming promptly ceased his attacks, rose to his feet, and prepared to move to a safer position to continue accruing experience. While this method of dispatching zombies was neither swift nor efficient, it was undeniably safe. Furthermore, the certainty that more zombies would present themselves upon the demise of each one was a thrilling prospect. However, young Guangming's expression soon soured. Goodness, this was far too taxing. Merely having slain 20 or so zombies had left him utterly drained. It seemed he would need a proper rest. Chapter 15. You are impressive despite the sight of a multitude of positive energy points. No, zombies, awaiting his slaughter, Yang Guangming found himself feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The repetitive, high-intensity actions had pushed his arms to their limits, now trembling involuntarily, making it increasingly difficult to maintain a firm grip on the steel rebar. Let me take over. A deep, resonant voice called from behind. Turning around, young Guangming beheld the imposing figure of the bronze-headed giant, brimming with eagerness, clearly intrigued by the one-sided massacre of zombies. Seemingly unable to contain his enthusiasm. Remember to change locations frequently, otherwise, the pile of corpses will grow too high, and those monsters will start to climb up. Though he felt a deep reluctance in his heart, young Guangming nonetheless handed the steel bar to Tong Tu, and then plopped down beside him, breathing heavily. Since he lacked the stamina to continue vanquishing the zombies, he decided to seize the moment to rest and recuperate. Upon receiving the steel bar from young Guangming, Tong Tu let out a loud cheer and gleefully commenced his watermelon smashing game. His strength and endurance evidently surpassed young Guangming's by a considerable margin, rendering his efficiency in dispatching the undead incomparable. With merely a couple of strikes, he could shatter a zombie's skull, and on fortunate occasions, a single blow was sufficient to obliterate a zombie's head. Indeed, one cannot compare individuals. This fellow was nothing short of a muscular behemoth. As one zombie after another met their demise at the hands of Tong Tu, expressions of joy began to emerge among the onlookers on the rooftop. At the current rate, it seemed that if everyone took their turn, they could likely eliminate most of the zombies below within a few hours. Provided all went smoothly, they could reach a safe haven before darkness descended, assuming no further hordes of zombies approached. Perhaps their streak of misfortune had come to an end. During the time young Guangming and Tong Tu were engaged in dispatching zombies, the few that did arrive in response to the noise gradually dwindled in number, falling well within an acceptable range. After crushing nearly 40 zombie skulls, Tong Tu finally ceased his assault and prepared to pass the steel bar to Meng Hai, who was approaching. Wait, I've rested enough. Let me take over, young Guangming interjected, springing to his feet to eagerly snatch the steel bar from Tong Tu's grasp. What a jest. These zombies were pure points of positive energy. Were it not for his diminished stamina, young Guangming would gladly have taken on the task himself. Crazy, Meng Hai remarked, casting a puzzled glance at young Guangming before muttering under his breath and returning to his seat on the rooftop. Since this fellow was so diligent, why would he refuse to rest a little longer? Gripping the steel bar tightly, young Guangming selected a new target and once again commenced his slaughter of the zombies below, determined not to let a single one escape. Each zombie was a source of positive energy, and he was resolute in his intent to leave none unaccounted for. With a powerful swing, he brought the steel bar crashing down upon the skulls of the zombies below, producing a series of dull thuds. Bang, bang, bang. Kill a regular zombie. Gain 1 point of positive energy. The familiar mechanical notification echoed in his mind, invigorating young Guangming with renewed strength, prompting him to swing the steel bar with even greater fervor. Tong Tu, seemingly intent on matching young Guangming's prowess, would eagerly take over the steel bar whenever the latter felt fatigued, mechanically repeating the motions, thus leaving no room for others to intervene. Thus, the rights to utilize the steel reinforcement, which bore the hopes of many, were entirely monopolized by young Guangming and Tong Tu. Given the industrious efforts of these two individuals, the others were content to sit back and watch the spectacle. The gruesome sight of zombie skulls being shattered one after another by the steel beam, though somewhat macabre, offered a unique visual impact. As the dim sky darkened, the halo representing the sun gradually shifted westward, while the horde of zombies surrounding them dwindled from the initial hundreds to fewer than 20. With each successful kill of an ordinary zombie, young Guangming accrued 1 point of positive energy. Upon hearing another melodious notification resonate in his mind, he was thrilled to discover that the golden system panel indicated a remarkable accumulation of 76 points of positive energy. This signified that on the roof of this humble abode, he had obliterated over 60 zombie heads with that very steel beam. Meanwhile, the remaining zombies below continued to flail about, seemingly tireless. Let us go. The leader, who had been seated cross-legged on the rooftop, abruptly rose to his feet and, with a swift dash, leaped from the roof, wielding his machete like a silver lightning bolt, striking down upon a zombie's crown. Eliminate these repugnant creatures. The others, swiftly regaining their senses, recognized that the remaining dozen zombies posed no threat, and thus hastened to eradicate them, eager to return to their encampment before nightfall. Hey, don't steal my positive energy points, young Guangming lamented internally, helplessly observing as his well-rested companions sprang down from the roof like agile leopards, ruthlessly dispatching the remaining zombies. Meanwhile, exhausted and drained, young Guangming could merely collapse onto the ground, seizing a moment to recuperate. Against the vibrant 10 or so survivors, the remaining zombies stood no chance, and soon enough, they were completely vanquished. Once the members of the Cactus Squad ceased their assault, they surveyed their surroundings. The area surrounding the row of small houses was littered with disheveled zombie corpses, all bearing strikingly similar traits, intact bodies but with heads brutally smashed. This was undoubtedly the result of the hard work of Yang Guangming and Tonggu over the course of the day. Let us head back. The leader, always succinct in his speech, uttered these two words before leading the way back to their base. The remaining members of the Cactus Squad hastily followed suit, departing from this battleground. As for the three unfamiliar survivors, they had long since vanished down the alleyways during the Cactus Squad's onslaught against the remaining zombies. By the time the group safely returned to their base, twilight had begun to cloak the sky. Apart from young Guangming, the entire Cactus Squad had endured a day devoid of gains and had narrowly escaped being overwhelmed by the horde, leaving each of their faces shadowed with discontent. Young Guangming, basking in the glory of his recent triumph, refrained from expressing his joy, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Chuan. Just as Yang Guangming was on the brink of breaking into a smile and returning to his quarters, the tall leader approached him with utmost seriousness, extending his right hand. Yang Guangming, momentarily taken aback, quickly reached out to grasp the hand that Jiang Chuyuan had proffered. Well, I am Yang Guangming, the yang from the yang tree, and Guangming meaning bright and upright. He couldn't help but think, as their hands clasped, about the numerous calluses that marred his grip. Jiang Chuyuan met Yang Guangming's gaze and continued, "You are quite impressive. Would you care to join our Sealy team?" With these words, not only Yang Guangming but also the other members of the Sealy team were rendered speechless. Was this truly a formal invitation? This meant that his performance today had indeed earned him the recognition of this stoic beauty. Yet, should he accept the offer? Although Jiang Chuyuan, with her perpetually composed expression, was undeniably captivating, and aligning himself with such a formidable survivor team would enhance his safety, he pondered whether this might expose the secret of his positive energy system. Hey, kid, don't be ungrateful. Our leader is offering you a chance because she values you. As Yang Guangming fell into contemplation, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Chuyuan's eyes. Just as she was about to speak again, a furious shout from Meng Hai interrupted. Indeed, had we not rescued you that day, you would have been nothing more than a feast for the zombies. The other members of the Sealy team echoed his sentiments, believing that the leader's personal invitation was a significant honor, and they were incredulous that he hesitated. Silence. Jiang Chuyuan turned, glaring at them fiercely, then pivoted back to Yang Guangming, her expression still inscrutable. Of course, everyone has their own aspirations. If you're unwilling, then so be it. The members of the Sealy team fell silent under her fierce gaze, yet they continued to cast him resentful looks. After some contemplation, Yang Guangming finally acquiesced. All right. I am willing to join. He realized that in this precarious environment, the Sealy team was far more familiar with the landscape than he was, and their combat prowess was commendable. Thus, aligning himself with them would yield more benefits than drawbacks. As for the potential exposure of his positive energy system, he felt it was unlikely for now. Should the system evolve and raise suspicions among the team later, he could simply depart without issue. Upon hearing Yang Guangming finally speak and agree to join the Sealy squad, Jiang Chuyuan extended his right hand once more. Welcome to the Sealy squad. I am the captain. Jiang Chuyuan. The calluses on his hand were remarkably tough, utterly devoid of any femininity. As he grasped Jiang Chuyuan's hand again, Yang Guangming couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Subsequently, the members of the Sealy squad stepped forward, each introducing themselves to the new member, Yang Guangming. Meng Hai, still wearing a displeased expression, gazed at Yang Guangming and managed to articulate two words with difficulty. The somewhat reluctant demeanor Yang Guangming had displayed earlier left him feeling quite uncomfortable. It was evident to him that this newcomer was not entirely eager to join the Sealy squad. Then, Tongdu approached, his bovine eyes scrutinizing Yang Guangming from head to toe. He nodded and, in a deep, resonant voice, declared, "You are quite all right. I am Sunny Xuan, but I prefer to be called Tongtu." Goodness, how could such a muscular brute possess such an artistic name? Indeed, the moniker Tongtu suited him far better. Yang Guangming felt a wave of sweat. There was absolutely no correlation between Sun Yishuan's name and his appearance. His parents certainly had a knack for naming. What a pitfall for their son. Lu Shun, Yu Kai, Kai Han, and Shu Daqiang followed suit in their introductions. At last, Yang Guangming became acquainted with the names of all the members of the Sealy squad and linked them together in his mind. Lu Shun epitomized the archetype of an average youth, possessing a medium build and an unremarkable face. Blend him into a crowd, and he would be utterly indistinguishable. Yu Kai was the smallest member of the Sealy squad, barely reaching a height of 1.60 meters and appearing quite frail, indicative of poor development. However, Yang Guangming was aware that this seemingly diminutive figure harbored considerable energy. During battles with zombies, his lethality was second only to Jiang Chuyun, Ta Tu, and Meng Hai. Kai Han was a tall, slender youth with a pair of triangular eyes and a disheveled mop of hair, instantly evoking thoughts of a chicken coop in Yang Guangming's mind. The last member, Shu Daqiang, stood close to 1.80 meters, possessing a slightly pudgy physique, making him the second most substantial figure in the Sealy squad, just after Tongtu. However, this youngest member appeared to be merely a facade of bulk. His combat effectiveness against zombies was the weakest, only marginally surpassing Yang Guangming upon his arrival in this world. Strangely enough, upon seeing Shu Daqiang's physique and considering his name, Yang Guangming's thoughts involuntarily conjured the term pig intestine. To express their welcome to the new member, the Sealy squad prepared a lavish dinner that evening, boiling a large pot of white rice, which consumed nearly 1/5 of their limited rice supply. The dishes were also commendable, consisting of 2 meat and 3 vegetable dishes, accompanied by a seaweed soup. It is worth noting that under ordinary circumstances, the Sealy squad would rarely be so generous with their provisions. They typically resorted to hastily prepared packaged meals or a pot of mixed porridge to satisfy their hunger. In the desolate world, food is an exceedingly scarce resource, necessitating frugality. Each meal must be meticulously calculated. The Sealy team has been relatively fortunate, leveraging their formidable combat prowess and the safety of their encampment to gather a substantial stockpile of food over the past month, thus avoiding the pangs of hunger. In stark contrast, some less fortunate survivors face dire circumstances, with merely one hearty meal a day considered a significant blessing. For instance, today, Yang Guangming and the Sealy team encountered a group of survivors, each bearing the pallor of malnutrition, who were compelled to venture into the city in search of sustenance, ultimately falling prey to a horde of zombies, with only 3 managing to escape. This unfortunate incident is one of the primary reasons Yang Guangming ultimately agreed to Jiang Chuyun's invitation, for he was utterly ignorant of this unfamiliar territory. Should he depart from the Sealy team's stronghold, surviving in such a perilous environment would be daunting, not to mention the relentless anxiety of securing daily meals. Everyone, please hold on. I have something to discuss, Jiang Chuyun stated gravely, halting her companions who were preparing to retreat to their quarters after dinner. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow on her exquisite visage, revealing a hint of melancholy that instilled an uneasy sensation among the group. Chapter 17. Pathways and Weapons. Typically stoic, Jiang Chuyun now displayed an unusual trace of sorrow, prompting a foreboding feeling among her comrades. What could possibly trouble their illustrious leader? Once everyone settled in the hall, their gazes fixated intently on Jiang Chuyun, she continued. The matter I am about to address is something I believe you have all subtly noted during this time. Our current location is increasingly devoid of essential supplies for survival. If we wish to avoid starvation, we must depart from here and seek a new stronghold. Upon hearing her words, the original members of the Sealy team fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions growing more solemn. It was evident that after a month of enduring the apocalypse, they had all acutely felt this reality. Even though the Sealy team possessed commendable resource-gathering abilities, their efforts often yielded insufficient returns, barely sustaining their hunger. After all, they were not the only survivors amidst the ruins of the city. The dwindling resources were being depleted daily and could not possibly meet the needs of all. Furthermore, the places where supplies were most concentrated, such as supermarkets, were primarily situated in the bustling commercial districts of the city, which were overrun with zombies, areas far too perilous for a small team like the Sealy squad to navigate. Even larger survivor factions would likely lack the strength to explore those vast supermarkets, surrounded as they were by hordes of the undead. A thought that sent chills down one's spine, let alone the prospect of charging in to search for supplies. Leader, we shall follow your directives, they replied. The copper-headed brute bellowed loudly, his mind seemingly dominated by sheer muscle. He was the type who would follow the leader's every command without question, and soliciting his opinion would be a futile endeavor. Yes, boss, you take the reins, and we shall resolutely follow your lead. Meng Hai nodded vigorously, fully entrusting the decision-making to Jiang Chuyun. Both formidable figures expressed their unwavering allegiance to the leader, leaving the remaining team members with no objections, all nodding in agreement. Yang Guangming secretly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, goodness, it's a miracle these fellows have survived in this post-apocalyptic world without being sold out. However, he chose to remain silent on the matter. As an outsider to this city, he possessed no knowledge and was certainly unable to offer any constructive suggestions. Well, since everyone is willing to heed my counsel, Jiang Chuyan nodded, her frosty visage betraying no emotion. Allow me to share my thoughts. The provisions we have left can sustain us for approximately 5 days. Therefore, during this period, we should endeavor to delve deeper into the urban area in search of a suitable location to establish a new base. The members of the Sealy team nodded in unison, acknowledging the wisdom in their leader's words. Yang Guangming, however, internally scoffed. Seriously? Is this your grand plan? I can't fathom how you managed to recruit these individuals. Furthermore, due to the depletion of resources over the past few days, the weapons at our disposal have become severely damaged and nearly unusable. After addressing the issue of escape routes, Jiang Chuyan shifted the conversation to weapons. Thus, in the coming days, we must not only seek a fitting refuge, but also expedite the renewal of our arsenal. Do any of you have suggestions? Whatever you say goes, boss, was the response from the muscle-bound copperhead. Let us search for a new hideout while we look for weapons. Ming Hai's suggestion prompted another eye roll from Yang Guangming. Boss, I have an idea. The previously silent Zhu Dachang timidly interjected, indicating that he had a unique approach. Yang Guangming turned to him in surprise, unable to comprehend what this seemingly shy young man could possibly propose. Jiang Chuyan simply nodded slightly, encouraging Zhu Dachang to continue. Gaining confidence from the encouragement, Zhu Dachang swallowed hard and proceeded. I know a place that might have the weapons we need. At this revelation, the eyes of the others brightened with curiosity. Meng Hai was the first to interrupt, questioning, where is it? What kind of weapons are available? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Copperhead glared, a fierce aura radiating from him. Everyone, be quiet and let him speak. Jiang Chuan shot a fierce look at the disruptive members before turning her attention back to Zhu Dachang. Where is this place? Take your time. It's down south, along Qingshi Well Road, in a small alley, at an outdoor equipment store owned by a classmate of a friend of mine. My friend once took me to a place filled not only with various knives, but also with crossbows, which were particularly exhilarating. As Zhu Dachang spoke, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with intrigue. From his words, they discerned that his connection with this friend was quite extraordinary. The outdoor equipment store nestled in this alley surely housed items that were not commonplace, but rather, contraband that ordinary individuals could scarcely acquire. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, who still cared about such things? Had they known where to procure firearms, the members of the Sealy squad would have long sought out a few guns for themselves. Possessing firearms would undoubtedly provide a significant assurance of personal safety. A hint of delight flickered across Jiang Chiyun's face, only to be replaced by a furrowed brow as she remarked. The Qingshi Well Road in the south of the city is quite distant from our current location in the east. We would have to traverse nearly half the city to reach it. Given our current capabilities, ensuring a safe arrival would be quite challenging. However, since we must eventually depart from this place, why not venture in that direction and see what we find? If it proves too difficult, we can always change our course. What do you all think? Yang Guangming mused inwardly. What else is there to consider? Of course, we shall heed the leader's guidance. Indeed. The members of the Sealy squad nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to follow Jiang Chuyun's lead, which nearly prompted Yang Guangming to roll his eyes in exasperation. Very well. Since we have settled on a destination, we must act swiftly. After breakfast tomorrow, we shall set forth towards Qingshi Well Road. Tonight, everyone should rest early. After a day of battling zombies, I imagine we are all quite exhausted. Following a thoroughly democratic discussion, this crucial meeting for the Sealy squad came to a close. Unfamiliar with their current environment, Yang Guangming had remained silent throughout, but after this meeting, he felt a twinge of regret. Was joining the Sealy squad truly the right choice? Yet, having already embarked on this treacherous journey, he could only take it one step at a time. After a simple wash, Yang Guangming returned to his room. Lying down on his single bed and slowly closing his eyes. Due to the intense physical exertion of the day, his body was utterly fatigued. And as soon as he lay on the bed, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 18. Farewell to the lucky trio. The sky was overcast. Thick clouds enveloping the city, and combined with the oppressive heat, it created an unusually stifling atmosphere. On the eastern third ring of Zhangzhou City, the streets were strewn with the chaotic remnants of automobiles, some crumpled into metal discs, others reduced to mere charred frames after catching fire. Of course, many vehicles merely bore a few dents and shattered windows, still capable of being ignited and driven, albeit looking rather forlorn. However, Disregarding whether the sounds of these automobiles might attract nearby zombies, there was simply no space left on the third ring for any vehicle to navigate. On the chaotic and filthy road, remnants of skeletal remains are strewn about, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of hell itself. Flanking the broad thoroughfare, rows of houses stand abandoned, their interiors now the haunt of grotesque zombies aimlessly wandering in search of potential prey. At a small junction leading to the eastern third ring road, a group of individuals cautiously marches forward. "Boss, I believe we should find a vehicle and drive through. Even if it attracts the surrounding zombies, they won't be able to catch us." A towering figure, nearly 6 feet tall, exclaimed with bulging eyes, respectfully addressing the sole woman in the group. This band of survivors is none other than the Thornberry Squad. After deciding last night to venture toward the southern city along Qingshijing Road, the squad diligently prepared their supplies early this morning and made their way to the eastern third ring road. Heading south along the eastern third ring allows them to evade the multitude of zombies within the city, and they anticipate easily securing necessary supplies along the way. This suggestion was put forth by Yu Kai, who had attended high school in the vicinity, and it received unanimous approval from the group. "Can cars fly?" Jiang Chuan remarked incredulously at Talk 2. I suppose they cannot." Tongdu scratched his bald head in contemplation. "Then why bother with such nonsense? Focus and be cautious not to attract the nearby zombies," Jiang Chuan admonished. After pausing briefly at the junction to assess their surroundings and discovering a lack of zombies nearby, they swiftly darted onto the ring road, utilizing the scattered remnants of vehicles to propel themselves towards the south of the city. "Look over there, a small convenience store. I wonder if we can find anything useful." Meng Hai suddenly pointed excitedly at a row of houses to the left. The group turned their gaze and indeed spotted a store among the buildings, albeit from afar. Its interior appeared disordered and likely picked over by other survivors. "Let us approach cautiously. Being so close to the roadside, there likely isn't much left." Jiang Chuan cautioned against their inclination to investigate. Their primary objective was to reach Qingshijing Road in the southern city, and they could not afford to waste time on such distractions, especially when it appeared that little remained of value. The eastern third ring road typically harbored few zombies, and it was evident that the nearby survivors had thoroughly scoured the area. If any valuable items existed, they had likely been stripped bare. As they reached the front of the row of houses, it became clear that the convenience store was in disarray. A glance revealed nothing of use remained. "Let us move on. There is no need to inspect the houses on either side. Even if there were something worthwhile, it has surely been taken." Jiang Chuan called to the disappointed Meng Hai and urged the group to continue forward. What the?" Suddenly, Kai Han, who was walking on the right, let out a startled cry, followed by a sharp curse, as his tall and slender figure swiftly jumped aside. The others then witnessed a flash of steel in Yang Guangming's hand, as he decisively severed a pair of withered hands, leaving a headless zombie bound by a seatbelt in the driver's seat of a car, glaring with its black eyes and white pupils as it emitted a low, guttural growl. This zombie had evidently been male in life, clad in what could still faintly be recognized as a shirt. Beside it, the passenger seat bore a pile of darkened bones and torn fabric, remnants of another individual who had once occupied the space, now tragically consumed by the male zombie. At that moment, Kai Han was anxiously eyeing the gaping hole in his clothing, a remnant of the earlier encounter, his expression still tinged with a hint of panic, clearly shaken by the incident. Fortunately, the zombie's ambush had not inflicted any harm upon him. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. After severing the zombie's arms, Yang Guangming pulled open the driver's side door and delivered a decisive blow to its neck, ending its grotesque existence and earning himself 1 point of positive energy. Throughout the day, Yang Guangming had dispatched over a dozen zombies, and with this latest victory, the value of his positive energy points had risen to 84 in the golden system panel within his mind. Following this incident, the group became increasingly cautious, not only scanning their surroundings, but also being wary of the vehicles scattered along the road, on guard against the claws of zombies that might reach out from the windows at any moment. As they progressed, they encountered and eliminated several more zombies, bringing Yang Guangming's tally of positive energy points to 90. Just as they passed an intersection between a side road and the ring road, a clear and urgent sound of footsteps echoed from the side road. The members of the Sealy squad turned pale. Their recent luck had been dismal, perpetually stumbling upon survivors pursued by zombies. In the blink of an eye, 3 familiar figures dashed out from the side road, pursued by a horde of more than a dozen zombies. Goodness, were these 3 individuals harbingers of disaster? How had they once again led the undead to our vicinity? Upon recognizing them, Meng Hai couldn't help but curse under his breath, his expression contorted with displeasure. These 3 were the very survivors who had narrowly escaped the previous day. And now, encountering them again meant yet another instance of their misfortune attracting zombies. Their luck had to be in the negative. Help, please. The three survivors, clearly elated to miraculously encounter the Sealy squad at this intersection, rushed toward them. Before anyone could react, they dashed past the group, continuing their frantic flight. This left the members of the Sealy squad utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? The next time I see those insufferable fools, I will surely chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. I curse these three scoundrels to an untimely demise. The crowd, filled with indignation, could only grasp their weapons and confront the dozen or so zombies that had approached them. Chapter 19. System upgrade. A horde of zombies, clawing and gnashing, surged forward, fixating their sights on the members of the Cactus team. Fueled by a desire to vanquish the fortunate trio, the group steeled themselves and advanced toward the oncoming undead. In stark contrast to the frustration and anger displayed by Jiang Chuyun and the others, Yang Guangming's heart brimmed with exhilaration. He yearned for an endless stream of zombies to confront, eager to amass more points of positive energy. Of course, he needed to ensure he could handle the onslaught. At that moment, the 8 of them stood against the horde of zombies. With focus and coordination, they could ensure that they eliminated the undead without sustaining injuries. Gripping his machete firmly, Yang Guangming was the first to charge at a nearby zombie. With a swift, gleaming arc of his blade, he severed one of the creature's arms cleanly from its body. As the zombie staggered, he deftly tripped it, sending it crashing to the ground. Without allowing it a moment to recover, he swung his machete down upon its neck with a rush of wind. A jet of dark blood sprayed across the ground as the creature's neck was cleaved nearly in half. Its remaining claw flailed futilely for a moment before it lay still. One ordinary zombie killed, gaining 1 point of positive energy. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Yang Guangming's mind, sounding remarkably pleasing. 91 points, excellent. He felt a rush of vitality coursing through him, propelling him forward to confront a second zombie. Meanwhile, the members of the Cactus team had each engaged the zombies before them. The fastest among them was undoubtedly their leader, Jiang Chuyun. This tall, cold-faced woman wielded a 2-foot-long broadsword with terrifying prowess, transforming it into a dazzling whirlwind of silver light as it descended upon a zombie's head. In a flash, a grotesque head soared into the air, and she swiftly moved on to the next target. Among the entire team, none could match Jiang Chuyun's speed in dispatching zombies. Not even the ever-enthusiastic Yang Guangming, who lagged slightly behind her. Yet, when it came to sheer visual impact in slaying zombies, none surpassed Tong Tu. Perhaps having grown accustomed to wielding steel rebar the previous day, today he brandished a hollow steel pipe over a meter long, thick as a child's arm. When swung, it exuded an aura of invincibility. Indeed, as this steel pipe whirled like a windmill, the first zombie that charged him never stood a chance. Its head was smashed to smithereens with a resounding crack, brains and blood splattering everywhere. Huh, delightful. Bring it on, Tong Tu shouted in exhilaration, swinging the steel pipe once more toward another approaching zombie. Come on, please don't fall so quickly. Leave a few for me. Ducking swiftly to evade an attacking zombie, Yang Guangming caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and was astounded to see that more than half of the previously encountered dozen zombies had already been dispatched. His heart raced with urgency, prompting him to accelerate his movements, for each slain zombie represented a point of positive energy. Upon hearing the familiar notification echo in his mind, the positive energy points displayed on the golden system panel soared to 92. Yet, before he could revel in this accomplishment, despair overtook him as he ceased his attacks, gazing helplessly at the scattered corpses of the zombies. What kind of formidable team had he joined? How could every member display such astonishing strength? Annihilating a horde of grotesque zombies in less than a minute? It was truly disheartening. However, in this perilous post-apocalyptic world, having such a powerful group of allies did bestow a sense of security. After vanquishing the horde, the members of the Thorn Pair team dared not linger and swiftly proceeded along the road. Attracting nearby zombies would spell disaster. Although they had triumphed over the zombies without incident, their animosity towards the fortunate trio who had earlier escaped their rescue was palpable. After being saved by the Thorn Pair team yesterday, the trio had vanished without a word, which had irked the group. Today's actions, however, ignited a blaze of fury within them. While it was not inherently wrong for the trio to flee, leading a horde of zombies toward the Thorn Pair team before abandoning them was utterly infuriating. Anyone in their position would wish to see them meet a dire fate. Curse those scoundrels. May they find no luck until we cross paths again. Copperhead glared with eyes like a wrathful deity, exuding an air of formidable presence. The burly figure harbored a grudge indeed. Thus, the group continued along the third ring road, dispatching stray zombies they encountered with ease. When faced with larger numbers, they would leap off the roadway, taking a detour to avoid the clusters of the undead. Yang Guangming couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as he watched numerous points of positive energy slip away. Nevertheless, He lacked the courage to confront a large group of zombies alone, although he had been immunized against the zombie virus and feared no infection. Facing 4 or 5 zombies at once would leave him with little chance of victory. With good fortune, he might escape. With ill fortune, he would become a delectable morsel for the undead. As they journeyed, the pace of zombie slaying was not rapid. Yet his system panel now reflected an impressive 96 points of positive energy, just 4 points shy of reaching the coveted 100. He felt an inkling that upon attaining this threshold, the system would indeed advance to the next level. At that moment, it seemed the system would not disappoint him. The unfolding of events confirmed Yang Guangming's intuition was indeed correct. After the Sealy team advanced several hundred meters and eliminated the scattered zombies they encountered along the way, a look of ecstatic joy finally illuminated Yang Guangming's face, almost compelling him to laugh aloud. He had slain a common zombie, earning 1 point of positive energy. With a total of 100 points accumulated, the system met the conditions for promotion to the next level. Would he like to upgrade immediately? Yang Guangming subtly clenched his left fist and bent down to wipe the blood from his blade on the tattered clothing of a headless zombie. Pondering whether to upgrade now or wait. Perhaps it was best to hold off. He was uncertain what kind of commotion an upgrade would incite. If Jiang Chuyun and the others noticed something amiss, it could lead to complications. It would be wiser to wait until nightfall, as there was no immediate urgency. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped away, and noon had arrived. Although the sun in the sky was obscured by a thick layer of dust, it did not hinder its ability to shower the earth with immense heat. The members of the Sealy team, including Yang Guangming, were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked, and their bodies weary from exertion. Taking cover behind abandoned vehicles along the road, Jiang Chuyun observed her surroundings and suggested, "Let us find a place to rest for a while, have something to eat to regain our strength before continuing." The group, parched and famished, eagerly welcomed her proposal and unanimously agreed. Soon, they spotted a 3-story building with intact doors and windows ahead on the right side of the 3rd ring road. This structure appeared to be an excellent temporary refuge for rest. As the Sealy team approached the building, Meng Hai called out loudly to inquire if anyone was inside. After a moment of silence, they began searching for a way to enter. Upon closer inspection, they noted that the first floor consisted of 3 interconnected storefronts, all secured with tightly locked roller shutters. The fallen advertisement on the ground revealed that it had once been a mobile phone shop. However, the Sealy team had little interest in exploring inside, as they presumed there would be nothing of value remaining. Earlier, Yang Guangming had learned from his companions that during the apocalypse, some mysterious energy field or magnetic force had caused all electronic components across the globe to spontaneously combust, leaving only a few low-tech items intact, and even those were scarce. Clearly, mobile phones did not fall into the category of low-tech items, and thus, without exception, they had all been reduced to scrap, rendered utterly unusable. Moreover, even if a few phones had miraculously survived, lacking a signal rendered them worthless. The upper 2 floors of the building are evidently inhabited by the owner, for to the right of these 3 storefronts lies a passage leading upstairs, with 2 crimson doors firmly shut. The large brass rings on the door, long untouched, are coated with a thick layer of dust. After ascertaining the absence of any occupants above, without needing any prompting, a seemingly inconspicuous Lu Shun approached the door, retrieved a slender piece of steel wire from his pocket, and deftly inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the lock yielded. Standing behind him, Yang Guangming blinked in surprise, reassessing Lu Shun with a newfound perspective. He mused inwardly, what manner of individuals have I encountered? Each one possesses formidable prowess, and they seem to have distinct roles. Surely they were not engaged in some specialized work before the apocalypse? Yet, what does this concern me? At the very least, they do not seem malevolent. Shaking his head, Yang Guangming dismissed his scattered thoughts, following the footsteps of the prickly pear team as they ascended the open passage. Yu Kai, bringing up the rear, made sure to close the door behind them. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they encountered a spacious hall, yet it was in disarray, as if a fierce struggle had transpired. Numerous items lay strewn across the floor, with shards of glass and ceramic littering the ground. The atmosphere grew tense as their gazes fell upon several dark brown bloodstains on the floor, long dried, but still exuding a heavy sense of dread. It was evident that, at the moment the apocalypse struck, someone in this household had been transformed into a zombie, leading to an intense confrontation. The outcome of which, whether the zombies or the survivors triumphed, remained unknown. However, such details were now inconsequential, for the prickly pear team had boldly ascended to the 2nd floor without encountering a single soul, confirming that this place was likely devoid of both zombies and survivors. Jiang Chuyun surveyed the surroundings, nodded, and declared, "Excellent. It appears to be quite safe here. Let us take a moment to eat and rest. We shall depart in an hour." Everyone promptly settled down, and Shidakyang, who bore the majority of their provisions, distributed food and water to each member. They quickly consumed their rations in silence, having endured multiple battles that morning and traversed over 10 kilometers on foot, leaving them exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. With little inclination for conversation. In a matter of moments, young Guangming devoured a large ham and a packet of crispy noodles, guzzling half a bottle of mineral water, and was just about to seek a solitary moment to fulfill the conditions for his system upgrade when he inquired, "Where's the restroom?" Simultaneously, having finished his meal, Shidakyang rose and muttered to himself as he began searching the vicinity. Soon, he made his way toward a room located at the front right of the house. Meanwhile, the others remained engrossed in their food, oblivious to Shidakyang's departure toward the restroom. However, when Shu Daqiang swung open the bathroom door, a shadow burst forth like lightning, instantly lunging towards him. A pained and terrified scream escaped Shu Daqiang's lips, and as the crowd turned to look, they saw him tumbling backward, crimson blood gushing from his face and neck. Simultaneously, the shadow, with a terrifying swiftness, charged toward the nearest Yukai. Daqiang, what the hell is that creature? How can it move so quickly? Panic ensued as everyone scrambled to grab weapons from the ground. Oh no! Yukai, the intended target of the shadow's assault, felt an overwhelming dread. With no time to grasp the short knife nearby, he rolled on the ground just in time to narrowly evade the shadow's attack. Die! At that moment, young Guangming, the first to react, seized a half-broken porcelain cup from the ground and hurled it at the shadow with great force. With a sharp sound, the shadow deftly dodged young Guangming's throw, allowing the cup to shatter on the floor, before swiftly pivoting to continue its pursuit of Yukai. It was at this moment that the crowd finally discerned the nature of the shadow. It was, unmistakably, a zombie. Yet, this was no ordinary zombie. It possessed an unnerving speed and ferocity far beyond that of typical zombies. Having just rolled on the ground, Yukai, preparing to rise and evade, caught a glimpse of the terrifying creature, which seemed to have fixated on him. Alarmed, he rolled again, crashing against the wall in a desperate attempt to escape. This thing is too fast. Everyone, let us converge and trap it. Jiang Chuan commanded gravely, leading the charge against the zombie. The members of the Cactus Squad, seasoned comrades who had fought countless battles together, unconditionally obeyed their leader's command and surged forward, effectively sealing off the zombie's escape route while indirectly aiding Yukai. With a flurry of gleaming blades, they simultaneously attacked the fearsome zombie, forcing it to momentarily abandon its pursuit of Yukai and turn to defend against their strikes. Breathless and drenched in cold sweat, Yukai leaned against the wall, pale and weak, utterly unable to rise again. In those fleeting seconds, he had felt the chilling breath of death. The zombie's sharp claws had even torn through his clothing. With a dull thud, Yang Guangming felt his machete connect with something solid, as if striking a target. A tremendous force surged back, almost causing him to lose grip of the weapon. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the wound inflicted by Yang Guangming on the zombie's arm resulted in merely a shallow gash of 1 or 2 centimeters deep. Although dark blood immediately oozed from the injury, it was but a trivial wound for the menacing creature. The defensive prowess of this zombie is astonishing. Under normal circumstances, a typical zombie would likely have its arm incapacitated by a strike from someone like Yang Guangming. With a series of dull thuds, the weapons wielded by several members of the Cactus team struck the zombie, but predictably, they only left shallow gashes, tightening the hearts of the onlookers. Fortunately, after being repeatedly assaulted, the zombie began to show some caution towards the weapons, swiftly finding a gap in the encirclement and charging out. Do not let it escape. Jiang Chuyun gritted his teeth and commanded loudly. If they failed to subdue this formidable zombie now, once it broke free from the encirclement, they would be in dire trouble. Being targeted by such a formidable creature was far from a trivial matter. At that moment, Shu Daqiang, who had somehow risen from the ground, suddenly appeared directly in front of the zombie. With a fierce leap, he tightly embraced the creature, crying out through sobs, "Kill it! Boss, please kill it!" The sudden restriction of its movement startled and enraged the zombie, which thrashed violently, but found itself unable to break free from Shu Daqiang's grasp. In retaliation, it sank its teeth deeply into Shu Daqiang's neck while its dry, claw-like fingers viciously pierced into his abdomen. Shu Daqiang emitted a series of anguished cries, yet refused to let go, blood gushing from his neck and abdomen, pooling on the ground into a small puddle. Daqiang. The members of the Cactus team cried out in despair, their eyes reddening. Jiang Chuyun reacted swiftly, lunging forward and bringing his machete down heavily upon the back of the zombie's neck, but only managed to inflict a shallow wound, failing to deliver a fatal blow. "Let me do it," Yang Guangming shouted, following closely behind. He raised his knife high, aiming for the wound Jiang Chuyun had created, and with all his strength, he brought the blade crashing down. With a sharp crack, the zombie's neck finally snapped. And a mechanical system notification echoed in Yang Guangming's mind. You have killed a level 1 evolved zombie, gaining 5 points of positive energy. Chapter 21. Changes after leveling up. You have killed a level 1 evolved zombie, gaining 5 points of positive energy. As the mechanical notification rang in his mind, a look of shock crossed Yang Guangming's face. A level 1 evolved zombie? No wonder it was so formidable. It was an evolved creature. And with just a few of them, they nearly failed to contain it. My earlier suspicions were indeed correct. These zombies can evolve and become increasingly powerful. After unexpectedly defeating a low-level mutated rat, Yang Guangming had pondered whether these mutated beings, the zombies, could also evolve and give rise to stronger individuals. Little did he know he would encounter an evolved zombie so soon. Upon meticulous observation of the evolved zombie, Yang Guangming discerned that, unlike ordinary zombies, this specimen exhibited a peculiar iron-gray hue to its skin. Its emaciated form, paradoxically, projected a greater sense of strength, and even its 10 claws appeared sharper than those of typical zombies. How formidable this creature is! It was not until Yang Guangming severed the evolved zombie's cervical vertebra with a single stroke that the members of the cactus team, still shaken, cautiously approached. Their hearts racing as they gazed at Shu Daqiang, who lay in a pool of blood. Despite the demise of the evolved zombie, one of its claws remained grotesquely embedded in Shu Daqiang's abdomen, presenting a chilling sight. Having suffered a significant loss of flesh from his neck and inflicted with such grievous wounds to his torso, Shu Daqiang found himself at the brink of death. Hearing the calls from his comrades, his bloodied visage convulsed, and with great effort, he managed to open his eyes and utter haltingly, "Boss, I'm here." "You say?" Jiang Chuyun's countenance remained serene, yet a profound sorrow flickered in the depths of her eyes. The remaining members of the cactus team stood in somber silence, their faces etched with grief as they beheld Shu Daqiang, whose breath was growing shallow. In this perilous apocalyptic world, they collectively pondered the grim reality that each day could herald their own transformation into such a state. With great exertion, Shu Daqiang turned his eyes towards his comrades, scanning their faces before imploring, "Help me. Please, don't let me turn." Before he could finish, a surge of blood surged into his throat, prompting a violent fit of coughing. His head jerked upward, eyes widened in desperation, as he seemed to struggle to articulate his previous words. Yet, before anything further could escape his lips, he appeared to exhaust his final reserves of strength, his head collapsing heavily onto the floor, and the light in his eyes swiftly extinguished. Daqiang. The collective lament of his comrades echoed, yet the reality of Shu Daqiang's death was irrevocable. Jiang Chuyun abruptly raised her head, stifling the tears that threatened to fall, and rose resolutely, declaring, "Yang Guangming, assist Daqiang. Do not allow him to become a zombie." She then urged the others, "Let us find some flammable materials. We will cremate Daqiang on the spot." Cautiously, she added, "Be wary when opening any doors. We cannot afford another incident like Daqiang's." Perhaps sensing the hesitance within the cactus team, Jiang Chuyun specifically chose Yang Guangming to fulfill Shu Daqiang's final wish. Gazing at Shu Daqiang's increasingly ashen face, Yang Guangming gritted his teeth, raising his right hand decisively before swiftly delivering a lethal blow to his neck, severing a substantial portion of it. With the cervical spine compromised, Shu Daqiang's body was forever shielded from the fate of becoming a zombie. Subsequently, the cactus team meticulously scoured the second and third floors of the building, ensuring no remaining zombies lurked within. Once assured of their safety, they gathered cotton and wooden boards, preparing to place them atop the bodies of Shu Daqiang and the evolved zombie, intending to incinerate them as they departed. Silently casting a glance at the body of Shu Daqiang, now obscured by debris, Jiang Chuyun spoke again. "Let us each find a place to rest for a while. We shall reconvene in an hour to discuss our next course of action." The unexpected demise of Shu Daqiang had completely disrupted the original plans of the Sealy squad, leaving everyone uncertain about their next steps. Should they continue towards King Shijing Road in search of that outdoor survival equipment store? Or should they alter their strategy and seek a nearby location where survival supplies could be easily procured as a new base? This warranted thorough discussion among the group. However, given that Shu Daqiang had just passed away and everyone was already physically and mentally exhausted, it was imperative that they first recuperate before deciding on their next moves. Coincidentally, Yang Guangming was also eager to find a private space to elevate his positive energy system to the next level, having met the requirements for an upgrade. Following the recent incident of Shu Daqiang's untimely death, Yang Guangming felt an intensified pressure to survive. The only way to avoid meeting a sudden end like Shu Daqiang, perhaps at the hands of an unexpectedly emerging evolved zombie, was to continually strengthen himself. Upgrading the positive energy system would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. The two-story building housed 7 or 8 bedrooms, allowing each person to occupy a room for rest. Thus, after Jiang Qian spoke, everyone instinctively moved towards their respective destinations. Upon entering an independent bedroom on the eastern side of the third floor, Yang Guangming quietly closed the door and locked it, then focused his attention inward. Before him, the golden system panel displayed a new line of text. The system has met the conditions for promotion to the next level. Would you like to upgrade? Yes or no? The words yes and no stood out prominently, exuding a three-dimensional quality. Concentrating, Yang Guangming clicked on yes, and a surge of golden light erupted from the system panel. Following a brief moment of dizziness, the text on the panel transformed, accompanied by a mechanical notification echoing in his mind. System upgraded to level 1. Reward: 1 perfect grade, tier 1 gene repair liquid. Upon hearing this, Yang Guangming's eyes brightened as he intently scrutinized the data on the system panel. Current system level: 1. To promote to level 2, 1,000 points of positive energy are required. Positive energy points: 5. Reward items: 1 perfect grade tier 1 gene repair liquid. Please claim within 24 hours, or the system will reclaim it. Well, compared to level 0, there was indeed some change. At least he now knew how many positive energy points were required for the next upgrade. A staggering 1,000 points, 10 times more than before. Yang Guangming's eyelids twitched in frustration. Did this mean he would need to eliminate 1,000 ordinary zombies to elevate the system to level 2? Even hunting level 1 evolved zombies would require 200 kills. Yet, with his current strength, he was no match for a level 1 evolved zombie. All hopes now rest upon this perfect grade first-tier gene repair serum, and one can only hope that the system will not disappoint. Having previously experienced such rewards, Yang Guangming swiftly obtained this latest system gift. As he beheld the familiar syringe materializing in his palm, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn. This system is truly lazy." Aside from the differing color of the liquid inside, this perfect-grade first-tier gene repair serum syringe is utterly identical to the previous zombie virus immunity vaccine. There's not a trace of difference to be found. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Guangming rapidly uncapped the syringe and plunged it into his left arm, injecting the crystal-clear, pale yellow liquid deep into his muscles. With a resounding boom akin to a volcanic eruption, a torrent of surging energy surged forth from the injection site, rapidly coursing throughout Yang Guangming's entire body. A searing wave of heat flowing freely within him. Intense pain radiated from every corner of his being, and after a deafening roar echoed in his mind, Yang Guangming promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 22. The uninvited guest. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, when Yang Guangming, in a haze, suddenly perceived a cacophony of sounds nearby. As if his soul had abruptly returned to its corporeal vessel, he jolted awake, realizing he was lying on the ground. Gazing out of his window, which was now obscured by a torrential downpour, the dense curtain of rain intertwined, rendering the outside world indistinguishable. A cool breeze wafted in through the window, imparting a refreshing sensation, invigorating his entire being. Pressing his hands firmly against the ground, Yang Guangming prepared to rise, yet was unexpectedly met with a substantial reactive force from the earth beneath him, propelling him upward. He stumbled for a moment before regaining his balance. As he extended his arms before him, he was astonished to discover that the muscular contours of his arms had undergone a remarkable transformation, as if they harbored an immense strength within. A slight clenching of his fists gathered explosive power in his limbs, testing his body further. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within his eyes, nearly prompting an uncontrollable outburst of laughter. Surveying the room, Yang Guangming's feet instinctively moved towards the only sturdy wooden wardrobe present. With his right hand clenched into a fist at his waist, he struck the cabinet with a resounding thud. Watching as he created a substantial hole in the solid wood, he could no longer contain himself, and a painful sensation in his abdomen hinted at an urgent need, akin to impending diarrhea, which he could no longer suppress. His expression shifting, Yang Guangming dashed out of the room and into the adjacent restroom. Moments later, the restroom door was abruptly flung open, and Yang Guangming emerged. One hand clamped over his mouth and nose, his face flushed crimson. He dashed up the stairs to the rooftop, swiftly shedding his garments before plunging into the torrential downpour. Remarkably, he clutched a bar of soap in one hand. After nearly scrubbing off a layer of his skin, he returned to the stairwell, wiping the rainwater from his face. Through the now slightly thinned curtain of rain, his gaze suddenly froze. On the third ring road below, he discerned several indistinct figures rushing towards the building where the cactus squad was resting. With brute force, they burst through the entrance, then ascended the stairs to the second floor. As this group entered the building, a horde of approximately 30 zombies, attracted by the commotion, pursued them, but were ultimately halted at the now closed door. Young Guangming's expression shifted as he hastily donned his clothes and scrambled up the stairs towards the second floor. Upon reaching the lobby, he found two factions starkly opposed to one another, both cautiously assessing each other, wary of any overly aggressive movements. One group comprised the members of the Cactus Squad, who had come to investigate the noise. The other consisted of 5 men of varying physiques, all drenched from the relentless rain. Seeing young Guangming emerge from the rooftop, soaked to the skin, both groups momentarily paused, yet their vigilance remained unyielding. Each individual bore weapons, their expressions grave. Suddenly, the leader of the 5 men, a tall figure with slanted eyes, scanned the crowd and inquired, "Friends, what is the meaning of this?" Meng Hai scoffed in response, "What do you mean? I am curious about your intentions." The slanted-eyed man narrowed his gaze slightly, stating, "We mean no harm. We merely seek a place to rest. However, it seems you are blocking our way. What does that signify?" Young Guangming, standing at the back, nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you two clowns sent by a monkey? What is this incessant questioning about meaning? How amusing." Meng Hai glanced downstairs, a cold smile gracing his lips. "This building is inherently ours. You trespass without invitation and have brought a crowd of zombies to surround us. Why should we not obstruct your passage? It is quite courteous of us to refrain from expelling you." "Oh, is that so?" The slanted-eyed man cast a scrutinizing glance at the various backpacks behind the Cactus Squad members, smirking insincerely. "Yet, you do not appear to be the rightful owners of this place. Rather, you seem to have come from elsewhere. And what of it?" Copperhead, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain himself. With a glare, he shouted, "Slanted Eye, I'll tell you this. We were here first. To gain entry and rest here, your consent is required. Otherwise, we reserve the right to expel you. Do you understand?" The man with slanted eyes experienced a violent twitch of his eyelids. After gauging the strength of both parties, he restrained himself from erupting on the spot. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at the members of the Cactus team, nodded, and forced a smile as he said, "Very well, we merely wish to take refuge here. Surely it won't inconvenience you?" After a brief pause, the man added with a hint of menace, "The outside is teeming with zombies. Venturing out would spell death. If you deny us shelter here, the consequences may not be pleasant." Meng Hai rolled his eyes in disbelief, remarking, "What nonsense. We never said you couldn't take refuge here. It's amusing how you initially approached us so aggressively, as if you had a valid point." The man's eyelids twitched again before he nodded silently. After signaling his 4 companions, they each found a spot by the staircase to sit, their expressions betraying their wariness as they observed the Cactus team across from them. Having rested for nearly an hour, the fatigue of the Cactus team members had mostly dissipated. However, with these unwelcome guests present, they found it difficult to discuss their next course of action. The relentless downpour outside further constrained their options, leaving them with no choice but to remain where they were. With nothing to occupy their time, Yukai and Kaihan, who had not eaten enough due to the sudden appearance of evolved zombies, stood up simultaneously and retrieved 2 boxes of biscuits from a food-laden backpack. They tore open the packaging and began munching noisily. Gulp. Observing their hearty consumption, Yang Guangming suddenly felt a pang of hunger, inexplicably overwhelmed by an intense craving. He quickly stepped forward to fetch something to eat. At that moment, from across the room, several audible gulps were heard. The 5 pairs of eyes beneath the slanted-eyed man fixated on the food in Yang Guangming's hands, their intense longing for sustenance unmistakably evident. Were it not for their awareness that they might not match the Cactus team in strength, these intruders might have seized the opportunity to snatch the food without hesitation. In this apocalyptic world, nothing is more precious than food. Survivor groups like the Cactus team, capable of ensuring a daily food supply, are a rare find a month into the apocalypse. It was clear that these 5 individuals did not belong to such a fortunate category. As they felt the piercing gazes directed at them, Yukai and Kaihan, perhaps intentionally flaunting their bounty, chewed loudly, the sound grating on the ears of the 5 men. At that moment, Meng Hai glanced at the relentless rain outside before turning to Jiang Chuyun and inquired, "Boss, it appears this rain won't cease any time soon. What shall we do next?" "Wait," Jiang Chuyun replied without lifting her gaze. Her hands wrapped around her knees as she quietly observed the curtain of rain outside. "Oh." Meng Hai refrained from further comment, leaning against the wall, his eyes darting around restlessly. Hiss. At that moment, among the 5 individuals across from them, a man with a punk hairstyle let out a light chuckle, turning to his companions and whispering, "Well, it seems we have a group of worthless freeloaders here. No wonder they appear so unappealing." Despite the low tone of his voice, it was just loud enough for the opposing group to hear, clearly intentional. Another man immediately chimed in with a similar tone, "Haha. If such beautiful provisions were offered to me, I would gladly accept. However, I wonder if 6 people can share it without issue, haha." Following this, He scanned Jiang Chuan with a lewd gaze, the implications unmistakable. Upon hearing the exchange between these two men, the remaining three could not help but emit perverse laughter. The members of the Thorn Pair squad were instantly incensed. Meng Hai was the first to rise, brandishing his long knife towards the two men, and shouted, "Damn it! Who the hell are you talking about?" The punk-haired man shot a sideways glance at Meng Hai and retorted, "Fool, I didn't even mention your name or surname. Why are you getting so worked up?" The members of the Thorn Pair squad could no longer contain their anger, all standing up. A palpable sense of danger radiating from each of them. Having survived in this post-apocalyptic world for so long, they had no idea how many zombies they had slain. Even young Guangming had already claimed 100 undead. To say they were devoid of killing intent when provoked would be a blatant falsehood. The man with slanted eyes furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly turning around to slap the faces of the two men. And then gave a sheepish grin to the Thorn Pair squad, saying, "Apologies, my subordinates were a bit unruly. I'm very sorry." The two men, stung by the slap, glared in fury, yet under the fierce gaze of the man with slanted eyes, they dared not speak, casting a resentful glance at the Thorn Pair squad instead. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for my knife? Young Guangming, who had remained silent at the back, suddenly stepped forward, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chapter 23. Not a single minute to waste. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for my knife? Young Guangming stood calmly, gazing at the man with slanted eyes with an unwavering demeanor, yet every person could perceive the heavy undertone of hostility in his words. The expression of the man with slanted eyes shifted slightly, his gaze wavering as he looked at young Guangming, and he inquired, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? It's quite simple," young Guangming smirked, casting a playful glance at the group with slanted eyes. "I merely find your apology rather insincere and wish to remind you that one should possess a bit more sincerity in life." The countenance of the man with slanted eyes darkened, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes as he coldly replied, "I don't understand what you're saying. I've already dealt with those two. What more do you want?" "Friend, it's best to leave some leeway in dealings. Don't go too far." "Too far?" Young Guangming erupted into uncontrollable laughter, pondering who truly exceeded the bounds of propriety. "I believe everyone understands this well enough without the need for further debate. Why waste so many words?" Before young Guangming could continue, Jiang Chuan suddenly stepped forward, pointing at the man with the triangular eyes, and coldly declared, "You two shall leave one hand behind, and I will overlook the prior incident. Otherwise," young Guangming's words caught in his throat, nearly choking as he stifled a cough. "The boss is indeed formidable. Her style is simply audacious. Shouldn't one establish the moral high ground in discourse before overpowering one's adversary with sheer strength? Isn't that far more exhilarating?" Nonetheless, since Jiang Chuan had already spoken, young Guangming found it prudent to respect her authority, stepping aside to observe how she would handle the situation. The older brother witnessed the fierce expression on Jiang Chuan's face, and the two men who had previously spoken impudently now turned pale, casting desperate glances toward the man with the triangular eyes, their voices trembling on the brink of tears. The triangular-eyed man, feeling a surge of inexplicable rage, allowed a sinister light to fill his eyes as he laughed in fury. "You wretched harlot! Do you truly believe we are easy prey? Do not be misled by your numbers. In a real fight, the outcome is uncertain. If I catch you, you shall taste the consequences of your insolence." With the facade of civility shattered, the triangular-eyed man waved his knife forward, shouting, "Brothers, charge. Once we capture this wretched harlot, we shall revel together." Recognizing that there was no turning back, his group brandished their weapons and surged toward Jiang Chuan, intending to seize the initiative to counteract their numerical disadvantage. A disdainful smirk flickered across Jiang Chuan's face as she lunged forward, her lithe and agile form akin to a cheetah. The blade in her hand cut through the air with a gleaming arc, swift as lightning. The remaining members of the Thorn Pair team were equally committed, instinctively rallying around Jiang Chuan, akin to an arrow piercing through the air. However, young Guangming, still lacking experience in coordinating with the Thorn Pair team, and eager to test his newfound prowess after receiving the perfect-grade first-level gene repair serum, charged forward from a different angle, his speed ghostly. As the triangular-eyed man stared in shock, young Guangming darted like a bolt of lightning to their flank, delivering a massive punch squarely into the side of the dyed-haired man. In his eagerness to assess his current combat capabilities, young Guangming chose not to wield a knife. With a sharp crack, the dyed-haired man had no time to utter a cry of anguish before he was sent sprawling through the air, blood spurting from his mouth even before he landed. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Young Guangming silently reveled in his excitement, although he had yet to fully acclimate to his current strength. He could feel that, at this moment, his combat prowess was at least twice that of his former self. Yang Guangming firmly believes that once he has fully acclimated to the various transformations of his body, his strength will at least double, and his overall combat capability should reach approximately 5 times that of his former self. When he encounters a first-level evolved zombie again, he will be able to contend with 2 of them barehanded, without any risk. Witnessing Yang Guangming's swift and decisive strike that rendered the punk utterly senseless, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Chuyun's eyes. Unwilling to be outdone, she retaliated with a fierce downward slash aimed at the man with triangular eyes. Just moments before, she had been startled by Yang Guangming's formidable offensive power, and now, faced with Jiang Chuyun's ruthless assault, the triangular-eyed man appeared visibly flustered. Hastily raising his blade in a desperate attempt to block, with a resounding clang and a shower of sparks, he emitted a muffled grunt, nearly collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chuyun's ferocious strike sent the weapon he had barely managed to raise flying from his grasp, continuing its momentum to strike his shoulder. Had the triangular-eyed man not reacted swiftly, mitigating some of the force downwards, the strike would have severed his arm entirely. A look of horror crossed his face as he stumbled sideways, barely evading the subsequent attack from Meng Hai. His previous bravado completely vanished. He could hardly believe how formidable this group was. Fortune favored the triangular-eyed man, as his injuries were not severe. However, his companion was not as fortunate. This man, who had previously insulted the Cactus Pair squad, found himself thrown off balance by a cunning thrust from Yukai, and before he could regain his footing, the hollow steel pipe wielded by Tong Tu came crashing down with the force of thunder. With a dull thud, he barely had time to utter a sound before half of his skull caved in, an eyeball popping out and rolling several meters away. In a single encounter, the triangular-eyed man's side had suffered 1 death and 2 injuries. The fate of the other 2 men was equally grim. One had managed to hold his ground against Kai Hanzhou, the weakest member of the Cactus Pair squad, but was soon stealthily approached by Lu Shun, who stabbed him viciously in the back. After a ghastly scream, he collapsed into a pool of blood. The other, overwhelmed by the one-sided battle unfolding before him, felt his heart race with terror and hastily turned to flee down the stairs. In such haste to encounter zombies below? Allow me to accompany you on your journey. Yang Guangming thought with a light chuckle, executing a flamboyant spinning kick that struck the man squarely in the lower back. With a sharp crack of bone, a scream escaped the man's lips as his body contorted mid-air, crashing against the entrance below, silencing him forever. After completing the flying kick, Yang Guangming felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. Such actions, once unimaginable to him, have now become effortlessly executable, illustrating the terrifying advantages bestowed by the extraordinary first-level gene repair serum. The triangular-eyed man, with a wound on his shoulder gushing blood, could not suppress his trembling knees and collapsed to the ground, his face ashen and a tumult of fear, panic, and disbelief swirling in his eyes, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. A puddle of pale yellow liquid seeped from between his legs, filling the air with a pungent odor. The members of the Cactus Squad regarded the sobbing, tear-streaked man on the ground with disdain, choosing silence as they cast questioning glances towards Jiang Chuyun, maintaining her customary icy demeanor. Jiang Chuyun stepped forward and swiftly slashed the man's throat, her tone cold and contemptuous. Dealing with trash like you takes less than a minute. Clutching his neck, which was spewing blood, the triangular-eyed man was engulfed in regret and despair, his consciousness gradually slipping away as he felt the world around him descend into a suffocating darkness. In less than a minute, the triangular-eyed gang was entirely annihilated, leaving a heavy stench of blood lingering in the air. Outside, the torrential rain began to lessen, while the zombies lingering around the building were drawn to the sounds of the conflict above, frantically circling like ants on a hot pan, unable to penetrate the defenses. However, this was merely a temporary situation. As the scent of blood began to waft outside, the zombies would inevitably break through the doors below and swarm in. This building was no longer safe. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Chuyun surveyed the hall and cast a final glance at the cotton covering Shidaqiang's corpse before speaking. We cannot stay here. Everyone gather your belongings. When the zombies come up, we will jump out the window. After speaking, she exchanged a meaningful look with Yang Guangming but said nothing more. While she harbored doubts about his earlier display of strength, the members of the Cactus Squad had witnessed Yang Guangming's growth over the past few days. They could not deny that he possessed remarkable combat talent. After facing hundreds of zombies, his abilities had undergone a meteoric transformation. Just moments ago, it seemed he had experienced yet another significant enhancement, a truly terrifying gift. Naturally, the Cactus Squad members could never have imagined that Yang Guangming was operating under extraordinary circumstances, far beyond the ordinary. One day, he would grow to a level that they could scarcely conceive, as the undead have yet to breach the door. The group swiftly organized their earlier provisions, subsequently scavenging through the storage room and kitchen of the two-story building, reaping a bountiful harvest of supplies. They secured a bag of rice weighing approximately 70 to 80 pounds, a nearly half-consumed 10-kilogram barrel of vegetable oil, and various seasonings such as salt. Regrettably, due to a month-long power outage, several pounds of meat and a variety of vegetables in the kitchen refrigerator had completely spoiled, leaving the group with a sense of loss. After waterproofing all the supplies, the group reconvened in the hall, casting a somber glance at the lifeless body of Shu Daqiang beneath the clutter of cotton and debris. Jiang Chuyan stepped forward to ignite a pile of scrap paper meant for kindling. As the flames danced, thick smoke began to waft upwards, and large tongues of fire surged from the flammable materials, casting an ever-changing expression on the faces of the onlookers. Suddenly, a series of violent crashes echoed from downstairs, and the two large doors, unable to withstand the assault, were forcefully broken open by the encroaching horde of zombies. A throng of grotesque creatures surged forward, with the foremost zombies pouncing upon the body of the man whom Yang Guangming had previously kicked aside, claws and teeth tearing into flesh with ravenous urgency. The following zombies showed no hesitation, swarming upwards towards the second floor, their black eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glow, sending shivers down the spines of the Sealy squad. Go! Jiang Chuyan shouted, casting a rope tied to the window downwards, signaling for everyone to escape swiftly. Boss, you all go ahead. I'll hold them off. Yang Guangming declared to Jiang Chuyan, turning to stand guard behind the group, hands gripping his knife, legs slightly bent, ready for combat at any moment. Jiang Chuyan nodded silently, while Ming Hai and the others glanced at Yang Guangming with a flicker of gratitude. Little did they know that Yang Guangming's decision to take the rear guard was driven by his desire to accumulate the positive energy points represented by these zombies. It is known that advancing from level 1 to level 2 requires a substantial 1,000 points of positive energy. Thus, Yang Guangming could not afford to overlook any opportunity to gain such points. The charging zombies were initially drawn to the bodies of the triangular-eyed man and others, with only a few approaching the Sealy squad, posing no significant threat to Yang Guangming at the moment. This was still under the condition that Yang Guangming had not fully adapted to his newfound abilities. Once he had completely integrated the capabilities bestowed by the perfect-grade first-level gene repair fluid, he would be capable of single-handedly confronting this horde of undead. Excluding Jiang Chuyan, the members of the Sealy squad bore varying sizes of backpacks, yet their retreat remained impressively swift. As the first zombie reached their vicinity, only Jiang Chuyan and Lu Shun remained behind Yang Guangming. Subsequently, as Lu Shun descended the rope, he was astonished to witness Yang Guangming leap into action against an oncoming zombie. With a deft twist of his waist, Yang launched into the air, extending his right leg in a high whip kick that struck the zombie squarely on the head. With a sharp crack, the creature's cervical vertebra was shattered, sending its body careening several meters away, where it collapsed, unable to rise again. As he landed, Yang Guangming, resembling a cheetah in his swiftness, surged forward, his machete slicing through the air like a silver flash of lightning, with the precision of cutting through tofu. He cleanly severed the neck of another zombie that had followed closely behind. Yet, this was merely the beginning, harnessing the momentum from his strike. Yang exerted force from his waist, executing a graceful 360-degree turn midair, and his rigid right leg descended upon the third zombie's face with a resounding thud. Dark, viscous blood splattered as the zombie's visage caved in, sending it tumbling backward, inadvertently colliding with two other unsuspecting zombies, which rolled down the staircase in a chaotic tumble. Perched on the windowsill, ready to descend, Jiang Chuyan widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, her exquisitely rosy lips parting slightly in disbelief. Could it be that this fellow had transformed into such a formidable force today? Typically confident in her own combat prowess, Jiang Chuyan found herself reluctantly acknowledging that. Compared to Yang Guangming in this moment, her abilities fell short. She distinctly remembered just a few days prior when she had rescued him, and he had seemed like an inexperienced novice. Shaking her head slightly, Jiang Chuyan's long, agile legs propelled her off the windowsill, and as she grasped the rope, she descended to the ground with the grace of a spider, landing deftly on the open space below. Boss, where's that guy? Upon seeing Jiang Chuyan land, Tong Tu inquired with an involuntary hint of concern in his voice. Do not worry. He should be down shortly, Jiang Chuyan replied, her expression stoic. As her gaze swept the surroundings, she noted the absence of zombies. Realizing that the 2 or 3 dozen that had previously encircled the house had been lured inside by the scent of blood from the second floor. However, Jiang Chuyan felt no anxiety for Yang Guangming. Given the combat prowess he had just displayed, even if he encountered difficulties, he would undoubtedly be able to escape unscathed. On the second floor, Having just gained 3 points of positive energy, young Guangming remained unsatisfied as he nimbly navigated through the throngs of zombies. His machete flashed with brilliance, each strike accompanied by a spray of dark blood, and only after he deftly slipped through the gaps did the zombies begin to fall one after another. Kill a regular zombie, gain 1 point of positive energy. Kill a regular zombie, gain 1 point of positive energy. After vanquishing a common zombie, a series of mechanical beeps resonated in Yang Guangming's mind, eliciting a grin at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, confronted by a relentless horde of zombies, Yang Guangming unexpectedly pivoted, sprinted a few paces, and leaped onto the windowsill. Grasping a rope in one hand and a bloodied machete in the other, he gracefully descended amidst the predatory gazes of the undead below. Chapter 25. We seek democracy, not poisonous vegetables. Have you dealt with them all? As Yang Guangming leaped down from the second-floor window, Jiang Chuan suddenly interjected with a question. How could that be? I'm not Superman. Yang Guangming responded, casting a curious glance at Jiang Chuan, sensing a peculiar difference in her demeanor compared to her usual self. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. After all, she still wore her customary frosty expression. The remaining members of the Sealy squad shared a moment of astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances at Yang Guangming and Jiang Chuan, though none dared to speak. Oh, then let us proceed. We shall seek refuge elsewhere from the rain, Jiang Chuan declared, leading the way into the downpour. Jogging ahead along the path, the group exchanged skeptical looks, unable to contain their curiosity before following Jiang Chuan closely. Although the rain had lessened somewhat, prolonged exposure would still leave one drenched to the bone. A few minutes later, the Sealy squad discovered a temporary haven. After wiping the rain from their faces, they gathered around a fire to dry their damp clothing and began discussing their forthcoming journey. Undoubtedly, the unexpected demise of Shu Daqiang had cast a significant shadow over their future endeavors. Originally, they had intended to head to Qingshi Well Road in the southern part of the city to seek an outdoor survival equipment store, hoping to replenish their weapons. However, with Shu Daqiang, the sole individual acquainted with its location, now gone, locating a modest shop amidst the numerous alleys flanking Qingshi Well Road would be a formidable challenge. This is our predicament. What should we do next? I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. After outlining their current situation, Jiang Chuan judiciously handed the decision-making power to the group, recognizing the gravity of their collective survival. Whatever you say, boss, we shall follow your lead. Copperhead was the first to voice his agreement, his tone resolute, indicating complete obedience to the leader's directives. The others could not help but roll their eyes, aware that this muscle-bound individual never shared his own opinions, always deferring to Jiang Chuan's commands. If she directed them eastward, he would resolutely avoid the west. If she called for the hunting of dogs, he would never pursue chickens. Cough, cough. Meng Hai cleared his throat, stepping forward to offer his suggestion. Boss, I believe we should seek out that outdoor survival equipment store. Due to the fact that most of the blades at our disposal have become dull or chipped, failure to replace them promptly may lead to their complete obsolescence. The absence of reliable weapons can be perilous. I dissent. The slender figure of Yu Kai was the first to voice opposition. After surveying the group, he continued, with Dachong gone, we are unfamiliar with that area. Encountering danger could lead us to an irretrievable plight. Furthermore, finding a small outdoor survival gear shop along the entirety of Qingxijing Road is a challenge we are all well aware of. No need for me to elaborate. Excellent. The score stands at 1-1. Jiang Chuan quietly nodded, her gaze shifting to the others. I concur with Meng Hai's perspective. Speaking of danger, wherein the entirety of Zhangzhou City is devoid of it, the pressing matter is to promptly replace our weapons so we can ensure our safety to the greatest extent possible. The usually reticent Lu Shun lifted his eyelids to glance at Meng Hai, indicating his support. 1-2. The members of the Thorn Pair squad turned their attention toward Kai Han. Kai Han raked his fingers through his unruly hair. Taking a moment before expressing his opinion, I still side with you, Kai. Given our capabilities, as long as we do not delve into the city center, we should be relatively safe. As for supplies, finding them shouldn't be overly difficult, right? 2-2. All eyes then shifted to Yang Guangming. I heed the leader's words. The group expected Yang Guangming, who had recently exhibited remarkable performance, to offer his own insights. However, he unhesitatingly passed the responsibility back to Jiang Chuan. At such times, it is prudent to refrain from making hasty declarations. One can never know if one might incur the wrath of either side. Regardless, with my current abilities, I possess sufficient confidence to face whichever decision they ultimately arrive at. Indeed, after the injection of that perfect-grade first-level gene repair fluid, Yang Guangming's strength has seen a significant enhancement, and his mindset has begun to transform, instilling him with newfound self-assurance. Very well, The score remains 2-2, and the decision-making power has returned to Jiang Chuyan. She felt somewhat exasperated by Yang Guangming's evasiveness. Yet the authority now lay in her hands. The future course of the Thorn Pair squad awaited her decree. I propose this. Our supplies should sustain us for approximately 10 days, so let us find a secure location upon reaching the southern part of the city to rest, and then seek out that outdoor survival gear store. After synthesizing both sides' opinions, Jiang Chuyan decisively charted the course for their ensuing actions. Though the rain outside had lessened considerably, there were no signs of it abating, and the time had progressed to the afternoon, rendering it unwise to continue traveling. The building where the Thorn Pair squad currently resided appeared relatively secure, with no indications of significant zombie activity in the vicinity. Thus it was designated as their resting point for the night. Although the team of prickly pears had discovered several dozen pounds of rice and an ample supply of oil and salt in the recently explored building, they were unable to indulge in a delightful dinner. The root of their predicament was the scarcity of water. Over a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and the city's water supply system had long since collapsed. Survivors struggled to find drinking water, had it not been for the occasional discovery of bottled, encased mineral water. Many of them would have perished from dehydration rather than the onslaught of zombies. Thus, the team's dinner consisted of mere packaged meals and biscuits, washed down with mineral water, sufficient to satiate their hunger, yet lacking in flavor. During dinner, Yang Guangming suddenly realized that his appetite had inexplicably surged. He consumed twice the amount of food he usually did, and still felt unsatisfied. Had he not feared raising suspicions among his comrades? He believed he could have devoured enough food for 2 people. What on earth was happening? A moment's reflection led him to the source of this anomaly. It must be the result of the perfect level first-tier gene repair serum he had injected at noon. This mysterious elixir, a reward from the positive energy system for reaching level 1, had not only significantly enhanced Yang Guangming's strength, but had also drastically increased his appetite, transforming him into a voracious eater. Chapter 26. The first solo mission. Goodness, am I going to eat the organization out of house and home? Yang Guangming cursed silently in his heart, forcing himself to temper his desire to continue eating. It would be wiser to gradually increase his food intake. Consuming 3 or 4 portions in front of the team would undoubtedly lead them to view him as a monster. Yet the hunger in his belly persisted. After a brief contemplation, he devised a plan. He stood up and addressed Jiang Chuyan beside him. Boss, I'm going out for a stroll to assess the situation around us. What is this fool thinking? Upon hearing Yang Guangming's words, the prickly pear team members looked up in astonishment, perplexed by his request. Yes, he was formidable, capable of facing several opponents single-handedly. But could he outmatch a horde of zombies? No matter how skilled one might be, facing a large group of zombies would likely result in being torn to shreds. Moreover, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the earth, the strength of these zombies could increase by nearly 50%. In the darkness, these terrifying creatures experienced a significant boost in both reaction speed and sensory perception, rendering them a nightmarish presence for human survivors. Typically, during the day, an ordinary survivor wielding a weapon would have little to fear from a solitary zombie, provided they remained composed. However, when night fell, a single zombie posed a considerable threat to an ordinary survivor. If a survivor found themselves besieged by 2 zombies at night, congratulations. They would soon become a delectable meal for the undead. As dusk approaches, there are scarcely 2 hours left until nightfall. Thus, the request made by Yang Guangming left everyone perplexed. However, given that Yang had only recently joined the Sealy squad, the others refrained from dissuading him, sharing a tacit understanding to remain silent. Jiang Chuyan lifted her gaze to Yang Guangming, paused in contemplation, and without uttering a word, simply nodded in acquiescence. This was not an endorsement of Yang Guangming's venture into peril, but rather a conclusion drawn from the outcomes of the 2 battles earlier that day. She surmised that his strength would likely keep him safe, thus agreeing to his request. Very well, since it is inconvenient to indulge in a hearty meal here, I shall venture out in search of sustenance. Surely, I can procure ample food. The sensation of hunger is truly unpleasant. Observing Jiang Chuyan's lack of opposition, Yang Guangming smiled and nodded at her before promptly turning and striding outside, his light footsteps soon fading from the ears of the onlookers. I wager, if that fellow does not return before nightfall, he may never come back. Meng Hai suddenly interjected, asserting his judgment with conviction. I believe he will return. Otherwise, the leader would not have allowed him to go, Tong Tu countered, basing his argument on Jiang Chuyan's non-resistance. Were Yang Guangming to hear Tong Tu's words, he would surely think, who claims this lad is all muscle and no brains? At least in this instance, he speaks quite wisely. As the day wanes, coupled with the persistent drizzle, the sky casts a gloomy pall, instilling a sense of oppressive foreboding. Yang Guangming, wielding a slightly dulled machete, marred by several nicks. Navigated a narrow alley adjacent to the third ring road, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Yet, with a surge of hunger swelling within him, Yang Guangming's primary focus remained on diligently scanning the area for potential sources of food. Tap, tap, tap. A sudden, rigid sound of footsteps emanated from the left ahead, causing Yang Guangming's ears to perk up instinctively. He hastened a few steps towards the corner of the alley. It was evident that these stilted footsteps belonged to zombies, and their numbers were few. Although the principal aim of his solo excursion was to seek food, Yang Guangming also hoped to encounter solitary zombies, eager to accrue some positive energy points for himself. The thought of the vast number of positive energy points required to elevate the system to level 2 weighed heavily on him. If he did not seize every moment to slay more zombies, who knew how long it would take to amass that daunting total of 1,000 points? As he turned the corner, a glimmer of hope brightened his expression, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. 3 ordinary zombies wandered aimlessly ahead, 2 of which were adorned in the attire of urban beauties. The tap, tap, tap he had heard earlier was indeed the sound of their high heels striking the ground. Oddly enough, even after more than a month of transformation into these inhuman creatures, how could their high heels still fit their feet? Yang Guangming pondered over this perplexing matter, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that it was unsolvable. Yet, he thought, as long as they could provide me with a semblance of positive energy, it mattered little whether they wore shoes or not. At that moment, the 3 lingering zombies had already noticed the approaching Yang Guangming. In an instant, they resembled famished wolves spotting a lamb, or like ravenous hounds catching sight of a bone, as they lunged towards him with alarming haste. Their claws bared in a terrifying display. How eager they are to meet their demise. He mused. Very well, I shall oblige. In the past, the sight of 3 zombies charging towards him would have sent Yang Guangming fleeing without a second thought. However, at this moment, he merely scoffed, and with a sudden movement, sprinted forth like a bolt of lightning. A brilliant flash of his blade whizzed past the face of one male zombie, which was then astonished to find itself seemingly airborne, only to witness its own headless body stagger forward. With a single stroke, Yang Guangming had severed the creature's head. He nimbly ducked beneath the enthusiastic embraces of 2 female zombies, then twisted his body, swiftly swinging his machete to decapitate one of them with remarkable precision. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Yang Guangming abruptly halted his advance, spun around, and with a mighty kick, struck the other female zombie in the rear, where her tattered skirt clung to her form. Oddly enough, it seems quite resilient, he noted. The force of the blow caused the female zombie to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Before she could rise, Yang Guangming stepped forward and delivered a decisive blow to the back of her neck, sending her grotesque head rolling away. Ah, good heavens. It seems I've developed a fondness for the act of decapitation, Yang Guangming reflected, gazing at the 3 headless corpses strewn before him. He realized that he had recently come to appreciate this clean and efficient method of dispatching zombies, though he hoped it would not be deemed too gruesome. Yet, what could one expect when the zombie's sole weakness lay above the neck, compared to others who preferred to crush their enemies' skulls with brute force? Yang Guangming considered his method to be far more civilized and equally effective. With 3 points of positive energy secured, he wasted no time and pressed onward through the alley. His current aim was to locate a small shop, such as a convenience store. He had no intention of rummaging through residential areas. As a month had passed, and any food would likely have spoiled by now, he hoped for a stroke of good fortune today, to discover a convenience store that had not been visited by other survivors. If successful, he could indulge in a hearty meal and gather a bounty of food to bring back, surely dazzling Jiang Chuyun with his spoils. Yang Guangming cautiously made his way along the road, his thoughts drifting to Jiang Chuyun and her exceptionally bright, beautiful eyes. He could not help but acknowledge that while Jiang Chuyun's appearance might only be rated around 80, she possessed a charm that seemed to grow more captivating with each passing day, revealing hidden beauty in her visage. Unfortunately, despite her allure, she emanated an icy demeanor and displayed formidable strength, which was not to his taste. He instinctively shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Having only recently entered this apocalyptic world, Yang Guangming still held the belief that women should embody gentleness and thoughtfulness. A woman like Jiang Chuyun, who perpetually wore a cold expression and exuded an indomitable spirit, left him rather indifferent. Suddenly, what was that? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past. However, he refrained from pursuing it recklessly. In this perilous new world, a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. He certainly did not wish to lose his newfound strength due to a moment of curiosity. Moreover, his stomach was growling with urgency, leaving little room for distractions. His singular focus was to find sustenance to quell his hunger. The narrow alley was relatively devoid of zombies, and after dispatching the 3 he encountered earlier, he walked over 100 meters before confronting the next group, which consisted of only 2. He swiftly dealt with them and continued down the alley. Ah, there truly is a small convenience store. After searching for nearly half an hour, Guangming finally stumbled upon a small shop. From a distance, he noticed the door was ajar, though he could not ascertain whether it had been visited by other survivors. Surely, those in the vicinity would be aware of its presence. With a mindset of exploring regardless of the outcome, he approached quickly and stepped inside, immediately greeted by the chaotic scene within. The store was quite small, barely measuring over 10 square meters, with only a single shelf that had been entirely stripped of its goods. Scattered across the floor were a hodgepodge of items, useless or spoiled food, devoid of any value. Undeterred, Guangming wielded his machete and meticulously searched the area, only to feel disheartened upon realizing that the store had indeed been thoroughly ransacked by other survivors, leaving not a single item behind. Damn it. I knew it would be like this. Guangming muttered in frustration, shaking his head as he exited the convenience store. Suddenly, it seemed as though he sensed something. As he abruptly turned his head to glance behind him, yet found nothing amiss. Am I so famished that my mind is playing tricks on me? How could I feel as if something is following me? To affirm his sanity, Guangming steadied himself, narrowed his eyes, and scrutinized his surroundings carefully, but discovered nothing out of the ordinary. Shaking his head, he continued to stride forward along the narrow alley. By now, the sky had grown somewhat dim, and there was roughly an hour until nightfall. If he was unable to find food soon, he would have to contemplate the journey back. It was all due to the scarcity of zombies in this area that survivors felt emboldened to venture anywhere, leaving no resources behind. Muttering under his breath, Guangming suddenly altered his course, opting not to proceed further down the alley, but instead turned at an intersection and entered another side path. This new path was considerably more spacious than the previous alley, and judging by the buildings that flanked it, it had once been a bustling thoroughfare. In such locations, one could surmise that zombies would be more plentiful, thereby discouraging ordinary survivors from risking their lives to scavenge here. The absence of other survivors indicated that the resources along this route were unlikely to have been pillaged, thus increasing Guangming's chances of finding something to eat. Indeed. Shortly after entering this path, he encountered a small group of zombies, numbering around 10. Faced with such a formidable gathering, even the current Guangming was reluctant to take that risk. What to do? He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, and then his eyes lit up as he charged towards the zombies. As soon as the 10 or so zombies noticed him, he came to an abrupt halt and leisurely jogged back along the path he had come, ensuring that the zombies remained focused on their target. As the pursuing zombies drew ever closer, a smile unconsciously crept onto Guangming's lips. In a sudden burst of agility, he leapt gracefully onto a low wall beside him. The wall was only about 2 meters high, yet it was just sufficient to keep the zombies at bay, even when they stretched out their arms. They could not quite reach the top. Perched atop the wall, Guangming awaited patiently, his machete poised for action. Before long, the first zombie lunged at him, claws flailing in a futile attempt to grasp him. No matter how hard it tried, it could not reach Guangming perched above. Huh. Come and bite me if you can, he taunted, a grin spreading across his face as he swiftly severed the zombie's forelimbs with 2 deft strokes of his machete, significantly diminishing its offensive capability. Quickly repositioning himself, Guangming soon found another zombie charging towards him. As it extended its claws in attack, he executed his technique with precision, cleanly severing both its forearms at the elbows. The zombies were oblivious to the sensation of pain, even when their forearms were severed by Guangming. They continued to snarl with gaping, bloodied mouths, intent on dragging him down from the wall to indulge in a hearty feast. Moments later, Guangming methodically dispatched the claws of a dozen zombies using the same technique, leaving a scattering of severed appendages at the wall's base, their black blood splattering the surface in a striking inkwash painting. Ah, soon you shall be sent to the afterlife. With a firm push, Guangming leapt from the wall, vaulting behind the horde of zombies. The ensuing task became exceedingly simple, with the formidable strength he possessed. Dealing with 12 clawless zombies was merely a matter of exerting a bit more effort. Minutes later, the road was littered with 12 headless corpses, the ground awash in their dark blood. Although he had acquired 12 points of positive energy, a frown creased Guangming's brow as he glanced down at the machete in his hand, his lips curling in a pained grimace. The blade was smeared in a thick layer of black blood, marred by numerous chips along its edge, with even the unblemished sections showing varying degrees of dullness. It was evident that this machete had reached the end of its usability. However, until he could procure a new weapon, he had no choice but to continue wielding this one, as it was his only means of defense. He hoped the team's next endeavor would proceed smoothly. Once they reached the outdoor survival equipment store on Qingshirwell Road, he could replace it with a more suitable weapon. Shaking his head, young Guangming was about to resume his journey when a sudden tremor coursed through him, prompting him to look up. To his astonishment, he spotted a black cat. Nearly a meter in length, perched upon a wall, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light as it scrutinized him. Unexplainably, young Guangming perceived a hint of wariness in the cat's gaze. What on earth? How can a cat be this large? Could it possibly be a mutated creature? With this thought, he became instantly alert, wary of the formidable feline. If it were to attack, it would certainly not be a trivial matter. Yet, young Guangming's concerns proved somewhat unfounded. As the black cat appeared equally apprehensive of him, its interest seemingly diverted to something behind him, revealing a glint of avarice in its eyes. It seemed this creature desired to feast upon the corpses of the zombies. Young Guangming quickly grasped the cat's intention and felt a slight relief wash over him. He raised his hands in a gesture of disinterest toward the bodies, signaling to the feline, "Help yourself, my friend," as he cautiously began to step away from the mutated cat. Chapter 28. Fruit Supermarket. With utmost caution, young Guangming moved forward, each step measured to avoid any hint of carelessness. He could clearly perceive that the enormous mutated black cat exuded an intense aura of danger. Should this creature launch an attack, the outcome would be uncertain. As young Guangming gradually retreated from the area, the wary glint in the cat's eyes began to dissipate. It let out a soft meow and gracefully leaped down from the wall. Had it not been for the cat's peculiar size, young Guangming would never have suspected it to be a mutated being, for its call resembled that of an ordinary feline. And even its descent was devoid of any noticeable distinction. As he turned a corner, young Guangming was taken aback to witness the mutated black cat upon landing, not disturbing the headless corpses. Instead, it approached a zombie's severed head, deftly extending its paw to extract a grayish brain. "Leave quickly, this cat is far too eerie." A chill seeped into young Guangming's bones, startled by the last image seared into his mind. A colossal black cat that feasted solely on zombie brains, possessing an uncanny ability to vanish and reappear, was truly unsettling. Such a creature should be avoided at all costs to ensure one's safety. After distancing himself from the mutated cat by over 100 meters, young Guangming suddenly gathered his strength and sprinted forward, neglecting even the few zombies he encountered along the way. It was not until he entered a street approximately 5 to 6 meters wide that he finally halted, panting slightly as he steadied himself. "Damn it, I hope that strange black cat won't pursue me further. Where have I wandered off to? What is this place?" Although he had escaped the terror instilled by the mutated cat, young Guangming lamentably realized he was utterly lost. Even if he turned back immediately, it seemed unlikely he could find the dwelling where Team Seeley was resting. "Never mind, once I find some food, I will locate a taller building, climb up, and survey the area to pinpoint the location of the third ring road. From there, I can surely find Jiang Chuyun and the others." The street before him was littered with abandoned vehicles, indicating that it was once a bustling thoroughfare. However, for reasons unknown, young Guangming had not encountered any zombies here. Wait a moment. Young Guangming's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the surroundings of the discarded vehicles. Corpses of zombies lay strewn across the street, black blood pooling everywhere, and a faint, metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Previously, due to the wind direction, he had not detected the odor. But now he realized that the absence of zombies was not due to their non-existence. Rather, they had all been eradicated. It is evident that a substantial group of survivors is scouring this area for supplies. The sheer number of zombie corpses littering the streets exceeds 100, and they have only recently been dispatched. Young Guangming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nimbly advanced down the street. The presence of such a large survivor team indicates that this thoroughfare must be teeming with abundant resources to warrant such a draw. Whatever the contents may be, young Guangming stealthily followed, believing that with careful observation, he would certainly glean some benefits. He did not harbor the illusion that these survivors could thoroughly vanquish the zombies here. As he progressed, the ground was strewn with the remains of zombies, interspersed with the bodies of some survivors, likely disposed of by their companions to prevent infection and mutation. The scene resembled a hellish tableau, replete with bloodshed and terror. After traversing approximately 500 to 600 meters, young Guangming finally discerned a cacophony of sounds emanating from ahead. Though the clamor had been deliberately subdued, it was still distinctly audible to his ears. His eyes brightened as he rounded a corner and beheld a large throng of zombies encircling a small group of survivors less than 200 meters ahead. Both parties engaged in a fierce struggle. A rough estimate revealed that there were at least 200 to 300 zombies, while the survivors numbered merely in the dozens. Were it not for the abandoned vehicles forming a makeshift defensive perimeter, these survivors would stand little chance against the relentless horde. As he drew closer, young Guangming could finally see clearly. Adjacent to the battlefield, a substantial storefront bore a massive sign proclaiming the establishment as Green Friends Fruit Supermarket. It was no wonder the survivors were undeterred by the dense presence of zombies. They must have anticipated the treasure trove of food within. Young Guangming's excitement surged, and he felt an undeniable urge to investigate further. Though over a month had passed since the apocalypse began, rendering most of the fruits likely rotten, it was conceivable that some long-lasting varieties remained edible. Given the supermarket's expansive area of over 100 square meters, even if 99% of the fruit were spoiled, the remaining 1% would still constitute a considerable quantity. However, he questioned whether any fruit could endure a month in such sweltering conditions. Yang Guangming's skepticism deepened. He had never heard of fruit capable of surviving in extreme heat for that duration. While many fruits are typically stored in refrigerated display cases, the lack of electricity posed a significant challenge. Despite these doubts, Yang Guangming had no intention of retreating. The determination of the survivors, willing to risk their lives for this location, suggested they knew something crucial, that ample food could indeed be found here. In the apocalyptic world, the value of food surpasses all else. Nothing holds greater worth than sustenance. Aside from food, items such as gold, jewels, and diamonds are merely worthless heaps of metal refuse, only garnering a fleeting glance from the survivors. With so many zombies around, should I lend a hand? If I refrain from assisting and these survivors manage to eliminate all the zombies, they are unlikely to permit me to partake in the spoils, are they? Concealed behind a car a few dozen meters away from the fruit supermarket, young Guangming felt a flicker of conflict within. Chapter 29. No need for thanks. Just call me Lei Feng. Foolishness. These survivors are already encircled by zombies. As long as I remain cautious and avoid drawing their attention, I could easily waltz in without a care. After grappling with his thoughts for a moment, Yang Guangming nearly slapped his forehead in realization. Although this group of survivors numbered in the dozens, they were currently besieged by 200 to 300 zombies, rendering them powerless even if they saw him enter the supermarket. In such a situation, to consider their feelings would be an act of folly. Coming to this understanding, Yang Guangming swiftly and silently advanced toward the entrance of the supermarket. Despite the battlefield being only a few meters away, the survivors had effectively drawn the zombies' focus, allowing him to approach the supermarket entrance with ease. Hey, stop right there. This fruit supermarket was discovered by us first. If you dare to make a move, I'll ensure you can't survive in the southern district of Zhangzhou. As Yang Guangming confidently approached the doors, a survivor finally noticed his arrival and immediately raised a commotion. Upon hearing the first cry, the others quickly followed suit, their eyes blazing with urgency as they threatened him, asserting that if he dared to touch anything inside the supermarket, that would make his life in the southern district unbearable. Do I look intimidated by you? Yang Guangming disdainfully flashed them a middle finger and strode into the supermarket without hesitation. Just how vast is the southern district of Zhangzhou? In this world overrun by zombies, to think that a mere group of dozens would dare to declare such threats is utterly ridiculous. Yang Guangming would not be foolish enough to take their empty threats seriously. Moreover, this place operates on a first-come, first-served basis. Who decrees that just because they discovered it first, it belongs to them? What would happen if anyone claimed that every location in Zhangzhou with survival resources was theirs? Would the other survivors simply resign themselves to despair? Rest assured, in such a large supermarket, I can hardly carry away much. In the end, most of it will still belong to you. With a buoyant mood, Yang Guangming burst through the door, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the surroundings, only to be taken aback by what he encountered. Upon witnessing the current state of the fruit supermarket, Yang Guangming was immediately rendered speechless. Standing frozen in place as a torrent of frustration surged through his mind, before him lay shelves devoid of any intact fruit. Everything was so thoroughly decayed that it held no vestige of value. How foolish of me not to foresee this. With over a month having passed, and the heat so oppressive, even the most resilient fruits could not endure such an extended duration. A pungent, musty odor assaulted his senses, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by disappointment, he contemplated departing this wretched place in search of alternative supplies. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. How could this desolate locale have attracted the survivors, who were willing to risk life and limb to seize it? Surely, they could not all be so foolish. Among them, there must be some who discern these details. Undeterred, Yang Guangming pressed forward, venturing deeper into the supermarket's aisles, convinced that something of worth awaited him within. After traversing a mere 10 meters, he was met once again by piles of rotting, blackened produce, fragments of apples, pears, and oranges barely discernible among the decay. With each step, his expression grew ever more disheartened, for every fruit was unequivocally spoiled, teeming with flies and unidentifiable insects, leaving no remnants behind. Could it be that the individuals outside were truly dim-witted? Resolute, he continued deeper into the supermarket, and as he rounded a towering shelf, His gaze fell upon a sight that left him momentarily stunned, which soon erupted into joyous laughter. Ah, I knew they couldn't be fools. It appears there is a hidden treasure here. What a remarkable find. After reveling in his triumph, his laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a twinge of regret. Alas, how much of this bounty can I carry alone? Ultimately, it will still benefit those outside. Indeed, the shelves facing the entrance were not lined with fresh fruit, but rather with box upon box of canned fruit. A quick estimate revealed no fewer than 100 boxes. Peering through the glass door, young Guangming observed that the skirmish between the survivors and the zombies was unlikely to conclude anytime soon. He settled onto a nearby plastic chair and seized a box of long and canned fruit, popping open a can with a satisfying crack before tilting it back and devouring its contents with fervor. What a delight! This is undoubtedly the most delectable food I have encountered since arriving in this wretched world. An overwhelming urge to shed tears washed over him. The canned goods he had once overlooked now possessed an exquisite flavor. Life is indeed ironic. Having swiftly consumed the can of longan, he proceeded to crack open a can of citrus, ravenously gulping it down along with its juices. Subsequently, young Guangming sampled every can of fruit in the store until a sensation of fullness settled in his stomach. With a comfortable belch, he surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how kind Jiang Chuyun and the others had been to him. Thus, it was only fitting to bring back a portion of these delightful goods for them. Soon, young Guangming discovered several woven bags nearby, and, after rummaging through them, selected the one in the best condition. Swiftly, he began to stuff it with cartons of fruit cans, ceasing only after managing to pack over 100 pounds. After injecting himself with a first-tier gene repair serum, young Guangming found that he could effortlessly lift at least 200 pounds, his strength having approximately doubled. However, considering the several miles he needed to traverse back to the dwelling where the Sealy team awaited, he resolved to have his load, ultimately packing just over 100 pounds of fruit cans. This approach not only ensured he would not be overexerted, but also preserved his combat readiness. After all, it would be unwise to abandon his goods in the event of an encounter with zombies. With a belch still resonating, he hoisted the heavy woven bag onto his shoulder and strode out of the fruit supermarket. At that moment, the group of survivors remained trapped behind a wall of cars, besieged by a throng of zombies. Despite their valiant efforts in slaying dozens of the undead, a swift turnaround of the situation was not feasible in such a short span of time. Witnessing young Guangming emerge with a bag evidently laden with goods, the survivors' expressions soured further, and a barrage of classic expletives was hurled in his direction. Had glares and spit been lethal, young Guangming would have perished countless times over. Glancing at the survivors still battling the zombies, young Guangming felt compelled to express his gratitude, had it not been for their efforts. He might have been deceived by the rotting items on the shelves, missing out on the delectable fruit cans entirely. To my comrades inside, thank you. Rest assured, I've only taken a small portion, leaving plenty for you. You won't be able to carry it all in one go. After this proclamation, young Guangming sensed an ominous shift as a large cluster of zombies on the perimeter turned their attention toward him. Oh no, this is not good. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately took off running down the path he had come from. At this moment, the effects of the first-tier gene repair serum on young Guangming were strikingly evident. Even while carrying over 100 pounds, he sprinted with remarkable agility, akin to a flash of lightning, leaving the pursuing zombies far behind. To my comrades inside, see? Though I took a little, I have also helped divert dozens of zombies away from you. It is only fitting that you should express gratitude towards me. Yet I am one who performs good deeds without seeking recognition. There is no need for thanks. Merely refer to me as Lei Feng. As young Guangming's figure receded into the distance, his series of wolf howls echoed hauntingly in the ears of the surviving witnesses, almost provoking a violent retch from the crowd. What the hell? You perform good deeds without leaving a name? Then why do you call yourself Lei Feng? Where are we supposed to find someone named Lei Feng? But lo and behold, you've attracted dozens of zombies in your wake. Serves you right. May you be devoured by zombies until not a bone remains. Young Guangming, of course, was oblivious to the fact that there was no such person as Lei Feng in this world, rendering his jest utterly futile, devoid of any humor. Chapter 30. An unexpected discovery. As twilight descended, the city of Zhangzhou began to twinkle with the lights of the few shelters where the survivors had taken refuge. Inside the modest dwelling of the Thorn Pair squad, a solitary candle flickered, casting a dim, wavering glow throughout the room. All individuals present, aside from Jiang Chuyun, sat haphazardly within the space, their expressions far from pleasant. Despite their lack of fondness for young Guangming, the days spent in his company had led them to regard him as a worthy companion, at least due to his remarkable combat prowess. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, few things offer more solace than a formidable ally. However, as time slipped by, Yang Guangming's absence grew increasingly conspicuous. The night had fully enveloped the surroundings, and a palpable sense of gloom began to settle upon the group. Even Ming Hai, who had wagered that Yang Guangming would not return before nightfall, wore a troubled expression. Although he harbored no affection for Yang Guangming, he did not wish to see such a powerful ally perish outside. The Thorn Pair squad had already suffered the loss of Shu Daqiang earlier that day. If Yang Guangming were to meet a similar fate, their future would be shrouded in despair. Though Jiang Qian's countenance remained impassive, she frequently cast glances toward the outside, betraying her concern for Yang Guangming's safety. A heavy silence enveloped the room, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, the burly Tongtu sprang to his feet and strode purposefully toward the door. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qian's stern voice rang out immediately. Tongtu turned around, his gaze sweeping over the others, and declared, "I'm going to check on that kid. It's late." Before he could finish his thought, Jiang Qian interrupted sharply. "What use would that be? Come back and stay put." Noticing the frost that crept across Jiang Qian's face, a flicker of fear crossed Tongtu's eyes, yet he quickly straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly, "No, we cannot abandon any of our brothers. Unless we witness his demise with our own eyes, I will go find him. Boss, if you all are too afraid to venture forth, then let me, Tatu, take the lead." "Utter nonsense. Who said we are afraid?" Jiang Qian stood up abruptly, her eyes wide with fury, and she unleashed a torrent of expletives. Pointing at Copperhead, she exclaimed loudly, "Where do you expect to search? In such a vast area, with night falling, where do you plan to look? Do you wish for us all to perish outside?" Upon hearing Jiang Qian's stern rebuke, Copperhead finally deflated, lowering his head in silence. Her tone softened slightly as she reassured him, "Rest assured, we are not truly neglecting him. However, with darkness descending, what can we do? Moreover, do you not trust in his capabilities? Given his current combat prowess, he can certainly manage, provided he does not encounter a horde of zombies." Meanwhile, as the members of the Thorn Pair team fretted over Yang Guangming, he was, in fact, bustling with a woven bag of canned goods, swiftly entering a house. He quickly shut the door and secured it with items from within, finally exhaling in relief. "Damn, those zombies were relentless. Had I not been burdened, I would have dispatched each one of you." After baring his teeth in frustration, Yang Guangming set the woven bag down and hurried to the corner to unfasten his trousers. After consuming several jars of fruit, the effects were immediate. The pursuit by the horde had left him in considerable discomfort, nearly causing an accident. Oh, what a relief. After a while, Yang Guangming's body trembled slightly as he let out a long sigh, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. However, as he gazed out the window, a sense of vexation washed over him. "Oh dear, it's completely dark, and I'm lost. How will I ever find my way back?" At that moment, the night had fully enveloped the world, rendering everything in pitch darkness. Aside from the occasional twinkle of distant stars, no source of light remained to illuminate the surroundings. How was I able to see the path clearly earlier and find my way into this house? Suddenly, Yang Guangming became aware of this perplexing question, his mind swirling in confusion. In such darkness, it should have been impossible to discern anything. Yet, against all odds, he could make out objects within a 5-meter radius and discern the outlines of things up to 20 meters away, courtesy of the faint starlight. Could this be a benefit conferred by the perfect-grade first-tier gene repair serum? Upon this realization, Yang Guangming instinctively removed his glasses from his nose, and he stood there, flabbergasted, mouth agape, momentarily lost in thought. Strangely, after removing his glasses, he was astounded to find that he could see even more clearly, able to distinguish even the gender of the zombies loitering outside the window. It appeared that my nearsightedness and astigmatism have been completely rectified, and my vision has significantly improved. Without hesitation, he tossed the pair of glasses into a corner, exhilarated and nearly ready to shout, but he stifled the impulse. In the darkness of night, the zombies were not to be trifled with. Should they become aware of his presence inside the house, it would surely result in a cacophony that would disturb the entire night. The thought of losing a night's rest was unsettling. After barricading every movable object against the doors and windows, ensuring that no undead could breach the sanctuary, Yang Guangming began to contemplate his need for rest. Despite the significant enhancement of his abilities after administering a first-tier perfect gene restoration serum, fatigue remained an undeniable foe. Following several intense battles and carrying over 100 pounds of canned fruit for over 1,000 meters, every muscle in his body ached. A proper rest was imperative. Tomorrow morning would bring its own challenges, especially with dozens of ravenous zombies lurking outside. Until something drew them away, they would likely linger around the house for at least a day or two. Thus, for Yang Guangming to escape safely the following morning, he would need to eliminate those zombies first, a daunting task, particularly as he was still encumbered by a bag of canned fruit and had already discarded his ineffective machete, leaving him with barely 20% of his combat power. Yet, those concerns were for tomorrow. At present, the priority was to find a comfortable place to sleep. The building he found shelter in appeared to have once served as an office for the local community committee, and to his pleasant surprise, he discovered a small cubicle within the office containing a single bed. Truly, government offices were designed for comfort. Overjoyed, young Guangming laid down upon the modest bed, stretched luxuriously, and slowly closed his eyes. As the rhythm of his steady breathing filled the air, the weary warrior soon slipped into a deep slumber. Chapter 31. A cue for beheading as dawn broke. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a warm golden-red hue across the sky. Perhaps the torrential rain from the previous afternoon had washed away the long-standing dust hovering over Zhangzhou City, for the sky today appeared exceptionally clear, revealing a brilliant blue above the golden clouds. Ordinarily, such splendid weather would elicit a sense of joy. However, the members of the cactus team wore expressions of despair, each face devoid of any semblance of happiness. A night had passed, and young Guangming had yet to return to their resting point. Even Jiang Chuyun, who had the utmost confidence in his abilities, felt a creeping hopelessness. It was well understood that zombies were particularly challenging to confront at night, compounded by the potential presence of mutated creatures prowling in the darkness, making the risks at least double those faced during the day. Moreover, young Guangming was alone and completely unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain. His absence for an entire night led to the grim conclusion that he had either fallen prey to the zombies or been devoured by a mutated creature as a midnight snack. The loss of 2 companions in a single day struck the members of the Thorn Pair team profoundly. Just a few days prior, they had been a resilient group of 12 survivors. On the day they rescued young Guangming, they unexpectedly lost 5 members, which dealt a severe blow to their morale. Just as they had resolved to seek a new refuge, they faced yet another tragedy, losing 2 more team members in a single day, while their weapons had deteriorated to a point of near unusability. Over the past month, Jiang Chuyun and her companions had deeply felt the brutality of the post-apocalyptic world. Yet when confronted with such dire circumstances, they were engulfed by confusion and a profound despair for the future. The 6 of them struggled to find rest throughout the night, rising early to remain silent, either standing or seated, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Jiang Chuyun's beautiful eyes. Had her decision truly been a mistake? However, remaining in the abandoned factory was no longer sustainable. As the group sat in silence, suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed swiftly from the distance, drawing nearer by the moment. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps eventually halted before the house where they were gathered, followed by a rapid series of knocks, succeeded by the familiar voice of young Guangming. Hey, 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 brothers, open the door. A horde of zombies is hot on my heels. For a moment, the members of the Thorn Pair team, led by Jiang Chuyun, were taken aback, but soon exchanged glances filled with astonishment. This fellow was still alive. Reacting first, Jiang Chuyun dashed like a leopard to the door, clearing away the table and cabinets that blocked it. With a swift motion, she flung the door open to find young Guangming at the threshold, his face a mask of urgency, a large woven bag slung over his shoulder. Quickly, close the door tightly. Those brainless creatures have been chasing me for several blocks, and I nearly became their next snack. With agility, he darted inside and promptly shut the door behind him, letting out a sigh of relief as he set the woven bag down. Through the glass window, they finally caught sight of a large group of approximately 30 to 40 zombies hastily pursuing from the street, their hollow white eyes staring hungrily, sending chills down their spines even under the bright daylight. Hey, 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 don't look at me like that. It's just a few zombies I brought along. Don't worry, they can't get in as long as the door is shut. Once we open it slightly, we can take them out one by one. Just as he was about to catch his breath, young Guangming noticed the odd expressions on Jiang Chuyun and the others, as if they were witnessing something utterly incomprehensible. You're not dead. Why are you hitting me? Tatu pointed at young Guangming, stammering as he attempted to inquire why the latter had survived. Before he could finish, Jiang Chuyun gave him a light slap. With a smile, she turned to young Guangming and softly said, "It's good to have you back." Young Guangming nearly succumbed to the urge to rub his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? This girl, the girl with facial paralysis, actually smiled? Could it be that I am mistaken? In the next moment, everyone's attention was once again drawn to Meng Hai. Upon seeing young Guangming return safely, seemingly with considerable bounty, Meng Hai hurriedly approached and opened the woven bag. His eyes widened in astonishment, and a look of sheer ecstasy spread across his face as he exclaimed, "My goodness! Brother, you are truly my idol. Not only did you survive out there, but you also managed to bring back such a bounty of canned fruit. You are simply incredible." "What? Canned fruit? Is that for real? Let me see." Hearing Meng Hai's exclamation, the other 5 members of the Thorn Pear Squad, excluding Jiang Chuyun, began to shout excitedly as they gathered around, eagerly revealing the woven bag filled to the brim with canned fruit. There were oranges, apples, snow pears, longans, an astounding variety, totaling nearly 100 cans. Once they laid eyes on all the canned fruit, even Jiang Chuyun's expression betrayed a hint of profound surprise. Everyone could not help but feel increasingly baffled by Yang Guangming. Just days ago, he was being chased by hordes of zombies, and now, within such a short span, he had transformed into an extraordinarily formidable figure. Not only was he able to spend the night outside unscathed, but he had also returned with such a substantial amount of food, it was beyond words. After marveling for a moment, they finally recalled the zombies waiting outside, clamoring for a meal. Although these creatures could not enter the house, keeping them surrounding the building was not a sustainable situation, especially since they would need to venture out eventually. Ultimately, they decided to employ Yang Guangming's method. They moved the table and cabinets behind the door a slight distance apart, creating a narrow opening just wide enough for a single zombie to squeeze through. What followed was quite simple. As soon as a zombie managed to enter, Yang Guangming stood ready, swiftly dispatching it with a clean stroke, as effortless as chopping vegetables. As for why Yang Guangming was so eager to take on the role of the executioner, in his own words, it was because these creatures had chased him several blocks, and he felt it was necessary to quell his resentment. In truth, however, he was reluctant to waste precious points of positive energy. Yang Guangming was acutely aware that leveling up the positive energy system to level 2 required a staggering 1,000 points, if he did not exert himself regularly. Who knew how long it would take to accumulate that amount? For reasons he could not quite articulate, Yang Guangming felt an incessant sense of urgency. He believed that the world could not be as simple as it appeared. As time passed, unimaginable dangers would inevitably confront the survivors. In light of this, enhancing his strength as soon as possible offered a greater chance of survival. As the room filled with the corpses of zombies, the heavy stench of blood made it difficult to breathe. The line of zombies outside was finally dispatched. With a flurry of swift swings, Yang Guangming found himself somewhat fatigued despite his significantly enhanced stamina compared to the past. A tingling sensation coursed through his arms. The room was strewn with the corpses of zombies, and the pungent scent of blood would undoubtedly attract nearby undead in a short span of time. The group dared not linger, hastily gathering their belongings before departing the house, setting their course once more toward King Shijin Road in the southern district of the city. Along the way, each member of the Sealy team held a can of fruit, eagerly devouring their chosen flavors, their faces lighting up with expressions of tart delight. In this apocalyptic world, survivors found immense satisfaction in the simplest of pleasures. Chapter 32. The stray dogs go mad following the loss of one member yesterday. Coupled with an additional burden of a couple hundred pounds of supplies, the pace of the Sealy team had markedly slowed, resembling that of a tortoise's crawl. At this rate, barring any unforeseen mishaps, it would take them at least half a day to reach King Shijing Road in the southern region. Yet, not a single complaint was uttered along the way, for in this grim reality, a survivor group like the Sealy team, which faced little concern over essential supplies, was a rare occurrence. Moreover, the variety of food they carried allowed for a delightful change of flavors. Regrettably, the one drawback was the absence of meat. More than a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and with water and electricity long since collapsed, even the vast frozen warehouses likely held little intact meat. As for the small refrigerators in residential homes, any remaining meat would have inevitably perished. Under these circumstances, the only recourse for procuring meat lay in hunting in the wild. However, wildlife was scarce, especially in the urban setting of Zhangzhou, where encounters with animals were exceedingly rare. As for the terrifying mutated beasts, it was best to avoid them altogether. Generally, survivors preferred to confront hordes of zombies over even a single mutated creature. Aside from the low-level mutated rats, which posed minimal threat, even a mutated cat or dog would be far too formidable for just a few survivors to handle. The Sealy team had heard tales of a survivor group of around 10 that had the misfortune to encounter a powerful mutated pig. Yes, a pig. Resulting in only one member escaping, gravely injured and ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Thus, it was evident how fortunate Yang Guangming was to return unscathed after his encounter with the mutated black cat yesterday. As they continued on their journey, stopping intermittently to dispatch the occasional zombie, Yang Guangming was pleasantly surprised to see that his positive energy points had reached a count of 100 once more on his system panel. Unfortunately, the requirement to advance from level 1 to level 2 was a daunting 1,000 positive energy points, causing his momentary joy to swiftly dissolve into despondency. As the sun ascended once more into the firmament, the Sealy team finally reached an intersection less than 1,000 meters from King Shijing Road. This heralded good news. However, It was accompanied by an unfortunate development. The team had unwittingly attracted the attention of a stray dog. While being targeted by a stray dog is not inherently alarming, this particular canine was quite extraordinary. Its filthy fur obscured any trace of its original color, and its drooping ears hung limply to its chin. With a face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, presenting a woeful sight that undoubtedly marked it as a stray. Yet, this was merely the ordinary aspect of the creature. What was truly bizarre was its towering height of nearly 1.5 meters and a length approaching 3 meters. This was no mere dog, it was more fearsome than a lion prowling the African savanna. Undoubtedly, this stray was not an ordinary one, but rather a mutated beast of formidable prowess. Such a creature would not be easily vanquished, even though the Sealy team possessed some skills in combat. It would be a challenge to wrest any advantage from its jaws. Boss, what should we do now? Ming Hai's voice trembled, fragmented and incoherent. Under the piercing gaze of the mutant dog, with its eyes glinting like blood-red gemstones, an icy chill crept down the spines of the Sealy team, rendering them numb to the scorching heat of the sun above. A fine sheen of cold sweat adorned Jiang Qiyun's forehead as he fixated on the gargantuan stray before them. Responding in a quavering tone, remain still and on high alert. Let us first set down any extraneous items we carry. Move cautiously. The mutant dog regarded the Sealy team with an impassive expression. Its mouth slightly ajar revealed a set of teeth reminiscent of jagged daggers, and a tongue adorned with barbs extended menacingly from its maw, an unnerving sight indeed. Faced with such a perilous adversary, it was imperative to liberate oneself entirely in order to stand a chance in battle. Thus, Jiang Qiyun promptly urged the others to relinquish their survival supplies, preparing for combat. Damn it, today is truly unlucky. Young Guangming, clutching a machete borrowed from a fellow team member, remained vigilant as he scrutinized the menacing stray. He subtly unfastened his backpack and began to lower it cautiously. However, in the next moment, Yang Guangming's pupils dilated in shock. Everyone, be careful, he shouted, carelessly discarding his heavy backpack to the ground. Instinctively, he assumed a fighting stance, knife in hand, ready to confront the terrifying mutant dog. A flash of black light darted past, and the team barely had time to register a fleeting thought before a harrowing cry of anguish erupted from Kai Han. Turning to look, they witnessed the stray dog streak past Kai Han, who had succumbed, sprawled in a pool of blood. Such terrifying speed. A chill inexplicably surged within the hearts of the onlookers. It was astonishing to realize that the stray dog had closed a distance of nearly 20 meters in mere seconds, showcasing an alarming display of explosive power and speed. As the crowd turned their gaze back to the crimson pool surrounding Kai Han, another wave of cold dread crept down their spines. There lay Kai Han, his face ashen and contorted in agony. A gaping wound the size of a palm torn into his abdomen, intestines and blood spilling forth. Kai Han, the members of the Thorn Pair team exclaimed in unison. Their expressions a blend of shock and sorrow. It was evident that with such grievous injuries, Kai Han could not possibly endure much longer. Everyone, be careful. It's coming again. Yang Guangming's thunderous shout roused the Thorn Pair team from their despair, and they soon spotted a shadow dashing towards them like a bolt of lightning. Die! Jiang Qiyun's eyes blazed with fury as she lunged toward the shadow, brandishing her machete in a fierce downward strike that emitted a brilliant flash. Yet, with a resounding clang, her face paled in disbelief. Her blow had struck nothing but air. While the shadow whisked past her side, followed by a chilling howl from within the ranks. Damn it! Jiang Qiyun seethed in anger and despair, swinging her arm in frustration. In the wake of the dog's second assault, the slenderest member of their team, Yu Kai, fell victim to a devastating blow, deep gashes marring his chest. Flesh torn away to reveal 2 rows of gory ribs. Such injuries, in a world bereft of medical care, were tantamount to a death sentence. In just 2 attacks, this mutated dog had gravely wounded 2 members of the Thorn Pair team, while they had not managed to lay a single scratch upon it. The sheer strength of this stray dog was terrifying beyond measure. A profound sense of despair washed over the hearts of the Thorn Pair team. Chapter 33, Pressing the Advantage Against the Relentless Foe. The second update is here. I wonder how many of you have shown your support through collections and recommendations? A formidable enemy is not to be feared, but a cunning one is truly perilous. For the Thorn Pair team, this enormous stray dog was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary they had encountered thus far. However, in a direct confrontation, the outcome between them remained uncertain. The dilemma lay in the fact that this frenzied stray dog had mastered the essence of guerrilla and mobile warfare. After each strike, whether it connected or not, it would swiftly retreat, evading any counterattack with meticulous caution, with a speed that far surpassed that of the Thorn Pair team. The stray dog had essentially secured an invincible position, rendering the annihilation of the team merely a matter of time. Under normal circumstances, this would have been the inevitable outcome. Yet, Yang Guangming was not willing to concede defeat. Since he injected that perfect first-level gene repair serum, he had cultivated a formidable sense of self-confidence within, resolutely refusing to allow this stray dog to shatter his belief in himself. By heavens, this cannot continue. I will not permit you to succeed again. The agonizing cries of Kai Han and Yu Kai echoed in his ears, and Yang Guangming's eyes reddened slightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulging as an unnamed fury surged within him. Yang Guangming, who fancied himself immensely powerful, could hardly fathom that today he had been slapped in the face by a stray dog, helplessly witnessing it injure his two companions right before his eyes. For Yang Guangming, who had come to this apocalyptic world with the singular ambition of becoming strong, this was nothing short of disgraceful. In stark contrast to Yang Guangming's pin-up rage, Jiang Chuyun was on the verge of tears, her heart overwhelmed with boundless regret. If only she had not made the decision to venture towards Qingshaijing Road. Yesterday's Shu Daqiang would not have perished, and Kai Han and Yu Kai would not have been harmed. None of them would have found themselves trapped in this dire predicament. As the leader, she had led all her team members into a pitfall, and in that moment, the depths of her remorse and bitterness were unfathomable. If there were such a thing as a pill for regret, she would spare no effort to procure one. Yet, the events had transpired, and she could only hope to safeguard the remaining survivors. But would she truly be capable of that? For the first time in her life, Jiang Chuyun questioned her own abilities, doubting whether she was a competent leader capable of guiding her comrades through the apocalypse. Unable to devise a strategy to confront the frenzied stray dog before them. Everyone, huddle close, gather behind me. Jiang Chuyun cried out with all her might, her voice laden with desperation. Amidst her despair, she still hoped to protect her team's safety, willing to confront the frenzied stray dog herself. Damn it. It's coming again. A shadow darted past in the corner of Jiang Chuyun's eye, igniting a flicker of fear in her already pale face. I've been waiting for you. Yang Guangming's furious roar pierced Jiang Chuyun's ears as she turned to see him erupting like a supernova, his form trailing after images as he propelled himself forward, colliding directly with the oncoming stray dog. Die. Yang Guangming, charged with pent-up energy, launched himself as the dog charged once more, its ferocious visage rapidly enlarging before him. The perfect first-level gene repair serum enhanced not only Yang Guangming's physical capabilities but also exponentially increased his neural reflexes, the very foundation of his newfound strength. For an ordinary person, even if endowed with great physical strength, a lack of swift reflexes against this crazed stray dog would render any chance of victory utterly futile. Under the intense focus of Yang Guangming, the movements of the stray dog charging forward began to crystallize in his vision. At last, he discerned the creature's next target, Jiang Chuyun. This time, the stray dog aimed directly at Jiang Chuyun, who stood before the group of the Thorn Pair squad. However, I shall not allow you to succeed this time, no matter what. Though his body had already been propelled into the air, Yang Guangming managed to alter his trajectory ever so slightly. In such high-speed motion, even the smallest adjustment sufficed. In a flash, Yang Guangming arrived before the stray dog, propelled by his momentum, and his machete traced a breathtaking arc, striking like lightning towards the creature's snout. To strike a dog, aim for the nose. This was a saying from Yang Guangming's hometown. No matter how fierce the dog might be, a well-aimed blow to the snout would render it instantly incapacitated, potentially taking away the majority of its life force. The success of his previous two attacks had led the mutated stray dog to misjudge the strength of the Thorn Pair squad. Now, faced with Yang Guangming's sudden and fierce counterattack, it found itself caught off guard. With a sharp yelp, the dog managed to dodge slightly. Yet Yang Guangming's machete still grazed its face, leaving a gash deep enough to expose bone, and crimson blood erupted from the wound. Before the enraged stray dog could turn and pounce on him, Yang Guangming executed a stealthy upward kick, striking a sensitive area of the dog's underbelly. A heart-wrenching howl escaped from the dog's mouth, and its filthy visage turned a deep shade of purple. Its body stiffened mid-air, then arched upwards like a shrimp, leaping back. Behind Jiang Chuyun, the shaken Meng Hai, Tong Tu, and Lu Shun instinctively tightened their legs, their eyes filled with trepidation as they looked at Yang Guangming. Having sustained such a grievous injury, the stray dog, which once possessed a combat power of 100, had lost over half its strength. Clumsily rising from the ground, it did not hesitate to turn and flee, unwilling to engage Yang Guangming in another round. Despite its augmented power post-mutation, the stray dog remained fundamentally just that, a stray dog. It could easily win against weaker opponents, but when confronted with a formidable adversary, it revealed its true nature, exhibiting a cowardly disposition typical of stray dogs. Tucking its tail and fleeing in haste. Seeing the stray dog attempt to escape without a word, Yang Guangming was resolute not to let it go. As the venerable Mao Taizu once said, it is wise to pursue a fleeing enemy with the remnants of one's courage. Should he not seize the opportunity to vanquish it while it was weak? Would he wait for it to regain its strength and plot against him? The thought of such a terrifying stray dog lurking in the shadows, ever watchful, sent chills down young Guangming's spine. Moreover, how much positivity could such a formidable stray dog possibly bring to itself? Young Guangming had no justification for allowing this mutated stray to escape. Chapter 34. The second-level mutant dog. The unfolding events were nothing short of bewildering, leaving Jiang Chuyun and the others momentarily speechless. Just a moment ago, they believed they were doomed, certain that the entire team would fall prey to this terrifying mutated stray dog. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they witnessed young Guangming unleash his latent power, delivering a fierce beating to the formidable creature, forcing it to tuck its tail and flee. Goodness, fate, must you toy with us so? Our hearts are simply too fragile to endure such torment. Initially, upon seeing young Guangming chase away the mutant stray, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be taken aback as the young man boldly pursued the giant dog, disappearing from sight. Do not pursue a desperate foe. Brother, have you never heard this saying? Meng Hai and the others lamented inwardly. Yes. You displayed remarkable prowess by seizing the opportunity to ambush that creature, delivering a decisive blow. Yet that does not guarantee your victory against it. Are we not aware of your limitations? Of course, Meng Hai and his companions had no inkling that Yang Guangming's combat prowess had indeed surpassed their wildest imaginations. As they observed Yang Guangming unhesitatingly chase after the giant dog, a flicker of concern crossed Jiang Chuyun's eyes. Just as she was about to take action, she suddenly heard the faint moans of Kai Han and Yu Kai behind her, growing ever more feeble. In an instant, Jiang Chuyun's complexion drained of color. Could this operation truly have been a grave mistake? Within 2 days, they had already lost 3 team members, leaving only Meng Hai, Tong Tu, and Lu Shun among her seasoned subordinates. Is survival in this apocalyptic world truly so arduous? The mutated stray, having suffered a severe blow to its vulnerable spot, was overwhelmed with fear and panic, dashing wildly down the street. Despite Yang Guangming's full-speed pursuit, he could not catch up. Fortunately, the creature's wounds bled profusely, leaving a conspicuous trail on the ground, guiding Yang Guangming in his relentless pursuit. After navigating countless twists and turns through the labyrinthine streets, Yang Guangming found himself utterly disoriented. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he came to an abrupt halt. Ahead, within a refuse transfer station, amidst a grotesque heap of foul-smelling garbage, the mutated stray lay in wait. Its massive head turned toward Yang Guangming, revealing a glimmer of vengeful fear in its eyes. Even a stray dog, which typically preys on the weak, will fight fiercely when cornered in its lair. Yang Guangming felt a twinge of regret. He recalled that his earlier success had merely been a result of the creature's momentary lapse in vigilance. Once the fearsome mutant beast focused on him, a grueling battle was likely to ensue. Blast it, this was all a consequence of momentary folly. At last, the moment has arrived, soon. One cannot discern whether it is the brain of a human or that of a dog that will be struck. With a bittersweet smile, Yang Guangming could only tighten his grip on the machete in his hand. Having reached this point, there was no retreat. He had no choice but to engage in a fierce battle with this mutated stray dog. As he approached the garbage transfer station step by step, the large dog lowered its massive head and emitted a warning growl. Having just been kicked by Yang Guangming, it harbored a significant fear and dared not initiate an attack, hoping instead to intimidate Yang Guangming into retreat. However, Yang Guangming was unaware of the dog's thoughts. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, cascading down his face and splattering onto the ground, revealing the tension that gripped his heart. This was not due to fear of the mutated dog, but rather the overwhelming presence of its large frame, which was impossible to ignore. Woof! Kill! In almost perfect synchrony, both the dog and Yang Guangming accelerated, unleashing their full speed like a bolt of lightning hurtling toward each other, each preparing to deliver their most formidable strike. In that instant, clarity struck Yang Guangming. The world around him transformed. The scene before him seemed to slow down, as he beheld the rapidly approaching gaping maw and the 2 rows of razor-like teeth. Suddenly, his heart was neither anxious nor elated. The machete in his hand traced a mystical arc through the air, aimed directly at the dog's neck. The sensation was ineffable. As if he had grasped the very essence of existence, nothing could impede his advance. With a soft sound, a fountain of blood erupted from the neck of the mutated stray dog, followed by a piercing wail from its mouth. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the creature unleashed its most powerful attack. A surge of peril washed over Yang Guangming, and under the influence of that all-encompassing feeling of control, he instinctively positioned the machete before him and swiftly dodged to the right. With a sharp crack, Yang Guangming felt a sudden lightness in his hand, followed by a searing pain in his left shoulder blade, causing him to involuntarily collapse to the ground. The force of inertia rolled him several times before he finally came to a halt. Still shaken, He rose to his feet and swung the remaining half of his machete before him, only to be astonished to find that the finely crafted steel blade had been reduced to mere fragments. In that moment, he noticed the massive mutated stray dog lying in a pool of its own blood, a gaping wound on its neck continuously gushing forth crimson. The stray dog glared at young Guangming with a look of malice, its enormous body thrashing on the ground, yet it lacked the strength to rise again. Its filthy fur quickly soaked in blood, turning a ghastly dark red, creating a truly horrifying sight. Finally, the issue was resolved. Young Guangming let out a sigh of relief. As he relaxed his grip, the half-severed machete clattered to the ground. He felt as though all his strength had evaporated into thin air, and he collapsed onto the ground. A sharp, fiery pain surged through his left shoulder blade, akin to a tidal wave. Damn it, he thought, my left shoulder has been scratched. I can't tell how severe it is. Judging by the sensations, young Guangming surmised that the injury on his left shoulder was likely not grave. Merely a few lacerations inflicted by the final assault of that mutated stray dog. While this was not particularly alarming, the subsequent treatment of the wound posed a significant concern. Among the survival supplies of the Shirley team, there was merely a bottle of complex iodine, half empty, and no medical supplies whatsoever. If the wound was not treated promptly and appropriately, the consequences could be dire. With this thought weighing on him, Yang Guangming furrowed his brow. Without suitable medical supplies, he would have to venture to the nearby streets in search of a pharmacy or clinic, hoping for a favorable outcome. As for hospitals, forget it. In China, hospitals are typically located in bustling urban areas, teeming with people. After the apocalypse, these hospitals have transformed into seas of zombies, rendering them a no-go zone for small survivor teams. Even larger survivor groups would hesitate to approach densely populated hospitals without adequate preparation, opting instead for more secluded clinics or pharmacies. Observing the massive stray dog as its struggles diminished, Yang Guangming prudently refrained from approaching. Who knew if it was feigning its demise to deliver a fatal blow? When dealing with dangerous mutated beasts, it was wiser to wait until they were truly deceased before drawing near. After a considerable time, the enormous creature finally ceased its thrashing, and its large, ruby-like eyes gradually lost their vitality. Ultimately, a familiar mechanical notification echoed in Yang Guangming's mind. 1 level 2 mutant dog killed. Reward, 20 points of positive energy. What? This was actually a level 2 mutant dog. No wonder its strength was so terrifying. Had he not inadvertently entered a miraculous state earlier, he might have been the one to fall in a pool of blood today. As for the system's reward of 20 points of positive energy, Yang Guangming was not surprised. For such a formidable mutated beast, he felt the reward was rather meager. Comparatively, this paled in safety to taking down 20 ordinary zombies. Finally, gazing at the substantial corpse of the level 2 mutant dog, Yang Guangming found himself in a quandary. This creature must weigh at least several hundred pounds. How is he going to transport it? Chapter 35, Further Casualties. However, this stray dog is no ordinary creature. Its formal designation is the secondary mutant canine, a member of the mutated beast lineage. Given its classification as a mutated beast, even the most rudimentary mutant rodent would not be discarded by any survivor. At this moment, Yang Guangming is no novice. He has learned that by consuming the flesh and blood of mutated beasts, the physical capabilities of survivors can be enhanced to a certain extent. After merely feasting on the meat of a low-level mutant rat, Yang Guangming experienced an approximate 10% improvement in his physical prowess. One can only wonder what surprises this secondary mutant canine might bestow upon him. Currently, the sole dilemma lies in the fact that this enormous mutant dog, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, presents a challenge for him to transport alone. Merely severing a leg to take with him would not suffice for Yang Guangming's ambitions. With the acquisition of this secondary mutant canine, the strength of the Thorn Pair squad could potentially double. At that juncture, even if they were to encounter such terrifying mutated beasts again, they would likely possess sufficient power for self-defense. Should he make another trip to summon Jiang Chuyun and the others for assistance? Time is of the essence. The pungent scent of blood will soon attract nearby zombies and mutated creatures. Resolving against seeking help from Jiang Chuyun and the others, Yang Guangming hesitated no longer. Gripping the half-broken knife in his hand, he strode purposefully to the corpse of the secondary mutant canine, crouched down, and commenced the dissection. Given the improbability of carrying the entire beast, he decisively opted to take only its limbs, as the majority of its meat resides in its legs. Of course, if he still possessed sufficient strength, he would endeavor to take a portion of the torso as well. In quick succession, the half-broken knife in Yang Guangming's hands danced skillfully, and soon the hide of the secondary mutant canine was successfully stripped away, followed by a sizable bundle of viscera cast aside. Before long, all extraneous matter from the secondary mutant canine had been meticulously removed by Yang Guangming, Even the seemingly massive head, which contained little flesh, was severed and discarded. Upon observing the now smooth torso and limbs of the secondary mutant canine, young Guangming realized that after his careful processing, the remaining parts weighed just over 300 pounds. It seemed feasible that he might be able to transport it all in one go. After injecting the perfect-grade, first-level genetic repair serum, his strength had increased by at least twofold, making it plausible for him to carry approximately 300 pounds on his journey. He decided to give it a try. If it proved too difficult, he would have no choice but to sever the limbs. Taking a deep breath, young Guangming spread his feet apart, bent down, grasped one of the dog's legs with each hand, and released a thunderous roar as he exerted himself. A surge of formidable power erupted from various parts of young Guangming's body, ultimately converging in his arms and abdomen. With a sudden straightening of his back, he effortlessly lifted the processed second-level mutated dog. Remarkably, it seemed he could indeed bear the weight. Testing the heft in his hands, young Guangming was astonished to discover that with his current strength, he could transport the entire carcass, along with its limbs. Knowing he could carry away this second-level mutated dog, he refused to waste the opportunity. After casting a glance at a nearby bundle of entrails, he reached in and extracted the heart, roughly the size of a coconut, and stowed it within the pristine carcass of the second-level mutated dog. It must be noted that the heart of a mutated beast is undoubtedly a valuable asset. It was nearly discarded as refuse, which would have been a regrettable waste. Such a large heart could enhance the physical capabilities of an ordinary survivor by more than 20%. Recognizing the urgency of his situation, young Guangming promptly hoisted this substantial prize onto his right shoulder and retraced his steps along the blood trail left by the second-level mutated dog. Not far from the street where the second-level mutated dog had been encountered, in the second-floor hall of an abandoned residence, the remaining 4 members of the Thorn Pair squad, led by Jiang Chuan, gazed sorrowfully at Kai Han, and Yukai sprawled on the ground. With a gaping wound in his abdomen, Kai Han had succumbed long ago. His once pale and gaunt visage now appeared ashen, and though his injuries had been crudely addressed to prevent his intestines from hanging out, the grotesque wound remained a source of horror. Yukai, with a vast section of flesh torn from his chest, was also on the brink of death due to excessive blood loss. His face had turned a ghastly dark hue, his gaze dim and lifeless. Barely able to utter a word. "Boss, I beg you, grant me a swift end," Yukai implored. He was acutely aware that from the moment of his injury, his fate was sealed, and after enduring the excruciating pain and despair, he wished for release. He would rather not linger and wait for death, opting instead for a swift conclusion. Observing the despair etched on Yukai's face and hearing his dying plea, Jiang Chuyan filled her eyes uncontrollably well with tears. Despite having witnessed death repeatedly since the onset of the apocalypse, the loss of team members before her eyes over the past 2 days, coupled with her utter helplessness, had evoked an inexplicable sorrow within her. Although she yearned to offer Yukai words of comfort, assuring him that he would be all right, such reassurances felt hollow, even to herself. In such a short span, the Thorn Pair squad had dwindled from over a dozen members to merely 4. Suddenly, Jiang Chuyan turned sharply and strode towards the window, her voice devoid of emotion resonating in Meng Hai and the others' ears. Tong Tu, accompany Yukai on his final journey. Reaching the window, Jiang Chuyan gazed upward at the clouds, raising her right hand to wipe her face simultaneously. "Yukai, my brother, forgive me. May you journey well." With her back turned to the crowd, Jiang Chuyan only heard Tokto's voice, laden with sorrow, utter a single phrase, followed by a sharp crack that echoed, causing her eyes to redden once more. When young Guangming, exhausted and resembling a lifeless creature, arrived at this humble abode carrying the skinned and headless corpse of a secondary mutated dog, the members of the Sealy team gradually emerged from their profound grief. Their mouths agape in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. You. Meng Hai stammered, pointing at the disfigured carcass on Yang Guangming's back. Unable to articulate further, the others shared his disbelief, except for Ta Tu, who, perhaps due to his naive disposition, managed to form coherent words. He stared incredulously at Yang Guangming and asked in a booming voice, "Brother Guangming, what is this creature you carry?" With a resounding thud, Yang Guangming dropped the corpse of the secondary mutated dog onto the ground, gasping for breath, and weakly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this was the stray dog from earlier. However, it has now become a dead dog. Just as he contemplated inquiring about Kai Han and Yukai, Yang Guangming's mouth seemed sealed, and he fell silent, his expression darkening as he gazed at the lifeless bodies of Kai Han and Yukai, lying side by side, though he had anticipated such an outcome for them. Witnessing their remains stirred an inexplicable emotion within Yang Guangming. He approached quietly, pressing his lips tightly together, observing their bodies for a moment before bowing respectfully and murmuring, "Brothers, rest in peace. I have avenged you by dismantling that stray dog." Chapter 36. transforming grief into hunger approximately 10 minutes after young Guangming departed. Dozens of zombies, drawn by the pungent scent of blood emanating from the waste transfer station, swiftly converged from nearby streets. Upon discovering what seemed like a gourmet feast, they surged towards the location where young Guangming had slain the secondary mutated dog. Some zombies collapsed onto the ground, gaping mouths eagerly drawn to the large pool of darkened blood, while others lunged towards the blood-soaked hide of the secondary mutated dog and the massive severed head that had rolled aside, competing fiercely for their prize. A few minutes later, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from afar as a group of survivors, numbering around 20 and armed with weapons, rapidly approached the front of the waste transfer station. The leader of this group, towering over the rest at over 2 meters tall, possessed a long, horse-like face, making his visage unforgettable at first glance. Upon witnessing the frenzy of zombies fighting over the carcasses within the waste transfer station, the survivors halted abruptly, and the expression on the tall leader's face shifted dramatically. Damn it! Did someone hear the commotion from behind? The zombies, who had been fiercely competing for their meal, abruptly ceased their movements and collectively turned, their black eyes glimmering with a faint red hue, fixating on the group of survivors. Simultaneously, as the zombies halted their skirmish, the head of a stray dog, larger than that of a lion and ravaged beyond recognition, emerged, presenting itself before the survivors. Brother, a young man with a scar across his face, standing behind the tall man with a horse-like visage, instantly changed his expression upon seeing the enormous dog head, as if he had stumbled upon something unfathomable. The man known as Brother, with a face darkened to the point of dripping with ire, gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go. When we return, find out who the hell had the audacity to snatch the mutated dog we had our eyes on." The group hurriedly departed, leaving the zombies in a state of confusion. Should they pursue or remain to savor their meal? Such a dilemma. After the survivors left, atop a nearby high-rise, a nearly 1-meter-long black cat perched on the edge of a wall, gazing greedily at the garbage transfer station below, hesitating whether to leap down and contest with the zombies. As the group of survivors walked away, witnessing the zombies resume their gnawing on the massive dog head, a fleeting expression of profound regret flickered in the cat's eyes. It let out a reluctant meow, and with an agility that belied its weight, swiftly descended from the rooftop, plunging into the midst of the zombies. On the rooftop of a 3-story residence, a bonfire blazed intensely, with Yang Guangming, Jiang Chuyun, and others standing solemnly before it, their faces etched with sorrow. In the concrete-laden city, where digging graves proved impractical, they deliberated and ultimately decided to cremate the bodies of Kai Han and Yu Kai, just as they had done for Shu Daqiang. As they watched the flames consume the remains of their comrades, gradually erasing their presence, the group turned in silence, resolutely stepping down the stairs. Kai Han and Yu Kai bid a final farewell to the Thorn Pair squad. Yet the remaining members must continue to struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world, unable to wallow in grief for long, having suffered the loss of 3 team members. The Thorn Pair squad's strength had been significantly diminished. To better prepare for potential dangers ahead, Jiang Chuyun resolved to temporarily take refuge in this building, aiming to enhance the group's capabilities. This was not an issue, with the substantial piece of mutated dog meat brought back by Yang Guangming. The 5 members of the Thorn Pair squad could sustain themselves on varied dishes of dog meat for at least a week, even if they consumed nothing else. To their slight surprise, the members of the Sealy team discovered a canister of nearly unused liquefied petroleum gas in the kitchen of the residential building, along with an ample supply of pots and pans, thus sparing them the effort of searching for provisions elsewhere. The only vexing issue was the severe lack of water. While the bottled mineral water they had stockpiled was barely sufficient for regular consumption, it proved inadequate for cooking. However, determined to significantly bolster the team's strength, Jiang Chuyun made the audacious decision to indulge in a luxurious meal, opting to use the mineral water to prepare a dog meat hot pot. "Are you really going through with this, boss? If we do, we might not have any water to drink tomorrow," Meng Hai expressed his reservations, recalling that Jiang Chuyun had not been one to act so recklessly in the past. "We'll find water tomorrow. I refuse to believe that after feasting on mutated dog meat, our strength 1T increase significantly. Besides, with such a formidable mutated dog nearby, the number of zombies should be considerably lower, making this area relatively safer than elsewhere." Jiang Chuyun was indeed correct. The presence of this second-tier mutated dog meant that the number of zombies in the vicinity was significantly diminished, as most had become its prey. With the mutated dog now slain by Yang Guangming, this region would remain safer for a while, allowing the Sealy team to search for survival supplies with greater security. In this apocalyptic world, most survivors have 3 primary goals. First, to survive. Second, to thrive. And third, to ensure the survival of as many others as possible. all while maintaining the first two objectives. This principle applied aptly to the Sealy team at this moment. First, to satiate their hunger. Second, to enhance their strength while doing so. And third, to maximize the deliciousness of their food under the assurance of the first 2 points. Thus, the task of preparing the dog meat hot pot was entrusted to Tong Tu, who possessed an abundance of culinary experience. Interestingly, among the 5, the most skilled cook was neither Jiang Chuyun, the only woman, nor Meng Hai, who appeared astute, nor Lu Shun, known for his agility, nor even Yang Guangming, whose potential was regarded as remarkable. It was, in fact, the straightforward Tong Tu, who said that a simple mind could not possess culinary prowess. An hour later, when a large pot of dog meat hot pot, seasoned with spices such as cinnamon, star anise, and fennel, all of which had been fortuitously discovered in the kitchen, was finally ready, the eyes of all present were irresistibly drawn to it. Throughout the cooking process, the rich aroma had already tantalized their senses. And had the meat not required more time to tenderize, it might have been devoured long before it was fully prepared. In this harsh world, having experienced numerous farewells and losses, the Sealy team was resilient enough not to lose their appetite over the deaths of Kai Han and another, allowing them to enjoy their meal nonetheless. On the contrary, fully aware that strength is paramount, Jiang Chuyun and his companions swiftly transformed their sorrow into appetite upon encountering a fragrant pot of dog meat hot pot. They gathered around, chopsticks in hand, and indulged heartily. In less than an hour, the entire pot, weighing nearly 20 pounds, was devoured completely by the 5 members of the, with not a single strand of meat left behind. Undoubtedly, at least 1/3 of it found its way into Yang Guangming's belly. The second-level mutated dog was indeed extraordinary. Once his stomach was filled with the delectable meat, Yang Guangming felt a warm current rising within him, as if he were submerged in a steaming pool, a sensation so comfortable that it almost made him float. This was despite Yang Guangming having undergone gene repair, which diminished the effects of the second-level mutated dog meat for him. In contrast, the reactions of Jiang Chuyun and the other 4 were markedly more intense. A glance at his companions caused Yang Guangming to widen his mouth in astonishment, nearly popping his eyes out. Chapter 37. A rare gem, still a pair with a thunderous roar, a hollow steel pipe, nearly 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist, was swung by a copper-headed figure, tracing a deadly arc through the air before crashing into the fragile skull of a nearby zombie. With a resounding thud, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, scattering black blood and grayish brain matter in all directions. A live figure darted gracefully between 3 zombies, wielding a chopping knife with the finesse of a small dagger, moving with an ethereal elegance that was indescribably beautiful. Despite the frantic attacks of the 3 zombies, they could not graze a single corner of her clothing. Instead, arcs of crimson light blossomed at their necks, and one by one, their grotesque heads flew off, leaving only their headless bodies to stumble forward. Having swiftly moved to the other side, Jiang Chuyun halted abruptly, his clothes impeccably clean. Not even a trace of blood splattered upon him. Sensing the surging power within his body, the stoic beauty could not help but smile slightly. Meanwhile, Meng Hai and Lu Shun had also dispatched their adversaries, leaving no fewer than 10 zombies sprawled around them. Their formidable combat prowess prompted Yang Guangming, who was watching from the sidelines, to erupt in applause. They were truly formidable. It was no wonder they had been battling zombies for over a month, successfully applying their enhanced physical capabilities to combat. I still have considerable distance to cover compared to them. It seems I must strive even harder in the future. Jiang Chuyun and his companions gazed in disbelief at the sea of fallen zombies, exchanging glances filled with astonishment, each perceiving the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Although they had long anticipated that the flesh of this mutated dog would significantly enhance their strength, they could never have imagined the extent of the transformation. Through their meals last night and this morning, they felt a remarkable enhancement in their physical prowess, estimating an increase of at least 20%. For Jiang Chuyun and his companions, this enhancement was tantamount to doubling their combat capability. Yet, the situation was far from over. Their temporary refuge still harbored a substantial portion of mutated dog meat, sufficient to sustain them for 4 to 5 days. While the subsequent benefits from consuming the meat would undoubtedly be less pronounced than the initial experience, the cumulative effect should not be underestimated. Ultimately, it could elevate their combat strength to more than triple what it once was. How exhilarating! Even if faced with dozens of zombies, I could easily crush their skulls in one go. Feeling the surge of formidable power within, Tong Tu couldn't help but break into a hearty laugh. Although Jiang Chuyun said nothing, he mused within, given my current strength, dealing with 5 zombies simultaneously should pose little challenge. The potency of the mutated beast's flesh is indeed impressive. Observing the smug expressions on the faces of his 4 companions, Yang Guangming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn it. Isn't it the same person who nearly burst after devouring dog meat hot pot last night? The truth was not far off. After consuming that pot of dog meat, perhaps due to their somewhat frail constitutions or perhaps from overeating, the heat radiating from the mutated dog meat had rendered them akin to steamed shrimp, their bodies flushed and drenched in sweat. At that moment, even the strongest among them, Jiang Chuyun, was tormented by excruciating pain, shedding tears involuntarily, a physiological response to immense suffering. Beyond human will, his teeth clenched together, producing a creaking sound. Yang Guangming speculated, if they had indulged in even more of the mutated dog meat, they might have truly faced dire consequences. Had they possessed such strength a few days prior, De Chong and Kai Han might have survived. Suddenly, Lu Shun's expression darkened, and he spoke with a hint of sorrow. The group fell silent, reflecting on their fallen comrades who had fought alongside them just days ago, now forever separated by fate. All of this was due to that damned, inexplicable outbreak of the zombie virus, which had devastated human society, forcing them to confront the perpetual specter of life and death. Wow, you guys are so amazing. Can you take us along? Just as the members of the Sealy team were engulfed in their melancholic thoughts, an annoyingly cheerful voice suddenly emanated from beside a nearby building. The reason it was deemed annoying was not the content of the statement itself, but rather the exaggerated, effeminate tone that sent shivers down one's spine. The Sealy team turned in unison to see a young man with distinct features, albeit not entirely harmonious when combined, peering curiously from behind the wall, accompanied by a seemingly demure young woman. The man possessed an undeniably appealing visage. However, when it was juxtaposed with his lewd expression, it evoked an indescribable sensation that words such as sleazy or degenerate failed to encapsulate. Upon noticing the members of the Cactus Squad gazing in their direction, he immediately grasped the delicate hand of the demure woman beside him and trotted over with dainty steps, all the while adopting an excessively effeminate tone as he declared, "Greetings, esteemed brothers and sisters. Are you also survivors from the vicinity? Wow, I just witnessed your remarkable prowess in vanquishing those zombies. You were truly extraordinary, akin to superheroes." Silence. Who are you, trailing us stealthily? Jiang Chuan could no longer tolerate such a flamboyant and loquacious man. She interrupted his incessant prattle with a sharp retort. Ah? The chatty man's face registered a wounded expression, sending chills down the spines of Yang Guangming and the others. Sister, please do not be so fierce. I have done nothing wrong. Be quiet. Jiang Chuan ground her teeth, her eyes suddenly ablaze with intense murderous intent as she fixed a fierce glare upon the loquacious man. Articulating each word with chilling clarity, I demand to know your name and purpose. Startled, the chatty man trembled, instinctively recoiling as if he were a young girl bullied by a group of brutes. Hey, why are you shouting? My husband has done nothing to offend you. Why act so menacing? Is your fighting prowess truly so impressive? To the astonishment of Yang Guangming and the others, the quietly composed woman who had been standing behind the loquacious man suddenly transformed, her demeanor shifting as she lunged forward, teeth clenched, and unleashed a torrent of wrath upon Jiang Chuyun. What rendered the situation even more absurd was that, despite her vehement outburst, the woman's countenance retained an air of tranquility, a testament to the peculiarities of the world. Yang Guangming marveled inwardly, good grief, what an extraordinary pair of characters. Chapter 38. Who says oddities are useless? Jiang Chu furrowed her brow slightly, in the face of the demure woman's tirade. She found it lacked the lethal impact of the earlier man's words, and at that moment, she felt no inclination to resort to violence. It was indeed a curious phenomenon. One could hardly fathom that when two individuals spoke to you simultaneously, one being courteous while the other was boorish, the latter somehow captured your attention more. It was a complete paradox. Nonetheless, Jiang Chuyan remained acutely vigilant regarding the inexplicable appearance of these two individuals. She scrutinized the irate yet seemingly composed woman, and with her patience nearly exhausted, she asked one last time, I ask you again, who are you, and why are you following us? Sister, I already explained, we witnessed your impressive battle against the zombies. The loquacious man interjected, eagerly seizing the opportunity to showcase his flamboyant side, but despite his lengthy discourse, he failed to grasp the crux of the matter. Be quiet. Jiang Chuyun and the demure woman simultaneously cast him a glare, and then the woman shot a rather unfriendly look back at Jiang Chuyun, presumably displeased that she had treated her man with such an unpleasant demeanor. What are you staring at, you old hag? Didn't you hear our leader address you? At this moment, the imposing figure of Tondu could no longer hold back. He rose abruptly, his robust frame towering as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the demure woman, bellowing in a deep voice, Hey, what is the matter with you? The loquacious man, witnessing Tongtu's aggression toward his partner, immediately reacted, his eyes flashing defiantly as he retorted, My wife hasn't done anything to you. How can you shout at a girl like that? Meanwhile, Yang Guangming sighed inwardly, thinking, For such a pair of clowns to survive a month in this apocalypse is truly a testament to the heavens' lack of discernment. Silence. Jiang Chuyun could no longer endure the scene. She swung her machete menacingly through the air and glared at the pair of insufferable fools. Her face contorted with fury as she declared, "This is your final chance. Who are you, and what do you wish to achieve by following us? Speak, or I shall slay you." The muscles at the corners of the demure woman's mouth twitched, and just when everyone thought she would finally answer, she stepped back to her loquacious husband, her voice dripping with sweetness as she said, "Darling, you're the head of the family. You should speak." At that moment, the members of the Thorn Pair squad felt an overwhelming urge to reduce this couple to mere pulp. They could not fathom how such a pair of buffoons had managed to survive thus far without being dispatched by other survivors. Suppressing their revulsion, the members of the Thorn Pair squad fixed their gazes on the loquacious man, who felt a shiver of apprehension at their intense scrutiny. Finally, he decided against further embellishments. "Well, you see, we just escaped from another place and happened to witness your impressive prowess in slaying zombies. We were immensely impressed and wish to join you. We hope you will welcome us." After speaking, he suddenly remembered Jiang Chuyun's earlier question and quickly added, "Oh, by the way, my name is Sun Xiaoya. And this is my wife, Zheng Yang," gesturing toward the demure woman beside him. Young Guangming and the others were left utterly bewildered, thinking, "What on earth? Did you get that mixed up? Aren't you supposed to be Zheng Yang and your wife Sun Xiaoya?" After listening to the loquacious man, "No, Sun Xiaoya," Jiang Chuyun suppressed her disgust and replied, "Why should we let you join us? You just witnessed our strength against zombies. What makes you think you were qualified to join our ranks? The Thorn Pair squad never recruits the incapable." "Oh, well, Sun Xiaoya faltered, momentarily at a loss for a suitable reason to justify their inclusion, hesitating as he glanced nervously at Jiang Chuyun and her companions, clearly unsure of what to say next, his eyes darting around as he pondered his next move. At this moment, Zheng Yang, who stood behind Sun Xiaoya, suddenly spoke, "We wish to join you because you require our assistance." Her tone was assertive, as if the Sealy squad could not do without them. Jiang Chuyun's eyelids twitched. She turned to Zheng Yang, narrowing her eyes slightly and inquiring nonchalantly, "Oh, we need you? Pray tell. I am quite curious to know in what way we find ourselves in need of your presence." A confident smile unexpectedly blossomed on Zheng Yang's demure face as she gestured toward young Guangming at the rear of the crowd. "That individual bears an injury on his back, does he not? Your bandaging technique is flawed, and the cloth used for wrapping is unhygienic. Should he inadvertently suffer from an infection, the consequences could be dire." The expressions of Jiang Chuyun and the others shifted subtly, taken aback by the keen observational prowess of this seemingly gentle yet fiery woman. The Sealy squad had ventured out today not merely to assess their collective combat prowess, but with two specific objectives in mind. The first was the issue Zheng Yang had just pointed out. Yang Guangming had sustained several scratches on his left shoulder during a battle with a second-tier mutated dog yesterday, and upon returning, he had only been able to apply a scant amount of complex iodine before hastily wrapping it in a piece of white cloth. Such actions utterly failed to ensure the safety of his wound from bacterial infection, yet the Sealy squad, lacking in medical supplies, was powerless to address such injuries. Thus, they had collectively set out in hopes of locating a pharmacy or clinic to properly treat Yang Guangming's wound. The second objective was due to the fact that after indulging in 2 sumptuous dog meat hot pot meals last night and this morning, the squad's drinking water had been completely depleted. If they did not seek out fresh water soon, they would be left helplessly parched. Observing the change in Yang Guangming's expression, Zheng Yang's face lit up with a knowing smile, and she pointed to Sun Xiaoya beside her, continuing, "Moreover, my husband was once a surgeon, capable of treating most injuries with considerable expertise. Additionally, we are aware of a small clinic in a nearby alley that is fully equipped with the necessary medical instruments for minor surgeries, as well as commonly used ointments for wounds." Pausing momentarily, Zheng Yang then cheerfully countered, "So, do we now qualify to join your ranks? Damn, this damned sissy is also an experienced surgeon?" Yang Guangming and the others nearly widened their eyes in disbelief, glancing incredulously at Sun Xiaoya, who immediately responded with a composed smile, sending a chill down the spines of those present. Jiang Chuyun scrutinized Zheng Yang and Sun Xiaoya for a moment, then solemnly nodded. "Very well, you have successfully persuaded me. Welcome to the Sealy squad." As the strongest fighter in the Sealy squad, Yang Guangming's safety was of utmost concern to Jiang Chuyun and the others, and now that an opportunity to heal his back injury had presented itself, she would certainly not let it slip away. Moreover, with the addition of an experienced surgeon, the team members will not be left powerless when faced with challenging injuries, thus preventing any deterioration of their conditions that might lead to a reduction in their ranks. As for the unsettling presence of this seasoned surgeon, the others can only grit their teeth and endure. After all, he is the most essential talent the team currently requires. This demonstrates that the significance of skilled individuals is not a mere phenomenon of the 21st century. In this apocalyptic world, expertise is equally valued. Chapter 39. The zombie horde blocking the path. Upon hearing Jiang Qiyun's approval of their inclusion, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang were overjoyed. So much so that they playfully collided with one another, much to the chagrin of Yang Guangming and the others, who could only watch in disbelief. Jiang Qiyun's teeth clenched audibly, struggling to suppress the urge to cleave the two jesters in half. She added, "Now, take us to that clinic. I sincerely hope you are not deceiving me, or I shall ensure you regret it for the rest of your lives. Rest assured, sister, once you witness my medical skills, you will not be disappointed," Sun Xiaoya replied with a cheerful glance, her eyes brimming with confidence. The subsequent matters were straightforward. Jiang Qiyun inquired about the precise location of the clinic and the surrounding zombie presence. Given how Sun Xiaoya's mere speech sent shivers down her spine, Jiang Qiyun firmly ordered that unless absolutely necessary, all communications should be conducted through her wife, Zheng Yang. Any violation of this decree would result in a taste of the blade in her hand. Once this was settled, the entire team was guided by Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang towards the clinic, approximately 1,000 meters away. As they set off, Sun Xiaoya shyly flashed a smile at Jiang Qiyun and said, "Sister, silence. Do not call me sister," Jiang Qiyun snapped, glaring fiercely at him. "Now that you have joined our Sealy team, from this day forth, refer to me as boss. If I hear you call me sister again, I shall silence you with my knife." Sun Xiaoya feigned fear, his eyes filled with a mix of longing and trepidation as he replied, "All right, boss. Actually, I would like to discuss something with you." "Speak," Jiang Qiyun replied, her patience wearing thin. With a bashful demeanor, Sun Xiaoya confessed, "My wife and I have not eaten for nearly 2 days. Boss, could we?" Jiang Qiyun nodded without speaking, glancing at Meng Hai, who immediately understood her intent. He shifted his backpack to the front, unzipped it, and retrieved a box of biscuits and 2 cans of fruit. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed from Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the biscuits and cans in Meng Hai's hands, resembling small dogs fixated on a bone, both pitiful and hopeful. Yang Guangming and his companions exchanged subtle smiles, contemplating that perhaps these two fellows only appeared somewhat endearing in moments of silence. However, it was evident that they were in dire need of sustenance. Expressionless, Meng Hai tossed the biscuits and canned goods to Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, then turned to survey their surroundings while continuing forward, clutching the biscuits and fruit cans. Tears of excitement nearly welled up in Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang's eyes as they hurriedly tore open the biscuit packaging and popped the lids off the cans, devouring the contents as they walked. Had it not been for Meng Hai's foresight in providing each of them with a can of fruit, they might have choked on the dried biscuits. Although the second-tier mutated dog ruled this area, having eliminated most of the zombies, many still lingered in the complex alleyways. As the Sealy team made their way toward the clinic, they frequently encountered small groups of zombies, which posed no threat whatsoever, typically dispatched with ease. Witnessing Yang Guangming and his team vanquishing zombies as effortlessly as one would slaughter chickens, admiration shone brightly in Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang's eyes, filling them with confidence about their future. Following such a formidable group, surely their chances of survival would be greater than others. The distance of over 1,000 meters was neither particularly long nor short, and the group arrived at the alleyway leading to the clinic in about 20 minutes. To their delight, during their journey, they had stumbled upon a cigarette stall where they scavenged 3 bottles of mineral water, several packs of assorted cigarettes, and a box of lighters. The water alone would suffice to quench the thirst of the Sealy team for 4 to 5 days. While the box of lighters was an invaluable asset in this apocalyptic world, the assorted cigarettes were also a boon, particularly for Meng Hai, Tong Tu, and Lu Shun, all seasoned smokers. Although Yang Guangming did not have a smoking habit, he had no aversion to indulging occasionally. However, the group's good fortune was about to reach its limit. Stop. Just as they prepared to follow Zheng Yang into the alley, Jiang Qiyun suddenly changed expression, alerting everyone to halt. She then listened intently. The original members of the Sealy team also turned wary, adopting defensive postures, while Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang appeared confused, casting anxious glances at Yang Guangming and inquiring, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss?" Among the group, Yang Guangming possessed the highest level of strength. After having injected himself with a perfect-grade first-tier gene repair serum, his senses had been greatly enhanced, allowing him to perceive dangers far beyond that of an ordinary survivor. "There are zombies in the alley. What's there to fear about zombies? You all are so powerful, we can just charge in." Having witnessed the formidable prowess of Yang Guangming and his companions along the way, Sun Xiaoya, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, unabashedly urged everyone to charge in for a fight. Yang Guangming cast a stoic glance at Sun Xiaoya and remarked, "There is a substantial horde of zombies inside, at least 40 to 50 of them. Should you dare to rush in, I would not hesitate to accompany you." Instantly, Sun Xiaoya's face blanched, her body trembling slightly as she exclaimed, "Ah, so many? Perhaps we should reconsider. But what about your injury, brother? If we do not prioritize treatment, the consequences could be dire. Call me big brother or use my name." Yang Guangming felt a shiver run down his spine at Sun Xiaoya's casual address, and he shot her a fierce glare. "You two find a place to hide here. We may need to scout ahead." Clearly, it would be exceedingly foolish to drag along two liabilities into battle, so Yang Guangming promptly made arrangements for Sun Xiaoya and her companion. From the sounds he had discerned, the zombies numbered no more than 50 or 60, and as long as the group handled the situation adeptly, there was considerable confidence in their success. However, Yang Guangming was not the leader, whether they should charge and required the input of Jiang Chuyan. Thus, he turned his gaze towards her, awaiting her response. Jiang Chuyan furrowed her brow in contemplation before resolutely nodding. "Let us charge. If we do not attempt it, we will never know where to find a pharmacy or clinic. And your injury cannot be delayed. I have longed for an opportunity to unleash a massacre." The scattered zombies we encountered along the way were merely a warm-up. Tongtu swung the steel pipe in his hand, promptly aligning himself with Jiang Chiyun's decision. Although Meng Hai and Lu Shun remained silent, they nodded vigorously in agreement. With consensus achieved, there was nothing more to deliberate. They would charge in and engage in a fierce battle. Chapter 40. The fierce battle before the clinic after securing Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang in a safe house at the alley's entrance. Yang Guangming and the others cautiously advanced deeper into the alley. Given that the passage was not particularly wide, barely accommodating two horses side by side, the group quickly devised a strategy for the impending confrontation. Upon discovering a wooden stick, as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long, in an abandoned house, Yang Guangming wielded it alongside Tongtu as they led the charge. Should they encounter zombies, they would use the long stick and steel pipe to hold the front line against the advancing horde. In the narrow alley, if 2 zombies were successfully held back, the others would be forced to squeeze through the gaps, significantly slowing their advance. Lacking the advantage of speed, the zombies would pose little threat in the confined space, especially against Jiang Chuyun, Meng Hai, and Lu Shun, whose abilities had more than doubled. Of course, this strategy hinged on Yang Guangming and Tongto's capacity to withstand the onslaught. Just days prior, they would have been unable to withstand a collective charge from dozens of zombies, but the circumstances had now changed, and they were filled with unwavering confidence. The alley was not long, and as Yang Guangming and his companions began to run, the horde of zombies lurking around the bins quickly sensed the commotion, their black eyes gleaming with excitement. However, before the undead could make a move, the 5 of them had already dashed in front of them. Turning the corner, the first sight to greet them, aside from the crowd of zombies, was a large blue and white sign hanging above a doorway. A wave of joy washed over Yang Guangming and his companions. Sun Xiaoya and her companion had indeed spoken the truth. Given the gathering of zombies for unknown reasons, it was clear that this clinic had yet to be visited by other survivors, ensuring that most of its contents remained intact. Upon spotting the 5, the horde of zombies suddenly surged forward with renewed vigor, their red glowing eyes fixated on the group. "Copperhead, Yang Guangming." Jiang Chiyun's voice rang out sharply. "All right, just watch us, boss." Copperhead replied, his eyes unwavering as he faced the oncoming swarm, steel pipe held firmly in hand, his legs spread apart like sturdy stakes planted into the ground. Yang Guangming remained silent, yet his actions were resolute. He brandished a thick wooden stick, held parallel to Copperhead's steel pipe, creating a barrier of about half a meter between them. At that moment, 2 zombies collided with the wooden stick and steel pipe with a dull thud, abruptly halting their advance. The remaining zombies, undeterred, surged forward through the gaps, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, merely jogging towards the group. "Follow me." Jiang Chuyun, ever the vanguard, shouted as she brandished her machete before a narrow opening. Her expression remained stoic as the grotesque faces of the approaching zombies loomed closer. Yet she was already poised for a fierce attack. With a swift arc, a brilliant flash of the blade sliced through the air, striking the foremost zombie just as it reached out with its withered claws towards Jiang Chiyun's chest. The blade effortlessly severed it, black blood spraying forth and splattering onto her attire. Unfazed by the gore, Jiang Chiyun raised her long leg and forcefully kicked the zombie in the abdomen, significantly slowing its momentum. In a fluid motion, she swung her machete once more, this time decapitating the creature with a clean stroke. Yet, this was not the end. The zombies behind immediately shoved the headless body aside, clawing their way towards Jiang Chuyun. Simultaneously, the same scene unfolded in the other two openings. In times past, Meng Hai and Lu Shun would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the relentless advance of the zombies. However, after having feasted on 2 hearty meals of mutated dog meat, their strength had transformed significantly, allowing them to barely hold their ground. Strangely enough, the most arduous task fell upon Yang Guangming and Tong Tu, who were tasked with halting the charge of dozens of zombies using only wooden sticks and steel pipes. Should their strength wane even slightly, they would surely be toppled by the onslaught of the undead. Within mere minutes, the muscles of Yang Guangming and Tong Tu became taut, with prominent veins surging on the surface, exuding an aura of power. The alley was filled solely with the low, guttural growls of the zombies and the dull thuds of blades slicing into flesh and bone, interspersed with the grunts of Yang Guangming and his companions. Yet, to avoid attracting the attention of nearby zombies, they were compelled to lower their voices, channeling their fervent battle spirit into every contraction of their muscles. Before long, the alley was strewn with the bodies of over 10 fallen zombies. These carcasses not only impeded the advance of their undead brethren, but also posed a challenge for Yang Guangming and the others in their defense. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuyun called out for everyone to retreat to the bin behind them. Meng Hai and Lu Shun forcefully dispatched the zombies before them, and then turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. Yang Guangming and Tong Tu relinquished the 2 zombies they had been holding back and retreated while using their long weapons to delay the relentless onslaught of the approaching zombies. Upon rounding a bend, the 5 regrouped according to their previous battle strategy, ready to commence the next wave of assault. The bend had successfully hindered the zombies' charge, significantly reducing the pressure on Yang Guangming and his companions. This respite allowed the weary 5 to collectively exhale, realizing that subduing the remaining zombies was no longer an insurmountable task. Meanwhile, hidden within a house at the mouth of the alley, Sun Xiaoye and her companion were filled with trepidation. Although they had witnessed the formidable prowess of Yang Guangming's group, they remained uncertain whether they could withstand the overwhelming tide of zombies. Since Yang Guangming and his team had plunged into the alley, an unsettling anxiety gnawed at them, fearing that their newfound allies might be engulfed by the horde, leaving them to fend for themselves. After a few minutes passed without any signs of movement or zombies rushing out of the alley, Sun Xiaoye exchanged a glance with her companion before they cautiously emerged from their hiding place and ventured into the alley. As they traversed 2 bins, upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes widened in astonishment, and a wave of shock washed over them. Goodness gracious, were these individuals even human? They had managed to effectively blockade dozens of zombies within the alley. Sun Xiaoye and Zheng Yang had never heard of a survivor possessing such formidable strength, and they were nearly rendered speechless by the scene before them. In an instant, a wave of elation surged within them. With such a powerful ally, they would no longer have to live in fear. Chapter 41. Let professionals handle professional matters with immense strength and the right tactics. The next battle for the Thorn Pair squad unfolded without a hitch. As the relentless horde of zombies dwindled to a mere 10, Yang Guangming could no longer contain himself. He forcefully thrust a wooden stick into the mouth of one zombie, before drawing his machete from his waist. Copperhead, keep holding them off. Like a tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, Yang Guangming charged forth with his machete, and brilliant flashes of blade light danced in succession. Black blood and severed limbs flew through the air incessantly. Wow, this brother is so impressive, Sun Xiaoye exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Is he really a patient? He seems far more capable than anyone else. Zhang Yang, equally astonished, clutched Sun Xiaoye's left arm, her delicate face elongating in disbelief as she gasped. My goodness. This guy is simply a human beast. Oh, I've told you countless times, girl shouldn't use foul language, Sun Xiaoye chided playfully, lightly stomping her foot to express her discontent. Okay, I understand, dear. I'll be more careful next time, Zheng Yang replied. With the remaining zombies already few in number, and with the indomitable Yang Guangming joining the fray, their demise accelerated significantly. Within mere minutes, the 5 members of the Thorn Pair squad had eradicated every last one, leaving the narrow alley strewn with severed limbs and gruesome zombie heads. Throughout the battle, Yang Guangming felt a twinge of frustration at having only slain a few zombies, as each was a source of positive energy. Regrettably, he could not single-handedly accumulate these points at a leisurely pace. It seemed he would need to devise another plan to quickly amass the 1,000 points of positive energy he sought. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoye and Zheng Yang remained in a state of shock until Jiang Chuyun approached them with a stern expression, at which point they realized the battle had concluded. Was it over so quickly? Wow, you all are so impressive, sister, boss. Upon noticing the frost on Jiang Chuyun's face and the dark bloodstains on her clothes and weapon, Sun Xiaoya instinctively corrected herself after calling her sister. What are you doing here? Jiang Chuyun's tone was severe. Sun Xiaoya replied sheepishly, we heard it was quiet for a while, so we wanted to come see. Do you realize how dangerous that is? Jiang Chuyun's voice grew colder. Sun Xiaoya's smile faltered. Huh? But isn't everything fine now? You all are so powerful. Silence. Jiang Chuyun interrupted. Jiang Chuyun wore a sullen expression, mercilessly reprimanding them. Since you have joined our Sealy team, you must remember one thing. You are not permitted to act independently against orders. This is your first warning. It is my fault for not clarifying this beforehand. I shall not pursue the matter further, but do you understand that it shall not happen again? Sun Xiaoya felt a bead of sweat nearly trickling down her forehead. Beside her, Zhang Yang, witnessing Jiang Chuyun's stern admonishment of his husband, felt a twinge of indignation. However, upon observing Jiang Chuyun's palpable aura of menace and weighing the combat capabilities of both sides, he wisely chose silence and refrained from arguing. Let's go. Jiang Chuyun turned and headed towards the Junhua clinic. Startled by Jiang Chuyun's authoritative reprimand, Sun Xiaoya and her companion followed cautiously, refraining from any further idle chatter. Upon pushing open the aluminum and glass sliding door of the clinic, a faint smile appeared on everyone's faces. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, sometimes medication is more precious than food. One can endure hunger for days without sustenance, yet the absence of medicine can swiftly lead to the loss of life. The clinic was modest in size, with a wooden bench positioned against the entrance wall and 3 long wooden tables dividing the back area from a wooden medicine cabinet. The entire space barely spanned 10 square meters, creating an impression of confinement. However, upon seeing the neatly arranged array of medications within the cabinet, expressions of delight surfaced on their faces. Subsequently, Jiang Chuyun and the others' gazes converged on Sun Xiaoya. Jiang Chuyun, maintaining a stoic demeanor, instructed, "You are the doctor. Examine these medications and identify which ones we will need in the future. Select them all, and then you will redress young Guangming's wounds." Understood, Captain. Eager to prove her worth as she would continue to rely on the Sealy team for sustenance, Sun Xiaoya promptly moved a wooden table aside and began rummaging through the cabinet supplies. Amoxicillin, cephrodine, penicillin. These anti-inflammatory medications are essential. Take them. Hydrogen peroxide, medical alcohol, iodine tincture. These are crucial for treating wounds. Take them. Norfloxacin and berberine. Many foods in this post-apocalyptic world are unclean and can cause diarrhea, so these anti-diarrheal medications are indispensable. Take them. Banlangen granules, aminophenol, pseudoephedrine. These cold medications are also necessary. Otherwise, a cold could lead to complications. Take them. Yang Guangming and the others stood silently outside the wooden table, observing Sun Xiaoya as she immersed herself in the piles of medications, muttering to herself while occasionally transferring items from the cabinet to the table. Indeed, a professional is a professional. Her thorough considerations encompassed various potential scenarios, and she efficiently gathered the corresponding medications, prompting silent nods of approval among the group. However, a wave of surprise washed over them when she inadvertently extracted a collection of contraceptives and condoms. Yang Guangming and the others exchanged bewildered glances with Zhang Yang, their eyes brimming with curiosity, making Zhang Yang wish he could disappear beneath the table. You foolish husband. Are you really unaware of the subtle art of slipping a few items into your pockets? It's utterly mortifying. A flush of crimson swiftly ascended from Zhang Yang's neck to his cheeks, forcing him to adopt an ostrich-like demeanor, deliberately ignoring the contraceptive items on the table and the peculiar gazes of those around him. After a considerable duration, Sun Xiaoya finally concluded her meticulous organization of the medication cabinet, retrieving an impressive array of items that could be of use to everyone, creating quite a sizable pile on the long table. Subsequently, she bent down to open the drawers within the 3 long tables, rummaging through to extract a plethora of supplies such as gauze, bandages, and hemostatic spray, later unearthing a set of basic surgical instruments. Of course, the term basic surgical instruments merely referred to a few pairs of forceps, tweezers, scissors, and the only substantial tool being a hand-length surgical knife. Goodness. Is this a clinic or a small hospital? It certainly gives off an impression of a diminutive establishment with all essential components. Yang Guangming and the others gazed at the amassed items on the table, feeling somewhat dizzy from the sight. I've visited this clinic before, so I generally know what's available here. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Yang Guangming and the others, Sun Xiaoya smiled sheepishly and offered a brief explanation, then turned her alluring eyes toward Yang Guangming, saying, "Come on, brother, let us commence." Yang Guangming felt a shiver run down his spine, almost overwhelmed, and, disregarding Sun Xiaoya's verbal missteps, he dutifully moved to a nearby bench, sitting with his back to the others. Grasping the necessary surgical instruments, he called over Zheng Yang. At which point everyone realized that Zhang Yang was a nurse, working alongside Sun Xiaoye at the same hospital. Sun Xiaoye's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she officially began her professional duties. After several minutes, Yang Guangming's injury on his left shoulder had been expertly readdressed. Wrapped in a pristine layer of gauze and several bandages, showcasing Sun Xiaoye's professional prowess. "So, brother, are you satisfied with my skills?" she inquired, unable to resist winking at Yang Guangming. As if seeking acknowledgement for her handiwork. A chill swept across Yang Guangming's back once more, and he managed a stiff smile of gratitude. Goodness. Why does this person's speech always seem so laden with ambiguity? If it weren't for his wife standing nearby, I would surely mistake him for a rather insufferable little submissive. Chapter 42. Trouble arrives uninvited once the group departed from Junhua Clinic. Satisfied smiles adorned every face. Yang Guangming felt relief that his injury had finally been treated, preventing further deterioration. The members of the prickly pear team, Jiang Chuyun and others, were elated with their substantial haul of essential medications, while Sun Xiaoye and Zhang Yang reveled in having showcased their worth. Now able to lean on the prickly pear team for support in this apocalyptic world. Boss, why is our team named the prickly pear team? Sister. Isn't it exhausting wielding such a long steel pipe as a weapon? Boss, you're all so formidable. Why didn't I know you before? On the return journey, Sun Xiaoye's incessant chatter resumed, bombarding the ears of those around her. It was only when Jiang Chuyun, with a stoic expression, brandished his machete before her that she offered an awkward smile and fell silent, refraining from further spouting her words. This outing had proven to be a resounding success for the Thorn Pear team. Not only had they procured the urgently needed medical supplies and tended to Yang Guangming's injuries, but they had also found a professional surgeon, marking a significant triumph. Additionally, their secondary objective of sourcing water had been partially fulfilled. Even if they indulged somewhat extravagantly, the several cases of mineral water would sustain them for a day or two. At this point, it was still only around 2 in the afternoon. Yet everyone was burdened with various bags, unable to carry anything more. Consequently, Jiang Chuyun decided it was time to return and continue the search for water resources the following day. Despite the considerable enhancement of their abilities, lingering outdoors for even a moment longer posed an increased risk. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the unknown dangers were manifold. Who could predict what bizarre occurrences might befall them in the next instant? Just like the level 2 mutated dog they had encountered the previous day, which had taken them all by surprise, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury within their ranks, an agonizing blow. As they approached within 200 meters of the Thorn Pear team's temporary encampment, both Jiang Chuyun and Yang Guangming halted simultaneously, their expressions shifting as they gazed toward the alleyway ahead. The entire group came to a standstill, following their line of sight. There, 6 armed survivors stood ominously at the alley's entrance, led by an individual with elongated eyebrows, who regarded Sun Xiaoye and another member of the team with an inscrutable smile, clearly indicating a prior acquaintance. Upon seeing these 6 survivors, both Sun Xiaoye and Zhang Yang involuntarily displayed signs of fear, but after a moment's contemplation, their expressions relaxed somewhat, though traces of alarm still lingered in their eyes. Yang Guangming narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Sun Xiaoye and Zhang Yang, and quietly inquired, "Do you know them? Are they foes or friends?" This question, albeit somewhat redundant, was understandable. It was evident that these individuals were familiar with Sun Xiaoye and Zhang Yang and did not come with benevolent intentions. Sun Xiaoye nodded with a pained expression, unusually silent, her lingering trepidation not lost on Yang Guangming. "Rest assured, regardless of their intentions, now that you have joined our Thorn Pear team, we will ensure your safety." Yang Guangming's words were resolute. In his view, these mere 6 ordinary survivors posed no real threat, and the team would certainly safeguard Sun Xiaoye, who excelled in surgical skills. At that moment, the 6 survivors across the way approached in unison. The leader, a man with drooping eyebrows, wore a faint, cold smile as he glanced at Sun Xiaoye and Zhang Yang, saying, "Freaks, do you believe you can escape from our grasp? Are these individuals your new allies? Do you truly think that such a handful could stand against our Sanhu gang?" His words implied that Sun Xiaoye and her companion had fled from their so-called Sanhu gang survivor team, only to find themselves cornered here today. Moreover, it seemed that the Sanhu gang was rather numerous in his eyes, rendering the small team of the Cactus Squad utterly insignificant. Yang Guangming and Jiang Chuyun were perplexed, unable to discern the animosity between Sun Xiaoye and the Sanhu gang, which left them in silence, merely observing the situation with cold stares to prevent any misunderstandings. Upon hearing the man's words, Sun Xiaoye's face momentarily reflected fear, but she quickly regained her composure. As she was about to speak, Zheng Yang stepped forward. "Tang Laosan, we are not your slaves. Why can't we leave the Sanhu gang?" Besides, my husband once saved your second brother's life. Is this how you treat a benefactor? Yang Guangming and the others speculated on how the San Hu gang had treated Sun Xiaoya and her companion. Tang Laosan's drooping eyebrows twitched slightly as he chuckled darkly. Ha! Ha! A life-saving grace. If it weren't for our San Hu gang, you'd have either starved to death or been devoured by zombies long ago. How does that count? Casting a casual glance at Yang Guangming and the others, Tang Laosan continued. As long as you obediently return with me, I will overlook your attempt to escape. Otherwise, do you think these few can protect you? Huh, what a joke. You wish. Zhang Yang glared, his chest heaving with anger. Tang Laosan's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Zhang Yang and Sun Xiaoya before letting out a sigh. Why must it be this way? Our elder brother's interest in you is a stroke of fortune. Do you truly believe you can survive in this environment by following this freak? The world has changed. It is no longer what we once knew. Now, it is the one with the mightiest fist who dictates the terms. At this point, Tang Laosan paused briefly, then raised his right fist solemnly, promising, I assure you, if you submit to our elder brother, we will protect this freak and ensure their safety. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Listening intently, Yang Guangming and the others began to grasp the situation. It appeared that Sun Xiaoya had previously saved Tang Laosan's second brother, and her exceptional medical skills were highly regarded by the San Hu gang, who sought to recruit her. In a world where they lacked any means of self-defense, Sun Xiaoya and her husband, recognizing the formidable strength of the San Hu gang, had naturally decided to align themselves with them without hesitation. Unbeknownst to anyone, the leader of the Three Tigers gang became infatuated with Zhang Yang's beauty, desiring her to abandon Sun Xiaoya and submit to him. However, Zhang Yang remained steadfast in her allegiance to the effeminate Sun Xiaoya, decisively rejecting his advances. Seizing the opportunity, the two managed to escape. As for why the leader of the Three Tigers gang did not resort to force, it is likely due to his recognition of Sun Xiaoya's exceptional medical skills, which he deemed too valuable to lose, thus opting to avoid violent measures out of caution. Nonetheless, with Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang having fled, the members of the Three Tigers gang were left seething with humiliation and rage, abandoning any pretense of civility. Threats and violence were now on the table. What a melodramatic turn of events. However, trouble had indeed come knocking at their door, and resolving it would not be an easy feat. Having only just tended to his injuries, Yang Guangming was reluctant to reopen his wounds, as that would not only bring him unnecessary pain but also squander precious medical supplies. Yet, should the adversaries persist, Yang Guangming and Jiang Chuyuan would not cower in fear. Chapter 43. The shock of Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang hearing the threats from Tang Laosan. The expressions of Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang shifted dramatically. As if they had recalled some dreadful matter, their eyes filled with palpable fear. Observing the terror reflected in their gazes, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Tang Laosan's features, the corners of his mouth curving into a sly smile as he continued. So, have you made your decision? If you accompany me back now, I assure you that all I have promised will be honored. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang's faces shifted again in response. At that moment, Yang Guangming unexpectedly coughed a few times, directing a helpless glance at Tang Laosan, and said, Excuse me, are we invisible? Apologies, but Sun Xiaoya is now our personal physician, and we have just compensated her for a month's salary, so she will not be returning to your Three Tigers gang. Upon hearing Yang Guangming's mildly teasing remark, Tang Laosan's expression darkened instantaneously, his eyebrows twitching furiously as he glared at Yang Guangming with a menacing glint in his eyes, sneering, Who are you people? I don't believe I've encountered you before. It seems you are newcomers to this southern part of the city. Perhaps you should inquire about the reputation of the Three Tigers gang. Do you think you are worthy of provoking us? Noting that Yang Guangming's group consisted of at least 5 individuals, all armed and appearing quite formidable, Tang Laosan merely resorted to verbal threats. Had he brought a larger entourage this time, he would have certainly bypassed idle chatter and engaged them directly, ensuring that they understood the might of the Three Tigers gang. Who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Sun Xiaoya and her companions have now joined our ranks, regardless of any prior entanglements. Now that they are with us, I will not allow anyone to take them away. Jiang Chuyuan, as the captain of the Thorny Pear Squad, felt compelled to assert his presence. Though her expression remained icy, it did not hinder Jiang Chuyuan from showcasing her beauty. The moment she spoke, she captivated the attention of Tang Laosan and his companions, who widened their eyes in astonishment, instinctively swallowing their saliva. To their surprise, they encountered such an exquisite woman in this desolate place. However, upon noticing the sharp blade in Jiang Chuyuan's hand and the dark stains of blood on her attire, Tang Laosan and his associates were enveloped by a palpable aura of menace, rendering them unable to utter any lewd remarks. After casting a glance over the members of the Sealy squad, Tang Laosan finally fixed his gaze on Jiang Chuyun and coldly warned, "You should consider the consequences. Our Sanhu gang is not to be trifled with." Jiang Chuyun's expression remained unchanged as she retorted with a single word, "Scram." With a fierce slash of her knife before her, a chilling aura emanated from her, suggesting she was ready to draw her weapon at the slightest provocation. Tang Laosan's face twitched violently, his malevolent gaze darting among the members of the Sealy squad. His chest heaved as he struggled to suppress his fury, finally growling, "You'll regret this. Leave." With that, Tang Laosan swiftly turned and strode away, breaking into a run as he rounded a corner. Those who had survived in this apocalyptic world for a month were far from foolish. Tang Laosan could sense that despite their numerical advantage, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiang Chuyun and her companions made a confrontation seem perilous. Thus, he wisely chose to retreat after delivering his threat. Although Jiang Chuyun understood that letting Tang Laosan and his gang go would inevitably invite greater troubles, she refrained from attacking them. The rationale was similar. While they held a stronger position, their recent battle had severely drained their stamina. Even if they managed to subdue Tang Laosan and his men, they could not ensure their own safety without incurring losses, especially with Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang, who were notably weak. It was only after Tang Laosan's group had vanished that Jiang Chuyun's expression shifted, and she hastened towards their temporary refuge. "Quickly, we must leave this area at once." From Tang Laosan's words, the group discerned that the Sanhu gang had a considerable number of members, likely in the dozens, enabling them to operate with impunity in this region. The sheer size of such a survivor group was beyond what the Sealy squad could withstand. Their only option was to evade them and depart before the gang sought retribution. "Boss, we should leave directly. If we delay, the Sanhu gang will likely surround us," Zhang Yang interjected, his muscles twitching in urgency. "We have important items that we cannot abandon." Jiang Chuyun, without glancing back, offered her a brief explanation as his pace quickened beneath him. What could possibly be more important than life itself? Zhang Yang pondered silently. However, upon witnessing Jiang Chuyun and the others hastening their steps, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang had no choice but to follow suit. At that moment, they discerned the most significant difference between young Guangming and his companions. Having just endured a fierce battle between humans and corpses, each of them was laden with burdens weighing dozens of kilograms, yet they managed to sprint with remarkable speed, leaving the nearly empty-handed duo struggling to keep up. Good heavens, what manner of creatures are these individuals? After a brief interval, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang joined the members of the Cactus Squad at their temporary refuge. After sprinting for about 200 meters, they were nearly out of breath. And upon entering the dwelling, they leaned heavily on their knees, gasping for air. In stark contrast, young Guangming and his 5 companions appeared unfazed, casually depositing their burdens before immediately commencing to organize their surroundings, as if they had only run a mere 20 meters instead of 200. What astonished Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang even more was that Jiang Chuyun and the others had not once inquired about the Sanhu gang, nor had they abandoned them to extricate themselves from trouble. This unwavering loyalty left Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang profoundly moved. After struggling for over a month to survive in this apocalyptic world, they had come to realize the grim reality of life being as cheap as dirt. Yet, they were taken aback by the Cactus Squad's steadfast commitment to their comrades, even to those newly integrated into the team. However, they had clearly underestimated the Cactus Squad. While they stood in the hall, attempting to regulate their breathing, the members of the Cactus Squad swiftly gathered all their belongings. Shortly thereafter, young Guangming emerged from the storage room, shouldering the enormous carcass of an animal. Its fur had been entirely stripped away, and even with its head severed, it measured nearly 3 meters in length. Despite its seemingly slender form, it weighed no less than 300 pounds. The most astonishing aspect was that young Guangming bore this hefty creature effortlessly, his expression betraying no signs of exertion whatsoever. What kind of extraordinary beings are these? Chapter 44. Breaking through the encirclement, observing the superhuman strength of young Guangming and his companions. Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, the more powerful these individuals appeared, the more their hearts swelled with joy. To have such formidable allies during these tumultuous times was undoubtedly a blessing. What reassured Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang the most was that young Guangming and his cohort were not merely strong, they also exhibited a protective nature towards their own. Certainly not resembling the Sanhu gang leader who would dare covet the wives of his subordinates. Although the Cactus Squad was small in number, the supplies they needed to relocate were substantial. A second-tier mutated dog alone weighed over 300 pounds, a task young Guangming handled single-handedly. Additionally, the rice, oil, and salt amounted to over 100 pounds, rendering the copperhead unable to assist. 3 bottles of mineral water, along with a collection of miscellaneous items, rendered the backpacks of Meng Hai and Lu Shun quite bulging. The remaining odds and ends, as well as the medicines and medical instruments, fell upon the shoulders of Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang. The only one in the group who was unencumbered was Jiang Chuyun, the captain. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent for one member of the team to remain mobile, ensuring they could respond swiftly in case of an emergency. After gathering all their belongings, the group hurriedly exited the three-story residence, swiftly making their way in the direction indicated by Zhang Yang. This area was firmly within the territory of the Sanhu gang, and the team dared not linger, for any delay could result in them falling into an encirclement by the gang, which would spell trouble. Facing 7 individuals, including the less competent Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, against dozens of foes, even young Guangming and his companions, who considered themselves formidable, were not so arrogant as to believe they could triumph over an enemy that outnumbered them by several times, even by a factor of 10. Naturally, had they ample time to fully digest the entire pack of second-tier mutated dogs, their collective strength would have surged significantly, rendering them unafraid of a multitude of ordinary survivors. However, the world is devoid of such hypotheticals, and thus, they could only flee in a state of panic. The crisp sound of their hurried footsteps echoed through the alleys, easily betraying the location of the Shirley squad amidst the stillness of the surroundings. Along the way, a few scattered zombies were drawn towards the sound of their footfalls, but they ultimately succumbed to Jiang Chuyun's blade. Renowned for her formidable combat prowess, Jiang Chuyun had nearly doubled her strength after consuming 2 meals of second-tier mutated dog meat, making her particularly ferocious at this moment. Even when confronted by 3 or 4 zombies simultaneously, she displayed no fear. Her agile form darted forth like a leopard, and with swift strikes, the limbs of the zombies fell away, posing no threat whatsoever. Despite having witnessed Jiang Chuyun's fierce capabilities before, both Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang could not help but gape in disbelief as they observed her dispatching zombies with the ease of butchering poultry. How much longer until we escape the Sanhu gang's territory? After traversing 3 alleys, Jiang Chuyun furrowed her brow and inquired of Zhang Yang. After surveying the surrounding terrain and buildings and pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang replied, "Soon, we should be able to move another 2 or 3 miles. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed that Yang Guangming and the others in front had come to a halt. It was then that he beheld a group of survivors emerging ahead in the alley, led by a man bearing a conspicuous scar across his face. Scar 2. Upon spotting this scarred man, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang exclaimed in unison. Clearly, this individual, known as Scar 2, was none other than the second-in-command of the Sanhu gang. You all certainly run fast, haha. Scar 2 blocked the path ahead, flanked by a dozen armed individuals, their expressions menacing. Initially, he intended to assert his presence. However, upon suddenly catching sight of the headless corpse of a mutated dog resting upon Yang Guangming's shoulder, his countenance instantly transformed. Ah, truly, it is as if he had traversed 1,000 miles in vain only to stumble upon a treasure effortlessly. This group not only abducted our people, but even dared to steal our mutated canine. They are utterly reckless. Despite the fierce words he uttered, Scar 2 hesitated to advance, clearly wary of the combat prowess of the Thorn Pair squad. The survivors capable of slaying that formidable mutated dog could not be mere trifles. Subconsciously, Scar 2 decided to wait for Sanhu to rally with the others before proceeding. Yang Guangming and his companions cast a cold glance at Scar 2, temporarily halting their advance. Jiang Chuyun, with a fierce glare directed at Scar 2, coldly commanded, "Good dogs do not block the way. Step aside." Scar 2's face twitched, veins bulging in fury as he roared, "Damn bitch, do not be so arrogant. Soon, I shall ensure you experience true suffering." Aware that lingering here would be futile, Jiang Chuyun wasted no time, leading the charge with her blade drawn towards the opposition. With only a dozen men remaining on Scar 2's side, they could barely manage. If they waited for Sanhu's reinforcements to arrive, breaking through the encirclement would become a formidable challenge. Yang Guangming, Meng Hai, and the others, in unison, discarded their burdens, gripping their blades as they swiftly followed Jiang Chuyun forward, their faces resolute, devoid of hesitation. Scar 2, alarmed, could not believe that these few dared to charge at his dozen men. Forcing himself to muster courage, he commanded his followers to block the alley. "Damn it, ungrateful fools. Brothers, charge forth and slay them." Scar 2 understood the principle that in a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. Even if he felt uncertain, there was no alternative but to engage in direct combat. Otherwise, not only would this group escape his encirclement, but they would also incur significant casualties. Regrettably, sometimes the disparity in strength cannot be compensated for by mere courage. Jiang Chuyun led the charge, and the 5 members of the Thorn Pair squad descended upon Scar 2's ranks like ferocious tigers, effortlessly penetrating their ranks and initiating a one-sided massacre. A scream echoed as one of the leading members of the Sanhu gang, poised to strike forward with his blade, was met with a blinding flash, severing his right arm at the elbow. The sudden surge of pain contorted his face, nearly causing him to faint. With a resounding crash, the copper-headed figure wielded a steel pipe like a windmill, sending a nearby survivor and his weapon flying, resembling a lifeless marionette. In a matter of moments, 5 or 6 corpses lay strewn upon the ground, and had Scar-2 not reacted swiftly and concealed himself slightly behind, Jiang Qian's blade would undoubtedly have torn him asunder. So formidable, we must flee. Amidst the chaos, someone let out a wail, and the remaining members of the Sanhu gang turned to flee, with Scar-2 leading the charge. Yang Guangming and his companions, of course, would not pursue the matter any further. Instead, they swiftly gathered the items they had previously discarded and hastened down another alley. Chapter 45. News from the equipment store. With a sharp crack, several swollen fingerprints suddenly appeared on the face of Scar-2. Useless. How could a dozen of you fail to stop just 7? Are you all incompetent? A towering man with a horse-like face loomed over Scar-2. His expression dark and his voice a thunderous growl filled with discontent. Scar-2 bowed his head deeply, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Yet he dared not show any sign of dissatisfaction. He lamented respectfully, "Brother, you have no idea. Those few individuals are extraordinarily formidable. In our first encounter, they dispatched several of our brothers. Had we not acted swiftly, we might have been completely annihilated." At that moment, the other men quickly chimed in, their faces still bearing traces of terror, clearly shaken by the formidable combat prowess displayed by Yang Guangming and his companions. The horse-faced man cast a cold, penetrating gaze across the assembled faces and asked solemnly, "Is that truly the case? I hope you are not deceiving me, otherwise, you know the consequences." "I swear to the heavens, I am not lying, brother. If any of my words are false, let the zombies feast upon me piece by piece." Scar-2 raised his hand and took a solemn oath. "Indeed, we would never dare to deceive you, brother. What second brother says is entirely true." The other men quickly echoed, fervently supporting Scar-2's claims. At this juncture, Tang Laosan, who had remained silent in the background, cautiously interjected, "Brother, I fear they are not lying. I encountered this group once before. Although we did not engage, I could sense that they were extraordinary. A mere 10 or so individuals would likely be unable to stop them." The horse-faced man grunted, pacing his tall frame across the spacious room in contemplative silence. The others held their breath, acutely aware of his grim demeanor, not daring to make a sound. Dispatch orders for the brothers to remain vigilant went out and to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of this group, he finally instructed after a prolonged silence. "However, unless absolutely necessary, do not confront them directly. We merely need to ascertain their location." "Yes, brother." The men responded in unison, promptly notifying their respective subordinates. Throughout this exchange, Scar-2 and the other men conspicuously refrained from mentioning the second-tier mutated dog, as if they had not witnessed the enormous headless corpse on Yang Guangming's shoulder at all. They understood all too well that if the horse-faced man discovered that the mutated dog had been acquired by Yang Guangming's group, and that they had failed to impede them, their fate would likely be quite dire. Yang Guangming and his companions continued to sprint for half an hour before finally halting in a narrow alley, ensuring that the Three Tigers gang would not pursue them any further before coming to a stop. Observing the unfamiliar architecture surrounding them, Yang Guangming and his companions were utterly perplexed about their current location. Jiang Qian turned to the panting Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang beside her and inquired, "Where are we? Do you have any idea?" Sun Xiaoya surveyed the area, her face reflecting a look of confusion, while Zheng Yang scrutinized the scene before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he tentatively replied, "Boss, if my memory serves me correctly, if we traverse this alley and take a turn at the next intersection, we should reach Qingshi Well Road. I have been here before, so I have some recollection of the area." Qingshi Well Road. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the 5 members of the Sealy team brightened with newfound hope. They had already been within a mere 2 or 3 miles of Qingshi Well Road, and in their frantic bid to break through the encirclement, they had unwittingly wandered quite a distance. It was unexpected that they had circled back to Qingshi Well Road, and it appeared that Zheng Yang was somewhat familiar with the terrain there. Meng Hai immediately regarded Zheng Yang with eager anticipation and asked, "Have you heard of an outdoor survival gear shop located in an alley on Qingshi Well Road? It specializes in selling knives, bows, and similar equipment." "An outdoor survival gear shop?" Zhang Yang's expression turned vague, as if he had no recollection of such a place. The hopeful glimmer in Yang Guangming and the others' eyes dimmed, suggesting that neither of them had heard of the shop. "Hey, I think I might have heard of it." At that moment, Sun Xiaoya scratched her head, speaking uncertainly. "What? You know? Why didn't you say so sooner?" Yang Guangming and the others immediately shifted their attention to Sun Xiaoya, causing her to feel a bit apprehensive. After a few involuntary shivers, she continued, I can't say for sure, but I once heard a colleague mention that there is a shop selling outdoor survival gear in an alley on Treacherous Road. Damn it, did a monkey send you? Meng Hai erupted in anger. Is that even necessary to say? We already know that the outdoor survival gear shop is in an alley on Treacherous Road, but knowing this is utterly useless. Brother, you need to let me finish. Sun Xiaoya awkwardly scratched her head again. Meng Hai was on the verge of exploding, his eyes glaring as if to unleash fire. You clueless fool, can't you get to the point? If it weren't for the current situation, I would certainly give you a good thrashing. Under Meng Hai's fierce gaze, Sun Xiaoya trembled once more, momentarily forgetting to continue her explanation. Jiang Chuan shot a cold glance at Meng Hai and then offered an encouraging look to Sun Xiaoya, signaling her not to be afraid and to share any information she had. Gratefully acknowledging Jiang Chuan's support, Sun Xiaoya resumed. I heard my colleague say that the entrance to that alley is right across from the South City Service Trade Wholesale Market, so it should be easy to find. The South City Service Trade Wholesale Market. At this revelation, a flicker of delight passed through the eyes of Jiang Chuan and her companions. Undoubtedly, although the few of them were not well acquainted with the vicinity of Qingshijing Road, they were remarkably familiar with the Fumao Wholesale Market. At that moment, all they needed to do was to follow Qingshijing Road until they reached the market, and then ascertain whether there was an alley across from it, which would lead them to the outdoor survival equipment store. Goodness, this place is surprisingly easy to locate. Despite being a complete stranger to Zhangzhou City, Yang Guangming displayed no signs of astonishment. He would simply follow their lead. After the initial surprise, a hint of concern crept onto Jiang Chuan and the others' faces. If the outdoor survival equipment store was indeed located there, it would be easy to find. But the alley directly opposite the South City Fumao Wholesale Market would likely be teeming with zombies. Chapter 46, The Perfect Settlement. Although they had discovered the whereabouts of the outdoor survival equipment store, the members of the Thorn Pair Squad were not inclined to venture there immediately. The reason was simple. The combat effectiveness of the Thorn Pair Squad was still somewhat lacking, especially with Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang among them, whose combat skills were rather inadequate. They would find it challenging to navigate the complex situation at the South City Fumao Wholesale Market. That area, being commercially developed, would typically attract a large number of people, and consequently, the density of zombies there would be significant. Despite their small numbers, it would be nearly impossible for the Thorn Pair Squad to stealthily infiltrate that alley. Thus, the only viable approach to enter the alley remained a forceful assault. However, with only a handful of them, defeating hundreds of zombies was utterly hopeless, at least for the time being. Therefore, after evading the pursuit of the Sanhu gang, Jiang Chuan resolved to find a secure location nearby to establish a temporary base, waiting until their strength had significantly improved before heading towards Qingshijing Road. Naturally, the members of the Thorn Pair Squad had no objections to Jiang Chuan's decision. This place is splendid. It even boasts a small courtyard with walls, ensuring their safety. Before long, they discovered an independent courtyard within the alley, surrounded by a sturdy 2-meter-high wall encasing a 3-story building. 2 ironclad red gates stood wide open, revealing a gaunt zombie aimlessly wandering within the courtyard. It seemed that the area beyond the Third Ring Road was indeed preferable. Had they been within it, such architectural structures would be scarce, with residential complexes overcrowding the space and the density of zombies becoming a headache. Perhaps alerted by the footsteps of Yang Guangming and the others, the emaciated zombie in the courtyard immediately turned its head, a grotesque expression of excitement crossing its face. With a sudden movement, it lunged forward, teeth bared and claws extended. Among them, only Jiang Chuan was unarmed. He stepped forward, and with a flash of his blade, the zombie's head soared into the air. Sun Xiaoya gazed at Jiang Chuan's deft and precise techniques, unable to restrain a sigh. Truly, it is as beautiful as art. I am certain that if our leader chose to be a physician, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional surgeon. Yang Guangming and the others seemed oblivious to Sun Xiaoya's remarks, proceeding directly into the courtyard, until Zheng Yang delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Have you lost your senses? Do you wish to attract zombies outside? Sun Xiaoya's musings were abruptly silenced, and she promptly turned to survey her surroundings before striding quickly into the courtyard, hastily securing the large vermilion door. It was no wonder that Sun Xiaoya appeared so alarmed. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no fewer than 100 zombies, though they were not particularly organized. The sight of those pairs of eyes glinting with crimson and the outstretched, withered claws posed a significant test to one's heart. Please wait in the courtyard. I will call you when it is safe to enter. Jiang Chuan suddenly halted, turning to address Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang. Although they were puzzled, The two had no authority to argue and could only stand in the courtyard, their eyes drawn to the decaying headless corpse at their feet and the grotesque head that had rolled against the wall, sending a shiver down their spines. It was only after Yang Guangming and the others had thoroughly inspected every room in the three-story building and confirmed there were no hidden zombies that they allowed Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang to enter. This caution was not unwarranted. The unexpected demise of Shu Daqiang had imparted a significant lesson to the group, reinforcing the necessity of meticulous checks in unfamiliar environments. Given that this location was merely a narrow alley away from King Shijing Road, the group unanimously resolved to establish it as their base for the foreseeable future. To be frank, this building was situated in an area predominantly composed of structures no taller than 5 stories, devoid of commercial activity. Moreover, since the apocalypse had struck in the morning, the residents were either at work or school, leaving few individuals at home. Consequently, this area appeared remarkably secure, particularly as the courtyard of their building was enclosed by a high wall, topped with jagged shards of glass. Even if other survivors stumbled upon this place, breaching the perimeter would prove challenging. Taking into account these factors, the safety of this building was undoubtedly high. After the group tidied up the house, the clock ticked towards 5 in the afternoon, and nearly everyone's stomachs began to growl in unison. The house was equipped with all necessary kitchenware, requiring only a quick wash of pots and pans before they could commence preparations for dinner. It was at this moment that they encountered the most significant dilemma. If they wished to enjoy a proper meal, they would have to confront the pressing issue of water scarcity, a matter of considerable gravity, especially since they intended to reside here for an extended period. Zheng Yang suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what a terrible memory I have." If I am not mistaken, upon exiting the courtyard and walking to the right for about 70 or 80 meters, there is a large banyan tree beneath which lies a spring. The eyes of Yang Guangming and the others brightened in unison. Jiang Chuyun immediately lifted 2 plastic buckets from the kitchen, heading outside while declaring, "What are we waiting for? Quickly, lead me there." With the water source resolved, this place was practically perfect for settling down. It could not be more suitable. Once the 2 women went outside to fetch water, the room was left with 5 burly men, exchanging glances in silence, unsure of what to do next. Without water, even cooking was impossible, let alone anything else. Yang Guangming surveyed the kitchen for a moment, and, upon shaking the gas cylinder beneath the stove, his brow furrowed. He promptly turned to the robust copperhead and said, "This gas cylinder is nearly empty. We should search other houses for a few more." Copperhead had no objections to Yang Guangming's suggestion. It was wise to stockpile fuel. Otherwise, if the gas ran out midway through cooking, they would all have to eat undercooked rice. Once Yang Guangming and Copperhead departed, only Meng Hai, Lu Shun, and Sun Xiaoya remained in the room. Meng Hai and Lu Shun needed to ensure that no other survivors intruded, so they could not venture outside to search for supplies. Thus, they climbed to the rooftop to observe the surrounding terrain and buildings. Sun Xiaoya, unfamiliar with the two, felt a sense of discomfort as they ignored him. He considered going out to find Zheng Yang but feared encountering zombies, leaving him with nothing to do but idly explore the room. Fortunately, Jiang Chuyun and Zheng Yang returned quickly, alleviating Sun Xiaoya's lingering anxiety about being in an unfamiliar environment. Jiang Chuyun carried a large plastic bucket filled with water, appearing completely unfazed by its weight. Sun Xiaoya was nearly immune to this display of strength. These 5 individuals were inexplicably formidable. To his surprise, Zheng Yang held a handful of freshly washed garlic sprouts, the source of which remained a mystery. With water available, everyone began washing pots and pans, subsequently filling a pressure cooker with half a pot of rice and adding a ladle of water, eagerly awaiting the fragrant white rice to be ready. However, they were somewhat taken aback by the absence of Yang Guangming and Copperhead, who had yet to return. It was uncertain whether they had encountered difficulties or simply had not found enough gas cylinders. Chapter 47. The secret to becoming stronger as expected. Yang Guangming and Copperhead had indeed run into trouble. After leaving the courtyard, they entered the yard of a house diagonally opposite, adhering to the principle of proximity. After dispatching 2 zombies inside, they hefted a gas cylinder from the kitchen and exited, making their way down the alley to the next house. As for other supplies, they did not search meticulously. The resources were so close at hand that they could always return later to gather them, for they were well within reach. The preceding mission unfolded with remarkable success. The 2 individuals managed to locate 3 gas canisters, each containing at least half its capacity, sufficient to sustain the members of the Sealy team for a month or 2. However, as they approached a narrow alleyway 100 meters from their temporary refuge, trouble finally emerged. While carrying a gas canister, Yang Guangming suddenly felt a sharp pang of anxiety, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. "Copperhead, be careful," he shouted in warning, setting the gas canister down before him like a shield across his chest. With a resounding clang, an immense force surged from the canister, causing young Guangming to stagger backward. A shadow flickered briefly in front of him before darting to his side, and then a gust of wind heralded its swift assault on his lower back. With explosive strength emanating from his legs, young Guangming leaped away while clutching the gas canister, and the shadow struck the canister again with a series of sharp sounds. He retreated several paces, only to discover that the assailant was an exceptionally gaunt zombie, lying in ambush at the alley's entrance. Once its attack missed, the zombie did not linger but instead pivoted and lunged toward Copperhead. "You think I'm an easy target?" Copperhead's eyes widened in fury as he wielded a gas canister like a weapon, swinging it with vigor, creating an impenetrable barrier that prevented the zombie from closing in. The gaunt creature's eyes glimmered with a sinister light, and to young Guangming and Copperhead's astonishment, it abandoned them, vanishing into the alley with remarkable agility. The two men exchanged a glance, both reflecting the shock that mirrored in each other's eyes. This zombie was no ordinary foe. It was imperative to return and inform Jiang Chuyun and the others of this development, for they must exercise extreme caution in this area. This creature exhibited a level of intelligence beyond that of typical zombies, capable of assessing the dynamics of power between adversaries and making strategic decisions. Signaling to Copperhead, Yang Guangming prudently decided to cease the search for additional gas canisters and swiftly retrace their steps to the courtyard. The presence of such a terrifying entity foreshadowed a future filled with peril for the Sealy team, where a moment's inattention could lead to a stealthy ambush. The appearance of this zombie also shed light on a lingering question in Yang Guangming's mind. Why, in this desolate area with sparse zombie numbers, was there no sign of any survivors? Upon their return to the courtyard and recounting their encounter, the mood among the group turned somber, particularly for Sun Xiaoyath, whose face appeared as if it could drip with despair. He had initially believed they had found a sanctuary, only to discover the presence of such a nefarious neighbor nearby. Upon witnessing the anxious expressions on the faces of Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, Yang Guangming offered a faint smile, attempting to reassure them. "Worry not. For what is a peculiar zombie, after all? I assure you, in a matter of days, should it dare to show itself, we shall ensure it meets its end with no chance of return." Jiang Chuyun and the others, initially taken aback by the news, quickly relaxed, recognizing it posed little significant threat. In the following days, all they needed to do was remain vigilant, avoiding unnecessary outings to prevent giving the zombie any opportunity to strike. Once the second-tier mutated dog had been consumed by the group, it would be the zombie they would need to be wary of. However, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang remained unaware of this, their faces still etched with a weighty concern. Poor souls. They seemed oblivious to the recent events involving mutated beasts and the fact that consuming their flesh could empower the survivors. Half an hour later, a pot of fragrant white rice finally graced the gathering, while on the other side of the gas stove, a large pot of delectable dog meat was nearing completion. Thanks to Jiang Chuyun and Zheng Yang, the dog meat hot pot, enhanced with vibrant green garlic shoots, appeared particularly appetizing, the aroma intensified. Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, who had gone over a month without meat, could not help but swallow hard at the rich scent, nearly drooling with anticipation. Indeed, after such a long deprivation of meat and hardly ever feeling satiated, the sight of a large pot of meat evoked an overwhelming sense of bliss. In that moment, tears of joy nearly spilled from their eyes. At last, as the fragrance grew more potent, Jiang Chuyun extinguished the flame and turned off the gas, initiating the distribution of the dog meat. Strangely, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang were perplexed by the fact that the members of the Sealy team seemed to adhere to a method of equitable distribution. However, much to their disappointment, Jiang Chuyun's allocation was far from fair. While each of the original 5 members received a generous bowl of dog meat, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang were only given a modest portion, each receiving merely a small bowl. Although this small bowl contained roughly a pound, sufficient to accompany a meal, it paled in comparison to the substantial servings before Yang Guangming and the others. The expressions of Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang shifted slightly. Though they understood they were newcomers and had no grounds to expect equal treatment, facing this moment still stirred discomfort within them. "Are you dissatisfied with the portion I've given you?" Jiang Chuyun regarded them with a bemused smile. "And no, not at all. Absolutely not." Sun Xiaoya and her companion hurriedly shook their heads, insisting that such a large bowl was more than sufficient for them. They expressed their gratitude to their leader for their kindness, especially since they had not tasted meat in over a month. What a jest it would be to complain about the quantity when having meat at all was a luxury. If they were to offend their leader, they might not even be able to enjoy this small bowl of meat. Though aware that Sun Xiaoya and her companion were expressing false modesty, Jiang Chuyun merely smiled without further elaboration, knowing that once they consumed the meat, they would understand the reason behind it. Half an hour later, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang sat on the ground, their faces flushed and filled with trepidation as they felt a surging heat coursing through their bodies. As if they were about to explode. Intense pain assailed them from every part of their being. Why was this happening? A profound shock coursed through their minds. They realized this was certainly not poisoning. As they gazed at young Guangming and the others, who stood nearby with smiles on their faces, a sudden illumination struck Sun Xiaoya. She understood. This was the reason behind their immense strength. It was the dog meat. It must be the flesh of that enormous creature, which bore no resemblance to a dog. In that enlightening moment, tears streamed down Sun Xiaoya's face. Not solely due to the gratitude she felt for Jiang Chuyun and the others' care for her and her husband, but more so because she glimpsed the hope of becoming stronger. After struggling to survive in the apocalypse for over a month, not knowing where their next meal would come from, she had nearly lost her husband to others. Deep within her heart lay an intense yearning for strength. Now, she had finally uncovered the secret to becoming powerful. Chapter 48. A familiar and wonderful sensation. The sound of stiff, crisp footsteps echoed repeatedly as a female zombie, clad in a short dress and high heels, aimlessly wandered through the alley. At one end of the alley lay a half-human-height trash bin, overturned and spilling refuse all over the ground, blocking the path. Each time the female zombie reached this point, she would turn around, only to stop again upon bumping into the wall behind her, before turning once more to continue her aimless pacing. This cycle repeated time and again, casting an eerie spell upon the scene. If no stimuli nearby caught the zombie's attention, she would continue to wander in this state until extreme hunger compelled her to leave. Amidst the monotonous sound of her footsteps, something appeared to flit past at the distant entrance of the alley. A figure swiftly emerged, peering cautiously before silently making its way closer. The female zombie, oblivious to the approaching shadow, continued her aimless back and forth movement. Suddenly, a flash of a bright blade illuminated the scene, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, and gracefully gliding across the female zombie's neck. With a dull thud, a grotesque head fell to the corner of the wall a few meters away, while the headless corpse clad in a short dress staggered forward a few steps before collapsing. Yang Guangming, clutching a bloodied machete, wore a neutral expression devoid of sorrow or joy. At this point, the act of slaying such an ordinary zombie had ceased to bring him any sense of triumph. His ambition was to achieve 1,000 kills, to slay 1,000 zombies. The team had resided in that courtyard for 3 days. During this time, a significant portion of the massive second-level mutated dog had been consumed, leaving insufficient meat to last even a single day. This was surprising to everyone, as they had initially anticipated it would sustain them for a week, only to find it nearly exhausted in 3 days. This rapid consumption was due to the fact that each meal of mutated dog meat had enhanced their physical capabilities, which in turn increased their appetites, leading to a situation where what should have lasted a week was devoured in a mere 3 days. Each individual's physical condition had undergone a remarkable transformation, particularly the inexperienced Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang. Their physical prowess had improved dramatically, despite lacking systematic training. Sun Xiaoya could now deliver a punch with a force of approximately 200 pounds, nearly double that of an average person, while Zheng Yang was only marginally behind him. Jiang Chuyun and Meng Hai, among others, also experienced substantial improvements, with their maximum punch strength reaching around 350 pounds, akin to that of some heavyweight boxers. The robust Copperhead even approached 400 pounds. As for young Guangming himself, while he could not ascertain precise measurements, he estimated that a full-force strike from his right fist exceeded 500 pounds, though the exact extent remained uncertain. The sensation of such strength led him to believe he could fell a bull with a single blow. This formidable power placed him on par with elite fighters. Throughout these 3 days, Yang Guangming ventured out alone to hunt zombies, striving to accumulate the requisite 1,000 points of positive energy. At the earnest request of Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, Jiang Chuyun and the others took on the role of their mentors, beginning to instruct them in the art of zombie slaying. After all, in this apocalyptic world, mere physical strength was of little value without corresponding combat skills to match, rendering one's fighting capability rather limited. In the span of 3 days, Yang Guangming had cleared the zombies from several nearby alleys, surpassing 200 kills and steadily approaching 300. With his previous accomplishments, he now possessed nearly 400 points of positive energy, and the prospect of nearing the experience required for system advancement fueled his motivation. The interconnected alleys had nearly been purged of zombies, and it was evident that he would need to explore further afield, perhaps towards Qing Stonewell Road, with caution. He believed his current strength would suffice to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Pausing in the alley, Yang Guangming furrowed his brow in contemplation, solidifying his plans for the journey ahead. There was no alternative. After all, he had nearly eradicated all the zombies lurking in these narrow alleys. Acting upon impulse was Yang Guangming's style. With a swift motion, he set off towards Qingshi well rode at a pace that was neither hurried nor slow, effectively conserving both time and energy. This method of travel had been a recent discovery of his. Though Qingshi Well Road was merely an ordinary thoroughfare within the third ring of Zhangzhou City, it was frequented by numerous small wholesale markets. Business people from several districts and surrounding areas flocked here to procure goods, resulting in a substantial flow of people. While it could not rival the bustling commercial center, it certainly surpassed the typical activity of the ordinary third-ring zones. This was a realization that struck young Guangming the moment he stepped onto Qingshi Well Road. As he made his entrance, a dozen zombies within a 30-meter radius immediately fixated on him, swiftly converging to form an impenetrable circle. Young Guangming's brow furrowed slightly. His focus sharpening as he held back his explosive strength, his gaze narrowed solely on the approaching horde. In such an open space, facing a dozen zombies was still a formidable challenge, even for someone whose abilities had far surpassed those of an ordinary human. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. Fortunately, having been vaccinated against the zombie virus, young Guangming harbored no fear of infection. He merely needed to be cautious of critical areas to avoid life-threatening injuries. Suddenly, one of the zombies lunged at him, its gaping crimson mole revealing sharp fangs, its grotesque visage capable of terrifying the faint-hearted into a stupor. As this grotesque creature loomed closer, clarity washed over young Guangming. That sensation of complete control returned, reminiscent of the first time he had encountered a second-tier mutated dog. It was this extraordinary feeling that had enabled him to vanquish that fearsome beast with minimal cost. To his astonishment, he was able to experience that miraculous sensation once more. Moreover, the protagonist's relentless pursuit of zombies for the sake of system upgrades also represented a form of positive energy. Though their motivations differed, it objectively alleviated the survival pressure for other survivors. This distinction set him apart from others, while they sought to eliminate zombies for supplies. He hunted them simply for the sake of the hunt itself. Herein lies a profound insight. Well, having said so much, I shall add, your recommendations and collections are greatly appreciated, as they hold significant importance. Chapter 49. Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. A glimmer of joy flickered in young Guangming's eyes, but he quickly returned to a state of heightened awareness. Within a radius of 3 meters, everything appeared to be within young Guangming's grasp. In this confined space, the movements of each zombie were vividly clear to him, allowing him to even anticipate their trajectories for the next second. Suppressing the shock coursing through him, he observed a zombie charging rapidly toward him, yet oddly perceived its speed as unhurried. Young Guangming sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the creature's bite. With a swift motion of his right hand, the 2-foot-long machete traced a graceful arc through the air, effortlessly cleaving through the largest gap along the zombie's nape, severing its grotesque head with ease. To his left, behind him, the sensation of complete control immediately alerted young Guangming to the impending attacks of 2 more zombies. Drawing upon his uncanny mastery of the 3-meter radius, he leapt forward, bending slightly to evade the assault from one zombie while simultaneously avoiding the bites from the 2 flanking him. The blade flashed, accompanied by 2 muffled thuds, as yet another 2 heads were severed, dark blood splattering in all directions. At that moment, had any survivors been present to witness the ferocity of the battle, their jaws would surely have dropped in astonishment. Within the encirclement of a dozen zombies, young Guangming moved like a dancer, nimbly darting left and right, advancing and retreating, as if he could sense the zombies' attacks before they occurred, narrowly evading their claws at the very last moment. The tightly knit circle of zombies failed to hinder his movements. Instead, he launched counterattacks with composure, each sweep of his blade yielding results. In an instant, grotesque heads and withered arms flailed amidst a shower of black blood. On the Qingstone Well Road, the density of zombies was not only high, but also evenly distributed. Likely drawn by the commotion, dozens of zombies within a nearby radius rushed toward him, and moments later, nearly 100 zombies had encircled young Guangming loosely. Yet, at that moment, he seemed entirely absorbed in the sensation of control, oblivious to the dramatic shift in his surroundings, as he continued to evade the zombies' assaults, swiftly exploiting their vulnerabilities to deliver precise strikes with his machete. Suddenly, several desiccated claws lunged at him from all sides, completely obstructing his escape routes. However, young Guangming's expression remained calm and composed, devoid of fear or anger. Faced with this nearly flawless encirclement, he displayed no hint of panic. With immense force surging beneath his feet, he propelled himself directly into the embrace of one of the zombies ahead. The zombie, evidently unprepared for young Guangming's reckless charge, momentarily faltered in its response, allowing him to collide forcefully against its chest and abdomen. The proximity of its prey awakened an insatiable bloodlust within the creature. prompting its outstretched claws to swipe back. However, young Guangming's impact was akin to that of several hundred pounds, and as the zombie attempted to retract its claws, its body involuntarily toppled backward, leaving no chance to grasp even a fragment of young Guangming's garment. Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed as several bones in the zombie's chest fractured. Yet, such injuries were trivial for a creature of its kind. After rolling twice on the ground, it swiftly regained its footing and lunged once more at young Guangming. Through that momentary clash, young Guangming had not only expelled the zombie from the fray, but had also successfully extricated himself from the encirclement of several others. Despite this, he found himself surrounded by a throng of zombies, and as soon as he halted, several more surged forth to close in on him. Kill! Young Guangming bellowed, his mind racing with clarity as the sensation of controlling everything within a 3-meter radius intensified. In response to the relentless onslaught of the undead, the gleaming blade in his hand erupted with renewed vigor. With a swift motion, a desiccated claw soared through the air, followed by a gruesome head spinning upward. At this moment, young Guangming had wholly succumbed to a mechanical state, his emotions placid, instinctively evading and maneuvering as he wielded his blade with relentless precision. Black blood splattered in every direction, inevitably drenching his body, and before long, his garments became sticky, while the stench of decay enveloped his face. Time seemed to stretch interminably. And gradually, a wave of exhaustion washed over young Guangming, rendering his body somewhat unresponsive. Even the blade in his hand felt burdensome. The sensation of omnipotence within a 3-meter radius abruptly vanished, leaving him feeling utterly drained and disinclined to move. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his left arm as a withered claw tore away a large swath of fabric, leaving deep gashes over 10 centimeters long, from which dark crimson blood erupted like a spring. The unexpected pain jolted young Guangming's mind back to clarity, awakening him to the reality that several zombies still lunged at him with ravenous intent. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body, he prepared to evade the next assault. However, an unexpected stumble caused him to lose his balance, and he fell to the ground, destabilized and vulnerable. With instinctive reflexes, young Guangming pressed his hands against the ground, attempting to rise. His eyes widened in astonishment as he perceived the slick and sticky surface beneath him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a considerable pool of black blood, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the object that had tripped him was a headless corpse. While he was startled, young Guangming remained acutely aware of the several zombies still assaulting him. He swiftly rose to his feet, wielding his machete to confront one of the creatures, delivering a fierce blow to its outstretched claws. Out of the corner of his eye, his heart raced violently. Within a 20-meter radius around him, the expansive street was littered with dismembered zombie remains, pools of black blood scattered everywhere. The scene resembled a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Chapter 50. The exclamations from the house across the street. Did I kill all of these? Dodging the lunge of a zombie, young Guangming's expression was one of sheer horror, his attention completely captivated by the hellish surroundings. A cursory glance revealed that at least 100 zombie bodies lay in the bloodied ground, all of which he had single-handedly dispatched, far exceeding his comprehension. He was acutely aware that given his current combat prowess, he could normally contend with no more than 10 zombies at once. Beyond that, the danger would escalate exponentially. Logically, it was impossible for him to have slain over 100 zombies. Could it be attributed to that extraordinary sensation? Unconsciously, young Guangming recalled the remarkable feeling he had experienced earlier, the sense of control within a 3-meter radius. Undoubtedly, it was this mystical sensation that had dramatically amplified his combat capabilities, allowing him to eliminate hundreds of ordinary zombies without incurring any cost. While only about 10 zombies had the ability to directly engage him, the sheer mass of over 100 surrounding zombies left him with no room to evade, inevitably diminishing his combat effectiveness. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from the side, prompting young Guangming to roll on the ground to narrowly evade another zombie's attack. It then dawned on him that he was still embroiled in combat with several other zombies. Any lapse in focus could lead to dire consequences. Determined not to let his thoughts wander, young Guangming immediately refocused his attention on the remaining zombies. Under normal circumstances, a handful of zombies would pose no threat to him, and he could dispatch them in mere moments. However, now he was physically and mentally exhausted, his body reluctant to move, and the machete felt as if it weighed a ton. Even a few more swings left him feeling fatigued. What left young Guangming feeling most powerless was that after the recent slaughter, the machete had dulled to the point where the blade was nearly indistinguishable from the back, with numerous chips along its edge. This tool could no longer be called a knife. It was merely a strangely shaped piece of steel. It appeared that he would have to resort to using brute force to continue. With a bitter smile upon his lips, young Guangming summoned the last vestiges of his strength. gripping the steel shard tightly as he charged towards the encroaching zombie. Though utterly exhausted, how could he possibly yield to a mere handful of ordinary undead? After a grueling 10 minutes, the final zombie succumbed before him, collapsing with a reluctant thud and splattering dark blood across the ground. The steel shard fell from his grasp with a clatter, and he finally succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the ground, his chest heaving with exertion. A look of utter weariness etched upon his face. Damn it, I'm utterly spent. Barely a minute had passed when Guangming felt a flutter in his eyelids, prompting him to leap to his feet, his heavy feet carrying him into a nearby alley. After sprinting a short distance, he plunged into a rather dilapidated building. Just as he departed, hordes of zombies ambled towards him from all directions, while the blood of their kind held little allure for the undead. The overwhelming stench of decay emanating from the numerous corpses littered the street could not go unnoticed, finally capturing the attention of the surrounding zombies. After climbing to a height of over 10 stories, Guangming peered cautiously outside, unable to suppress a gasp. Goodness, is this a zombie congregation? There must be 400 or 500 of them. A chill ran down his spine at the realization that had he been a moment slower, those zombies might have sensed his presence, leaving him as mere remnants of bone. The building, likely a condemned structure awaiting demolition, was eerily vacant on each of its 10 floors, resembling a ghostly abode. However, this desolate environment was fortuitous, as Guangming need not worry about being swarmed by zombies emerging from rooms and corridors, encircling him in the confined space. After surveying the commotion on the street below, he ascended the stairs with haste, reaching the rooftop only to be met by an iron door blocking his path. With a loud clang, before he could devise a method to open the door, a shadow lunged from the side, a pair of desiccated claws reaching through the iron bars towards his face. Guangming had not anticipated encountering a zombie atop this abandoned building, narrowly evading the vicious grasp of those bony fingers. That nearly scared me to death. Taking a startled step back, he was momentarily shaken by the sudden assault. Enraged, he retaliated by kicking out towards the door. The iron door resounded with a thunderous noise. The 2 iron rods welded to the wall, shuddering, sending a cloud of dust and debris cascading to the floor, causing the attacking zombie to stagger backward. Undeterred by the recoil that had similarly pushed him back, Guangming sprang forward once more, extending his leg to strike the iron door again. At this moment, the wall connected to the iron gate finally succumbed to the burden, several large bricks crumbling away. With a powerful kick, Guangming sent the entire iron gate flying, crashing down onto the approaching zombie several meters away, pinning it to the ground. The creature flailed its claws futilely in the air, unable to lift the heavy gate weighing over 100 pounds that trapped it. Emerging from the rooftop, Guangming surveyed the desolate expanse before him. It was barren, save for some debris scattered across the rooftop. Considering this was an abandoned building, the absence of any objects was rather ordinary. As his gaze swept across the rooftop, Guangming's eyes suddenly brightened. To his right, he discovered a shallow pool measuring several meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in width. Recent heavy rains had filled this pool, which was less than a meter deep, with nearly half a pool's worth of rainwater. Overjoyed, Guangming hastily stripped off his blood-stained clothes and jumped into the pool, eager to cleanse himself of the viscous blood. Suddenly, he faintly heard a crisp gasp emanating from a nearby high-rise building. Oh no, it seemed he had been seen. Guangming froze, raising his head to look across the street, where a towering residential building loomed over the derelict one. A figure had flashed past a window. The lingering image in his mind revealed that it was a woman. Chapter 51. A chilly breeze blows on my rear was I just spied upon? Lying in the shallow pool, Guangming felt a slight stiffness in his body. Being seen by a stranger in broad daylight, even one with a thick skin like his, made him blush. Most troubling was that he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the woman's appearance. If she turned out to be unattractive, he would feel quite the disadvantage. An impulsive urge to leap up and flee surged within him, yet the remnants of the sticky blood clung to him, creating a dilemma. He was reluctant to return home drenched in the stench of zombie blood. Damn it, whatever. Let anyone who wishes to look do so. Resolutely dismissing these thoughts, Guangming focused on scrubbing away the blood. Before long, the pool of water grew murky, and by the time he finally emerged, it had transformed into a faintly dark red hue, releasing a foul odor that revealed just how much zombie blood had clung to him. With the grime washed away, Guangming felt remarkably refreshed. Even his previously exhausted body seemed to regain its vigor, invigorated beyond measure. Now, even if a dozen zombies were to come at me, I could wade through them effortlessly, dispatching them with ease. Clenching his fist, a familiar explosive power surged back into his arm, accompanied by a faint, stinging sensation emanating from the wounds on his left arm, causing Guangming to furrow his brow. Lowering his gaze to the injured area, He was astonished to discover that the bleeding had ceased, leaving behind only a few pallid wounds. It seemed that with a bit of ointment, he could recover within a few days. Such rapid healing. After pondering for a moment, young Guangming found himself unable to determine whether this was due to the first-tier gene repair serum or the meat from the second-tier mutated dog he had consumed recently. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, it was a beneficial change for him. In the next moment, his expression froze in dismay as a gentle breeze brushed against him, revealing that he was still completely bare after leaving the pool. The chill was quite the shock. Oh no, my clothes are ruined. Am I to run back in the nude? With this thought, young Guangming's earlier good spirits dissipated, leaving his face contorted in a most unattractive manner, resembling a bitter gourd. He then recalled that there were survivors in the nearby residential building. Standing there exposed would surely render him a peculiar sight in their eyes. With a groan, he quickly bent down to cover his vital areas and dashed towards the staircase, daring not to show his face any longer. Half an hour later, clad in a fresh outfit and sporting a pair of immaculate sneakers, young Guangming emerged from a nearby residence, a sharp kitchen knife in hand. Finally, he could roam without feeling bare, having spent a considerable amount of time outside. Upon his return to the courtyard, he found Jiang Chuyun and the others had prepared dinner, the last pot of dog meat on the gas stove wafting a rich aroma. Welcome back, Brother Yang. How was your day? At young Guangming's insistence, Sun Xiaoya managed to speak without her previous effeminate tone, addressing them more normally. Upon seeing young Guangming in his new attire, she couldn't help but inquire, "What did you bring back today?" Young Guangming's mind immediately flashed back to his second encounter with that extraordinary sensation on Qingshaijing Road, where he had miraculously dispatched over 100 zombies in one breath. That was indeed a significant achievement, far surpassing his expectations. Prior to that, the golden panel in his mind had only indicated around 400 points of positive energy, and now it had exceeded 500 truly bountiful rewards. However, his thoughts soon drifted to the startled exclamation from the room above when he had leapt into the abandoned rooftop pool, and then to the embarrassing moments of searching for clothing while completely naked. His mood soured instantly. Suddenly, young Guangming's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Ignoring Sun Xiaoya, he walked into the kitchen and filled a large ladle with water, gulping it down swiftly. Noticing young Guangming's odd demeanor, Sun Xiaoya, though perplexed, refrained from probing further. Instead, with a look of grievance, she turned to Zheng Yang and asked, "Dear, why do I feel like Brother Yang seems a bit reluctant to engage with me? Have I been speaking unusually these past couple of days, causing displeasure among everyone? Perhaps I should revert to my old self, as I'm not quite accustomed to this change." Wait, please don't." Before Zheng Yang could respond, Meng Hai interjected vehemently, "If you dare to revert, I assure you that the next time we encounter zombies, I'll give you a hefty shove from behind." Sun Xiaoya shivered slightly, casting a shocked glance at Meng Hai, her eyes conveying a message of disbelief. This made Meng Hai shudder a little himself, and after shooting a fierce glare at her, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Seeing that young Guangming appeared to be in an unusual state today, the others, though silent, felt a twinge of concern, uncertain about what might be troubling him. As everyone gathered to prepare for dinner, Jiang Chuyun suddenly spoke up, "Before we eat, I'd like to say a few words." The group fell silent, their attention fixed on Jiang Chuyun. As the leader seldom spoke, they understood that when he did, it was likely to convey something significant. After surveying the group with his gaze, Jiang Chuyun continued, "Today marks our final meal of dog meat. I've observed everyone's progress over the past few days. As for us older members, we need not elaborate, but I must commend Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang. Their physical capabilities have significantly improved, and their strength now vastly surpasses what it once was. While they may not exceed the average survivor by much, they now possess the ability to protect themselves, capable of handling the attack of 2 or 3 zombies." However, just as he was about to continue, Jiang Chuyun suddenly shifted his tone, stating, "Regardless of our strengths, I urge everyone to recalibrate your mindset. After all, in a day or two, we will embark towards the alley of Qingshaijing Road, where we will confront a multitude of zombies. Even the slightest oversight could cost us our lives, so please remain vigilant." Upon finishing, Jiang Chuyun cast a glance at young Guangming, as if subtly reminding him of something. Young Guangming, maintaining a neutral expression, rolled his eyes internally, thinking, "Do you really expect me to reveal that I have no actual issues, but merely had an unfortunate incident today, followed by a chilly breeze that dampened my spirits? A new book is like a young sapling. If you wish for it to flourish rather than grow into an unrecognizable form, please nurture it with care. Kindly direct your recommendations this way and contribute an empty slot from your bookshelf as the finest nourishment." Chapter 52. Insight time swiftly passed, and 3 days had flown by. During the past 3 days, the members of the Thorn Pair squad have been familiarizing themselves with their suddenly enhanced powers, striving to adapt their bodies to this newfound strength, lest they fail to fully unleash their combat potential. Yang Guangming, as before, would venture alone to the Qingstone Well area to hunt zombies. This was not due to a preference for solitude over the company of Jiang Chuyun and others, but rather because he harbored numerous secrets that could easily be exposed with a moment's lapse in caution, not to mention the enigmatic positive energy system, which had a low likelihood of being revealed. However, Yang Guangming had been diligently attempting to master a peculiar ability that allowed him to control everything within a 3-meter radius. Until he could wield this power at will, he was reluctant to disclose it. Although he had been able to enter this remarkable state during each encounter with zombies by concentrating his focus, he had not yet achieved true proficiency. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, he could only activate this ability when his mental fortitude was intensely concentrated and under pressure from external dangers, making it difficult to use freely. Secondly, once he entered this extraordinary state, he felt as though he was being manipulated by it. His movements became overly mechanical, preventing him from acting with spontaneity. He understood that this was due to his still limited mastery of the ability. Nonetheless, Yang Guangming had to concede that once he entered this remarkable state, his power underwent a profound transformation, amplifying his strength by several times. On ordinary days, he could only contend with 10 or so zombies at once, but in this extraordinary state, he found himself capable of facing 100 zombies simultaneously, defeating them all. He referred to this extraordinary state or ability as insight, for within this state, he could not only control everything within 3 meters, but could also perceive the trajectory of his enemy's movements for the next second, allowing him to respond proactively. Against foes of lesser strength, this ability was nothing short of invincible. Of course, Yang Guangming was aware that should he encounter adversaries far superior to him, even entering the insight state would be of little use, for knowing the trajectory of a bullet aimed at him would not enable him to react in time. It was akin to a bullet being fired at close range. Even if he knew precisely where it would strike, he would be powerless to respond in that fleeting moment. However, as his physical prowess continued to improve, this insight ability would grow increasingly powerful, ultimately granting him the potential to become invincible in close combat. Yang Guangming's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, and his desire to enhance his own strength grew immensely strong. Suppressing the excitement within, Yang Guangming began to ponder the origins of this newfound insight. It was evident that such an extraordinary ability could not have spontaneously awakened without cause. There must have been a catalyst that facilitated its resurgence within him. After a brief contemplation, he connected the emergence of this insight to the enigmatic positive energy system. Apart from that profoundly mysterious system, he could not fathom what else could have endowed him with such an ability, especially since it was not something he had possessed upon his arrival in this world. Could it be attributed to the perfect grade, first-level gene repair serum? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Yang Guangming's eyes, and he grasped the crux of the matter. It was almost certain that the serum held the key, as it was only after injecting that perfect-grade first-level gene repair serum that he had awakened his insight during the battle with the second-level mutated dog. Reflecting on his recent encounters with zombies, all doubts dissipated. Each time he activated the insight state, it was preceded by external threats, and prior to the serum's injection, he had faced formidable dangers without ever triggering the insight state. Realizing this filled Yang Guangming with exhilaration. It signified a substantial enhancement in his survival capabilities. Even when inadvertently confronted by formidable foes, he could muster adequate resistance after activating the insight state, thus avoiding immediate demise under overwhelming assaults. The sole drawback of employing insight was the considerable drain on his mental and physical stamina, necessitating a period of rest for recovery. However, this was contingent upon the duration of use. Yang Guangming vividly recalled that when he had vanquished the second-level mutated dog, he had only entered the insight state for a few fleeting seconds, resulting in no adverse effects whatsoever. Henceforth, he realized that he merely needed to monitor the time when utilizing his insight ability. Nevertheless, his primary objective remained to swiftly enhance his strength and elevate the positive energy system to the second level. Casting a glance at the golden panel in his mind, he noted that the positive energy value had risen to 826. Over the past 3 days, with the aid of his insight, Yang Guangming had been relentlessly slaughtering ordinary zombies on Qingstone Well Road, resulting in a rapid accumulation of positive energy points. In approximately 2 days, he would amass the requisite 1,000 positive energy points, enabling the system to ascend to the second level. What would have ordinarily taken an extensive period to achieve, the 1,000 positive energy points, had become remarkably effortless following Yang Guangming's second unexpected activation of the insight ability. He merely needed to charge through the ordinary horde a few more times to secure the points with ease. At this rate, would not the speed of system upgrades soar to unprecedented heights? However, Yang Guangming soon felt that it would not be so simple. His understanding of this apocalyptic world was merely superficial. Who could fathom the extent of the changes that had occurred or the myriad dangers that awaited him? It would undoubtedly be no trivial matter to navigate through this landscape unscathed. Shaking his head, Yang Guangming dismissed further thoughts and stepped out from his concealed alley, striding purposefully towards the stone-paved Qing-Shirwell Road. Overthinking was futile. It was far more prudent to eliminate as many zombies as possible while he had the chance. Despite having dispatched 400 to 500 ordinary zombies over the past few days along this stretch of Qing-Shirwell Road, it appeared merely less populated than other areas. Each commotion he created attracted a portion of the distant zombies, thereby replenishing the void he had created. As for the corpses of those hundreds of zombies, they were devoured by their companions, leaving little more than bones behind. Were it not for the pools of dried black blood that still lingered on the street, Yang Guangming might have doubted whether he was in the right place. Interestingly, through his observations over time, Yang Guangming noted that zombies bore a remarkable resemblance to wolf packs in certain aspects. Typically, zombies did not engage in infighting. However, should one fall victim to an external cause, its body would be consumed by others, leaving no trace behind. This, perhaps, was a peculiar survival instinct of these extraordinary beings. Chapter 53. Encountering evolved zombies with a gleaming kitchen knife in hand, Yang Guangming disregarded the zombies that roamed the street and boldly made his way forward. The mere thought of this knife brought a smile to his lips. Each time he entered a state of insight, he had effortlessly dispatched dozens, even hundreds, of encroaching zombies, thus placing considerable demands on the durability of his weapon. On his first day in Qing-Shirwell Road, the machete he had borrowed from other team members had quickly worn out, necessitating a search for a kitchen knife in a nearby residence. However, from the second day onward, Yang Guangming discovered that as long as he was in a state of insight, the demands on his weapon seemed to diminish significantly. With precise control, he had mastered the ability to strike with his weapon along the gaps in the zombies' cervical spines, effortlessly severing their heads. This approach, akin to a skilled butcher at work, minimized the wear on his weapon. A standard bone-chopping knife could endure until the conclusion of a battle. Moreover, kitchen knives were plentiful, and Yang Guangming had no concerns about finding replacements. He could easily discover at least 2 in any abandoned house he entered. As Yang Guangming boldly emerged from the alley, the 10 or so zombies lingering on the street immediately sensed this seemingly delectable prey, their eyes glowing red as they lunged forward, baring their teeth and claws. The dozen or so zombies posed a significant threat to Yang Guangming. Consequently, he seamlessly transitioned into a state of insight, his body gracefully maneuvering amidst the horde. In his hands, the kitchen knife transformed into a brilliant flash of silver, severing limbs and heads from the undead with each swift motion. The cacophony of his ruthless slaughter soon attracted a multitude of zombies within a 100-meter radius, numbering at least 30 or 40. As the battle progressed, even more of the undead were drawn to him, each one meeting its end under Yang Guangming's precise assaults, causing the positive energy points on his system panel to surge rapidly. With each subsequent entry into the state of insight, Yang Guangming grew increasingly adept at harnessing this ability. During the combat, he found moments to observe his surroundings, unlike his initial experience on Qing-Shirwell Road, when he only regained awareness after both his mind and body were utterly fatigued, a perilous oversight. He felt confident that with continued use, perhaps after another 10 or 20 instances, he would fully master this ability, wielding it at will without the need for the pressing threat that currently demanded his focus. Only by freely applying this power would Yang Guangming truly experience a substantial enhancement in his strength. At that point, as long as his stamina and mental fortitude held out, he believed he could effortlessly crush through any number of ordinary zombies, harvesting their lives as one would reap wheat. While deftly navigating through the onslaught of dozens of zombies, he found he could afford to contemplate other matters, a testament to his increased proficiency with the insight ability. Just days prior, upon his second foray into this heightened state, he had dispatched nearly 100 zombies in a single breath. Now, with his skills magnified several-fold, he faced the throng of ordinary zombies with no sense of strain. Each swing of his kitchen knife resulted in another zombie's limb being severed at the joint, its dark blood splattering forth. Before long, the area within a 10-meter radius of Yang Guangming was littered with the mangled corpses of the undead, pools of black blood pooling around him. After dispatching nearly 70 zombies, he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, more zombies converging from both ends of the street. His brow furrowed slightly as he prepared to exit the state of insight and temporarily vacate this section of the street. After all, facing 200 to 300 ordinary zombies, even with his newfound confidence in his combat prowess, was not a gamble he was willing to take. It would be akin to flirting with death. Suddenly, a dark figure erupted from the horde to his left, moving at double the speed of a typical zombie, akin to a bolt of black lightning, barreling directly towards Guangming. Guangming felt a sudden rush of adrenaline as his body instinctively reacted under the heightened state of awareness. With explosive force emanating from his feet, he was propelled to the side just in time to evade the oncoming shadow's impact. Nevertheless, he felt a fierce gust of wind graze his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation in its wake. What manner of creature is this, moving with such swiftness? Startled, Guangming quickly focused his gaze on the shadow, only to find that, having missed its strike, it had eerily veered behind him and was charging towards him once more. Thanks to his acute perception in this heightened state, Guangming discerned the true form of the shadow. It was a grotesquely emaciated zombie. Its body a mere skeleton covered in skin, clad in a tight-fitting shirt and shorts that fluttered ominously as it rushed towards him. An evolved zombie, undoubtedly. This skeletal abomination was an evolved variant, and it appeared to possess a significant level of evolution, moving with a speed as swift as a specter. Were it not for Guangming's current state of heightened awareness, he would have been unable to evade its attack, likely succumbing to its ghastly claws within moments, to be devoured by the surrounding horde of zombies until nothing remained. Utilizing his ability to control everything within a 3-meter radius, Guangming narrowly dodged the evolved zombie's assault while simultaneously wielding the kitchen knife in his hand, aiming for its slender neck. The evolved zombie reacted swiftly, its claw intercepting the trajectory of Guangming's blade with a resounding clash, akin to striking metal. How could its claws be this resilient? Should it grasp him, he would surely lose a substantial portion of flesh. Guangming's heart sank slightly, compelling him to concentrate even more intently. He kept a wary eye on the evolved zombie's movements while swiftly retreating into the alley behind him. There was no alternative. While he believed he could manage to defend against this evolved zombie's attacks, the horde of several hundred zombies converging from both ends of the street made it clear that remaining stationary would lead only to his demise. As Guangming attempted to flee, the evolved zombie was relentless in its pursuit. In an instant, its gaunt form transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging towards him once more. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Guangming's mind. It seemed he was in grave peril today. The encroaching zombies from both ends of the street were now alarmingly close. Chapter 54. A fierce struggle. The black light generated by the evolved zombie surged forth, forcing Guangming to halt his retreat and brace himself for its onslaught. At this moment, he was still about 3 meters from the alley entrance behind him, while the zombie horde advancing from both ends of the street had closed in to within 10 meters. A kitchen knife was wielded by Guangming, deftly deflecting the relentless assaults of the evolved zombie, yet he found himself unable to retreat another step. The mere 3 meters separating him from safety felt like an insurmountable chasm. Was this to be his end? A foreboding sensation surged within Guangming, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow, as the overwhelming dread of impending death enveloped him once more after many days. No, I have been chosen by the positive energy system. How could I possibly perish at the hands of a skeletal zombie? I have yet to experience the breathtaking vistas that lie atop this world's pinnacle. I cannot simply yield. A fierce unwillingness surged within him, his eyes wide as he surveyed the evolved zombie circling around him, and the horde of corpses advancing from either end of the street, nearly igniting with fury. With a swift, precise strike, he once again repelled the zombie's assault, but disregarding the imminent counterattack, he forcibly retreated towards the alley behind him. The skeletal evolved zombie immediately seized upon the opening that Guangming had unwittingly revealed. Its black eyes gleamed with a fiery intensity, and its withered legs suddenly unleashed a powerful thrust, propelling it towards him like a cannonball. I've been waiting for this. Guangming smirked coldly, halting his retreat abruptly. He spun like a top, evading the formidable lunge of the evolved zombie. But that was not all. Harnessing the momentum of his rotation, he extended his right arm, the knife tracing an elegant arc, and with the swiftness of lightning, he struck down upon the unsuspecting zombie's spine. With a resounding clang, sparks erupted where the knife met the zombie's vertebrae, and Guangming's keen eyes discerned a deep gash forming on the creature's back, from which a thin stream of black blood began to flow. Stunned by the blow, the evolved zombie was momentarily incapacitated, losing its balance and tumbling into the horde beside it, becoming lost amidst the chaos. Seizing this rare opportunity, Guangming sprang into action. Darting into the alley that was scarcely 3 meters wide, and without a second thought, he fled with all his might. The relentless horde of corpses pouring in from both ends of the street would not allow him an easy escape, surging forward like a flood, emitting low, eerie groans that echoed like the wails of vengeful spirits. Strangely, the evolved zombie, which had been wounded by Guangming's strike, seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if intimidated by his counterattack. However, Young Guangming did not entertain the notion that zombies could feel fear, even if the evolved ones had begun to exhibit some intelligence. Their instinct for slaughter remained paramount, and they would not forego an opportunity to seize their prey. On that day, Yang Guangming encountered an evolved zombie alongside Tongtu, which, having failed to gain any advantage from them, reluctantly withdrew. However, the evolved zombie had the support of numerous ordinary zombies and had no reason to retreat now. Indeed, as Yang Guangming sprinted down the alley for a couple of hundred meters and rounded a corner, a sudden sense of foreboding surged within him. Instinctively, he rolled to the ground and propelled himself forward. A dark figure, akin to a lightning bolt, lunged at him from the bend ahead. Had Yang Guangming not reacted in time, he would have been left with either death or severe injury. The attack missed its mark, yet the evolved zombie remained undeterred. It swiftly regained its footing and lunged again at Yang Guangming, who had just rolled on the ground several times, his kitchen knife lost to the chaos. As he stood, still unsteady, he saw the evolved zombie charge at him once more. With a surge of determination, he fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching threat and, in a burst of resolve, propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Damn it, I'll take you on. The evolved zombie, caught off guard by Yang Guangming's unexpected advance, initially hesitated, but soon found delight in the turn of events. Its gaunt claws reached for Yang Guangming's heart, the long, sharp talons glimmering ominously. The two figures collided with the force of two oncoming trains. In that critical moment, Yang Guangming let out a fierce shout, his hands darting out like lightning to seize the evolved zombie's claws, unleashing a surge of immense strength that pried its claws apart. In the ensuing struggle, both man and monster tumbled to the ground, grappling fiercely. The evolved zombie, realizing its claws were captured, thrashed violently in an attempt to escape Yang Guangming's grip. Yet, having been injected with a perfect-grade first-stage gene repair serum, and having consumed a substantial amount of second-stage mutated canine flesh, Yang Guangming's strength proved formidable. Despite the evolved zombie's own considerable power, it found itself unable to break free. Desperate, the evolved zombie opened its gaping maw. Rows of knife-like teeth aimed at Yang Guangming's throat. Should those teeth sink in, his life would be forfeit. In a moment of panic, Yang Guangming leaned back and delivered a powerful headbutt to the grotesque face of the evolved zombie, resulting in a resounding thud. With a pained cry, he felt as though he had collided with a stone, his forehead instantly bruised and swelling. Though slightly dazed from the impact, Yang Guangming realized that his strike had disrupted the zombie's bite, preventing its razor-sharp teeth from reaching his neck. Damn it! Today, I will bring you down. Yang Guangming, fueled by a surge of determination, glared fiercely at the grotesque visage before him, his eyes ablaze with intensity. With a sudden motion, he struck his head against the opponent, only to emit a painful howl in response. After several such encounters, the swelling on his forehead shone with a vivid blue hue, and a heavy fog enveloped his mind. Akin to the lingering effects of a severe cold, even the slightest movement of his eyelids sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Yet, the face of the evolved zombie opposite him showed no signs of damage. Evidently, its physical resilience surpassed Guangming's expectations, proving to be far beyond what he could vanquish with mere headbutts. In the present predicament, he found himself at a loss for an effective means to subdue the evolved zombie, should he relinquish his grip on its claws. He feared that he would soon bear several gaping wounds. This entangled skirmish seemed to have reached a stalemate. Continuous impacts had caused Guangming's head to throb agonizingly, akin to a wedge driven deep into his skull, pushing him to the brink of mental collapse. As a sticky liquid trickled into his eyes, his vision blurred. He realized that his forehead had been breached, blood cascading down his brow. This could not continue. If the evolved zombie did not end his life, he might very well succumb to his own self-inflicted injuries. Straining to keep his eyes open, Guangming's mind raced as he sought a way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the alley behind him. Hundreds of zombies were relentlessly pursuing the path he had fled. The situation had escalated to a perilous level. No, this could not go on. He was truly in danger of death. With another forceful headbutt, he diverted the zombie's grotesque face to the side, his eyes glaring with fury, teeth grinding audibly, while he clung tightly to the thrashing claws of the evolved zombie, preventing its razor-sharp talons from lacerating his skin. The two entities wrestled in a bizarre embrace, rolling about in the narrow alley. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, a glinting kitchen knife caught his attention. Resolutely, he released one of the zombie's claws and quickly grasped the knife's handle. Freed from his grasp, the evolved zombie refrained from attempting to bite Guangming's neck and, in a flash, swung its left claw towards his back. With a muffled grunt, Guangming felt a sharp sting as the claw made contact. He twisted his body, every muscle taut, trapping the zombie's left claw within the crevices of his back. In that moment, he aimed the knife at the zombie's neck and brought it down with ferocious intent. A crisp sound echoed as the claw, immobilized against Guangming's back, could do nothing but watch helplessly as the gleaming blade descended with unstoppable force towards its throat. The dark blood splattered as the evolved zombie was struck. A deep wound, approximately an inch in depth, was cleaved into its neck. The imminent threat of death drove the evolved zombie into a frenzied rage. It abruptly withdrew its left claw, which had been lodged in young Guangming's back, and with 5 razor-sharp talons, it viciously raked across his back, leaving 5 gaping, foot-long lacerations that exposed bone. Torrents of crimson blood gushed forth from the wounds. The agonizing pain nearly caused young Guangming to drop the kitchen knife he held tightly in his grip. Gritting his teeth, he swung down with all his might, the gleaming blade once again striking the wound on the zombie's neck. A hoarse, guttural roar erupted from the depths of the evolved zombie's throat, as young Guangming's strike severed half of its cervical vertebrae, grotesquely twisting its head to one side, revealing the gray spinal cord at the wound site. At last, Yang Guangming sensed the struggle of the evolved zombie beneath him diminishing significantly. The claw that had aimed for his back fell weakly against him, merely breaking the surface of his skin. With no time to deliver a finishing blow, Yang Guangming sprang to his feet and sprinted deep into the alley with all his strength. Blood continued to drip from the gruesome wounds on his back, inciting the already frenzied horde of corpses that pursued him relentlessly. In that fleeting moment, had Yang Guangming delayed even a second longer, he would have surely been ensnared by the countless withered claws behind him, engulfed by the chaotic throng of the undead. Though he had inflicted severe damage upon the evolved zombie by nearly severing its neck, Yang Guangming intuitively understood that it was insufficient to claim its life. Such a formidable creature could only be vanquished if its cervical vertebrae were entirely shattered. Otherwise, it would inevitably recover. This realization was later corroborated when Yang Guangming returned to the encampment, for he received no notification of a kill or any reward for slaying the evolved zombie. After traversing several convoluted turns in the narrow alley to completely shake off the pursuing horde, Yang Guangming found a piece of bed linen in a nearby residence. He hastily wrapped the wounds on his back, staunching the flow of blood to conceal his whereabouts, before forcing himself to return to the small courtyard. As he knocked on the courtyard door, his vision began to darken, and his strength nearly depleted. He collapsed onto his knees and fell into the yard, a consequence of excessive blood loss. "Ah, Brother Yang, how did you get so hurt?" Zhang Yang, who had come to open the door, was nearly toppled by Yang Guangming's fall. Upon seeing the blood-soaked linen on his back, he immediately exclaimed in shock. Hearing Zhang Yang's cries, the others inside rushed out, hastily lifting the unconscious Yang Guangming into the house. Sun Xiaoya quickly retrieved her medical kit, ready to administer aid. Yang Guangming's fortune was evident. It was precisely noon, and the others who had been training outside happened to be home. Otherwise, he might have found himself traversing the bridge of no return, with the outcome uncertain. An hour later, Sun Xiaoya set down the medical needle and thread in her hands, releasing a long sigh of relief. She first glanced at the concerned faces surrounding her, then softly remarked, "Fortunately, Brother Yang possesses a robust vitality. Despite losing so much blood, he has managed to pull through. An ordinary person would likely not have survived such a loss. Now, he simply requires several days of rest to gradually regain his strength." The crowd finally exhaled, the heavy weight on their hearts lifting at last. Yang Guangming was indeed the most formidable member of the Thorn Pair team. Had anything happened to him, their planned expedition to search for supplies would have been thwarted, significantly impacting their future survival. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Guangming had become an indispensable member of the Thorn Pair team. "Alas, with his injury, our plans will inevitably be delayed for an indeterminate period," Meng Hai lamented, observing Yang Guangming, who lay unconscious on the bed. Upon hearing Meng Hai's words, a somber mood enveloped the group. Indeed, it was uncertain how long Yang Guangming would take to heal, and their current weaponry was in a state of disrepair, urgently necessitating replacement. Otherwise, venturing out in search of resources would pose a severe risk to their safety. However, without the might of Yang Guangming, the team lacked the strength to explore the alley opposite the South City trade market, thus jeopardizing their chances of acquiring suitable weaponry. "Then we shall wait," Jiang Chuyun suddenly interjected, noticing the despondent expressions on their faces. "Our existing supplies are sufficient to sustain us for over 10 days, which is ample time to further enhance our capabilities and avert potential mishaps. Moreover, we have scarcely searched this residential area. We are bound to find enough food to see us through." Once Jiang Chuyun finished speaking, the confusion that had briefly clouded their minds dissipated. As they gazed at the unconscious Yang Guangming, speculations arose regarding the perilous mutated beast he must have encountered to sustain such grave injuries. No one doubted that the gaping wound on his back was inflicted by a zombie. Ordinary zombies' claws are too short to cause such deep lacerations. Furthermore, Individuals bitten by zombies typically exhibit signs of transformation within a short period, such as a darkening of the blood and the emergence of black, vine-like patterns on their skin. However, Yang Guangming displayed no signs of mutation, leading the group to conclude that he must have faced a formidable mutated beast. Upon Yang Guangming's eventual awakening, the team expressed their concerns regarding the nature of his ordeal. Naturally, he could not correct their misconceptions by revealing that he had been injured by a powerful evolved zombie. Instead, he went along with their assumptions, stating that he had indeed encountered a formidable mutated beast, resulting in a fierce clash that left both parties grievously wounded. Yet he managed to escape with his life. Jiang Chuan and the others were filled with dread upon hearing this. Fortunate were they that this fearsome, mutated beast had not crossed their paths, for the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 56. Setting off after recovery in the days that followed, the members of the Thorn Pair team temporarily ceased all activities. The 6 individuals divided into 2 groups. One ventured out to hunt scattered zombies to hone their combat skills, while the other remained in the courtyard to care for Yang Guangming. With the foundational strength provided by the second-level mutated dog, everyone's physical prowess had increased by at least 50%. Through this period of training and actual combat, their fighting capabilities began to rise sharply. At present, apart from Yang Guangming, the most formidable among them, Jiang Chuyun, was able to engage 7 or 8 ordinary zombies simultaneously without faltering. Even the weakest members, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, could each contend with 3 ordinary zombies, showcasing a remarkable enhancement in their combat strength. Had the members of the Sanhu gang witnessed the transformation in Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, they would undoubtedly be astonished to the point of dislocating their jaws. Such formidable individual combat prowess, combined with the camaraderie developed during their battles, rendered the entire Thorn Pair team terrifyingly powerful. In encounters with ordinary survivors, they could easily hold the line against 10 adversaries while still gaining a significant advantage. In addition to the enhancement of their physical capabilities into powerful combat strength, there was another piece of delightful news. Yang Guangming's recovery from his injuries was astonishingly swift. Initially, the group believed that given his severe wounds, he would require at least a month to regain his combat readiness. However, just 3 days had passed, and he was already able to rise from bed and move about, with his back wounds nearly scabbed over. Remarkably, after 10 days, his back injuries had almost completely healed, leaving only 5 faint pink scars resembling centipede sutures. Much to the astonishment of everyone, Jiang Chuyun and the others speculated that this rapid recovery was due to the second-level mutated dog. Yet only Yang Guangming understood that it was primarily the effect of the perfect first-level gene repair serum he had injected. Since administering the serum, Yang Guangming's physical attributes had greatly improved, and even his metabolism and wound healing capabilities had increased by at least 50%. In a sense, he had transcended the status of a mere ordinary survivor and could now be regarded as an evolved being. Yang Guangming was aware that as his system level increased, he would inevitably gain access to higher-tier gene repair serums in the future, potentially leading him to a level of power beyond humanity. By the 15th day, his back injuries had completely healed, leaving only faint traces that did not hinder his movements. He was fully capable of engaging in vigorous combat without any issues. The following day, the entire Thorn Pair team donned their gear and formally commenced the equipment replacement plan that had been in the works for over 20 days but had been delayed for various reasons. This plan was initially proposed by Jiang Chuyun over 20 days ago and had received unanimous consent after discussions. However, by today, circumstances had changed drastically, as Xu Daqiang, Yu Kai, and Kai Han had all encountered unforeseen accidents, leaving only Jiang Chuyun, Meng Hai, Tong Tu, and Lu Shun as the remaining members of the Thorn Pair team. For the 4 of them, although this period was brief, it felt as though they had traversed many years, with numerous events occurring that elicited deep reflections. The alley where the outdoor survival gear store was located was neither far nor near from their residence, merely a distance of less than 1,000 meters. Yet, the number of zombies on this stretch of Chingstone Well Road was considerably dense, with a rough estimate of several hundred. This did not even account for the multitude of zombies clustered near the South City Service Trade Wholesale Market, where the situation was likely even more dire. Despite the fact that the overall combat strength of the Sealy squad had increased several-fold, they still faced little hope of overcoming the hundreds or even thousands of zombies, even if these creatures could not concentrate their attack on them at that moment. Thus, the notion of forcefully pushing through and annihilating all the zombies in their path was fundamentally unrealistic. Not only would it be impossible to successfully reach the alley housing the gear store, but it would also jeopardize their lives. However, the Sealy squad was not easily daunted. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang, and after thorough deliberation, they swiftly devised a corresponding strategy. Zombies were most easily attracted by sound, followed by scent, while their vision was exceedingly poor. By selecting a fast and agile team member to act as bait, they could draw the nearby zombies away and quietly circumvent the horde, allowing them to hasten towards the South City Service Trade Wholesale Market. Once they reached the alley entrance there, they would essentially have succeeded. I shall attract the attention of the zombies on the street. You must seize the opportunity to pass swiftly, declared young Guangming, the most formidable member of the Sealy squad, stepping forward to assume the role of bait, drawing the majority of the zombies on Chingstone Well Road towards himself. Once everyone had safely passed, he would then find an opportunity to shake off the encircling zombies. This was not merely out of selflessness or a disregard for his own safety. Rather, he had accumulated nearly 900 points of positive energy. And with the elimination of just over 100 ordinary zombies, he could elevate his system to level 2, significantly enhancing his strength. Moreover, young Guangming possessed ample experience in dealing with hordes of dozens or hundreds of zombies. By entering a state of insight, he would face minimal danger. This approach also made it less likely for Jiang Chuyun and the others to discern any unusual signs, thereby keeping his secret hidden. Although the others were concerned for Yang Guangming's safety, he was the only one suited for this task. Any other individual would struggle to accomplish it, and the risks would be considerably greater. For both emotional and logical reasons, this mission was unequivocally his. Once the group had reached a consensus, they promptly departed from their resting courtyard, not leaving a single person behind to stand guard. In the past 20 days, no survivors had been discovered in this area, alleviating concerns that the supplies stored here might be seized. Following the previously established route, the group swiftly traversed several narrow alleys, emerging behind a row of houses along Chingstone Well Road. Here, a narrow alley barely over a meter wide connected to the main road, allowing them to conceal themselves without drawing the attention of the densely packed zombies outside. Young Guangming cast a sweeping glance over his companions, nodded gravely, and brandished a brand new kitchen knife, dashing like lightning into the alleyway. Jiang Chuan and the others held their breath, awaiting young Guangming to divert the zombies' attention, which would then enable them to quickly pass through this intersection and locate another safe refuge. Chapter 57. Create a commotion on the desolate, windswept street. The undead, clad in the remnants of their former lives, aimlessly wandered back and forth, their empty black eyes betraying a sense of lifelessness. Scattered along the roadway were various vehicles, some luxurious, others humble. Some lay overturned, exposing their undercarriages, while others were entwined in a grotesque embrace, and a few had been reduced to mere heaps of scrap. As Yang Guangming burst forth from the narrow alley, he caught the attention of several nearby zombies. Upon spotting the sudden appearance of Yang Guangming, they turned their heads, their lifeless eyes fixated on him, and charged forward, their withered arms flailing, transforming the street into a nightmarish realm. As the sound of their shuffling footsteps echoed, even more zombies became aware of the commotion, snapping out of their stupor and eagerly rushing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Guangming swung his knife, dispatching the two zombies blocking his path, and surged forward towards the other end of the street. His sole objective was to lure the nearby zombies away. It was not yet time to accumulate experience points. Thus, he pressed on, resembling a tempest as he raced down the street. At his current speed, when he sprinted, he surpassed even the world's fastest sprinter. These ordinary zombies, slightly slower than a typical human, stood no chance of catching him unless a substantial horde encircled him from all sides. Go. Upon witnessing the horde of zombies drawn toward young Guangming, Jiang Chuan and the others swiftly darted from their hiding spot in the alley, racing along the shoulder of Chingstone Well Road towards the direction of the South City Service Trade Wholesale Market. After sprinting approximately 50 meters, as they neared the zombies on the street ahead, they abruptly halted and slipped into a nearby building, leaving behind a mark to guide young Guangming upon his return. On the other side, young Guangming was pursued by nearly 200 to 300 zombies. After running approximately 200 meters, he finally came to a halt. Raising the kitchen knife in his hand, he turned and plunged into the horde, causing dark blood to splatter like water, with severed limbs and dismembered arms flying about incessantly. At this moment, young Guangming had become quite adept at entering a state of insight. Though he had not yet reached complete mastery, he was not far from it. Consequently, his efficiency in dispatching zombies was astonishing. Within mere breaths, he could claim the life of a zombie. With each ordinary zombie he vanquished, he garnered 1 point of positive energy, and the mechanized notifications echoed continuously in his mind. Soon, the golden system panel in his head displayed a soaring positive energy value, swiftly surpassing the 900-point mark and progressing towards 1,000 points. As the surrounding zombies began to encircle him, young Guangming deftly dispatched several before him, nimbly maneuvering through the gaps in the horde. He swiftly slipped between the two buildings lining the roadside, disappearing from sight in mere moments. On the street, only a bewildered cluster of zombies remained. Jiang Chuyun and the others had been waiting in the house for nearly 10 minutes when they heard Yang Guangming's voice from outside. "I'm about to draw away the next wave of zombies. Be prepared to leave at any moment." So soon, the group was taken aback. Initially, they had been deeply concerned for Yang Guangming's safety. They never imagined he would return in just a little over 10 minutes, appearing quite relaxed, seemingly with energy to spare. Jiang Chuyun leaned out from the house, her eyes fixed on Yang Guangming, and she nodded emphatically for him to proceed with caution. Yang Guangming smiled broadly, waved at Jiang Chuyun, and once again darted into the alley beside the road. Moments later, his figure reappeared over 100 meters down the road, where he swiftly dispatched several more zombies. As the horde of over 100 zombies was drawn to him, he continued to sprint towards the other end of the street. Once the zombie horde had chased after Yang Guangming, Jiang Chuyun and the others quickly leaped out, traversing nearly 100 meters along the empty street before once again slipping into a nearby house. After several such maneuvers, nearly an hour had passed, and the group finally arrived within 100 meters of the southern city's trade and wholesale market. From this vantage point, they could clearly see a 2-meter-wide alley extending horizontally across from the market, its length unknown. The target was within reach, and a wave of excitement surged through the group, their faces illuminated with radiant smiles. However, the most challenging moment was yet to arrive. Previously, many speculated that the number of zombies in the trade market was significant. Yet none could have anticipated the extent to which it had escalated. As one gazes upon the streets in front of the trade market and the labyrinthine alleys within, they are met with a staggering sight: countless zombies densely packed, numbering in the hundreds at a cursory glance. The terrifying spectacle of several hundred zombies converging together is enough to instill fear. Even Yang Guangming, who serves as bait, now feels a weariness creeping in, making it increasingly difficult to maintain his insight abilities. After all, he must conserve some strength for the upcoming endeavors. Should he encounter unforeseen circumstances and find himself unable to enter a state of insight, the consequences could be dire. "Boss, what shall we do?" The initial elation among the group swiftly dissipated. Meng Hai turned to Jiang Chuyun, accustomed to her issuing commands, lacking any initiative of his own. Jiang Chuyun furrowed her brow, struggling to conceive an appropriate strategy. She cast a glance at the clearly fatigued Yang Guangming and resolutely declared, "Allow me to take charge." The group momentarily failed to comprehend Jiang Chuyun's intent. Once realization dawned upon them, expressions shifted dramatically. Meng Hai was the first to voice his dissent. "No way. Although your strength surpasses ours significantly, diverting so many zombies alone is exceedingly perilous." "I cannot agree." "Then what do you propose?" Yang Guangming could no longer participate. "Is there anyone among you whose strength exceeds mine?" Jiang Chuyun's eyes flashed with intensity as she coldly retorted, fixing her gaze upon Meng Hai. The atmosphere grew tense. They stood on the brink of advancing a mere 100 meters to enter the alley, yet found themselves at an impasse against the horde of zombies, leaving the group disheartened. "I also disagree." At that moment, Yang Guangming, standing to the side, suddenly wore an enigmatic smile, locking eyes with Jiang Chuyun as he spoke. "With so many zombies, none of us can accomplish this task alone. Why not create a significant diversion to naturally draw them away?" Chapter 58. The long-awaited sound of firecrackers create a significant diversion? The group collectively paused at Yang Guangming's suggestion. "How do we do that?" Seeing that he had captured their attention, Yang Guangming continued with satisfaction. "I recall that we passed a shop selling fireworks and firecrackers earlier." Before he could finish, the group reacted in unison. Meng Hai rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Going back now will waste so much time." Yang Guangming chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't think of it at the moment. We were in such a rush that who could have anticipated this?" The group fell silent, realizing that throughout their hurried journey, they had neglected to devise a plan for dealing with the massive horde of zombies. After Yang Guangming stepped forward to act as bait, their thoughts had become ensnared, failing to consider this avenue for luring the zombies away from their path. At this moment, Yang Guangming's words struck a chord, causing the group to feel a twinge of regret as they realized. Indeed, if we simply ignite a multitude of firecrackers amidst the desolate silence of this city ruin, the horde of zombies would surely be drawn towards it. Such a straightforward solution had eluded them, ensnared as they were in a mental deadlock, leaving them anxious throughout their journey, fearing that an unforeseen mishap could lead them into the clutches of the undead. However, having discovered a method to divert the several hundred zombies ahead, smiles began to resurface on their faces, dispelling the earlier heaviness of their emotions. "Shall we proceed together?" Jiang Chuyun, known for her decisive nature, hesitated for a rare moment, glancing uncertainly at Yang Guangming. He understood her concern for his stamina. Yet this time he wouldn't be personally luring the zombies, and dancing among them posed little challenge for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he snapped his fingers and declared, "Of course I shall go. Is there anyone among you faster than I? Wait for me just a few minutes." With that, young Guangming swiftly turned and dashed back down the path they had come, his speed reminiscent of a motorcycle rather than a mere human. As he watched young Guangming's retreating figure, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Jiang Chuyun's eyes. She then surveyed the members of the cactus team and suggested, "Let us conceal ourselves," leading the way toward a building beside the road. Moments later, young Guangming arrived once again at the front of the firework shop he had previously discovered. At this juncture, a handful of zombies were meandering along the street. And upon spotting young Guangming, they emitted a series of guttural growls, rushing towards him with outstretched arms. "Goodness, I want to seek trouble with you. Yet you dare to swagger in front of me? Since I have some idle time, I might as well deal with you first. I need a few dozen points of positive energy to upgrade my system." The opportunity for positive energy presented itself, and young Guangming had no reason to refuse. Without hesitation, he brandished the kitchen knife in his hand and charged at the disorganized group of zombies. Given that the zombies had yet to encircle him, they fought individually, posing almost no threat to young Guangming. He swiftly dispatched them one by one, cutting them down with efficiency and grace. "Splendid. I'm at 968 points. I need just 32 more to elevate the system to the second level," he exclaimed joyfully, not forgetting his mission. He turned and entered the fireworks shop, pulling out his lighter, ready to select a target for ignition. Wait a moment, with so many firecrackers in this room, not to mention the thunderous rockets, igniting them all at once might be a tremendous waste and exceedingly dangerous. If I don't escape quickly enough, could I not be thrown off by the shockwave? Young Guangming felt fortunate for not acting recklessly. After a brief contemplation, he approached and lifted several boxes of packaged firecrackers. Hastening to the street just a few dozen meters away from the shop, there he meticulously extracted the firecrackers, tearing them open and rolling them onto the ground with a firm grasp on their fuses. In mere moments, the entire stretch of the street was adorned with a series of firecrackers. Satisfied with his handiwork, he retrieved several boxes of thunderous explosives, placing them amidst the firecrackers, before finally producing a lighter to ignite one of the fuses. At that very moment, not far from him, a group of around 10 survivors was engaged in a fierce struggle against a horde of zombies in a nearby alley. Among them was a towering figure, a robust man who overshadowed even the strongest of the group. He swung a long-handled fire axe with ferocity, cleaving a zombie in half, and cursed loudly. "What the hell? I was just here yesterday, and there wasn't a single zombie in sight. How come today they've suddenly appeared in droves?" If young Guangming had been present, he would have felt embarrassed to reveal that these zombies had been drawn to them as bait. The fighting capability of these survivors was surprisingly formidable, surpassing even that of Jiang Chuyun and his team before they consumed the second-tier mutated dogs. Despite being besieged by 20 or 30 ordinary zombies, they held their ground with remarkable ferocity, akin to tigers descending from the mountains, driving the undead back with relentless force until they were utterly vanquished. Among them, the towering man was particularly fearsome, wielding his fire axe like a whirlwind. Any ordinary zombie that came into contact with him was rendered incapable of fighting back. After finally eliminating the zombies in the alley, the survivors, still shaken, pressed onward until they reached the stone-paved Qingstone Well Road outside. However, the next moment, they were utterly stunned. Before them, not far down the street, a young man had laid out an extensive array of firecrackers and was hastily bringing a lit lighter to one of the fuses. Suddenly, with a crackling sound and a plume of smoke rising, an ear-splitting cacophony of firecracker explosions erupted, reverberating through the once quiet street. And it was uncertain how far the sound would carry. Stunned for a moment, as they watched young Guangming disappear in a cloud of smoke, the towering man's eyes widened in disbelief. He bellowed to the heavens, "What the hell is this reckless fool doing? If you want to throw your life away, at least don't drag us into your madness." He then turned to his companions, urging them, "Let us move." Without hesitation, he took the lead, sprinting back the way they had come. It was no jest. The commotion he had caused would surely attract every zombie within 1,000 meters. And if they didn't flee quickly, they risked being overwhelmed by the relentless tide of the undead. Chapter 59: Unexpected Encounter Concealed in Hiding. Jiang Chuyun and the others were startled by a sudden cacophony of firecrackers erupting from the street behind them. In the unnaturally quiet city, the sound was akin to thunderclaps, reverberating through the air and leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The commotion was indeed substantial. They could not help but admire the sheer magnitude of the disturbance orchestrated by young Guangming. Not only the zombies in the wholesale market, but even those farther away would likely be drawn towards the noise. In the next moment, The sound of hurried footsteps reached Jiang Chuan and the others, rapidly approaching from the direction of the wholesale market, arriving at their hiding place in mere seconds. They all instinctively hushed themselves, deliberately slowing their breaths, fearful of attracting the attention of the surging horde outside. In such a confined space, should a large group of zombies breach their refuge, there would be no escape. They would surely meet a grim fate. The footsteps outside persisted for several minutes before gradually dwindling. However, Jiang Chuyan and the others dared not venture out to investigate. Even though the density of the zombies had diminished, they were still outnumbered and ill-equipped to confront them. They forcibly suppressed their curiosity and anxiety, patiently waiting for young Guangming to return. The roaring firecrackers did not last long, falling silent in under 10 minutes. Apart from the hundreds of zombies in the immediate vicinity that had been lured away, those at a greater distance had only reached halfway before losing the trail, left to wander aimlessly on the streets. This underscored the wisdom of young Guangming's decision not to ignite all the firecrackers in the store. Had he done so, the incessant noise would have persisted for hours, potentially attracting a significant portion of the zombies from all over Zhangzhou City. At that point, with hundreds of thousands of zombies converging, the entirety of Qinshirwell Road would have been overwhelmed. Yang Guangming and the others would have found it impossible to navigate towards the alley, most likely becoming encircled by the vast horde, facing starvation or being torn apart by the relentless swarm. After a moment's wait, Jiang Chuyan and the others heard the familiar sound of light footsteps approaching the door, followed by Yang Guangming's voice. Quickly, while there is a gap in the zombies here, we must move swiftly. If the zombies from other areas arrive, we will lose our chance. A wave of joy surged through Jiang Chuan and the others, who promptly surged out in a line. Indeed, they found that the section of zombies near the wholesale market had completely dispersed, rendering the passage to the alley a clear path. Their long-sought goal was now within reach, causing their hearts to race with exhilaration as they exchanged glances before dashing towards the alley. In a mere 100 meters, they ran breathlessly, as if every ounce of their strength had been spent in the previous sprint, each one bending over, hands on their knees, gasping for air. However, each person's face was illuminated by a radiant smile of sheer joy. Had they not feared attracting the nearby zombies, they surely would have burst into laughter. The commotion created by young Guangming had not only drawn the zombies from the service trade wholesale market but had also lured all the undead lurking in the alley. As the group gazed around, they found the alley devoid of any zombies, save for the debris littering the ground. What initially seemed an arduous task, requiring their utmost effort and sacrifice, had been resolved with such unexpected ease that disbelief washed over them, as if they were caught in a dream. Tongtu stared wide-eyed, looking from one person to another, and in a deep, rumbling voice asked, "We've just walked in like this?" Yang Guangming chuckled softly, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder, then guiding him forward with a firm grip as he strode deeper into the alley. "Indeed, we have. Come. Let us find that outdoor survival gear shop, and each of us shall select a few desirable weapons. Let us go, let us go." I must choose a reliable tool. Those ordinary steel machetes were utterly inadequate. The group chimed in unison and quickened their pace, uncertain of the precise location of the gear shop. They walked while scanning the buildings on either side of the alley to avoid passing it by. There. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoya exclaimed loudly, her voice brimming with excitement as she pointed and jumped, indicating a row of houses to the left front. Among them, one door bore an inconspicuous sign emblazoned with the words "Extreme Friends Outdoor Gear." "Lower your voice. Do you wish to attract all the zombies in the vicinity?" Zhang Yang chided, playfully smacking the back of her husband's head, albeit unable to suppress her own excitement. In this apocalyptic world, a quality weapon could significantly enhance a survivor's chances of survival, the importance of which was self-evident. The prospect of acquiring a batch of superior weapons made the joy on everyone's faces increasingly palpable. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A rapid succession of footsteps approached swiftly from a small path adjacent to the alley. A group of over 10 survivors suddenly emerged before them, both parties exchanging wary glances from a distance of merely a few dozen meters, allowing them to discern each other's expressions. The newcomers were evidently not here to merely observe. Armed and on high alert, they had clearly come for the same gear shop. The hearts of the members of the Sealy team sank in unison. The ruckus caused by Yang Guangming had diverted the zombies, facilitating their own entry, but it had likewise made it all too easy for this other group of survivors to reach the gear shop. It seemed that fate itself was intent on thwarting their efforts to acquire a fine arsenal. The atmosphere momentarily became tense, yet it was not feasible for everyone to merely gaze at each other from a distance of several dozen meters. Thus, they began to tentatively approach the outdoor equipment store in gradual steps. At last, both sides halted simultaneously about 20 meters apart, neither daring to rush towards the highly regarded outdoor gear, lest it provoke a vehement reaction from the other and ignite a fierce battle. Friends, since we all came here for this equipment store, why don't we engage in a proper discussion? At that moment, a towering figure from the opposing side stepped forward, addressing the members of the Sealy team in a booming voice. This man was remarkably robust, even more so than the famed Copperhead, resembling a towering iron pillar. He wielded a long-handled fire axe, the blade marred with dark, dried blood, a testament to the numerous zombies he had dispatched along the way. Clearly, this imposing man was the leader of the opposing group. Chapter 60. The final distribution method. If we can negotiate, that would be splendid. Upon hearing the towering leader's words, Jiang Chuyun, the captain of the Sealy team, stood firm, her voice steady as she replied, "What are your terms?" The sight of Jiang Chuyun stepping forward left the opposing group momentarily astonished, but they soon comprehended the reality. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength dictated respect, and there were no rules against a woman leading a group. Moreover, any woman capable of commanding a survivor team would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, warranting respect rather than disdain. The towering man evidently did not underestimate Jiang Chuyun, responding with a hearty voice, "Let us consider this. We are all survivors here for a common goal, and it would be unwise to harm our rapport. Noticing your side is not numerous, I am willing to concede, allowing each of you to select 2 weapons first, while we will take the remainder. How does that sound?" Before Jiang Chuyun could respond, he continued, "However, if you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, we could also allow our side to choose first, taking 2 each, leaving the rest to you. What do you think?" Whoever claimed that Braun lacked intellect? The towering man's proposition caught the Sealy team off guard, their expressions shifting in unison. This adversary would prove to be formidable, and securing adequate benefits for themselves would not be an easy task. Although his words seemed magnanimous, granting the Sealy team the choice, he cunningly restricted the options available. With only 7 members, the Sealy team faced a stark disadvantage against the towering man's 16 comrades. Regardless of their choice, the odds were in favor of the opposing side. Should the Sealy team opt to select first, they would only be able to claim 14 weapons if they allowed the other side to choose first. The best 32 weapons would likely be taken, leaving them with little of value. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chuyun discerned the underlying intricacies of the situation. After a brief pause, she declared, "You have calculated well, my friend, but I shall not accept either of those options. Hey, do not push your luck. Our leader has shown you considerable respect, allowing you to speak first." However, a stern-faced young man behind him suddenly pointed at Jiang Chuyun, ready to charge forward at any moment. Silence. The burly man turned and glared fiercely at the youth before returning his gaze to Jiang Chuyun, his voice low and contemplative. "So what do you propose?" Jiang Chuyun, her expression impassive, met the giant's gaze unwaveringly. "I believe you have deduced the situation. The firecrackers earlier were orchestrated by our people. Our ease in arriving here is undeniably due to our efforts. Thus it stands to reason we should receive the lion's share. However," she continued, her brows arching with a spirited elegance, "as you mentioned, we are all survivors here. It would be unwise to disrupt the harmony between us. Therefore, we shall concede a little. A fair division of half will suffice." Though Jiang Chuyun claimed her side would take a loss by accepting only half, the number of her team, the Cactus Squad, was merely a fraction of the opposing force, making such a division quite advantageous for them. Upon hearing her proposal, fury spread across the faces of the burly man's companions, as they felt Jiang Chuyun was being excessively presumptuous. After all, their numbers far exceeded hers, and a fair split would clearly disadvantage them. Yet, intimidated by the giantess' authority, none dared to voice their dissent. "All right, I agree." To their surprise, the burly man accepted her proposition without any hesitation, despite the obvious imbalance in numbers. Even his companions wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to fathom why their leader would consent to such an inequitable agreement. Did they truly fear a mere 6 or 7 individuals? Unbeknownst to them, the giant harbored a considerable apprehension towards the Cactus Squad. Their ability to traverse the zombie-infested Chingstone, well road, with such ease demonstrated their remarkable prowess. Furthermore, having witnessed young Guangming ignite the firecrackers to divert most of the zombies, the giant recognized their formidable combat skills were complemented by keen intellect. Such individuals, even if not allies, were best kept as friends rather than foes. The burly man could not anticipate the wisdom of his decision. Had they chosen to leverage their numerical superiority to forcefully expel the Cactus Squad and monopolize the weapons in the armory, the consequences would have been dire. Even with their numbers nearly triple that of the Cactus Squad, should a conflict arise, the last one standing would certainly not be from their side. Not to mention Jiang Chuyun and her team, even Yang Guangming alone could inflict significant damage. If he were to disregard the risk of exposing his secrets and enter into an insight state, he could single-handedly resolve the conflict. Since both parties have reached an agreement, the subsequent actions are rather straightforward. They merely need to clear out the weapons from the Extreme Friends outdoor equipment store and then divide the items equally, one piece at a time. However, a dilemma arises. Which party should enter to retrieve the items? Or should both parties venture in together? Such a course of action could lead to complications. This time, Jiang Chuyun, unusually generous, entrusted the task of retrieving the items to the robust man from the opposing side, reasoning that their greater numbers would expedite the process. In truth, Jiang Chuyun harbored concerns. Should their side enter to collect the items and the other party renege on the agreement, they would find themselves trapped within the confines of the store, left at the mercy of their adversaries. As for whether the opposing side might conceal items, given the warm weather, the clothing of the individuals was relatively light, leaving little room for hidden weapons, perhaps only a few small daggers. Yet, for the majority of survivors who faced zombies daily, daggers proved to be of limited utility and were not worth the risk of theft. At that moment, the Thorn Pair squad stood on the street, while a dozen members from the robust man's side entered the Extreme Friends outdoor equipment store to retrieve items, leaving 6 or 7 individuals outside to remain vigilant against the possibility of being trapped inside. Surviving for 2 months in the apocalypse, none were fools. What the Thorn Pair squad contemplated, the other side could certainly conceive. Observing their caution, the Thorn Pair squad felt no sense of unease. They had no intention of annihilating the opposing party to monopolize the spoils within. Whether their caution stemmed from prudence or carelessness was inconsequential. Chapter 61. Ascension to Level 2. The robust man's party worked swiftly, soon extracting all the items from the Extreme Friends outdoor equipment store. Although the group had speculated that the store contained numerous goods, witnessing the mountain of assorted packaging piled on the street left them utterly astonished, deepening their admiration for the original owner of the establishment. Judging by the packaging alone, the inventory was far more than mere cutlery. Several formidable crossbows were among the items, clearly powerful and not to be compared with mere toys. It is noteworthy that in China, to openly operate such merchandise, one must possess substantial connections. Otherwise, various departments could swiftly shut down operations, and one might even be invited for a cup of tea by the authorities. The owner of the Extreme Friends outdoor equipment store had evidently established a formidable background to maintain a shop in such a bustling alley, indicating that he was no ordinary figure. Regrettably, with the sudden onset of the apocalypse, it remained uncertain whether the shop owner had transformed into a zombie or had become sustenance for one. However, such matters were of little concern to the onlookers. Nearly all attention was captivated by the array of knives and crossbows before them. The imposing figure cast a glance at Jiang Chuyun and the others before stepping forward and producing a packaging box. Upon opening it, he extracted a curved blade approximately 2 feet in length. The hilt was neither metal nor wood, seemingly crafted from an engineering plastic. The blade was sheathed in a canvas cover. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the man swiftly drew the blade from its sheath, revealing a sharp, downward curving weapon with a darkened hue. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, although none were true connoisseurs of blades. The menacing design and the glint of the edge made it evident that this was no ordinary outdoor survival tool. Who, in their right mind, would use such a military-grade weapon for outdoor survival? This was not merely a common cleaver or machete, but a genuine instrument of lethality. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes as he proceeded to open several more boxes, discovering that the contents were largely similar, definitely not standard outdoor equipment. The quantity of small knives akin to daggers was sparse, while the majority were military-grade weaponry. It became clear that the proprietor of this outdoor equipment store was indeed extraordinary. However, at that moment, the crowd was less concerned with the shop's reputation and more focused on the unveiled blades, their eyes shimmering with excitement. To combat zombies, such a suitably long and incredibly sharp weapon was undoubtedly ideal. If they were merely searching for ordinary daggers or cleavers, they would not have gone through such lengths to visit this place. Nodding in satisfaction, the man then directed his attention towards the packaging of several crossbows nearby. In stark contrast to the hundreds of knives piled high, there were only 6 crossbows, an exceedingly small number. Although crossbows appeared quite impressive, their efficacy against zombies was rather questionable, as their lethality was somewhat lackluster unless one struck directly at the zombie's eye socket, penetrating to disrupt its brain. Nonetheless, the spectators regarded the packaging of these 6 crossbows with fervent interest. While ineffective against the undead, they posed a far greater threat to fellow survivors. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, human nature is profoundly unpredictable, often presenting a more formidable adversary than the zombies themselves. Lacking sufficient means of self-defense, one could easily fall victim to others' greed, losing all their vital supplies. For some survivors, confronting zombies is far less daunting than facing their own kind. As a bite from a zombie equates to a death sentence, while dealing with weaker survivors presents little danger. They are unlikely to entertain any notions of mutual aid among survivors, as espoused by Navi ideals. When disaster strikes and order collapses, the true nature of humanity is put to the ultimate test. The darker impulses within most individuals gradually emerge. Some manage to exercise self-control, while others may descend into utter depravity, committing heinous acts without fear of retribution from authorities. Thus, although these 6 crossbows proved to be less effective against zombies than ordinary knives, both the Thorn Pair team and the Burly Man S group fixated their gaze upon them. After a round of bargaining, Jiang Chuyun and the Burly Man finally reached an agreement. Each side would take 3 crossbows, while the remaining knives would be taken in greater quantity by the other party. Given the abundance of knives, nearly 100 of varying sizes, and the fact that the Thorn Pair team consisted of only 7 members, they could hardly carry more. Ultimately, each member selected 4 or 5 knives before politely bidding farewell and swiftly retracing their steps to leave this perilous area, where a horde of zombies could emerge at any moment. Before their departure, the Burly Man seemed quite satisfied with the outcome of the distribution. He approached Jiang Chuyun amicably, extending his right hand. "Let us get acquainted. I'm Tong Bin, currently residing in the Luwu community with my brothers. You all seem quite capable, and I hope we can collaborate in the future to hunt zombies and scavenge for supplies." Jiang Chuyun grasped the man's hand briefly before releasing it, replying, "I'm Jiang Chuyun. We live nearby as well. There will be opportunities for collaboration in the future." Once the Thorn Pair team had departed, Tong Bin cast a meaningful glance in the direction they had gone, waved his hand, and soon after, over 10 individuals, laden with their spoils, swiftly vanished into the alley. Upon returning to Qingshijing Road, the group encountered a few scattered zombies wandering both inside and outside the nearby Shermao wholesale market. Fortunately, their numbers were insufficient to pose any significant threat. Yang Guangming and the others glanced at their newly acquired sharp knives and, undaunted, charged into the street towards their residence. Before long, they attracted the attention of more than 10 zombies, which quickly began to pursue them. How fortuitous! I was just in need of some positive energy points. And you're so eager to rush to your demise. As the zombies surrounded them from both flanks, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yang Guangming's eyes. He swung his curved blade, like a dog's leg, slicing through the air towards the claws of an oncoming zombie. With 2 swift, crisp sounds, he felt little resistance as the blade effortlessly severed the zombie's arms. Indeed, it was extraordinarily sharp. Witnessing Yang Guangming's formidable prowess, Jiang Chuyun and the others, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly rushed forward to test the might of their new weapons, charging at the zombies like fierce tigers descending a hillside, utterly unstoppable. The scattered zombies on the street met their unfortunate fate, as they stood no chance against the combat prowess of the Thorn Pair team, which far surpassed that of ordinary survivors. In mere moments, the area was strewn with corpses, limbs, and severed appendages flying everywhere. Thus, after dashing through 100 meters, Yang Guangming finally heard the long-awaited mechanical notification in his mind. You have accumulated 1,000 points of positive energy. The system has met the conditions for advancement to the next level. Would you like to upgrade now? Chapter 62. Continuous surprises. Having amassed 1,000 points of positive energy, the system signaled that the conditions for promotion to the next level had been met. To Yang Guangming, the mechanical tone resonated like celestial music, nearly provoking an uncontrollable burst of laughter. While the recent acquisition of a new set of tools had merely delighted him with the prospect of wielding proficient weapons, the realization that the system was now ready to elevate him to the second level filled him with an indescribable excitement. When he had ascended to the first level, the reward had been a perfect-grade first-tier gene repair fluid, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Now, as he prepared to reach the second level, he speculated that the reward would be a second-tier gene repair fluid. How much further could it elevate his strength? Such a powerful system surely would not disappoint him. Struggling to resist the immediate temptation of upgrading, Yang Guangming clenched his teeth to suppress his laughter and redirected his focus to the scattered zombies obstructing their path ahead. Throughout the journey back, his combat prowess astonishingly surged to new heights, drawing curious glances from Jiang Chuyun and the others. They wondered what had caused his exuberance. Was it merely the relief of finally wielding a proper weapon after the frustration of using a kitchen knife days prior? Naturally, Yang Guangming kept his source of joy to himself. Sometimes, the secret pleasure of personal triumph is immensely gratifying. After advancing 100 meters, the group turned into a narrow alley beside the Qingshirwell Road. They had no choice. A few hundred meters ahead lay the site of the commotion Yang Guangming had just created. now swarming with countless zombies, potentially hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Attracting the attention of this horde would spell disaster for them. Once they reached their small courtyard, the group collectively exhaled in relief, exchanging glances before erupting into laughter. With this recent haul, the members of the Thorn Pair team could rest easy for an extended period, no longer burdened by concerns over weapons, allowing them to focus solely on scavenging for survival supplies. The pressure of survival had suddenly lessened significantly. However, after the exhilaration came a profound weariness. This endeavor had drained their energy considerably, marked by numerous twists and turns. Now that they had returned to the safety of their base, they felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Consequently, they entered the bathroom in shifts to cleanse themselves. Thanks to the spring located just a few dozen meters from the courtyard, the Thorn Pair team had no worries regarding water supply. Not only did it provide drinking water, but it also facilitated daily cleaning needs with remarkable convenience. Several large plastic barrels, collected from outside, were filled with spring water and placed in the yard. After finally finishing their cleansing rituals, young Guangming hurried into his room, eagerly directing his attention to the positive energy system panel in his mind. Without hesitation, he proceeded to confirm the upgrade. After a familiar wave of dizziness, a mechanical prompt followed. System upgraded to level 2. Reward: 1 perfect grade 2nd tier gene repair fluid. The system store is now open, and the host may exchange items within the store using positive energy points. As Yang Guangming anticipated, upon advancing to level 2, he was indeed rewarded with a perfect grade 2nd tier gene repair fluid. However, the subsequent notification left him utterly stunned. After a moment of shock, his eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy, and he quickly focused on the system panel, revealing its current status. Current system level 2. To advance to level 3, 10,000 positive energy points required. Positive energy points, 26 points. System reward item: 1 perfect grade 2nd tier gene repair fluid. Must be claimed within 24 hours, or it will be reclaimed by the system. These figures were not significantly different from those at level 1. Yet, at the very bottom of the system panel, 4 iron gray characters appeared. System store. Yang Guangming did not rush to claim the 2nd tier gene repair fluid, but instead attempted to tap the 4 characters of the system store with his consciousness. A blinding golden light erupted, and a gray panel extended below the system interface, displaying a few images, each accompanied by a descriptive line. 92 type handgun. Exchange price: 20 positive energy points, includes a fully loaded magazine. Fires 9mm handgun ammunition. Total length: 199mm. Total weight: 0.76 kilograms. Barrel length: 111mm. Uses a 15-round double-stack magazine. Effective range: 50 meters. Lifespan: 3,000 rounds. 9mm handgun ammunition. Exchange price: 1 positive energy point for 10 rounds. Purchase 100 rounds to receive an additional magazine. Special fiber anti-stab suit. Exchange price: 50 positive energy points per set. Effectively defends against most cold weapon stabs. Reduces kinetic energy from handguns below 10 calibers. Ineffective against other thermal weapon attacks. Zombie virus immunity vaccine. Exchange price: 100 positive energy points per dose. After reviewing these images and their descriptions, Yang Guangming was completely astonished, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had initially believed that the system's upgrade to level 2 would merely reward him with a 2nd tier gene repair fluid, but to his surprise, it had also unlocked the system store, offering such powerful items. On the store panel, the image of the 92 type handgun resembled exactly what Yang Guangming had seen online. Its iron gray body, a prominent pentagram on the grip, exuding an unmistakable aura of lethality. Although Yang Guangming had little knowledge of firearms, largely due to China's stringent gun control laws, he surmised that a weapon ranked 5th in the world, as stated on Baidu Encyclopedia, the truth of which he could not ascertain, must possess commendable performance. The system has truly demonstrated remarkable humanity this time, offering not only the exchange for the Type 92 pistol, but also the corresponding ammunition, alleviating Yang Guangming's concerns about bullets in the future. With the pistol in hand, while it may not guarantee significant advantage against zombies, it certainly empowers Yang Guangming in encounters with other survivors. Who knows how those survivors might have acquired firearms and ammunition? As he continued to browse, he came across the so-called special fiber anti-stab suit, which appeared in the image as a sleeveless shirt paired with a pair of square shorts, entirely black in color, with its material indiscernible. Given its designation as a special fiber anti-stab suit, it must be crafted from some unknown fiber. However, the exchange price for this suit was quite steep. A Type 92 pistol cost merely 20 points of positive energy, while this anti-stab suit demanded a hefty 50 points, an increase of 1.5 times. Nevertheless, the high cost likely reflects its value. And young Guangming felt confident it would not disappoint. Had he not only 26 points of positive energy at this moment, he would have eagerly exchanged for a suit to experience its sensation firsthand. The final item was something young Guangming was all too familiar with, yet it astonished him the most. A transparent syringe the size of a finger, elegantly crafted, filled with a micro-red liquid, was none other than the zombie virus immunity vaccine awarded to him upon system activation. This item was unique, yet it carried the highest price, requiring a full 100 points of positive energy for exchange. However, the significance of this product was profound. Chapter 63. In Human Monsters in the Narrow Alley, a fire axe was swung by Tong Bin like a windmill, creating a gusty sound. A zombie, with its mouth agape and a deep, hissing growl emanating from its throat, charged at Tong Bin with remarkable speed, its dried claws brandishing sharp, menacing nails. In the face of this grotesque creature, Tong Bin's large face bore a mocking smile as he slashed down with the fire axe, cleaving the zombie in two. In an instant, black blood and decaying viscera splattered across the ground, while the upper half of the severed zombie continued to claw at the earth, stubbornly attempting to crawl toward Tong Bin. By your ancestor's spirit, is it not dead yet? Tong Bin bellowed in frustration, stepping forward to deliver a powerful kick to the zombie's head. With a sharp crack, the half-zombie flew several meters away, its neck contorted at an unnatural angle, finally succumbing to death. Boss, you are magnificent, truly an embodiment of might. You are indeed our god of war, an inhuman monster. Behind Tong Bin, a group of teammates cheered exuberantly, continuously praising his formidable combat prowess. The narrow alley was strewn with the dismembered bodies of zombies, most of which had been brutally cleaved apart by Tong Bin with his fire axe. It was no wonder that his comrades referred to him as a monstrous being. As he swung the hefty axe in his grasp, a sense of pride flickered across his face. With a chuckle, he exclaimed, "Curse it all. This axe is truly a marvel." That day, the knives felt far too diminutive and unwieldy for a man of Tong Bin's imposing stature. The knives acquired from the extreme outdoor gear shop, measuring no more than 2 feet, were simply too delicate, failing to suit his accustomed style. Hence, he preferred the robust fire axe he wielded. Boss, do you think everyone possesses your fearsome strength? That axe weighs at least 20 pounds. None of us can wield it with such ease. For us, these knives are far more practical. Indeed, boss, another chimed in, ever since we received this batch of knives, our confidence has soared while scavenging for supplies. These tools are exceptional. Dispatching zombies feels like slicing through vegetables, utterly exhilarating. Boss, forgive my candor. We shouldn't have allowed those few to abscond with so many items, particularly those 3 crossbows. What a pity. If we had 6 crossbows, our strength would have significantly increased. Upon hearing his subordinate's lingering dissatisfaction regarding the events from a few days prior, Tong Bin's expression shifted slightly. He turned to rebuke. What do you know? Those individuals are formidable. If they were to confront us, we might not fare so well. Boss, you always elevate the prowess of others. Even if we were outnumbered, you alone could easily overpower them. Unfazed, the man continued, clearly discontent with the weapons that had been divided among the members of the. Enough. Tong Bin snapped, his gaze fierce. Even if we are stronger, the zombies that day on Qingshijing Road were drawn away by others. Our ability to traverse that space was thanks to their efforts. A fair division was warranted. Besides, did they not generously share some weapons with us? With this, Tong Bin decided it best to clarify his stance to prevent any discord among his men, as unity was paramount in these dire times. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, the number of human survivors was scarce, and mutual assistance was crucial. His instincts told him that those individuals were promising, and future alliances could be beneficial. Having made his point, though some remained unconvinced, silence enveloped the group. After all, Tong Bin was the leader, and his word was final. With the argument resolved, the group proceeded along the alley, soon encountering a dozen more zombies. Ever since young Guangming had created a stir on Qingshijing Road, many zombies from nearby areas had been drawn to this region, resulting in alleyways that were once sparse with the undead now becoming overcrowded, significantly elevating the danger. However, the mere dozen or so zombies posed little threat to Tong Bin and his companions. Within the confines of the narrow alley, he alone could effortlessly sweep them away. The fire axe, swirling in a dance of shadow, resembled a grim reaper of the undead, cleaving any approaching zombies into fragments, rendering them motionless even if they did not succumb to death. Each display of Tong Bin's formidable prowess sent waves of exhilaration through his subordinates, who felt a surge of pride for having such a powerful leader. Truly, their chief was a monstrous being. Slaughtering zombies was as effortless as dispatching poultry. On Qingshijing Road, an even greater throng of zombies had gathered than in previous days, densely roaming the spacious street. In an adjacent alley, a figure flitted ghost-like, instantly materializing on the bustling thoroughfare, clutching a curved knife over a foot long in his right hand. Yang Guangming surveyed the startled zombies around him with an expression that betrayed no hint of fear. In the blink of an eye, he sprang into action, leaving behind only a faint afterimage as he pounced forward like a cheetah, swiftly plunging into the horde. The moment Yang Guangming threw himself into the fray, chaos erupted among the zombies, each clamoring to seize a taste of the delectable fresh flesh. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this seemingly enticing figure was, in fact, a humanoid killing machine. Yang Guangming's speed had undergone a qualitative transformation since a few days prior, and his agility had greatly improved. Though surrounded by an overwhelming mass of zombies, he navigated the space with remarkable ease, his body slipping through the gaps like an eel, while his knife gleamed ominously with each swift strike. Despite the onslaught of nearly 30 zombies, not a single corner of Yang Guangming's garment was grazed. Instead, he dispatched them with the speed of harvesting wheat, sending limbs and grotesque heads flying through the air. As he wreaked havoc upon the horde, Tong Bin and his group cautiously approached the mouth of the alley, their breaths held as they beheld the throngs of zombies infesting the street. The commotion created by Yang Guangming's assault drew their attention, and they turned to witness the spectacle, their expressions turning to stone. What on earth? Is this kid even human? He has nothing short of a monstrous entity. Chapter 64. Decision. What on earth? Is this kid even human? He has nothing short of a monstrous entity. As they watched Yang Guangming dispatch the surrounding zombies with the ease of a butcher, Tong Bin and his companions stood frozen in place. The man who previously praised Tong Bin as a monster immediately transferred that comparison to Yang Guangming. Upon hearing his comrade's astonished exclamations, Tong Bin's face twitched in irritation as he thought to himself, "Damn it, isn't this just a slap in my face?" Upon hearing the exclamation, Yang Guangming, who was engrossed in vanquishing the zombies, immediately sensed the presence of others. As he swung his blade, toppling 2 zombies before him, he turned his gaze toward the direction of Tong Bin and his companions. "Ah, it is these individuals? I did not expect them to dare venture to Qingshijing Road to slay the undead. They appear to possess considerable strength." Little did Yang Guangming know that Tong Bin and his group merely sought to scavenge for survival supplies, and were not there specifically for the zombies. Accustomed to accumulating positive energy through the slaughter of the undead, Yang Guangming momentarily forgot the distinction between himself and ordinary survivors. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to the arrival of Tong Bin and the others. He merely glanced in their direction before redirecting his focus to the surrounding zombies. His machete danced in a whirl of dark brilliance, preventing the nearby zombies from closing in. Tong Bin and his companions stood like statues at the alley's entrance, watching Yang Guangming effortlessly wreak havoc among dozens of zombies, their minds momentarily overwhelmed. Good heavens, is this lad even human? Tong Bin, who often prided himself on his combat prowess, could not help but question whether this young man was truly human or perhaps a diminutive Tyrannosaurus Rex in disguise. After observing Yang Guangming for a while, the others turned their gaze back to Tong Bin, thinking, "I must say, I previously believed our leader's combat abilities were extraordinary. Yet this young man we see today is the true embodiment of the inhuman." Soon, they recalled the incident a few days prior when the 2 groups had divided their tools. Thankfully, they had refrained from any ill-conceived actions, relying on their numbers, for otherwise, this young man might have single-handedly dispatched all of them. Contemplating this, a chill of apprehension crept down their spines. Fortunately, their wise leader recognized the other party's formidable nature and avoided conflict, fostering a semblance of goodwill. The sheer number of zombies on Qingshijing Road rendered it an unsuitable location for Tong Bin and his group to search for supplies. Thus, after a brief observation, they hastily retraced their steps, intending to explore other areas in hopes of greater fortune. Once Tong Bin and his companions departed, Yang Guangming narrowed his eyes, his focus sharpening even further. He then entered a state of insight. Since the injection of the perfect grade 2nd-tier gene restoration serum, his strength had surged remarkably. A full-force punch now exceeded 1,000 pounds, and his speed and reflexes had significantly improved. Even without entering the state of insight, Yang Guangming could easily contend with around 30 zombies alone, without falling behind. Moreover, after the injection of the 2nd-tier gene restoration serum, he found it easier to attain the state of insight, estimating that after a dozen more familiarizations, he would master this extraordinary ability with effortless precision. Upon entering a state of insight, Yang Guangming's prowess surged once more, transforming him into a spectral entity that the ordinary zombies could not hope to grasp. His dog-leg knife became a mere blur, frequently severing the grotesque heads of the undead. With 1,086 points of positive energy accumulated, he stood amidst the fallen corpses, his consciousness withdrawing from the golden system panel in his mind. a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips, following a significant enhancement in his strength. Yang Guangming's speed in hunting zombies was astonishing. Within merely 3 to 4 days, he had amassed over 1,000 points of positive energy, averaging nearly 300 points daily. A truly remarkable feat. This tally did not even account for the 50 points he had expended to acquire a set of special fiber anti-stab gear. Regarding this anti-stab gear, Yang Guangming was thoroughly satisfied. Its cost-performance ratio was exceptional. The set comprised a sleeveless shirt and a pair of shorts, both entirely black, with a thickness comparable to standard thermal underwear and a slight elasticity that did not hinder movement. What astounded Yang Guangming even more was its commendable breathability. Despite the sweltering heat, donning this ensemble proved surprisingly comfortable and not overly stifling. He had also tested the defensive capabilities of the special fiber anti-stab gear with his newly acquired dog-leg knife, discovering that even this sharp weapon could not inflict the slightest damage upon the suit. With such protective attire, Yang Guangming's chances of survival had increased significantly. As long as he safeguarded his neck and head, he could essentially disregard the threat of zombie attacks on his body. The assaults of ordinary zombies were utterly insufficient to breach the defenses of the special fiber anti-stab gear. After acquiring the anti-stab suit, Yang Guangming also attempted to exchange for a Type 92 pistol. However, after indulging in a brief bout of shooting, he ceased its use. The reason being, the zombie's acute sensitivity to sound rendered the use of a pistol without a silencer ineffective and likely to attract all nearby zombies. Even with Yang Guangming's extraordinary strength, he could not withstand a multitude of zombies. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, he concealed the pistol, perhaps to be utilized against other survivors in the future. Now, with an abundance of positive energy points, he had the opportunity to procure zombie virus immunity vaccines for his team. In this apocalyptic world, having a few steadfast companions was a rare blessing, and it was imperative to cherish them. Whether to provide the zombie virus immunity vaccines to Jiang Chuyun and others was something Yang Guangming contemplated for quite some time before arriving at a decision. Truth be told, once the vaccines were revealed, while it might not fully expose Yang Guangming's secret of possessing the positive energy system, it would certainly raise suspicions among Jiang Chuyun and the others. However, after spending some time together, enduring life and death battles, Yang Guangming discerned that Jiang Chuyun and the others were indeed trustworthy. Entrusting them with the zombie virus would ultimately yield more benefits than drawbacks. Chapter 65. You shall be the leader. Once a decision was made, Yang Guangming was resolute in his actions. This was his character. Leaving behind a multitude of zombie corpses, he departed from Qingshaijing Road, meandering through a narrow alley. It then struck him that after such an extended outing, returning empty-handed would be rather regrettable. Thus, he made a few detours into the nearby residences, and when he resumed his journey, he found himself shouldering 2 bags of rice, weighing nearly 200 pounds, ample provisions to sustain the group for approximately a week. Since their physical capabilities had significantly improved, their appetites had similarly escalated. Now exceeding that of ordinary individuals by more than twofold, they had all become veritable gourmands. Were it not for their enhanced strength, which allowed them to effortlessly locate sufficient sustenance, they would likely face frequent hunger. I'm back, Brother Yang. Oh, what a splendid haul today. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Yang Guangming discovered that Jiang Chuyun and the others had already returned. Sun Xiaoya, who opened the door, revealed a hint of surprise upon seeing the 2 bags of rice slung over Yang Guangming's shoulder. He was momentarily at a loss for words. If 2 bags of rice could elicit such astonishment from Sun Xiaoya, it seemed he had not been particularly mindful of resource gathering lately. Consequently, it would be wise to allocate more time for scavenging supplies during future outings. As the members of the cactus team beheld the bags on Yang Guangming's shoulders, their expressions mirrored astonishment, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Straightening his back and lifting his chin, Yang Guangming disregarded their curious gazes and casually tossed the bags of rice into the kitchen before making his way upstairs to his room without pause. Wow, could Brother Yang be feeling shy? Sun Xiaoya's insatiable curiosity ignited, and even Jiang Chuyun cast a surprised glance upward. Once in his room, Yang Guangming swiftly redirected his focus to the system panel in his mind, spending 600 points of positive energy to exchange for 6 doses of the zombie virus immunity vaccine. With these in hand, he descended the stairs once more. The group's attention gravitated back to Yang Guangming, soon captivated by the peculiar small syringes he held, each speculating about their purpose. I have something important to discuss with everyone. You all see this, right? He raised the zombie virus immunity vaccine. And after Jiang Chuyun and the others nodded in bewilderment, he continued, this is called the zombie virus immunity vaccine. With just 1 injection, you need not worry about contracting the zombie virus in the future. What? A zombie virus immunity vaccine. One injection, and we no longer have to fear infection. Is that true? As Yang Guangming's words left his lips, Jiang Chuyun and the others were left agape, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Without waiting for anyone to voice their questions, Yang Guangming continued, "Do not inquire about the source of this item, nor question its authenticity. If you trust me, then let each of you take one." With that, he spread his hands, revealing 6 vials of the zombie virus immunity vaccine before the eyes of the assembly, his expression grave. Jiang Chuyun and the others were brimming with inquiries, ready to speak, but upon witnessing the seriousness etched on Yang Guangming's face, they promptly sealed their lips. Since he had spoken thus, any questions would be futile. The next step was for them to decide whether to place their faith in him and subsequently inject the faintly red liquid into their own bodies. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Although Yang Guangming assured them he meant no harm, none had ever heard of a zombie virus immunity vaccine before. To inject such an unknown substance into their bodies without due contemplation would be the act of a fool. Observing the solemnity that had fallen upon Jiang Chuyun and the others, Yang Guangming inwardly sighed. Trust among individuals in this apocalyptic world was not easily forged. Just as he was about to retract his outstretched hand, he noticed Jiang Chuyun grit her teeth and stepped forward resolutely, declaring, "As the captain, I shall go first." The leader, Meng Hai, changed expression, poised to dissuade her, but a fierce glare from Jiang Chuyun silenced him, rendering his words stuck in his throat. With determined strides, she seized one of the vials from Yang Guangming's palm, rolled up her sleeve without hesitation, removed the syringe cap, and plunged the slender needle into the muscle of her upper arm. As she lowered her head to inject the liquid, a flicker of gratitude shone in Yang Guangming's eyes, soon followed by the fervent calls from the remaining members of the thorny pair team. "I want one too." Meng Hai gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "How could I miss out on such an opportunity?" Copperhead lumbered up, his voice booming. "I trust Yang Ge. He would never harm us. I want one as well." The glimmer of trust radiated from Zheng Yang's eyes as he gazed at Yang Guangming. In the blink of an eye, the remaining vials of the zombie virus immunity vaccine vanished from Yang Guangming's grasp, and soon, one by one, the members of the thorny pair team rolled up their sleeves and injected the faintly red liquid into their bodies. A peculiar light flickered in Yang Guangming's eyes, his face adorned with a smile of profound emotion. With such teammates who offered unwavering trust, what fear could he harbor in this terrifying apocalypse? After injecting the vaccine, Jiang Chuyun and the others sensed an extraordinary transformation occurring within them, and before long, tranquility returned. Were it not for the empty syringe they still held, the earlier events might have seemed like a mere illusion. After a brief moment of waiting, the body showed no further adverse changes, and the collective anxiety that had gripped everyone finally dissipated. Although they had faith in Yang Guangming's words, it would be disingenuous to claim that no one felt a trace of worry or tension in the face of the unknown. The absence of negative developments confirmed the authenticity of the situation. A wave of joy washed over Jiang Chuyun and the others, for they realized that they would no longer live in fear of being infected by the zombie virus. This was indeed a moment of great jubilation for the survivors struggling for existence in a post-apocalyptic world. With this newfound assurance, they could confront zombies without the shackles of apprehension, fully unleashing their combat potential in future encounters. Clearing his throat, Jiang Chuyun captured the attention of the group and solemnly declared, "I have an important matter to discuss with you all. From now on, you shall be the leader." With that last statement, he directed a serious gaze towards Yang Guangming. Chapter 66, Unleashing Full Firepower. Brother Yang, just around the next bend, approximately 300 meters ahead, lies that small grocery store. Yang Guangming and his companions were concealed within a modest eatery, surrounded by a haphazard arrangement of tables and chairs. The location of this eatery was rather unfortunate, with few zombies in the vicinity, and the food inside had long been scavenged by other survivors. Sun Xiaoya gestured ahead, indicating that their destination was now quite close. Despite having been forcibly relinquished of the captaincy by Jiang Chuyun the previous day, Yang Guangming remained indifferent to the title of leader, firmly resisting such appellations. The others, therefore, continued to use their former titles, as it could not alter the fact that he had indeed succeeded to the captaincy. Upon observing the direction pointed out by Sun Xiaoya, all present, including Yang Guangming, furrowed their brows. The density of zombies in that area was rather alarming, creating a formidable spectacle. While Yang Guangming was confident in his ability to breach the horde, he could not guarantee the safety of the entire Cactus team in traversing this street. Given the overwhelming number of zombies, do we have the confidence to push through? To err on the side of caution, Yang Guangming sought the opinions of the others. It should be feasible, Jiang Chuyun assessed. Under normal circumstances, facing such a throng of zombies would compel us to take a detour. However, since everyone has received the zombie virus immunity vaccine, we should not encounter significant issues. Even if we sustain minor injuries, our medical supplies are ample, and we need not fear. Captain, you need not worry about us. As long as we avoid infection from the zombie virus, sustaining a few injuries is inconsequential. Due to their slightly older age, Meng Hai, Tong Tu, and Lu Shun directly referred to him as Captain, feeling somewhat awkward addressing him as Brother Yang like Sun Xiaoya. As for Jiang Chuyun, he typically spoke directly to Yang Guangming without the need for a title. With Jiang Chuyun and Meng Hai expressing their confidence, Tong Tu and the others nodded in agreement, affirming that they were unafraid of sustaining minor injuries. Yang Guangming nodded thoughtfully. Very well, since there are no objections, we shall charge ahead. Remember, stay close to me. Do not linger in battle, and once we shake off the horde, find a place to hide immediately. He refrained from disclosing his internal strategy, which was to act as bait to divert the zombies, allowing Jiang Chuyun and the others to make their escape. After all, now that they were no longer fearful of the zombie virus, it was time to hone their combat skills. With his own protection in place, the risk of any mishap was minimal. Charge! With a commanding shout, Yang Guangming surged forward into the opposite street, closely followed by Jiang Chuyun and the others, each displaying an inexplicable excitement on their faces. This was their first charge against such a multitude of zombies. With no fear of infection from the virus, what was there to dread? The rapid footsteps of the group soon attracted the attention of the densely packed horde across the street, their heads turning in exhilaration to behold the approaching team. The two sides soon collided with a thunderous impact, unleashing a torrent of blood and severed limbs. Yang Guangming led the charge, fully committed to ensuring the safety of Jiang Chuyun and the others. He entered a state of heightened perception, his mind clearing instantly as he gained control over everything within a 3-meter radius. Since injecting the second-tier gene repair serum, Yang Guangming found it easier than ever to achieve this state, with its duration more than doubled. He could effortlessly dispatch around 100 ordinary zombies without feeling significant fatigue. The common zombies stood no chance against Yang Guangming's full-force assault. With the gleaming blade of his weapon sweeping through them, numerous limbs and grotesque heads were sent flying, black blood splattering in all directions. This was the first time Jiang Chuyun and the others witnessed Yang Guangming unleash his full power. Although they were already aware of his astonishing prowess, witnessing his ghostly speed and the surrounding horde collapsing like cut wheat left them utterly astounded. What secret did he harbor that allowed him to grow so formidable in such a short time? Jiang Chuyun cleaved a zombie before him to the ground, and as he observed Yang Guangming's astonishing rate of slaughter, his heart raced. His usually impassive expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Is the captain even human? He mused, questioning Yang Guangming's very nature. Suddenly, Zhang Yang let out a gasp, her face paling as she became overwhelmed by Yang Guangming's formidable combat prowess. In her moment of distraction, she was inadvertently scratched on the arm by a zombie, leaving several bloody marks on her forearm. Casting a worried glance at her bleeding wound, Zheng Yang's complexion brightened slightly as she recalled the zombie virus immunity vaccine she had injected the night before, nervously contemplating its effectiveness. Zheng Yang's unexpected injury finally subdued the shock that had engulfed the group, allowing them to focus entirely on the impending assault of the zombies. Their collective combat prowess surged dramatically. With Yang Guangming unleashing his full potential, the others closely followed his lead. Despite colliding with 200 to 300 zombies, they felt little pressure. The 7 of them cut through the horde like a heated knife through butter, swiftly carving out a path toward the street ahead. At last, when they were about 100 meters away from the small grocery store that Sun Xiaoya had mentioned, Yang Guangming led the group to a 10-story building adjacent to the street, dispatching all the zombies that stood in their way. They rushed up the stairs and reached the rooftop in one breath. Once they secured the iron door behind them, they paused to catch their breath, each member splattered with black blood yet wearing expressions of exhilaration. "Oh, I'm not infected. Truly not infected," Zhang Yang suddenly exclaimed with uncontainable joy as she glanced at her arm, which was still oozing fresh red blood. Although she was aware that she had been vaccinated against the zombie virus and should not fear infection, she had never witnessed the efficacy of such a serum firsthand, leaving her heart filled with trepidation. However, as more than a minute had passed since her injury, and the blood still flowed vibrantly without any other physical changes, it confirmed that she had indeed not been infected. The zombie virus immunity vaccine was, without a doubt, genuine. In the next moment, apart from Yang Guangming, the remaining 6 could not help but burst into laughter, oblivious to the risk of attracting the nearby zombies. Chapter 67. Reunion with the Sanhu gang. A horde of zombies trailed behind, clawing at the iron door of the rooftop, momentarily unable to breach it. The effectiveness of the zombie virus immunity vaccine had been validated, and the faces of Jiang Chuyun and the others were illuminated with excitement. showing no signs of fear towards the undead crowd so close at hand. Yang, what should we do next? Sun Xiaoya, completely won over by Yang Guangming's abilities, instinctively sought his counsel in this critical moment. Although the iron door barred the horde, finding a way to escape seemed daunting. Noticing the eager gazes of Jiang Chuyun and the others fixed upon him, Yang Guangming let out a wry smile. Surely, he hadn't appeared so formidable that they began to rely entirely on him? That was not an encouraging sign. Let us all share our thoughts on the next steps. You're the captain. Whatever you decide will be our course of action, Tong Tuan chimed in with a deep voice. Yang Guangming, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his nose. What I meant to say is that I don't have a concrete plan for such situations either. It would be best if we brainstorm together. Since we cannot descend the stairs, let us see if we can navigate through the adjacent building to return downstairs. At a crucial moment, Jiang Chuyun proved to be remarkably reliable. Although she no longer held the position of captain, she maintained her independent thinking. Unlike Tong Tu and others who exhibited a complete lack of personal opinion, in light of the situation, the group could only devise a means to escape from the nearby buildings, thus directing their attention to the structures surrounding them, observing meticulously. There, Yang Guangming pointed toward the left side of the building and strode forward confidently. A slightly shorter building stood approximately 10 meters adjacent to the larger structure, making it the nearest establishment in the vicinity. As the group approached the edge of the rooftop, they surveyed the sufficiently wide gap between the two buildings, a sense of trepidation filling their hearts. A distance of 10 meters. Was it truly within human capability to leap across? While an ordinary individual might falter, the members of the Sealy team possessed the ability to make the jump, contingent upon their courage. Your physical fitness is at least twice that of an ordinary person. Surely you can manage this modest distance, Yang Guangming declared, with a faint smile. He retreated a few meters, then propelled himself forward at great speed. When he reached the rooftop's edge, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, launching himself like a cannonball toward the roof of the lower building nearly 3 meters below. Thud. Yang Guangming landed solidly atop the opposite rooftop, his momentum carrying him forward a few meters before he came to a halt. Turning back, he waved cheerfully at Jiang Chuyun and the others, a relaxed smile gracing his face. That was surprisingly easy. The expressions of the group brightened with relief. Jiang Chuyun nodded in acknowledgement, stepping back a few paces to initiate her own run. Thud. Although she misjudged her balance upon landing, Jiang Chuyun rolled with the momentum and quickly rose to her feet, her expression one of ease. Observing both Yang Guangming and Jiang Chuyun's effortless jumps instilled a sense of calm within the remaining members. Minutes later, all members of the Sealy team had successfully reached the rooftop of the opposite building. Although Sun Xiaoya sustained a scrape on her knee during her descent, it amounted to little more than a superficial abrasion, devoid of any blood, barely qualifying as an injury. Bang! Clatter! At that moment, the horde of corpses in the opposite stairwell finally burst through the iron door, surging onto the rooftop. However, they could only glimpse the silhouettes of Yang Guangming and his companions vanishing atop the adjacent building. This scenario underscored that, given the current physical capabilities of the Sealy team, they need not fear being encircled by ordinary zombies in this densely built urban landscape. They could effortlessly ascend most buildings and leap from rooftop to rooftop, leaving the common undead unable to grasp even the edges of their garments. After swiftly traversing several rooftops, the group arrived at the rooftop of a small grocery store. The commotion they had caused earlier had attracted nearby zombies, yet the street below showed only a sparse gathering of fewer than 20 zombies, posing no threat whatsoever to the Sealy team. Descending briskly onto the street, the group swiftly dispatched the horde of zombies with remarkable efficiency. Their gaze soon fell upon the wide-open doors of a small grocery store. Although modest in size, the store boasted a spacious interior of approximately 50 square meters, replete with an abundance of supplies. The assortment of goods extended beyond mere grains and cooking oil. A cursory glance revealed not only bags of rice and barrels of cooking oil, but also an ample supply of paper towels, salt, and various kitchen utensils. A wave of excitement washed over the group, and after a moment of astonished silence, Yang Guangming could not help but exclaim in wonder, with this much food, we shall never again worry about our meals. And so many paper towels, we needn't resort to using scrap paper as toilet tissue anymore. Upon conducting a rough inventory, they discovered nearly 200 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, totaling close to 5 tons. Such a bounty, even for the now ravenous Yang Guangming and his companions, was sufficient to sustain them for over a year. Additionally, there were dozens of containers of cooking oil, 2 large bags of salt weighing over 200 pounds, and countless rolls of paper towels, along with a variety of condiments. Some miscellaneous grains, such as mung beans, millet, and peanuts, were present but in scant quantities. serving merely as a supplementary addition to the substantial rice stockpile, a trifling yet welcome bonus. Undeniably, this was an extraordinary windfall for young Guangming and his companions, an unprecedented bounty. However, a pressing dilemma soon arose. The sheer volume of supplies rendered it impossible for them to transport everything back. Furthermore, the grocery store's location was not in a particularly bustling area. While the undead were plentiful, they could not deter the arrival of larger survivor groups. Anxiety began to grip the group, akin to a person stumbling upon a once-in-a-lifetime treasure trove, only to realize that they could carry away but a meager 100 pounds, left helplessly salivating over the remaining goods. Before they could devise a suitable plan, the group's expressions shifted simultaneously, their attention drawn to the street outside. A party of over 20 individuals had just dispatched several pursuing zombies and was now striding purposefully toward the grocery store. Upon closer inspection, young Guangming and his companions were astonished to recognize one of the leading figures, none other than their old acquaintance, Tang Laosan. What a twist of fate to encounter members of the Sanhu gang once more in this place. Chapter 68. Thunderous measures. Tang Laosan and his entourage made a beeline for the grocery store, and upon spotting young Guangming and his companions, their expressions shifted dramatically. "What are you doing here?" Tang Laosan demanded. "And why should we not be here?" Sun Xiaoye retorted defiantly, meeting Tang Laosan's fierce gaze without flinching. Tang Laosan was taken aback. The previously timid Sun Xiaoye now stood her ground against him, igniting a surge of unbridled fury within him. He raised his machete, pointing it menacingly at her, and sneered. "What? Do you think that with a newfound ally you can disregard the Sanhu gang? I must inform you that with just a handful of you, our Sanhu gang could easily annihilate you." Today, Yang Guangming was in high spirits and decided to offer Tang Laosan and his associates a chance. He waved his hand and declared, "We discovered this place first. You should leave." "Leave?" Tang Laosan let out a cold chuckle. "I must inform you. Our Sanhu gang has known about this grain and oil shop for quite some time. We simply found the opportunity to come today. If you possess any sense, you would vacate swiftly, otherwise." Before he could finish his ominous words, a horrified scream escaped Tang Laosan's lips as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, colliding with several members of the Sanhu gang behind him, toppling them to the ground. Yang Guangming, who had been standing at the entrance of the shop, seemed to teleport, appearing instantaneously where Tang Laosan had just stood. The members of the Sanhu gang scarcely perceived the punch being thrown, only witnessing the retraction of Yang's fist. How could this man be so swift? How could he possess such strength? Observing Tang Laosan, who lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise while coughing blood, the remaining members of the Sanhu gang were struck with astonishment, instinctively retreating several steps, their faces reflecting fear as they gazed at Yang Guangming, whose expression was a mix of amusement and menace. "I have stated that we discovered this place first. If you refuse to depart, he shall serve as your exemplar." Yang Guangming, still reluctant to resort to lethal force, understood from Sun Xiaoye and Zhang Yang that the members of the Sanhu gang were largely scoundrels. Yet these lower-tier lackeys were coerced by figures like Tang Laosan into committing acts against their better judgment. Kill them. Eliminate them. Tang Laosan, having regained a breath, could not rise, yet pointed a trembling finger at Yang Guangming and his companions, shouting desperately. However, the members of the Sanhu gang, still shaken by Yang Guangming's thunderous strike, hesitated, some even retreating several more steps. Tang Laosan's eyes widened in fury as he spat blood anew, bellowing, "Kill them. Do you dare defy me? Have you forgotten how my elder brother deals with traitors?" Upon hearing Tang Laosan's threats, the faces of the Sanhu gang members paled, as if they recalled some dreadful consequence, and they involuntarily stepped forward, weapons raised high. Enough. Yang Guangming's brow furrowed slightly as he vanished once more, darting through the ranks of the Sanhu gang to stand before Tang Laosan. His right leg shot forward, the tip of his shoe colliding fiercely with Tang Laosan's chest. With a resounding thud, Tang Laosan's half-seated body was sent flying backward, crashing into a lamppost by the street, bending it severely as blood gushed from his mouth, signaling his impending demise. At this moment, the members of the Sanhu gang were left utterly dumbfounded, no one daring to make any rash movements, fearful of inciting Yang Guangming's ire and meeting the same fate as Tang Laosan. Although the individuals were coerced by the upper echelons of the Three Tigers gang into committing nefarious acts, such actions were born out of desperation and do not signify their unwavering loyalty to the gang, especially at the cost of their own lives. Scanning the faces of the subdued members of the Three Tigers gang, who recoiled in fear, Yang Guangming gradually spoke, returned and informed the scoundrels of the Three Tigers gang that they should not presume that with the advent of their doom and the collapse of order, they can act with impunity. Man acts, and heaven observes. Those who persist in wrongdoing shall ultimately meet their demise. Now begone. Upon hearing the command to leave, The gang members felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurried away like frightened dogs, vanishing from sight in an instant. Captain, why did you let them go? Might this not lead to complications? Meng Hai expressed his concern as he glanced towards the departing members of the Three Tigers gang. Turning to Yang Guangming for clarification, Yang Guangming merely shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind, and turned back towards the grain and oil store, proclaiming, "We must relocate these supplies to a place where they cannot be discovered. With such an abundance of resources, the 7 members of the Spiny Pear squad would find it impossible to transport everything in one go, even if they endeavored to make multiple trips." As the distance to their temporary shelter was several kilometers away, the most prudent course of action was to find a secure location nearby for concealment, allowing them to retrieve the supplies in increments when needed. After some deliberation, they deemed a nearby building, recently overrun by zombies, to be quite suitable. Although it was only 4 stories high, it lacked any significant value to survivors. The top floor was entirely occupied by a large furniture supermarket, which would not pique the interest of any scavengers, making it an ideal storage site for their provisions. Typically, moving over 10,000 pounds of various supplies across a distance of several dozen meters in 4 stories would be an exhausting endeavor, even for 17 individuals. However, the physical prowess of Yang Guangming and his companions far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even the least fit among them, Sun Xiaoye and Zhang Yang, could effortlessly carry over 100 pounds while sprinting, while Yang Guangming, having injected himself with a second-tier gene repair serum, could easily shoulder several hundred pounds of goods. Thus, within merely half an hour and after 6 or 7 trips, they successfully relocated all their supplies to the furniture supermarket. As they prepared to leave, Yang Guangming furrowed his brow upon observing the now empty grain and oil store, which contained only a few rows of wooden shelves. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly seized several empty cooking oil barrels from the store and made his way towards a few abandoned cars on the street. Jiang Chuyun and the others watched Yang Guangming's perplexing actions with confusion until he removed a fuel line from one of the vehicles and began pouring gasoline into an empty barrel, at which point they began to grasp his intentions. Promptly, Jiang Chuyun and her companions rushed to the abandoned cars on the street, utilizing any available containers to siphon the remaining gasoline. A few minutes later, Yang Guangming and others stealthily departed from the street, carrying a portion of grain and oil supplies. Meanwhile, the grain and oil shop was engulfed in a fierce blaze, so intense that it warped the iron roller shutter. After another 10 minutes, over 100 survivors, armed with various weapons, surged from the adjacent street with great fervor. Leading them was a man towering over 2 meters with a horse-like visage, followed closely by Scar II, who had once encountered Yang Guangming and his companions. This group of survivors was none other than the members of the Sanhu gang. However, upon their arrival at the grain and oil shop, they were met only with the roaring flames and the lifeless body of Tang Laosan, whose silence echoed eerily along the deserted street. Chapter 69. The experiment in a subterranean facility of a military base in central Huaxia, within a brilliantly illuminated laboratory. A middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat and wearing a mask was engrossed in meticulous operations at the experimental bench. The table was cluttered with an array of experimental materials, and directly before him rested a beaker, the size of an ordinary cup, containing half a cup of a clear, transparent liquid of unknown origin. After meticulously organizing all the materials, the middle-aged man carefully grasped a syringe from the side and injected a murky, gelatinous substance into the clear liquid within the beaker. As the viscous jelly-like material dripped into the liquid, it swiftly dissolved and dispersed, transforming the entire contents into a murky concoction that resembled grayish milk. Once the gelatinous substance was fully dissolved, the middle-aged man, using tweezers, delicately placed a finger-sized, crystal-like yellow bone fragment into the now opaque liquid. It was at this moment that a transformation occurred, as the yellow crystalline bone was introduced. The murky liquid erupted into a vigorous boil, billowing thick white smoke accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Outside the laboratory, in a spacious hall, a middle-aged man dressed in military uniform adorned with the insignia of a colonel paced back and forth, a frown etched upon his brow. The sound of his polished shoes echoed sharply in the hushed hall, creating an unsettling ambience. 2 armed young soldiers stood guard at the entrance, their expressions stoic, resembling statues. After countless laps around the hall, the colonel's anxiety deepened, and he found himself murmuring, "How many times has it been this month? Is it the 10th experiment already? I wonder if there is any hope for success." Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open, and the middle-aged man in the white coat emerged, carefully cradling a small beaker, his face alight with joy. "Professor Zhang, has it succeeded?" The colonel inquired urgently upon seeing the professor's elation. "Not yet confirmed," Professor Zhang replied, holding the beaker as if it were a priceless treasure. His expression remained jubilant. "However, I feel optimistic this time. We only need to conduct a series of clinical trials to ascertain the efficacy of this substance." Gazing at the pale yellow liquid, slightly murky within the beaker, the colonel, despite his uncertainty regarding its efficacy, placed his trust in Professor Zhang's judgment. He promptly turned to the two guards at the entrance and commanded, "Fetch a few prisoners from the holding cell immediately for the Professor's experiments." "Yes, sir." One guard responded loudly before hastening away. After issuing his orders, the colonel received a nod from Professor Zhang, who then returned to the laboratory to prepare several more doses of the potion. Since this was to be an experiment, it was evident that comprehensive data could not be derived from a single trial. Half an hour later, in the heavily fortified underground prison, 5 handcuffed men were confined within 5 small cells, surrounded by iron bars as thick as an infant's arm, rendering escape utterly impossible. Though the men were oblivious to the reasons for their special detention, they sensed that the outcome would not bode well, and thus they began to shout and scream in agitation within their cells. Outside the cells, a row of soldiers armed with submachine guns observed the 5 men with cold indifference, allowing their cries to echo without interference, merely regarding them with lifeless stares. Soon, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the colonel, accompanied by Professor Zhang, approached amidst a contingent of guards, one of whom carried a tray holding 5 syringes. "Salute!" The soldiers stationed outside the cells snapped to attention. The colonel waved his hand dismissively, his expression impassive. "Open the doors, 1 syringe each, and inject these substances into them." "Yes, sir." Several soldiers promptly opened the doors of the 5 cells, while one picked up a syringe filled with the pale yellow, slightly murky liquid and strode swiftly to stand before the 5 men. Anticipating the grim fate that awaited them, the men erupted in terrified shouts. "What are you doing? You are soldiers. You cannot conduct such inhumane experiments. Let me go, you bastards. Do you even comprehend the concept of human rights?" The colonel coldly smiled. "Human rights? You scoundrels who have rampaged and pillaged in the wake of the apocalypse are hardly worthy of such discourse. The fact that you were not executed on the spot has been a mercy." Despite their continued vitriol, the men were seized by 2 soldiers who held them fast, rendering them immobile. They could only watch helplessly as the soldier before them plunged the syringe filled with the pale yellow liquid into their bodies, injecting every last drop of the unknown substance. As the liquid coursed through their veins, the 5 men gradually ceased their struggles, sliding weakly to the ground. The colonel and Professor Zhang observed intently, scrutinizing the reactions of the 5 men. Minutes later, one of the men suddenly let out a harrowing scream, his body convulsing violently. And moments later, he fell silent, foaming at the mouth, lifeless upon the floor. Immediately thereafter, 3 men manifested various symptoms, yet all succumbed to their afflictions in a remarkably brief span, casting a shadow of disappointment upon the faces of the colonel and Professor Zhang. Mere minutes later, within the confines of 5 small cells, only 1 man remained unconscious. Observing this unresponsive individual, a blend of concern and anticipation flickered across the visages of the colonel and Professor Zhang. Their hands clenched tightly into fists, revealing their inner tension. After 20 minutes elapsed, the man's body finally began to exhibit signs of life. He trembled slightly, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and let out a piercing scream as he leapt from the ground, charging violently towards the iron bars ahead. With a resounding crash, the entire row of bars shook violently from the impact. His muscles tensed, his face flushed, and his eyes bulged as he collided with the bars repeatedly, each strike causing them to sway as if he were a colossal, anthropomorphic bull. The colonel and Professor Zhang exchanged glances of elation. It was evident that the man's strength had surged at least 3-fold. Did this suggest that the earlier concoction had yielded a successful outcome? Suddenly, the man let out a series of inhuman wails as countless minuscule fissures erupted across his skin, blood spraying forth in a crimson mist. Before long, he succumbed to his injuries, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The flicker of joy on the faces of the colonel and Professor Zhang instantly froze. Chapter 70. The Downfall of the 3 Tiger Gang Part 1. With a resounding bang, a cleaver was forcefully thrust, shattering a long dusty LCD television on the wall and sending shards of glass scattering everywhere. It was them again. Damn them. It was those very individuals. When I find them, I will tear them apart with my bare hands. In the lobby of a modest hotel, a towering man with a horse-like visage wore a grim expression, his chest heaving violently, his eyes aflame with fury, intimidating the members of the 3 Tiger Gang into a fearful silence. An overwhelming surge of rage had no outlet, and the man suddenly ascended the nearby staircase. Upon reaching the upper floor, he violently kicked open a door, startling several disheveled women within, their faces contorted in terror at his sudden entrance. A malevolent glint flashed in his eyes as he seized one woman, beginning to rend her clothing, prompting her to struggle desperately and plead for mercy. "Damn it. You will pay for this," he roared, tightening his grip around her neck until a sickening crack echoed, breaking her cervical vertebrae. He then callously discarded her lifeless body into the lobby below and turned his attention to another woman, his eyes glinting with even greater malice. "Damn it. I provide for you all and ensure your safety, and all I ask is for a few moments of your time. What more could you possibly desire? Did you wish for me to cast you into a horde of zombies, leaving not a single bone to spare?" Witnessing the brutality of the man with the horse-like face, the remaining women dared not utter a sound nor show any sign of defiance. They could only weep silently, their eyes filled with despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope. After half an hour, the man with the horse-like face finally emerged from the house, his earlier fury having dissipated somewhat. However, the grim memory of the tragic demise of old Tang at the grain store still cast a shadow over his countenance. On the way back, young Guangming suddenly turned to Sun Xiaoya and inquired, "Xiaoya, how far is the headquarters of the Sanhu gang from our location?" Everyone was taken aback, unsure of the purpose behind young Guangming's question. Sun Xiaoya, equally perplexed, nevertheless responded promptly, "Not far, perhaps only about 3 miles. Yang Guangming nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from pursuing the matter further, leaving the others in a state of confusion. Yet, seeing his silence, no one dared to inquire about his intentions. After the decisive actions taken during the elimination of Old Tang, coupled with the meticulous execution of the fire at the grain store and his formidable combat prowess, along with the mysterious origin of his immunity to the zombie virus, Jiang Chuyun and the others had inadvertently begun to harbor a sense of awe towards Yang Guangming. Upon their return to the small courtyard, it was barely noon. Yang Guangming remained silent throughout the journey, setting down several bags of rice he had been carrying on his shoulder. He ascended to the second floor once more, entering his room, leaving Jiang Chuyun and the others downstairs in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty about his demeanor. Just as they speculated whether Yang Guangming was concerned about potential retaliation from the Sanhu gang, he descended the stairs again, unexpectedly cradling a pile of dark clothing in his arms, leaving them puzzled about his intentions. As he approached the group, he handed the bundle of black garments to Jiang Chuyun, stating, "One set for each of you. Wear them close to your skin, and then Xiaoya will lead us to the Sanhu gang's headquarters." After this, he turned to head towards the bathroom, but paused midway. Recalling something, he asked Sun Xiaoya, "By the way, what weapons do those from the Sanhu gang possess? They don't have firearms, do they?" Sun Xiaoya pondered for a moment before shaking her head in response. "They likely do not. I have never seen them use firearms. After all, such things are not easily acquired, whether before the apocalypse or now." Nodding in understanding, Yang Guangming said nothing further and went straight to the bathroom to cleanse himself of the zombie filth. In the hall, the remaining individuals stared blankly at the dark garments in Jiang Chuyun's hands, bewildered as to why Yang Guangming had distributed them and insisted on each person wearing a set. Their curiosity piqued. They quickly divided the clothing, each examining their own closely to discover that it comprised a sleeveless shirt and a pair of shorts. Could it be? When did Brother Yang start to concern himself with our undergarments? However, the color and style of this garment left Sun Xiaoya utterly perplexed as she gazed at the black attire in her hands, unable to fathom its significance. Jiang Chuyun, equally bewildered, examined the shirt from various angles until a flicker of realization crossed her eyes. She seized the ends of the sleeveless shirt and, with a sudden force, yanked it taut. A resonant hum emanated from the shirt as it vibrated, yet it showed no signs of damage. In that moment, the onlookers, including Jiang Chuyun herself, were left astounded. They were acutely aware of her formidable physical prowess. Although not comparable to Yang Guangming's extraordinary abilities, such a tug should have torn even the sturdiest of garments. Yet, this seemingly ordinary black shirt remained unscathed. Could it be that? Everyone exchanged knowing glances. As if struck by a collective thought, Jiang Chuyun, without hesitation, drew a dagger from her side and plunged it into the shirt with force. The shirt remained entirely unharmed. In the next instant, a wave of exhilaration washed over the crowd as they cheered, each hastily retrieving their own protective gear and rushing back to their rooms to change. At that moment, if anyone remained oblivious to the nature of this remarkable item, they would indeed be deemed foolish. Amidst their joy, speculation filled the air. Who exactly is our captain, Yang Gu? First, he procured a miraculous vaccine against the zombie virus, and now he has equipped each of us with a set of protective gear. Could it be that he intends to arm us with firearms come tomorrow? Yang Guangming had indeed contemplated the idea of arming the group. However, he dismissed it after considering the limited power of handguns and their propensity to attract attention, potentially luring hordes of zombies from miles around. Yet, with the continuous upgrades to the positive energy system, He firmly believed that he would one day command a team fully equipped with modern weaponry, enabling them to face any number of zombies with relentless firepower. Half an hour later, the fully armed spiny pair squad, under Sun Xiaoya's leadership, hastened toward the headquarters of the Sanhu gang. Unbeknownst to the man with the horse-like face, who was secretly vowing revenge, the gang he had painstakingly built was on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 71. The Fall of the Sanhu Gang, Part 2. The Sanhu Gang's stronghold was situated in a somewhat secluded small hotel in the southern part of Zhangzhou City. An area characterized by sparse population, yet convenient transportation, facilitating the gang's resource gathering while minimizing encounters with large groups of zombies. Hey, do you have any idea how formidable the person our leader encountered was? According to those who accompanied him to the grain store, this individual simply dispatched our leader with a single punch and kick. Our leader, who can typically take on 5 or 6 opponents, had no capacity to retaliate against such a terrifying figure. Several members of the Sanhu gang stood guard at a crossroads in front of the hotel, with one member whispering to his companions, "How would I know? However, I estimate that individual is nearly as formidable as the chief of the gang. It remains uncertain whether the others possess similar prowess." Speaking of which, Sun Xiaoya and her partner, the so-called gender-neutral couple, have indeed struck fortunate by aligning themselves with such a powerful ally. Their future days are bound to be quite comfortable. The gang member B expressed a hint of envy towards the circumstances of Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang. "Hush, lower your voice. Do you wish to court death? If the chief hears your words, he will surely shatter your skull with a single punch." Gang member C quickly interjected, aware that the horse-faced man was not known for his temperance. "Nevertheless, I perceive that those individuals face dire consequences. This time, they have slain the third chief, truly inciting the wrath of the main chief. Once their hiding place is discovered, we, the Three Tigers gang, with our numerous brethren, could easily overwhelm them. Moreover, the strength of the chief is indeed unfathomable. Few can withstand even a single strike from him." Gang member A evidently held unwavering confidence in the strength of the Three Tigers gang and the horse-faced chief. "That is certain. I have heard that the chief can unleash a punch with the force of several hundred pounds. Oh, look, those individuals are approaching. Quick, quick, sound the alarm. They have come for us." Gang member C echoed gang member A's sentiments while casually surveying the surroundings, only to spot Sun Xiaoya and a few others turning the corner ahead, prompting him to exclaim in alarm. The piercing whistle immediately erupted from gang member B's lips, as the trio simultaneously raised the alarm and hurried towards the small hotel. It would be a folly to remain. This group could easily dispatch someone as formidable as the third chief, and these 3 minor thugs could not withstand such a confrontation. If they did not flee now, would they remain to meet their demise? Alas, I did not expect their precautions to be so thorough. This presents quite a predicament. Sun Xiaoya, taken aback by the vigilance of the Three Tigers gang, felt her expression shift slightly. Young Guangming smiled lightly. What does it matter? This is an excellent opportunity to ensnare them all at once. Jiang Chuyun and the others had initially harbored concerns about being outnumbered, fearing potential complications. However, upon hearing Yang Guangming's words, they recalled the significant enhancement in their abilities and the protective gear they had donned. What should they fear from these ordinary survivors? Even when informed by Sun Xiaoya of the formidable strength of the Three Tigers gang's leader, the horse-faced chief, they wondered, how could he possibly surpass their collective might? Although the Three Tigers gang consisted of a disorganized rabble, they had honed their reflexes over 2 months in this post-apocalyptic world. The moment the shrill whistle pierced the air, within less than a minute, a throng of survivors emerged, armed from the small hotel and neighboring buildings, rallying under the leadership of the horse-faced chief and scarred second. They advanced aggressively to confront the approaching Yang Guangming and his companions. You have chosen the path of misfortune. Here is where you shall find your reckoning. I was just pondering where to seek you out, and lo and behold, you have delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. Very well. I shall swiftly demonstrate to you the consequences of crossing the Three Tigers gang." As the Sealy team arrived with merely 7 members, including the inept Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, Ma Lian immediately donned a sinister smile, regarding Yang Guangming and his companions as if they were specters. It was no wonder that Ma Lian felt emboldened. His gang, the Three Tiger gang, boasted over 100 members, and he possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. He dismissed the 5 opponents, disregarding Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang entirely, for he deemed them weaklings of no consequence. How could there possibly be any challenge? Among the crowd, only Scar 2 and a few ordinary members of the Three Tiger gang exhibited signs of unease. They had witnessed the formidable second-level mutated dog that Yang Guangming had carried on his shoulder and understood that these individuals had undoubtedly grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Their audacity in coming here indicated they must have a reliable support, making them potentially formidable adversaries. Of course, they would never voice these thoughts aloud. Otherwise, before young Guangming and his group could act, Ma Lian's wrath would turn them to ashes. Observing Ma Lian's overconfidence, young Guangming wore a wry smile. Scanning the faces of the 3 Tiger Gang members before declaring, "We come only to eliminate the chief villain. We will not pursue the rest. Those who believe they have committed no heinous acts can depart unharmed. Otherwise, Tang Laosan shall serve as your prime example." The over 100 members of the 3 Tiger Gang regarded young Guangming as if he were a fool, internally scoffing at the audacity of believing himself a warrior. How could a mere 6 or 7 individuals dare to threaten them, 100 strong? Huh, such bravado. Soon, you will be weeping without tears. Ma Lian retorted, laughing sinisterly. Brothers, seize them. Turn these men into minced meat, and leave the 2 women. We shall take turns enjoying ourselves later. At this last remark, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of many 3 Tiger Gang members. In this post-apocalyptic world, women were not absent, but most were unkempt and reeking, having gone days without a bath. Yet Jiang Chuyun and Zheng Yang were exceptional. Residing near a spring, they bathed daily and appeared remarkably fresh. Their beauty was striking, particularly Jiang Chuyun's cold, alluring visage, igniting the primal desires of the men. How could these brutes not feel inexplicably excited? Kill them. Charge. Overwhelm these men. And let us all revel together. In a frenzy, over 100 members of the 3 Tiger Gang brandished their weapons, rushing forward like frenzied bulls, each one radiating a wild, malevolent energy. Young Guangming's expression darkened. He could hardly believe their reckless disregard for their own lives. They would soon learn the consequences of their folly. He had not anticipated that, despite being outnumbered, they would be so dismissive of his group. What lay ahead would inevitably unfold as a tragedy for the 3 Tiger Gang. Chapter 72. The Downfall of the 3 Tiger Gang, Part 3. As they beheld the surge of over 100 individuals approaching, their weapons glinting ominously, Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, with their limited experience against survivors, could not help but feel their faces pale. Jiang Chuyun, noticing their heightened tension, offered words of reassurance. What are you so anxious about? Just treat it like a routine zombie hunt. Ensure they do not reach you, and then cut them down with fervor. Young Guangming, overhearing Jiang Chuyun's attempt at comfort, could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Is this how you comfort someone? He paid no heed to the imminent charge of the 3 Tiger Gang members, turning instead to Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang with a warm smile. Fear not. You both are now stronger than most of them, and with your protective gear, as long as you guard your head and neck, you'll be just fine. Besides, we are here. Encouraged by young Guangming's words, the pallor of Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang's faces improved slightly, just as they nodded to muster their courage. They observed young Guangming and Jiang Chuyun darting forward, while Ming Hai, Ta Tu, and Lu Shun encircled them, ready to provide support at any moment. Seeing the ashen faces of Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang, the advancing members of the 3 Tiger Gang felt a surge of delight. The faint worry that had lingered moments before evaporated entirely. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, the crowd witnessed 2 figures darting forward with remarkable speed, leaving behind fleeting shadows. A series of agonizing screams erupted, and several bewildered heads soared into the air, disbelief evident in their eyes. Young Guangming had not intended to unleash a massacre, as many of the ordinary members of the 3 Tiger Gang were not deserving of death. However, the circumstances left him no choice. If he did not strike, he would become the prey. Thus, without hesitation, he embraced a state of heightened perception, charging into the fray like a tiger among sheep, his machete transforming into the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of his military knife slicing through the air resonated sharply, and soon, a multitude of severed limbs and wide-eyed heads were sent flying. In mere moments, the frontline members of the 3 Tiger Gang suffered numerous casualties. One member, slightly behind the front lines, suddenly felt warmth on his face, followed by a splash of warm liquid obscuring his vision. Instinctively, his empty left hand wiped across his face, and as he struggled to open his eyes, he realized it was blood, the metallic scent overwhelming his senses. Gazing forward, he saw that the foremost group had been felled by Yang Guangming as if he were harvesting wheat, blood splattering everywhere, while Jiang Chuyun too was mercilessly dispatching several foes. A surge of intense fear erupted within him, and with a pitiful wail, he dropped his long knife to the ground and turned to flee. In the face of such monstrous brutality, what else could one do but run? Those who retreat shall perish. Suddenly, a glint of steel flashed before him, cleaving the fleeing gang member in twain, spilling entrails and a copious amount of blood across the ground. The man with the horse-like visage bore a grim expression, his elongated machete dripping crimson droplets onto the earth, while a flicker of dread surfaced in the depths of his gaze. He had never anticipated that Yang Guangming would be so formidable. Initially, he believed that since the adversary dared to confront him, they must possess considerable strength. However, he was equally confident in his own abilities, considering himself not inferior to any of the surviving fighters of the present day. With over 100 underlings at his command, how could he possibly be bested by a mere 7 individuals? Yet, the enemy's might proved overwhelmingly insurmountable in a single encounter. They had felled more than 10 of his brothers, akin to an unparalleled martial general, fierce and unstoppable. However, at this juncture, was there any alternative to combat? Yang Guangming's formidable lethality, coupled with the extraordinary combat prowess of Jiang Chuyun and others, swiftly intimidated the majority of the Sanhu gang's members, instilling in many a desire to flee, for such adversaries were undeniably invincible. Nevertheless, the horse-faced man decisively executed a gang member. Managing to quell the signs of impending collapse among his ranks, no one dared to retreat a single step further. Jiang Chuyun and his companions had assumed that Yang Guangming had unleashed his full force when he had vanquished the zombies the previous day. Yet they found it astonishing that he appeared even more terrifying today. Faced with over 100 members of the Sanhu gang, he advanced with the ease of a force of nature, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Even if he were to confront 100 pigs, it would hardly be as seamless. They mused, finally witnessing the true extent of Yang Guangming's strength. The members of the Sealy squad shared similar sentiments. The shock and fear among the Sanhu gang's ranks were even more profound. They had previously thought their leader to be a fearsome expert. Yet today they encountered something far more terrifying. This was no longer human. It was akin to a humanoid aberration. Although the horse-faced man's brutality instilled a semblance of order among the gang, preventing a collapse, morale had plummeted to its lowest ebb. Upon hearing the horse-faced man's thunderous shout, Yang Guangming immediately fixed his gaze upon him, swiftly dispatching several ordinary gang members with his dog-legged knife, agilely closing the distance between them with a series of quick advances. Only by slaying this horse-faced man would the Sanhu gang members lose their will to resist and scatter in disarray. Ultimately, Yang Guangming did not wish to annihilate them all, for most were not deserving of death. As he charged towards the horse-faced man, the latter's heart raced uncontrollably. Since his first kill, he had long forgotten what it felt like to be afraid. Yet now, confronted by this terrifying humanoid aberration, the sensation of fear returned. Swiftly assessing the combat capabilities of both sides, the horse-faced man despondently realized he had no chance of victory, and his countenance darkened with despair. Brothers, advance. Whoever killed this man, all the women in my room will belong to him. With a loud shout, Ma Lian swiftly turned around, forcefully pushing aside several of his obstructive subordinates, and fled in haste, like a frightened dog that had lost its way. Having established this territory amidst the apocalypse, Ma Lian was no fool. He recognized that he was no match for Yang Guangming, and his 100-odd subordinates would be incapable of withstanding the opponent. Thus, after a brief deliberation, he arrived at the most prudent choice. I repeat, only the instigator shall be punished, the rest shall not be pursued. If you dare obstruct me again, what is to prevent me from slaughtering you all? Yang Guangming shouted as he observed Ma Lian nearly breaking free from the crowd, reiterating his earlier condition. In Chapter 73, The Fall of the Sanhu Gang, Part 4, when Yang Guangming first uttered those words, the members of the Sanhu gang dismissed it as a jest. However, upon hearing it a second time, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. At least they would not be sent to their doom. In the following moment, aside from a few who were acutely aware that their numerous transgressions would never be forgiven and thus fought desperately, the majority of the Sanhu gang members, in a remarkable display of unity, ceased their resistance, casting aside their weapons and obediently clearing a path for Yang Guangming. Moreover, some, recognizing that they had no hope of mercy and that resistance would only lead to their demise, stealthily slipped away from the crowd, dispersing in various directions to escape. Among them was Scar too, who quietly departed from the throng and swiftly dashed into a narrow alley. Within the Sanhu gang, the most nefarious individual was undoubtedly not the leader, Ma Lian, but rather this vile accomplice, who had undoubtedly been responsible for countless innocent lives and the dishonor of many women. If he did not seize this opportunity to flee, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by Yang Guangming and his companions. Seeing that the majority of the Sanhu gang had ceased their resistance, Jiang Chuyun and the others immediately halted their attacks, watching coldly as the group appeared as if struck by frost, ready to prevent any further movements. Kill all those attempting to escape. Upon noticing some individuals preparing to flee, Jiang Chuyun's expression turned icy as he shouted and pursued a few fleeing members of the Sanhu gang, moving with such speed that he quickly caught up with Yang Guangming. Ming Hai and Tong too, having heard Jiang Chuyun's command, swiftly separated, each pursuing the escaping members of the Sanhu gang, determined not to let a single one slip away. Yang Guangming had declared that only the instigator would be punished, the rest would not be pursued. Thus, those attempting to flee were undoubtedly part of the instigator group, and there was no reason to allow them to escape. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang suddenly spotted Scar 2 fleeing alone. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she gripped her machete tightly and chased after him. During her time with the Sanhu gang, she had witnessed this scoundrel commit numerous heinous acts, and she could not let him escape today. Observing the members of the Sealy squad charging after the fleeing gang members, those remaining felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they had kept their wits about them since joining the Sanhu gang, refraining from committing unforgivable acts. Otherwise, they would surely be facing death today. The horse-faced man had never run as swiftly as he did today. He felt certain that his speed must have surpassed 45 kilometers per hour, a third faster than the former world sprint champion. However, to his horror, he could distinctly sense that someone pursuing him was actually faster still. There was no escaping. What should he do? A flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. Damn it. Since I cannot flee, I shall fight. Even if I cannot defeat you, can I not take a piece of flesh before I meet my end? With this thought, he abruptly decelerated, swiftly turned around, and gripped his gleaming, narrow machete. His face contorted in a fierce grimace as he gazed at the rapidly approaching Yang Guangming. Scarred Air dashed forward, his legs crossing rapidly, nearly kicking himself in the backside. He soon darted away from the battlefield between the Thorn Pair squad and the Three Tiger gang, plunging into a narrow alley. Just a bit further. If he could run a little more, he might find a place to hide. Suddenly, Scarred Air's expression shifted. He distinctly heard a flurry of footsteps approaching with alarming speed. These were definitely not the footsteps of his comrades. Aside from the leader, no one in the Three Tiger gang could outrun him. At this pace, escape seemed impossible. As a plan formed, Scarred Air halted abruptly and darted into the corner of a building in the alley, forcing himself to suppress his rapid breathing. Moments later, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, then abruptly slowed. How curious. They had been rushing toward him, yet now they had vanished. A voice that sounded somewhat familiar reached Scarred Air's ears, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Excellent. It was her. Zheng Yang, wielding a curved blade over a foot long, cautiously advanced into the alley. Lacking experience in confronting enemy survivors, her footsteps were quite audible, betraying her presence. Closer, closer. Even nearer. Scarred Air's eyes glinted with cold determination as he struggled to suppress his excitement. Though his chest heaved rapidly, he made no sound. He had been around long enough before the apocalypse to know how to control his every move in such situations. Zhang Yang's footsteps drew near to Scarred Air's hiding spot. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he sprang forth, his machete raised high, ready to strike down upon Zhang Yang. You seek your own demise. So do not blame me, Scarred Air. Caught off guard by Scarred Air's sudden attack, Zheng Yang momentarily froze. But her recent experiences hunting zombies alongside Jiang Chuyun and others had honed her instincts. Instinctively, her right hand raised to block with the blade. Clang! With a sharp crack, Zheng Yang swung her curved blade down once more, while Scar 2, wielding his cleaver with unyielding ferocity, struck her left shoulder with a brutal blow. A glint of sadistic delight sparkled in Scar 2's eyes, as if he envisioned Zheng Yang's left arm being severed from her body. Yet, his anticipation was swiftly replaced by disbelief as he felt a sudden resistance in his strike. Though his blow had made Zheng Yang grunt in pain and caused her to stoop slightly, her shoulder remained unscathed, with not a single drop of blood to mark the injury. What could this possibly mean? In the fleeting moment that Scar 2 faltered in confusion, Zheng Yang, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from her shoulder, drove her right-hand blade forcefully into his chest, penetrating deeply. Scar 2's expression froze, and he felt his strength evaporate, the cleaver slipping from his grasp with a clatter to the ground. He slowly lowered his gaze to the blade embedded in his chest before lifting his eyes back to Zhang Yang's shoulder, his expression rife with resentment and bewilderment. Even in his dying moments, Scar 2 could not fathom why his strike, which had evidently landed solidly on Zheng Yang's shoulder, had failed to inflict any wound. Withdrawing the blade from Scar 2's body, Zheng Yang stifled a pained groan as her left shoulder sagged, a pallor of agony washing over her features. Though protected by her stab-resistant gear, which had prevented Scar 2's strike from severing her arm, the force of the blow had nonetheless inflicted significant damage, leaving her uncertain how many days of rest would be required for full mobility to return. Yet, the satisfaction of personally vanquishing such a vile adversary filled her heart with elation. Chapter 74. The Downfall of the Three Tigers Gang, Part 5. As Yang Guangming approached swiftly, Ma Yin, though resolved to fight to the death, could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. After all, He had just witnessed the sheer ferocity of Yang Guangming's combat prowess. As he had dispatched over a dozen of Ma Lian's brothers with the ease of slaughtering chickens, a sight he had never before encountered. Noticing that Ma Lian had ceased his flight, Yang Guangming also slowed his pursuit, showing no urgency to deal with this scoundrel. At length, the two halted approximately 10 meters apart, locking eyes in a tense standoff. "Friend, have I done anything to provoke you? You first killed my third brother. And now you relentlessly pursue me. What does this mean? We are all survivors here. Do you truly wish to eradicate us completely?" Despite knowing that his adversary would not easily let him go, Ma Lian could not suppress the low, challenging tone in his voice as he confronted Yang Guangming. He simply could not comprehend why the members of the Three Tigers gang had not instigated any animosity, yet were now being pursued with such relentless aggression. "We hold no personal vendetta against you. Why must you pursue us with such fervor? Surely, you understand the truth of your actions." Yang Guangming wore a faint smile, showing no indication of taking the man with the horse-like face seriously. From the speed at which the man had fled earlier, he discerned that although the opponent possessed considerable strength, about 2/3 of his own, he had already entered a state of insight, rendering the adversary utterly devoid of threat. Since the enemy posed no real danger, how could Yang Guangming afford to concern himself with him? After all, what had he done but kill a few individuals and violate a handful of women? Suddenly, the man with the horse-like face erupted into a frantic scream, his face alight with fervor as he spat words at Yang Guangming. "In this apocalyptic world, survival of the fittest reigns, and the strong are sovereign. Do you dare claim you have never taken a life or wronged a woman? Do you suppose we still live in a time of peace? Even then, those high-ranking officials and wealthy elites mercilessly exploited the common folk, doing as they pleased. Why did you not intervene? Damn, is this fellow merely a naive fool?" Yang Guangming paid no heed to whether this man had been a victim of the so-called elite during the peaceful times. What mattered was that his current actions had far exceeded any moral threshold, and thus, he deserved to be removed from this world. In truth, Yang Guangming understood that the primary reason for their enmity lay in the irreconcilable grudge between them. The sooner he eliminated such foes, the better. "Of course, I have taken lives, but only those of scum, including you shortly." As he spoke, a flicker of indignation crossed Yang Guangming's face, and he bellowed in response. "What the hell does it matter to you? You, a wretch who exploits women, are nothing but a disgrace. Today, I shall enact justice and rid the world of your vile existence." It was indeed a sensitive subject for Yang Guangming. At over 20 years of age, due to his personality and lack of financial stability, he had never experienced the pleasures of intimacy. In this post-apocalyptic era, thoughts of such desires had become even more remote, as his focus lay solely on becoming stronger and surviving. The mere mention of it by the man with the horse-like face felt like a profound insult, igniting a fierce rage within him. In an instant, he sprang forward with lightning speed. The man with the horse-like face, caught off guard by Yang Guangming's explosive speed, swiftly executed a roll to evade the deadly arc of the dog-leg knife in Yang's grasp, his heart racing uncontrollably. However, once in the state of insight, Yang Guangming's attacks were not so easily evaded. He abruptly halted, seemingly unaffected by inertia, and accelerated once more, bringing the knife down swiftly toward the rolling figure of his adversary. At this moment, the man with the horse-like face finally revealed his true strength. In a perilous instant, he unexpectedly accelerated his rolling motion, causing Yang Guangming's dagger to merely slice through a layer of his clothing. He then abruptly leaped back a few steps, knelt before Yang Guangming, and called out loudly, "Wait, do not kill me, for I possess a secret to share with you. Do you believe such a feeble tactic could deceive me?" Yang Guangming replied with a hint of derision, momentarily slowing his movements to observe what this fellow might say. Did he think I was so easily fooled? Kneeling on the ground, the horse-faced man gazed at Yang Guangming with a pleading expression, opening his mouth to divulge what he termed a secret. Suddenly, Yang Guangming felt an unsettling shift, just as he was about to react. He noticed a glint of malice in the man's eyes. In an instant, a sharp pain struck his head as if it had been struck by a heavy object, and darkness enveloped his vision. Alas, despite all precautions, he had fallen victim to a treacherous plot. Upon seeing the anguish etched on Yang Guangming's face, the horse-faced man's expression brightened. He sprang up from the ground, brandishing a small dagger aimed directly at Yang Guangming's heart. However, in the next moment, the smile on the horse-faced man's face froze. His dagger did indeed strike Yang Guangming's chest, yet it failed to penetrate even the slightest bit. Yang Guangming observed him with a bemused expression as his own dagger plunged deeply into the horse-faced man's chest. "What you just employed must be a form of extraordinary ability, correct? If my conjecture is accurate, it likely belongs to the category of mental impact. I did not anticipate you harbored such a formidable skill. Had I not been prepared, I might have fallen into your trap today. Yang Guangming had never imagined that someone else, apart from himself, could possess extraordinary powers. Wasn't he the only one endowed with such miraculous abilities? After all, his keen perception had emerged only after the administration of a perfect-grade gene repair serum. Could it be possible that others also acquired such a wondrous potion through some mysterious means? You too are an awakened one? I should have anticipated this. Your extraordinary ability must be invulnerability, a truly powerful gift. I do not die in vain. A bitter smile crept across his face as the light in the horse-faced man's eyes swiftly dimmed. He lost all strength. Sliding off Yang Guangming's dagger and collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his chest like a fountain. Awakened one? Invulnerability? What nonsense is this? Reflecting on the words of the horse-faced man as he approached death, Yang Guangming shook his head in confusion and turned back toward the Three Tiger Gang stronghold. Upon Yang Guangming's return to the Three Tiger Gang's base, Jiang Chuyun and the others had already arrived before him, standing guard over the anxious members of the gang. While others seemed relatively unscathed, with only minor injuries to their arms, Zheng Yang's countenance appeared rather grim. Her left shoulder sagged slightly, and her left arm remained motionless, clearly indicating a significant injury. What happened? Is it serious? Yang Guangming inquired with concern, puzzled as to how Zheng Yang had injured her shoulder. Zhang Yang managed a faint smile, her gratitude evident as she glanced at Yang Guangming. Thank you, Brother Yang. It's nothing too serious. I just received a cut from Scar Air. I might have injured my bone. Fortunately, thanks to the you provided. My left arm would have been in a much worse state. Scar Air? Yang Guangming's brow furrowed in surprise as he looked at Zheng Yang. Impressive. You actually managed to kill that fellow. It seems your strength has grown considerably during this time, since Zheng Yang had returned alive. It was evident that she had indeed slain Scar Air. Yang Guangming was astute enough not to pose a question regarding that matter. Well then, I'm relieved that everyone is mostly all right. Now let us discuss how to deal with the remaining individuals. Upon seeing Yang Guangming's return, the remaining members of the Sanhu gang exchanged worried glances, anxious about their fate. They hoped he would honor his word and refrain from reversing his earlier statement about executing them. Upon hearing Yang Guangming's question, Jiang Chuyun and others turned their attention to the seemingly pitiful gang members. It is often said that those who evoke pity harbor a certain degree of contempt, despite their lack of egregious crimes. Their association with the likes of Ma Lian and the upper echelons of the Sanhu gang surely meant they had committed their share of despicable acts. While execution felt excessive, merely granting them a chance at life seemed far too lenient. In my opinion, a hand from each would suffice as punishment for their past misdeeds, Jiang Chuyun remarked coldly, her gaze sweeping over them, her words dripping with lethal intent, sending shivers down the spines of the Sanhu gang members. Yang Guangming let out a bitter laugh. Realizing that seeking her opinion was futile, he turned to Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang, asking, You two are somewhat familiar with these individuals. What do you suggest we do with them? Sun Xiaoya and Zhang Yang observed the faces of the gang members intently. After a considerable time, having found no particularly recognizable faces, Zhang Yang spoke up, Brother Yang, these individuals have not committed murder or violated women. Let us teach them a lesson and then let them go. Upon hearing this, the Sanhu gang members instantly looked as if they had heard heavenly music, their faces lighting up with ecstatic expressions, relieved at the prospect of not facing death. You two seem to understand the situation, so your decision stands. Let them have a chance at life. Yang Guangming smiled and nodded. However, while they may escape the death penalty, they cannot evade punishment. The joyful expressions of the Sanhu gang members immediately froze. Yang Guangming continued, Very well, you shall pair up with someone nearby and stand facing each other. Upon my command, you will deliver 20 slaps to one another. Once completed, you are free to depart. Remember, do not hold back. Should I discover anyone slapping lightly, I will not hesitate to intervene personally. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly selected their partners and positioned themselves accordingly, awaiting Yang Guangming's command. After all, what was merely a slap if it ensured their survival? Now on my count, 1, 2, 3, begin. With Yang Guangming's authoritative shout, the air was immediately filled with the sharp sound of slaps. Fearing Yang Guangming's displeasure and potential intervention, everyone exerted their utmost strength, striking each other's faces with fervor. After completing the 20 slaps, the faces of the members of the Sanhu gang were left swollen and bruised. Many had tears and snot streaming down their faces, and some even bled profusely from their noses, crimson streams trickling down to their necks. Enough, you may leave now, Yang Guangming stated, nodding in satisfaction and waving them off. In an instant, dozens of individuals scattered in various directions, eager to distance themselves from these harbingers of death. Within a minute, aside from the numerous corpses strewn about, only the 7 members of the Thorn Pair squad remained. Observing the puzzled expressions of Jiang Chuyun and the others, Yang Guangming explained with a smile, these individuals have, after all, committed their share of wrongdoing. Should they regroup, they may very well resort to similar acts of bullying in the future. Their mutual slapping, though coerced, will leave them with shadows of resentment that will make unity impossible. Realizing the wisdom of their leader, Jiang Chuyun and the others nodded in understanding. Xiaoya, lead us to the front room. I am curious to see what the Sanhu gang has looted. The stench of blood pervaded the area, growing stronger as it spread, and it would not be long before hordes of zombies were attracted to the scene. Yang Guangming and his team decided to investigate the Sanhu gang's headquarters for anything of value before making their swift exit. These scoundrels. Moments later, Yang Guangming and several male companions hurriedly emerged from a room, their faces etched with shock and anger. Shortly thereafter, soft sobs could be heard from within, accompanied by the soothing voices of Jiang Chuyun and Zheng Yang. Inside the room, several disheveled women were found confined. Their beauty evident despite their gaunt appearances and expressions of despair, clearly victims of the gang's depravity. Chuyun, inquire about their skills. We are not a charitable organization and cannot afford to support idleness, Yang Guangming remarked. Although the Thorn Pair squad could easily accommodate a few extra individuals, he was reluctant to set such a precedent. In this apocalyptic world, countless souls suffered, and he questioned whether he should bear the burden of their sustenance. Though Yang Guangming considered his conscience still intact, he was far from being a mindless saint. He would undoubtedly refrain from undertaking endeavors beyond his capabilities. The foremost rule he established for the Thorn Pair team was clear. If one wished to join us and receive our protection, they must demonstrate their worthiness through tangible abilities. For we shall not harbor the inept. The annihilation of the malevolent Sanhu gang, the rescue of innocent women, culminated in the ultimate recognition by the positive energy system, bestowing a reward of 1,000 points of positive energy. Upon activating the task interface, the system announced the reward of 1,000 points of positive energy, indicating that tasks would be intermittently issued, urging the host to remain prepared. What was this? Just as he was about to investigate the Sanhu gang's warehouse with Meng Hai and the others, Yang Guangming was suddenly taken aback by the mechanical notifications echoing in his mind. Chapter 76. Zombie Mutation. Although the system inexplicably granted Yang Guangming a bountiful reward of 2,000 points of positive energy and ultimately recognized him as its host, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. What on earth was the task interface? What did it mean that the system would sporadically issue tasks? Was this a portent that he would have to embark on various undertakings in the future? It seemed rather precarious. However, at that moment, Yang Guangming was eager to search for the Sanhu gang's stockpile alongside Meng Hai and others, and he had little time to ponder this matter. As the host of the positive energy system, surely it would not conspire against him? As events unfolded, it became evident that organizations like the Sanhu gang held little promise. Yang Guangming and his team thoroughly scoured the small hotel, discovering only minimal supplies such as rice and prepared foods, quantities that paled in comparison to what the Thorn Pair team possessed. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that even the legs of a mosquito are meat, they begrudgingly collected the scant half-ton of provisions available. In contrast, the Sanhu gang had amassed a considerable stock of drinking water, boasting over 100 bottles of mineral water. Yet for the Thorn Pair team, already blessed with a spring, the value of this water diminished significantly, and its cumbersome nature rendered it impractical to transport. Minutes later, hastily evacuating the area with the few unfortunate women who had changed into fresh clothing, the Thorn Pair team fled. Outside, the streets began to teem with scattered zombies drawn by the scent of blood. Had they delayed any longer, they would have faced thousands of the undead. With dozens dead in front of the small hotel, the overwhelming stench of blood was sufficient to attract zombies from over 1,000 meters away. Consequently, after Yang Guangming and his team departed, the area swiftly became inundated with the ravenous horde. In the face of such abundant sustenance, the densely packed zombies crowded the vicinity, some even engaging in violent scuffles amongst themselves. A sudden uproar erupted amidst the horde of corpses, accompanied by a deep, terrifying roar. From a narrow alley, a towering zombie emerged, its skin shimmering with a metallic hue reminiscent of steel. From a distance, this creature appeared nearly 3 meters tall, its form colossal and reminiscent of an ancient giant. Its facial features had all but vanished, presenting a ghastly visage akin to a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Jagged, knife-like teeth protruded from its gaping maw, with streams of sickly green saliva dripping incessantly. Upon the appearance of this colossal zombie, the ordinary undead in its vicinity scattered in fear, those unable to escape being brutally crushed beneath its enormous foot, their bones shattered and black blood splattering in all directions. Following the scent of blood, the giant zombie surged forward, each massive footfall covering a distance of 2 meters, thundering heavily upon the ground, producing a series of ominous thuds. As it charged ahead, ordinary zombies were either sent flying by a kick or pulverized underfoot. Even those previously ravenous for fresh flesh now fled in terror. When the giant zombie finally reached the pile of corpses belonging to the Three Tigers gang, a wide expanse lay vacant before it. No other zombie dared approach. Maintaining a safe distance, awaiting the moment when this behemoth would satiate its hunger and perhaps leave behind some scraps. Fortunately, this horrific scene remained unseen by any survivors. Had they witnessed it, their sleep would surely be fraught with terror that night. The sight of such a towering monstrosity would be the very nightmare of any ordinary survivor. And even a large group of survivors would face annihilation in its presence. Young Guangming and his companions moved swiftly, managing to escape the encroaching horde before it closed in on their position, hastily returning through a less populated alleyway to their small courtyard. Although this battle had eradicated the malevolence of the Three Tigers gang, Zhengyang sustained a significant injury to his left shoulder and had brought back several unfortunate women, rendering any further endeavors impractical. To everyone's surprise, the usually cold and detached Jiang Chuyun exhibited a softer side, as she chose to bring the women back despite Yang Guangming's insistence that they must prove their worth to gain the protection of the Thorn Pair squad. Her rationale was simple. These women could fulfill essential roles such as cooking and laundry. Indeed, this was of value, as the members of the Thorn Pair squad were often preoccupied with scavenging for supplies and battling the undead, necessitating assistance in daily chores. Upon their return to the courtyard, Sun Xiaoya promptly retrieved her medical kit, beginning treatment for Zheng Yang and the women. Zheng Yang's left shoulder bore the grievous mark of a powerful blow. Despite being shielded by a protective suit, the area of impact, however, left his shoulder bone significantly injured, and the skin was severely bruised, swelling to an alarming degree. After applying medication and bandaging, it would require approximately 20 days of recuperation for him to regain full mobility. This was fortunate, as Zhang Yang's physical condition had improved considerably. Otherwise, the recovery would have taken over a month. As for the women, they bore the scars of prolonged torment and abuse, with many injuries scattered across their bodies, particularly in areas that had become infected. If left untreated, their condition would only worsen, though the women were capable of performing household chores such as cooking and laundry. The small courtyard they inhabited was not entirely safe, necessitating someone to remain vigilant to ensure their security. Coincidentally, Zheng Yang needed to stay home to recover, and thus willingly took on this responsibility. Considering Zheng Yang's injury had diminished his fighting capacity, Yang Guangming, after a moment of contemplation and amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, handed Zhang Yang a Type 92 pistol along with 2 spare magazines and a substantial supply of ammunition. The group had become accustomed to Yang Guangming's surprising reveals each time he descended from the upper floor, yet the sight of the pistol and bullets still left them agape. Was there some sort of celestial treasure trove in the captain's room? First, he produced a mysterious vaccine for zombie virus immunity, then an extraordinarily robust protective suit. And now a firearm. What next? Perhaps a battle vehicle? Remember, do not use this recklessly, as it could easily attract hordes of zombies. Yang Guangming cautioned after placing the pistol in Zhang Yang's hands. While it is effective, it is not the best option against zombies. It might serve well against malevolent survivors, but not against the undead. Rest assured, Brother Yang, I am well aware of the stakes, Zhang Yang replied, his eyes narrowing into a smile as he gripped the weighty pistol. In comparison to knives, firearms certainly offered a greater sense of security. Chapter 77. The corpse in the service trade market. The addition of the unfortunate women finally liberated the members of the Thorn Pair team from the burdens of mundane household chores, particularly Copperhead, who had been responsible for their meals, although he never voiced it. Everyone understood that it seemed rather unrealistic for such a robust man to engage daily with the trivialities of cooking and cleaning. It felt somewhat disconcerting. Strangely, after savoring the meals prepared by the women, the group noticed that Copperhead's smile appeared even brighter than usual as they ventured out to scavenge for supplies. Hey, you silly fool, what are you grinning about? Have you taken a liking to one of those girls? I can put in a word for you when we return. How about that? Meng Hai teased, observing Copperhead's beaming expression. Nonsense. I'll smile as I please. It's none of your business. Speak out of turn again, and I'll challenge you to a duel. With a fierce glare from the bull-headed figure, he brandished the heavy steel pipe in a menacing manner. Hey, a gentleman uses words, not fists. After weighing their combat capabilities, Meng Hai could only reluctantly concede. It was truly perplexing that this bull-headed brute, despite having access to sharp blades, preferred the discordant steel pipe as his weapon of choice, aiming it at the heads of both zombies and survivors alike. Damn it. Next time I venture out, I shall bring a crossbow. Let us see if he dares to challenge me to a duel again. The crossbows that were previously divided among Tong Bin and the others appeared formidable at first glance, yet the members of the Cactus Squad soon discovered their inherent limitations. This ranged weapon proved virtually ineffective against zombies unless one could directly shoot bolts and steel balls into their eye sockets, ensuring a swift kill. However, lacking professional training, the group had little hope of achieving such precision. As for confronting survivors, the crossbow might serve well for ambushes, but in direct confrontations, it was utterly useless due to its slow firing rate. Consequently, since the 3 crossbows had been brought back by the Cactus Squad, they had been largely forgotten. Especially now that Guangming could trade for handguns, rendering the crossbows even more redundant. Amidst the banter between Meng Hai and the bull-headed figure, the team quickly made their way through familiar alleys towards their destination. This time, however, Guangming and his companions were not specifically searching for food. After their ample haul from the grain store, they had enough provisions to last them about a year, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding sustenance. With a few new members added to their ranks, and due to the frequent encounters with zombies leading to soiled clothing, their stock of garments had dwindled significantly, necessitating replenishment. In this apocalyptic world, food was not the only essential. Clothing was equally indispensable. Few could endure the discomfort of not being able to change their clothes for an extended period, as the odor could be utterly overwhelming. After circumventing clusters of zombies and traversing several streets, they arrived at a familiar location, the Southern City Clothing Wholesale Market, to find a sufficient quantity and variety of clothing. This place was undoubtedly the prime choice. Moreover, the commotion caused by Guangming's firecrackers had attracted most of the zombies away, leaving only a handful wandering in the expansive market, posing little threat to the Cactus Squad. First, they would clear out the remaining zombies before searching for clothes. With a command from Guangming, the team swiftly sprang into action, each member lunging towards the nearest zombie. In no time, a dozen zombies were dispatched. Just as their attention shifted to the various shops around them, a shadow suddenly lunged out from a corner, attacking with alarming speed. Meng Hai, watch out. With Guangming's urgent warning, Meng Hai felt an adrenaline rush as he narrowly dodged the oncoming shadow, finally discerning what had intended to strike him. Alas, even a zombie can exhibit such audacity. Upon discerning the shadowy figure, everyone was taken aback, not due to the formidable nature of the zombie, but rather because of her, or rather, its complete lack of attire. With disheveled hair cascading down her back, she unmistakably resembled a female zombie. Not to mention, judging by her appearance and physique, this young woman must have been quite striking in her former life, undoubtedly possessing considerable allure. The kind that could easily grace the interior of a luxury BMW. It is unclear what she was doing here in such a state of undress. But even in her zombie form, her bare body exuded a vivid visual impact. Meng Hai, it seems this zombie maiden has taken a liking to you. Why do you hesitate? Tong Tu swiftly began to jest at Meng Hai, seeking retribution for previous teasing. Damn it, if you fancy her, you may have her. My tastes are not so extreme. Meng Hai had no desire to confront such an eerie creature. Observing its earlier display of strength, he deemed it prudent to refrain from bravado, swiftly evading behind Tong Tu and delivering a playful kick to his rear. Meng Hai, I curse your grandmother. Caught off guard, Tong Tu stumbled forward a few steps, inadvertently becoming the closest individual to the female zombie. Before he could retreat, the strangely alluring nude figure lunged at him with alarming speed. Meng Hai, reveling in the moment, exclaimed, Look, she clearly adores men like you. Don't shy away. Embrace her. In a moment of desperation, Tong Tu swung the steel pipe he held with great force, aiming to strike the advancing zombie, displaying no mercy or tenderness. Clearly, this zombie was an evolved specimen. In response to Tong Tu's fierce blow, its agile form crouched low, continuing its charge toward his lower body, its sharp claws gleaming ominously in the air. Tong Tu, behold how direct this beauty is. Do not turn her away. Tong Tu, already flustered by the zombie's assault, nearly spat blood in frustration at Meng Hai's provoking remark as he desperately used the steel pipe to shield himself while quickly retreating. Enough of your antics. We must focus on the task at hand. Suddenly, a glimmer of a blade sliced through the air, severing the zombie-esque grotesque head, thereby liberating Tong Tu from his predicament. Jiang Chuyun, with an expression as cold as ice, flicked the black droplets of blood from her curved blade and proceeded towards a clothing wholesale store. It was only then that Meng Hai and Tong Tu realized Jiang Chuyun was present, causing them to shudder and follow her. Though she no longer held the title of leader of the Thorn Pair Squad, her intimidating presence remained unchanged. Half an hour later, Guangming and his companions emerged from the garment wholesale market, each shouldering a sizable bundle, thoroughly satisfied with their haul, which would suffice for a considerable period. Chapter 78. The gradual evolution of zombies. Thus, Time passed day by day, and it had been approximately 10 days since young Guangming and his group had dismantled the Sanhu gang. Following their encounter with the fully naked evolved zombie at the wholesale market for service trade, it seemed as though some mysterious barrier had been quietly shattered. The members of the Sealy team found themselves increasingly besieged by evolved zombies. Although not every evolved zombie matched the formidable strength of that naked corpse. The emergence of more and more evolved zombies was an unmistakable trend, palpable to nearly every survivor group. Moreover, even the ordinary zombies began to exhibit subtle changes. While they had yet to reach the level of evolved zombies, their power was visibly on the rise. This development instilled a profound sense of dread among the survivors. Historically, although survivors had not held a significant advantage in their confrontations with zombies, many harbored the hope that they would eventually eradicate these creatures. However, witnessing such aberrations in the zombies forced those who had begun to adapt to this post-apocalyptic world to confront the stark reality of their naivety and superficial understanding. Not only was the mutation rate of zombies accelerating, but formidable individuals also began to emerge among the human survivors. These individuals seemed to awaken some latent, powerful genes overnight, significantly enhancing their physical strength and often endowing them with extraordinary abilities. These awakened beings, as they were referred to, represented a remarkable deviation from expectations, with some dubbing them evolved humans. Nonetheless, the number of these awakened individuals paled in comparison to the ever-increasing ranks of evolved zombies. With their probability of emergence estimated at approximately 1 in 10,000 or even lower. In the balance of power, zombies maintained a clear superiority. If this trend continued, it would only be a matter of months before human survivors were completely expelled from the cities. Yet, most survivors remained engrossed in the uplifting news of the emergence of awakened individuals among their ranks, oblivious to the impending peril. Jiang Chuan also became one of the awakened. This transformation occurred after the Sealy team had once more feasted on the flesh of mutated beasts. The events unfolded as follows, having gone a prolonged period without fresh vegetables. The Sealy team's objective for their next mission was to scour a vegetable base on the outskirts of Zhangzhou City, hoping to procure some still-nurturing produce to replenish the essential vitamins and nutrients desperately needed by the group. This mission could be deemed a partial failure or an unexpected windfall. As the team arrived at the vegetable base after much toil, they were disheartened to discover that the vast majority of the vegetables had been devoured by unknown wild beasts, leaving only a meager assortment of less favored varieties such as cilantro and garlic. Just as the team prepared to gather these subpar remnants, a mutated pig, as robust as a bull, charged forth from the adjacent woods with the ferocity of a war chariot, startling the entire group. In truth, this mutated pig is certainly not inferior in strength to the secondary mutated dog that many had previously encountered. It may even surpass it significantly. With its tough skin and robust physique, coupled with a pair of tusks resembling curved blades, its combat prowess is truly formidable. Everyone should exercise caution and avoid a direct confrontation with it. The ferocity of this mutated pig was immediately apparent, prompting Jiang Chuyun, the most battle-hardened among them, to raise his voice in urgent warning, his expression turning grave. Then, to everyone's astonishment, young Guangming from the team suddenly drew a handgun from his pocket, calmly aiming at the rapidly charging mutated pig's head and pulling the trigger in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Guangming emptied the magazine of 15 rounds before bringing the now empty gun to his eyes, nonchalantly blowing away the faint whiff of gunpowder, exuding confidence in his marksmanship. Indeed, his shooting skills proved to be quite impressive, as a fist-sized hole suddenly appeared on the forehead of the wildly charging mutated pig, blood and brain matter oozing forth, before its massive body stumbled and collapsed to the ground, never to rise again, since injecting the perfect-grade gene repair fluid and obtaining the ability of insight. Yang Guangming discovered that he seemed to have acquired the skill of marksmanship mastery with a gun in hand. He could swiftly aim and hit any target without the need for practice. However, Jiang Chuyun and the others were entirely unaware of this. So when they witnessed him effortlessly dispatching the seemingly terrifying behemoth, a flicker of astonishment crossed their eyes, leaving them bewildered by the secrets that this new captain harbored. Thus, in their minds, he gained yet another title, the Gun God. That night, after a prolonged deprivation of fresh meat, the Thorn Pair squad feasted heartily. Consuming nearly 100 pounds of mutated pig meat, their appetite could only be described as monstrous. Even so, this mutated pig, weighing over a ton, was still sufficient to sustain the group for 10 days. Yang Guangming believed that by the time this mutated pig was entirely consumed, everyone's strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level, ensuring that their survival capabilities would rank among the foremost of survivors. Without needing to wait until the entire mutated pig was devoured, on the 5th night, after half of it had been consumed, Jiang Chuyun, returning to her room to sleep. Suddenly felt as though an inferno had ignited within her, an overwhelming heat surging from within her body, leading her to fear she might be reduced to ashes. The intense pain compelled even the resilient Jiang Chuyun to let out a muffled groan, alarming Yang Guangming and the others, who promptly burst into her room. Rushing to her side, bathed in the gentle moonlight streaming through the window, the onlookers beheld Jiang Chuyun, clad solely in her undergarments. Furrowing her brow in distress as she tossed restlessly upon the bed, her exposed skin glowed a fiery red, with veins twisting like serpents, as if they were on the verge of breaking free. "Boss, what's wrong?" Ming Hai exclaimed anxiously, ready to rush forth to assess Jiang Chuyun's condition. "Wait," Yang Guangming, quick-witted and swift, restrained Ming Hai, sensing that it was not an opportune moment to disturb Jiang Chuyun. He forcibly pulled Ming Hai and the others out of her room. "Captain, what are you doing? The boss is in a perilous state." Ming Hai, Tong Tu, and Lu Shun glared at Yang Guangming, deeply concerned for Jiang Chuyun, fearing that something dire might occur. "Do not panic, let us observe. This might very well be a fortuitous event," Yang Guangming asserted gravely. His eyes locked on Ming Hai and the others. Fortuitous event? Ming Hai and the others were perplexed. What could possibly be fortunate about the boss's current predicament? With a serious demeanor, Yang Guangming continued, "If you trust me, do not disturb her now." As they regarded Yang Guangming's solemn expression, Ming Hai and the others hesitated, uncertain of their next course of action. Just then, a clear, resounding howl erupted from Jiang Chuyun's room. Yang Guangming's face lit up with joy. He knew his earlier intuition had been correct. Preventing Ming Hai and the others from intruding had been the right choice. The consequences of interruption were unfathomable. After a moment, Jiang Chuyun's door swung open, and she emerged, looking composed yet puzzled. Despite the beads of sweat dotting her forehead, a glimmer of joy radiated from her eyes, marking a subtle transformation in her demeanor. "Boss, I am so relieved you are all right," Ming Hai exclaimed, finally easing his worries. He was about to inquire about the earlier incident when Jiang Chuyun suddenly raised her hand and launched a punch at Yang Guangming. With a tearing sound, her fist sliced through the air, producing a sharp crack as it approached Yang Guangming in an instant. Ming Hai and the others gasped in astonishment, bewildered by Jiang Chuyun's unexpected aggression towards Yang Guangming. However, Yang Guangming displayed no sign of surprise. His right hand shot out like lightning, meeting Jiang Chuyun's fist with a palm strike. The collision resounded with a deep thud, the force sending shockwaves that rustled the clothing of those nearby. How has the boss suddenly become so powerful? Ming Hai and the others were left in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. They were acutely aware of Yang Guangming's formidable strength, yet he had been momentarily pushed back by Jiang Chuyun's strike. "Congratulations! You have finally become an awakened one." Yang Guangming was unsure how to address someone like Jiang Chuyun, who had awakened their powers. Recalling what the leader of the Sanhu gang, Ma Yin, had mentioned about awakeners, he adopted this term for Jiang Chuyun, which seemed quite fitting. Jiang Chuyun gazed intently at Yang Guangming and, with a tone of sudden realization, remarked, "Now I finally understand why your strength has undergone such a tremendous transformation. You awakened your powers in the days after joining us, which is why you have become so formidable, am I right?" With his own experience as a reference, Jiang Chuyun's long-held doubts were finally clarified. How could Yang Guangming, who was once as inexperienced as a novice, become extraordinarily powerful in such a short time? It turned out he was also an awakener. Indeed, the term awakeners was quite appropriate. Yang Guangming nodded with a smile, knowing he would not disclose to Jiang Chuyun that he was not merely an awakener, but the host of a positive energy system, possessing strength far beyond that of an ordinary awakener, with a distinctly different potential for development. At present, the emergence and continued strengthening of awakeners did not seem to follow a particularly clear trajectory. At most, they could seek out more mutated beast meat to consume. Although not everyone could guarantee results. Ming Hai and his companions had also eaten considerable amounts of mutated beast meat, yet only Jiang Chuyun had emerged as an awakener. Meanwhile, Yang Guangming, endowed with a positive energy system, had a clear path to gaining strength, relentlessly hunting zombies and mutated beasts to accumulate a substantial number of positive energy points. With each upgrade of the system, he could become even more powerful than before. Both Yang Guangming and Jiang Chuyun were aware of part of the truth, while Ming Hai and the others remained utterly perplexed. "Wait, Captain, boss, what exactly are you talking about? What is an awakener? Could it be?" "Indeed. Both the captain and I are now awakeners. The so-called awakeners are individuals like us, who have suddenly awakened a portion of their genes, thus possessing strength far exceeding that of ordinary people." Jiang Chuyun had yet to recover from the joy of becoming an awakener, and her typically aloof face unexpectedly blossomed into a radiant smile, reminiscent of a peony in full bloom under a clear moonlit sky, exuding an astonishing beauty. "Wow, Sister Chuan, You look so beautiful now. The crowd was momentarily mesmerized, with Zheng Yang gazing at Jiang Chuyan, starry-eyed, exclaiming in admiration. This reaction was not surprising. As Jiang Chuyan often wore a cold expression, even when she occasionally smiled, it was merely a slight twitch of her lips, wasting her naturally exquisite features. Realizing her lapse in composure, Jiang Chuyan's smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the onlookers collectively sighing, wondering when they might witness such a breathtaking smile again. So, how does one become an awakener? Amidst the crowd, there exists an exception. The burly figure, known for his robust physique, is solely preoccupied with the pursuit of becoming an awakened one. He has long envied young Guangming's meteoric rise in strength. And now that even their leader has transformed into a formidable awakened one, his admiration intensifies. What, then, are the prerequisites for becoming an awakened one? This remains unclear to him. It may be somewhat related to the mutated beasts we consume, yet it is likely not the sole factor. Young Guangming, unaware of the path to becoming an awakened one, candidly expresses his perspective. In his view, although Jiang Chuyun's recent awakening was catalyzed by an extended diet of mutated beast meat, who knows if this applies universally? Otherwise, why have Ming Hai and the others, who have also indulged in the same fare, shown no signs of awakening? It cannot be said they are entirely devoid of progress. At the very least, their physical prowess has improved significantly, being at least twice as robust as the average person. However, they still remain within the realm of normality, far inferior to the formidable Jiang Chuyan and Yang Guangming, who have vanquished the formidable horse-faced beast. Not only do the latter possess superior strength, but they also exhibit a remarkable trait, the acquisition of extraordinary abilities upon awakening. Speaking of which, what powers has Jiang Chuyan attained? As Yang Guangming opens his mouth to inquire, he suddenly realizes that such a question may not be appropriate in front of everyone. And considering Jiang Chuyan has only recently awakened, he may not yet comprehend the nature of his newfound abilities. Perhaps it is best to wait a while before broaching the subject. Now that Chuyan is safe, everyone should retire for the night. The hour is late. Yang Guangming waves his hand, ushering Ming Hai and the others back to their quarters, before turning to Jiang Chuyan at the door and advising him to smile more often. Jiang Chuyan rolls his eyes in response and promptly slams the door shut. Chapter 80. An unexpected visitor. The weather has gradually turned cooler. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Guangming has now spent a full 2 months in this apocalyptic world. From initially donning short sleeves and feeling the heat, he has seamlessly transitioned to wearing long sleeves. The sky is overcast. A week of relentless rain has shown no signs of abating, although fortunately, the downpour has finally ceased. For survivors, such incessant rain is hardly welcome. While the sound of rain may muffle the footsteps of those scavenging for supplies, making it less likely for zombies to detect them, becoming drenched poses a significant risk. The scarcity of medicine means that even minor ailments like colds and fevers can pose grave threats to survivors' lives. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly venture into the endless curtain of rain. Although the members of the Thorn Pair Squad possess a considerable stock of various medicines, they cannot afford to waste them. Thus, over the past few days, they have opted not to venture outside, instead taking refuge in a small courtyard, content in the knowledge that their food reserves are ample enough to endure a few days without scavenging for supplies. Although there were no entertainment programs, the people did not feel the slightest boredom. In this perilous world on the brink of collapse, having a few days to quietly shelter at home was a luxury beyond imagination for most survivors. During this period, the remaining half of the mutated pig was consumed entirely, enhancing the strength of everyone involved, though the improvement was no longer as pronounced as before. This was to be expected. If one could continuously grow stronger merely by consuming mutated beast meat, then surely anyone could effortlessly become an awakener. The few women taken in by the cactus team also received a share of the mutated pig meat, significantly boosting their physical prowess. While they could not become exceptionally strong overnight, they at least gained some capacity for self-defense. Yang Guangming and the others were reluctant to allocate personnel to care for them in the future. Thus, empowering these women was the most effective means, which would also bolster the strength of the cactus team itself. Naturally, as these women lacked any combat experience, Jiang Chuyan had no respite during these days. Being the most experienced in battle, she naturally took on the role of their fighting instructor, teaching them basic combat techniques and how to wield knives. In addition to training others, Jiang Chuyan needed to familiarize herself with the formidable powers she had acquired after awakening, which kept Yang Guangming occupied as well. The most effective way to acclimate to one's strength is through practical combat. Therefore, whenever she had a moment, she would engage Yang Guangming in sparring sessions in the hall on the first floor. With her abundant combat experience, Jiang Chuyan made rapid progress. Indeed, her mastery over her newfound strength was swift. After only a few days of practice, she could match Yang Guangming in combat. and had it not been for the significant gap in their strength and agility, she could have easily bested him. Young Guangming soon learned that Jiang Chuan had been practicing her family's martial arts and freestyle fighting since childhood. Under normal circumstances, not even 3 or 5 brawny men could approach her, which explained why she was able to lead the Cactus team and command respect from Meng Hai and the others, all supported by her formidable strength. As the rain ceased, Jiang Chuan suggested they go out and stretch their legs. After breakfast, instead of instructing the women, she proposed a stroll. Since the night she became an awakener, she had been eager to hunt a few zombies to gauge her combat capabilities. All right. Zheng Yang can stay behind to watch the house. Let us go and transfer some supplies from the supermarket. I have a feeling the zombies in the city are becoming increasingly formidable. It may soon become challenging to scavenge for resources. Nodding in agreement, Yang Guangming readily accepted Jiang Chuyun's proposal. In the past half-month, the strength of the zombies had visibly increased, and the likelihood of encountering evolved zombies was growing. If they did not seize the opportunity to transfer those supplies now, venturing into densely populated zombie areas later could lead to unforeseen dangers. Reluctant as she was to remain at home, Zheng Yang could only watch enviously as the others departed from the courtyard, her left shoulder still healing. Sister Zheng, please tell us how you and brother Sun met the captain. After Yang Guangming and the others left, the women, having tidied up their chores, gathered around Zheng Yang, eager to inquire about the Sealy squad. Over the past few days, they had regained their composure, no longer bearing the pallor of despair. Their eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. Through their interactions with the Sealy squad, they understood the immense fortune this represented for them. Despite having endured severe hardships, the opportunity to survive alongside the Sealy squad was a luxury many could scarcely fathom in this apocalyptic world. Being a woman herself, Zhang Yang empathized with their plight and had grown quite close to them during this time. While they did not share every secret, she was more than willing to discuss the gossip surrounding the Sealy squad. You want to know how we met the captain? Ah, that is quite a tale. You might not be aware, but Brother Sun and I were once members of the Sanhu gang. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the women, who had no idea that Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang were formerly part of the same gang. Having been confined by Ma Lian, they had rarely ventured outside, and thus were unfamiliar with Sun Xiaoya and Zheng Yang. Hearing this revelation ignited their curiosity, and they eagerly engaged in animated conversation, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. Well, so the captain was already so formidable back then, daring to confront a horde of zombies with just a handful of people. No wonder they were able to dismantle the Sanhu gang. Wait, so both the captain and Sister Jiang are awakened ones? How I wish we could also become awakened. As Zheng Yang elaborated on the members of the Sealy squad, gasps of astonishment occasionally erupted among the women, creating a commotion reminiscent of a flock of ducks in the courtyard. Suddenly, Zheng Yang's expression shifted slightly, and she raised her index finger to signal the women to hush. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from the alley outside, followed by an excited voice exclaiming, "Hey, everyone, look! There are so many clothes drying on the rooftop of that house. There must be someone inside. Let us go check it out. Damn, no wonder we couldn't find anything useful in this area. It's all been cleaned out by these folks. Let us go take some." At this, the expressions of the women, including Zheng Yang, turned slightly grim. It was clear that the newcomers bore ill intentions. Chapter 81. Jiang Qian's abilities. It seems that after several days of rain, the number of zombies on the streets has actually increased. As Yang Guangming and his companions emerged from the narrow alley, they were greeted by a street that, in days gone by, had scarcely harbored any zombies. However, now, they found themselves confronted by at least dozens of the undead. Sun Xiaoya, her face a picture of astonishment, immediately exclaimed. Regardless of their numbers, the solution was simple. They would fight. Clutching a curved blade measuring over a foot in length, Jiang Chuyun's spirit surged with battle fervor as she charged towards the group of zombies. This formidable woman was eager to ascertain just how powerful she had become since her awakening. The sight of so many zombies ignited her excitement, revealing her innate propensity for combat. The somewhat lagging Yang Guangming and his companions exchanged helpless glances before they too rushed forward. The moment Jiang Chuyun dashed out, the zombies sensed the commotion and swarmed eagerly towards them. From their rapid response and the increasingly agile strides they displayed, it was evident that these zombies had unwittingly improved in strength. In the early days of the apocalypse, an ordinary survivor could almost single-handedly take down a zombie. Yet now, without substantial combat experience, an ordinary survivor would struggle to defeat even a standard zombie. Of course, Yang Guangming and his companions were far from ordinary survivors. Thus, these hapless zombies were unaware that the seemingly delectable meal before them was, in fact, a group of relentless reapers. After several days without combat, Jiang Chuan exuberantly shouted as she faced the oncoming horde. With a tremendous leap, she soared several meters into the air, landing a powerful stomp on one zombie's head, causing it to collapse forward. Her curved blade whirled into a dark blur. Once already exceptional in strength, Jiang Chuan's physical prowess had reached new heights since her awakening. The force she unleashed was surely beyond the capacity of these ordinary zombies to withstand. Those lagging behind, including young Guangming, witnessed the blade's ominous dance. As the zombies surrounding Jiang Chuan soon found their limbs and heads severed, collapsing to the ground amidst a spray of dark blood. "Wow, the boss is magnificent!" Ming Hai exclaimed, having just felled a nearby zombie. Seeing Jiang Chuan's prowess ignited young Guangming's competitive spirit, prompting him to unleash his full potential. His knife transformed into a scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the surrounding zombies. With Ming Hai and others equally formidable, the horde stood no chance against such carnage. In a matter of moments, only a few stragglers remained, managing to survive slightly longer simply due to their position at the rear. Soon enough, these last few zombies were also brought down, leaving the disheveled street littered with the dismembered corpses of the undead and splattered with dark blood. Jiang Chuan shook the droplets of blood from her blade, exhaling a long sigh of relief. A glimmer of delight flashed in her eyes. It was evident that she was thoroughly satisfied with the enhancement of her abilities following this brutal encounter with the zombies. Hurry, hurry. The number of zombies on the street has suddenly surged. Be cautious of encountering a horde, for it would be quite perilous. Yang Guangming urged the group, leading the way toward their destination. However, as they merely turned a corner, the expressions of the group transformed into something exceedingly peculiar. Sun Xiaoye cast a resentful glance at Yang Guangming and plaintively remarked, "Brother Yang, have your lips been blessed?" Before them, the street was densely populated with at least 100 zombies, all turning their heads in unison to gaze hungrily in their direction. Their eyes glimmering with a sinister red light, in their grotesque, contorted faces exuding sheer terror. There is nothing left to discuss. Let us slay them. With Jiang Chuan's commanding shout, the members of the charged forward simultaneously against the horde. To reach the street where the supermarket lay, they had no choice but to carve a bloody path through this intersection. Frankly, had it been a month prior, given their current strength, they could have easily dispatched the ordinary zombies without a second thought. Yet now, a certain danger loomed over them. Were it not for the fact that they had all been inoculated with the zombie virus immunity vaccine and donned protective gear, they might have hesitated to confront such a multitude, opting instead to evade their menacing presence. Let us slay them. Each kill brings a bit more positive energy. Faced with such an overwhelming number of ordinary zombies, whose individual strength had also seen an uptick, Yang Guangming dared not be overconfident. He swiftly activated his insight ability, instantly sharpening his focus, providing him with a sense of control over everything within a 3-meter radius, thereby boosting his combat prowess by at least one level. As the two sides clashed, countless severed limbs and grotesque heads flew through the air, black blood splattering onto the group in a matter of moments, rendering their clothes utterly unwearable upon their return, impossible to clean. Something feels amiss. While nimbly weaving through the horde and occasionally severing zombie heads, Yang Guangming suddenly sensed a wave of danger wash over him. He turned his head just in time to spot a gaunt figure lurking behind the zombies, stealthily and swiftly lunging toward the weakest among them, Sun Xiaoye. Gazing at the emaciated form, Yang Guangming's heart jolted. A familiar sensation surged within him as his eyes widened in realization. This was the very creature that had nearly claimed his life that day. The bizarre evolved zombie he had nearly decapitated. This being possessed formidable strength, Sun Xiaoye was in grave danger. "Xiaoye, be careful," Yang Guangming shouted urgently, though he was too far away to render assistance. Hearing his warning, Sun Xiaoye simultaneously caught sight of the terrifying evolved zombie charging towards her, and her complexion drained to a ghastly white, cold sweat immediately beading on her back. The evolved zombie, with its skull exposed, exhibited a formidable strength that was evidently greater than when Yang Guangming first encountered it. Given Sun Xiaoye's skills, she would likely be unable to withstand its assault. "Get away from me." At this critical moment, Jiang Chuan's voice rang out sharply, and she leaped high amidst the horde of corpses, raising her curved blade with a flourish and striking down towards the evolved zombie from several meters away. At that moment, the individual closest to Sun Xiaoye was none other than Jiang Chuan herself. As Jiang Chuan brought her blade down, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. A faintly discernible, somewhat transparent blade aura surged forth from her curved knife, striking the evolved zombie squarely in the chest, leaving a deep gash that momentarily halted its advance, allowing Sun Xiaoye to narrowly evade its lunge. Chapter 82. A reunion. What was that? Is something wrong with my eyes? Yang Guangming stared wide-eyed. his face a mask of horror as he replayed the image of the translucent blade aura that had emanated from Jiang Chuyun's weapon while she was suspended in midair. Could this be Jiang Chuyun's extraordinary ability? It was utterly terrifying. Such a power, once fully developed, would undoubtedly be an unparalleled weapon in battle. Having narrowly escaped the evolved zombie's attack, Sun Xiaoye did not dare to linger and immediately ran towards Jiang Chuyun, her visage still marked by the panic of her near escape. The translucent blade aura that had just manifested had evidently taken Jiang Chuyun by surprise as well. Upon landing, her face mirrored her astonishment. Yet, with an evolved zombie, albeit wounded, still formidable before her, she had no time to ponder further. Jiang Chuyun's strike clearly provoked the evolved zombie, which swiftly redirected its attention, its eerie, glowing red eyes fixated on her as it lunged forward with terrifying speed. Meng Hai, you and the others cover us. Fearing that Jiang Chuyun might struggle alone, Yang Guangming shouted instructions to Meng Hai before he felled two zombies obstructing their path and hurried towards Jiang Chuyun. Don't worry, Captain. We've got your back. Meng Hai and his companions shared Yang Guangming's concerns for Jiang Chuyun's safety. Although they had witnessed her unleash the blade aura, the fearsome presence of the evolved zombie left them uncertain if she could handle it. Realizing they lacked the strength to confront such a formidable foe, Meng Hai and the others instinctively guarded their rear against the dense swarm of ordinary zombies, preventing them from complicating matters further. In the blink of an eye, the evolved zombie had engaged Jiang Chuyun in combat. It seemed wary of the blade aura she had unleashed, attacking with the agility of a specter, avoiding direct confrontation and employing a hit-and-run strategy, relying on its nimbleness. Had it not been for her complete mastery of the formidable powers bestowed upon her after awakening, Jiang Chuyun would have found it exceedingly challenging to contend with the evolved zombie's combat style. Even so, she was left with little more than the capacity to defend herself, devoid of any ability to retaliate. Just as Yang Guangming arrived, intending to alleviate Jiang Chuyun's burden, she let out a resounding shout, and the curved blade in her hand once again emitted a brilliant flash, swiftly severing the lower leg of the evolved zombie. This time, Jiang Chuyun finally grasped the sensation. Before the blade's radiance burst forth, she felt a warm current coursing rapidly from her body, infusing itself into the curved blade, resulting in the unleashed blade energy. However, as this energy shot forth, she surprisingly felt a slight fatigue enveloping her body. It turned out that such an offensive capability was indeed so taxing on her vitality. At that moment, Yang Guangming had finally reached her side. Faced with the evolved zombie, which was now limping on one leg, he certainly had no intention of being courteous. His dog-leg knife transformed into a streak of dark light, striking fiercely at the zombie's frail neck. This time, the evolved zombie was not as fortunate as before. With its mobility impaired, it could not evade Yang Guangming's blade, which cleanly severed its grotesque head, causing black blood to splatter everywhere. Kill a level 3 evolved zombie. Reward 20 points of positive energy. With the demise of this evolved creature, the remaining ordinary zombies posed no challenge to the members of the Prickly Pear squad, who swiftly eradicated them without leaving a single one behind. Boss, what was that blade energy you unleashed earlier? It was truly spectacular. Once the zombies were vanquished, the group hardly took a moment to catch their breath, quickly surrounding Jiang Chuyun. Meng Hai gazed at her with admiration and eagerly inquired about the blade energy. Having previously unleashed 2 blade energies in quick succession and then annihilated such a multitude of ordinary zombies, Jiang Chuyun felt a profound weariness settling in. Leaning against the side of an abandoned vehicle to rest, she furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing Meng Hai's question and replied with uncertainty. That must be a special ability I acquired after becoming an awakened one. Yang Guangming, what is your ability? I haven't seen you use it. With a shift in conversation, Jiang Chuyun directly inquired about Yang Guangming's abilities. As comrades who had shared life and death, there was no reason for Yang Guangming to conceal the truth. He then revealed his insight ability and mentioned the mental impact ability used against him by Ma Lian last time. This revelation sparked considerable envy among Meng Hai and the others. It appeared that becoming an awakened one not only significantly enhanced physical attributes such as strength and speed, but also granted the awakening of a powerful ability. Why can't we become awakened ones? The heavens are truly unjust. After a brief respite, to avoid attracting more zombies with the scent of blood, the group promptly resumed their hurried journey toward the direction of the furniture supermarket. Uncertain if today is indeed a fortuitous day for the Thorn Pear squad, they had just traversed 2 streets when, upon nearing a furniture supermarket, they unexpectedly encountered a vast horde of zombies. However, this encounter bore an unusual twist. The undead were assailing a group of survivors, clearly overwhelming them and driving them into a corner, rendering escape exceedingly difficult. These unfortunate souls, ensnared by hundreds of zombies, were a mere handful of 7 or 8 survivors, lacking the prowess of the Thornpair squad. Had it not been for a toppled bus that shielded one side, they would have surely succumbed to the relentless assault of the undead. Despite their efforts, several of their companions had already fallen prey to the zombies, their bodies being mercilessly torn apart by the ravenous horde. Should we assist? Jiang Chuyun glanced at Yang Guangming, seeking his counsel. Having just endured 2 battles, fatigue weighed upon them. While dispatching this group of zombies would not pose a significant challenge, the inherent dangers could not be overlooked. Help us, Thornpair squad. Just as Yang Guangming hesitated, a faintly familiar voice pierced through the chaos, emanating from the besieged survivors. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that this group comprised none other than Tong Bin and his companions. What else is there to discuss? We must save them. Yang Guangming harbored a favorable impression of Tong Bin and his team. Consequently, he brandished his machete and charged forth. Chapter 83. The influx of fresh blood by my grandmother's celestial board. After several days of rain, how is it that the streets have become so infested with zombies? Tong Bin, straining as he wielded a long-handled fire axe, felled 2 oncoming zombies and spat in frustration. Brothers, hold on. Friends from the Thornpair squad are here to rescue us. Yet, at that very moment, as Tong Bin rallied his comrades, another survivor, overwhelmed by exhaustion and the relentless assault, was seized by a zombie that dragged him down, eliciting a horrifying scream. Those nearby could only watch helplessly as he was engulfed by the horde. Zhang Pei, by my grandmother's celestial board. Witnessing yet another comrade succumb before his eyes ignited a fury within Tong Bin. His eyes widened in rage as he screamed, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to wield the fire axe like a whirlwind, cleaving through several approaching zombies. However, after a prolonged struggle, their numbers dwindled against the overwhelming tide, and the group's stamina was nearly depleted. They pressed on solely by sheer will, refusing to succumb to despair. At that moment, Yang Guangming finally broke through, sprinting with determination. He leapt onto the roof of an abandoned vehicle, using it as leverage to vault over the horde and land directly atop Tong Bin and his companions. A swift flash of ominous blades swept through the air, and instantly, Tong Bin and his companions felt the weight of their predicament lift. They witnessed a multitude of zombies collapse around them, akin to stalks of wheat being mowed down. This individual, whom they had not seen for some time, had remarkably doubled his prowess. Alongside their relief at being rescued, Tong Bin and the others were engulfed by profound astonishment. The combat prowess displayed by Yang Guangming at that moment was extraordinarily formidable, transcending their understanding of humanity itself. What had once been an insurmountable horde of zombies now posed no threat under Yang Guangming's command. He was indeed a monstrous entity, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. Just as Tong Bin and his companions were mentally exclaiming their awe at this monster, a second beast charged forth. Jiang Chuyun, merely 2 breaths behind Yang Guangming, brandished her curved blade and cleaved through the zombie throng, swiftly advancing to the innermost circle of the siege, liberating Tong Bin and the others from their dire straits. Faced with this formidable pair of humanoid monsters, they were left utterly astonished. Shortly thereafter, Meng Hai and his group arrived like a pack of wolves, and the tide turned decisively against the zombies, who were soon overwhelmed and left strewn across the ground. What incredible power! What kind of beings were they, that such a multitude of zombies could be vanquished by just a handful of individuals? Thankfully, during the last equipment distribution, they had harbored no nefarious intentions. Otherwise, they might have already become mere corpses themselves. Observing Meng Hai and his companions, who were equally striking in their prowess, Tong Bin's group felt a numbing shock. In this encounter, Tong Bin suffered the loss of several team members. From an original cohort of over 10, only 8 remained. Had Yang Guangming and his group not fortuitously arrived, their fate would likely have been total annihilation. Tong Laoda, how did you become besieged by so many zombies? After dispersing the horde, the 2 groups merged and swiftly departed the area. Yang Guangming inquired of Tong Bin, puzzled by how such seasoned survivors could find themselves cornered by so many zombies. Having just lost nearly half their comrades, Tong Bin and the others were not in high spirits, each keeping their lips sealed in silence. However, upon hearing Yang Guangming's question, Tong Bin let out a sigh and responded, "Alas, it seems we were merely unfortunate. The incessant rain over the past few days has depleted our food supplies, prompting us to urgently seek resources today. Little did we anticipate the drastic changes among the zombies during this brief period. Not only did their numbers seem to swell, but their senses had also sharpened, allowing them to detect our movements from afar." At this juncture, a flicker of regret crossed Tong Bin's eyes, and his eyelids reddened, nearly spilling over with tears. "It is indeed my fault. Had I been more vigilant from the outset, I would not have encountered so many zombies here, leading to the demise of numerous brethren." I am deeply remorseful for the loss of those fallen comrades. Elder brother, this is not solely your fault. Who could have anticipated that the zombies would suddenly become so formidable? Do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. It is detrimental to your health. The brothers will still rely on your leadership to survive in this world. Several of Tongbin's comrades rallied to console him, fearing that his guilt would extinguish his fighting spirit, making their already difficult existence even harder. Elder Tong, they speak the truth. This is not a solitary error on your part. I believe that your deceased brothers would not wish for you to be so sorrowful. Rise up. In this wretched world, the more it seeks to obliterate us, the stronger we must strive to endure. Young Guangming gently clasped Tongbin's shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. Once they departed from the area strewn with corpses, the spiny pair squad had to part ways with Tongbin and his remaining comrades to continue with their previous plans. Yang Guangming glanced at Tongbin's still despondent visage, sighed, and said, Elder Tong, we have matters to attend to, so we must bid you farewell. I wish you success in your forthcoming endeavors. Tongbin, who had kept his head bowed, suddenly lifted it, gazing intently at Yang Guangming. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Brother Yang, I have a request, and I hope you will consider it. Yang Guangming chuckled softly. Elder Tong, you jest. We are acquainted now. To speak of requests feels rather formal. Just express your needs, and I assure you that if it lies within my power, I shall comply without hesitation. Given their brief acquaintance, Yang Guangming hesitated to guarantee that Tongbin would not propose a challenging request, thus leaving room in his response. As a leader, he must prioritize the welfare of his own team. Tongbin's lips twitched slightly as he turned to glance at the 7 remaining brothers. Suddenly, he made a significant decision. Brother Yang, if you do not mind our humble abilities, I request that these brethren join your spiny pair squad. Rest assured, we will not be a burden. Silence. Tongbin shot a fierce glare at his companions, then turned back to Yang Guangming, his eyes ablaze with determination. Brother Yang, will you grant us this opportunity? Yang Guangming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tongbin's face for an extended moment before breaking into a smile and extending his right hand towards him. So it is desired. I dare not decline. Elder Tong, welcome to our ranks. We shall be a family from this day forth. Chapter 84, that familiar rooftop throughout this journey. Yang Guangming had already contemplated the idea of recruiting Tongbin and his companions, although their interactions had been limited to merely 2 occasions. Yang Guangming discerned from their behavior that they were men of loyalty and integrity, truly worthy of friendship. However, Tongbin and his companions had just suffered tremendous losses. If Yang Guangming had proposed this request first, it would have seemed rather opportunistic, akin to taking advantage of others' misfortunes, which was decidedly inappropriate. Once Tongbin brought it up himself, Yang Guangming could not contain his joy and would certainly agree without hesitation. Upon hearing Yang Guangming's acquiescence, a radiant smile spread across Tongbin's face, for his brothers would no longer have to live in a state of constant dread, fearing for their lives at the hands of zombies. From the recent rescue operation executed by the Thorn Pair team, Tongbin could discern the formidable strength possessed by Yang Guangming and his team. Joining such a powerful group was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Tongbin immediately extended his hand, grasping Yang Guangming's firmly, and said, On behalf of my brothers, I thank you. From this day forth, please refrain from calling me anything like Boss Tong, simply refer to me by my name. That cannot be the case. You are clearly my senior by a significant margin. I shall continue to call you Tong Gu, Yang Guangming replied, waving his hand dismissively as he established this form of address. He then smiled and said, Come, let me introduce everyone. This is Jiang Chuyun, our former captain of the Thorn Pair team, a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts. And this is Meng Hai, and this is Tong Tu. Following this, Yang Guangming and Tongbin introduced their respective team members, effectively merging their groups and familiarizing themselves with each other's names. Since we are now family, I shall not hide it from you, Tong Gu. Our purpose for this outing is to transport a batch of supplies. With your addition, we can certainly carry more, Tongbin exclaimed, his eyes instantly lighting up. Transporting a batch of supplies. Goodness, these individuals are indeed extraordinary. The sheer volume of supplies they have is described in terms of bulk, which underscores their magnitude. Moreover, Yang Guangming's willingness to share this information and include us signifies their genuine acceptance of our group, rather than mere exploitation. Very well, you can count on us. While we may lack a captain for slaying zombies, we are more than capable of handling physical labor, Tongbin declared, thumping his chest to assert his readiness, ensuring that he and his brothers would not be outdone. At this moment, a peculiar smile flickered across the faces of Meng Hai and Sun Xiaoye behind Yang Guangming, leaving Tongbin uncertain if he had misspoken, though he hesitated to inquire further. The location where the Thorn Pair team stored their food and oil supplies was not far off. After turning a corner and proceeding for about 200 meters, they arrived. Along the way, they encountered no large hordes of zombies, and the scattered few they did see posed no challenge for young Guangming and his team. Upon witnessing the mountain of bagged rice and cooking oil, Tong Bin and his companions could hardly believe their eyes. Although they were already aware of the Thorn Pair team's prowess, it was only upon seeing their stockpile that they truly comprehended the extent of their might. However, they evidently underestimated young Guangming and his companions. When it came time to transport the supplies, they were left utterly astonished, their minds rendered numb and speechless. The original members of the Prickly Pear team resembled humanoid transport machines, each astonishingly capable of carrying over 200 pounds of supplies. The most formidable among them, Yang Guangming, single-handedly packed nearly half a ton of goods, leaving Tong Bin and the others frozen in place. They woefully discovered that not only were they inept at slaying zombies, but they also fell far short in terms of physical labor compared to their counterparts. This time, they collectively transported nearly 2 tons of supplies, alleviating their concerns about food for an extended period. Nevertheless, they recognized that leaving these items here for too long could compromise their safety. Thus, Yang Guangming planned to make a couple more trips today, taking advantage of Tong Bin and the others' presence, to securely relocate everything to the small courtyard. On the return journey, Tong Bin suddenly spoke up. By the way, I recall that Captain Jiang mentioned you also reside near Luowu Community. Why don't we take a detour to Luowu Community, pick someone up, and gather anything useful? We want to be returning there after this. Yang Guangming considered it and agreed, thinking it would save them from making an extra trip later. Following him, they turned down a few streets and ventured into an alley adjacent to Qingshi Well Road. Before long, they arrived outside a community. As Yang Guangming gazed upon the buildings, a wave of familiarity washed over him. A glance at a nearby abandoned 10-story building caused his expression to shift subtly. He recalled that it was the very place he had visited the last time when the wind had made him feel quite chilly. Upon entering a residential building of more than 10 stories with Tong Bin, his expression grew even more peculiar. Behind this residential structure lay the very abandoned building he had just recollected. Tong Bin and his group's refuge was on the top floor of this building. Originally belonging to a minor tycoon, encompassing over 500 square meters, which had been entirely opened up to create a duplex with 10 or more bedrooms, ample space to accommodate Tong Bin and his original group of over 10 people. The elevator had long ceased to function due to a power outage, forcing everyone to ascend the stairs. However, given their current physical condition, the mere 10 flights of stairs posed no real challenge. Naturally, the supplies they were carrying were temporarily stored on the first floor. Otherwise, transporting such a large quantity up 10 flights would have proven arduous even for Yang Guangming. Lingxian, open the door, we're back. With Tong Bin's boisterous calls, the door swung open from the inside. A crisp, light voice chimed in unison, brother, you're back. How was the hall? A sprite-like visage appeared before everyone, and upon seeing Yang Guangming and the group, her initial expression of surprise gradually morphed into confusion, her voice reducing to a near whisper as she spoke. Tong Bin had not yet had the opportunity to explain anything to his sister when he suddenly heard Yang Guangming ask curiously, Tong Ge, the person you are here to pick up is your sister and no one else? Tong Bin felt somewhat perplexed and replied, yes, it's only my sister here. No one else, Captain. Is there a problem? No, Yang Guangming nodded, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. He averted his gaze from the girl across from him, who was looking at him with confusion, and instead peered through the row of floor-to-ceiling windows behind her. There, on the familiar rooftop, a pool filled with water seemed to laugh heartily at Yang Guangming, as if reminding him that it was there, on that very day, that a woman had exposed him completely. Evidently, that woman was none other than Tong Bin's sister, Tong Lingxian. Chapter 85, Gunfire. Although everyone sensed that Yang Guangming was acting oddly, they refrained from questioning him about it. Tong Lingxian, noticing the strange glances Yang Guangming occasionally cast her way, felt a twinge of curiosity but said nothing, as they were unfamiliar with one another. It should be noted that on that day, when Yang Guangming was washing the blood off himself on the rooftop, his face and head were smeared with the black blood of zombies. Moreover, Tong Lingxian had only dared to glance at him hastily, so she could not have imagined that he was the same person from that day on the rooftop. In the apocalypse, there was little time for pleasantries. After Tong Bin briefly recounted the events of the day to Tong Lingxian, everyone began to busy themselves with gathering useful supplies from the house. Although Tong Lingxian felt deep sorrow over the loss of several companions who had shared her days in this harsh world, who had not often experienced the pains of life and death, despite her sadness, she knew they needed to plan for the future and leave this place as soon as possible. The trend of zombies evolving at an accelerated pace had become increasingly evident. If survivors did not strive to unite, They were destined to be annihilated by the zombies or forced to abandon the city, retreating to sparsely populated areas. However, as a multitude of survivors flooded out of the cities, smaller towns would inevitably face overcrowding. In such circumstances, those lacking strength would find it equally difficult to survive. Now, with Tong Bin and others having joined the Sealy team, such concerns had largely dissipated. With the strength of the Sealy team, even if they could not thrive within the city, they would undoubtedly secure a place outside its borders. After gathering all the useful items, Tong Bin and his companions followed the Sealy team, departing from the temporary refuge they had occupied for several weeks. Due to the continuous heavy rainfall in the preceding days, they had already run out of supplies. The only items they could take were a batch of knives they had previously shared with the Sealy team, some daily necessities, and finally, a large quantity of bottled mineral water. Wait a minute, Tongu, someone interjected. There's no need to take all this water, right? With so few of us, we can't carry it all. Upon witnessing Tong Bin and others begin to stuff bottled mineral water into their backpacks, Yang Guangming could no longer restrain himself and felt compelled to offer a word of caution. He reminded them that there was still a considerable stockpile of food downstairs. Adding these waters would hinder their mobility. Observing Tong Bin's puzzled gaze, Yang Guangming clarified, "You see, there is a spring at our base, ensuring an ample supply of water. We can hardly carry much of this water anyway, so it might be wiser to leave it behind." A spring. Upon hearing Yang Guangming's words, the eyes of Tong Bin and the others sparkled with excitement, particularly Tong Lingxian, whose beautiful eyes radiated with sheer delight. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the city's water supply system had collapsed, subjecting nearly all survivors to a dire water scarcity. Aside from occasionally scavenging some bottled water, even the luxury of washing one's face had become a rare indulgence, let alone bathing. As a young woman, Tong Lingxian found this intolerable. She could only collect rainwater in buckets on rainy days for a semblance of cleanliness. If the rain ceased for an extended period, she would have to endure the peculiar odor emanating from her body. Thus, hearing Yang Guangming mention a spring at the Sealy team's base filled her with uncontainable joy. How wonderful that there is a spring. We shall not take this mineral water. Let us depart. Tong Bin immediately gestured for his subordinates to pour out the mineral water from their backpacks, retaining only their personal belongings and an assortment of knives and crossbows. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, Tong Lingxian was once again taken aback by the sight of a substantial pile of rice and other provisions laid out below. Although her brother had sung the praises of the Sealy team, likening them to superheroes, she still harbored a degree of skepticism. However, witnessing Yang Guangming and the others hoisting immense quantities of supplies, they hardly resembled mere humans. She was particularly astonished by the team leader, who single-handedly lifted several hundred pounds of rice. As everyone was burdened with a significant load of supplies, they collectively chose to navigate around the densely populated zombie-infested streets, opting for a path with fewer undead as they made their way to the Sealy team's base. Despite the occasional emergence of a few zombies from the alleys, they posed no threat to Yang Guangming and his companions. They were merely a source of sustenance. Upon turning a corner and recognizing a familiar alley ahead, Jiang Chuyun and the others realized that their base was indeed quite close to Tong Bin's location at the Luwu community, with a direct distance of no more than a few hundred meters. However, due to the labyrinthine alleys and various structures in between, the two groups had never crossed paths in this vicinity before. After traversing this alley and making a right turn, they would soon arrive at their small courtyard. In a hushed conversation, Yang Guangming was guiding Tong Bin regarding the specific location of the small courtyard. Upon realizing that the resting place of the Sealy team was so nearby, Tong Bin expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Alas, it is all due to this wretched apocalyptic world. Had it been in normal times, we would have undoubtedly crossed paths numerous times by now. Yet, the barrier of zombies has rendered the distance between us seemingly vast." Just then, a muffled sound resonated from deep within the alleyway ahead. The members of the Sealy team immediately changed their expressions, and moments later, a series of sharp, consecutive gunshots pierced the stillness of the environment, ringing clearly in their ears. "This is bad," Zheng Yang and the others. Yang Guangming and Jiang Chuyun's faces turned pale as they hastily discarded their burdens of rice and other supplies, sprinting towards the courtyard. The unmistakable sound of gunfire was emanating from the direction of the courtyard. Not long ago, Yang Guangming had entrusted Zheng Yang with a 92 type handgun for her protection and the safeguarding of the other women, instructing her to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. However, the multiple gunshots now indicated the perilous situation Zheng Yang and her companions faced. Seeing Yang Guangming and the others abandon their supplies to dash away, Tong Bin and his group, though unaware of the unfolding events, recognized the urgency of the situation. He quickly commanded his men to discard their belongings and follow in young Guangming's swift footsteps. Chapter 86, A Sudden Desire. Moments earlier, Zhang Yang was recounting tales of the Sealy team to the women when she suddenly heard footsteps echoing from the alley outside. Urgently, she instructed everyone to silence themselves to avoid attracting the attention of any survivors. However, the clothing they had hung out to dry on the rooftop immediately caught the eye of the outsiders, and Zhang Yang overheard their conversation. Realizing they were not a benign group, with her face paling, Zhang Yang pressed her hand against a bulging area at her waist and urged the women, quickly, each of you go to the warehouse and retrieve a weapon. The women, though gripped by fear, understood the urgency of the situation and acted without hesitation. The survivors outside were clearly individuals associated with the notorious Sanhu gang. If those men were to invade and discover only a handful of women in the courtyard, they would surely harbor ill intentions. It was crucial to intimidate them beforehand, ensuring they would think twice about any malicious thoughts. To effectively instill fear in these desperate survivors, it was imperative that each woman wielded a weapon. As the women hurried to the warehouse for arms, the group of survivors approached the courtyard. Zhang Yang heard a loud, arrogant voice call out, "Is anyone inside? Open the door quickly." Zhang Yang remained silent. "Damn it! Is there anyone inside? If the door isn't opened soon, I shall enter myself." A brazen voice cursed, followed by another. "Damn it, Sun Lao San, you always like to make a fuss. Whether someone is inside or not, we can simply charge in. You know nothing. This is about courtesy before conflict. Do you understand?" Zhang Yang's expression darkened further. The dialogue between these two men revealed their true nature. Should they force their way in, it would certainly spell trouble. At this juncture, even if Zhang Yang were to warn them, it would be futile, unless there were men in the courtyard to join in unison to intimidate these intruders into retreating. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Several women, each wielding a sharp, curved blade, rushed down with tension etched on their faces, standing resolutely behind Zhang Yang. Their eyes fixed on the door just a few meters ahead. Bang! At that moment, the patience of the group of survivors outside finally waned, and they violently slammed against the door. However, thanks to the reinforcements provided by Yang Guangming and others, the entrance held firm against their assault. "Damn! This door is sturdier than I thought." The brazen voice revealed a hint of surprise. Then, Zhang Yang and the others heard the sound of rapid footsteps, followed by a thunderous crash as the thick door was forcefully knocked down, collapsing to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, a group of approximately 10 male survivors surged in, their faces reflecting both shock and a bizarre smile upon seeing Zhang Yang and the others in the courtyard. They dismissed the blades in the women's hands, perceiving them as no real threat. "Huh. No wonder no one answered after all that shouting. It turns out it's just a few women at home. Huh?" The owner of the brazen voice, a burly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, squinted at Zhang Yang and the few women, his gaze gradually revealing something more sinister. "Oh, a few sisters look quite decent and clean. That's rare. Hell, I've long lost interest in those foul-smelling women." Beside the burly man, another crew-cut fellow displayed a lecherous expression, practically drooling over the clean and fresh Zhang Yang and her companions. Behind Zhang Yang, the women trembled involuntarily, their minds drifting back to the dark days spent with the Sanhu gang, their faces paling in horror. Zhang Yang's heart tightened. This group of survivors appeared formidable, especially the two leading men, who likely possessed greater strength than she did. Although she held a gun, it did not guarantee her safety against these individuals. "Who are you? Get out." In a state of urgency, Zhang Yang disregarded Yang Guangming's warning against using the firearm and swiftly drew his 92-style pistol from his waist, pointing the ominous muzzle directly at the 10 or so unwelcome guests. The group of survivors was taken aback, with the leading man instinctively taking a step back, his expression turning grave. If Zhang Yang and his companions had merely brandished knives, they would not have been taken seriously. However, the emergence of a gun compelled caution. After all, they had yet to reach a level where bullets could be dismissed. As he revealed his handgun, Zhang Yang quietly instructed the women behind him, "Quickly, retreat into the house and head upstairs." Having never undergone live-fire training, he could not guarantee his accuracy. With so many opponents, should they recklessly charge at him, he would be unable to withstand their onslaught. The only viable option was to retreat upstairs, leveraging the geographical advantage to confront these intruders. Though the women had received training from Jiang Chuyuan during this period, they were still, at heart, defenseless and fragile beings, faced with a dozen ferocious men. Fear gripped their hearts. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's command, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly retreated upstairs. The two leading men across the way were elated, quickly discerning the vulnerability of Zhang Yang's group. The burly man shouted, "This woman is inexperienced with firearms. Let us go, brothers. Whoever captures her first gets to have their way." These men were indeed desperate rogues, and upon the leader's shout, they lunged toward Zhang Yang and his companions, their eyes gleaming with a predatory fervor. As several women ascended the staircase, they realized they could not outrun the men. With determination, Zhang Yang bit his lip and pulled the trigger with his right index finger. A loud bang erupted, yet the group of survivors remained undeterred, charging forward. Zhang Yang, clearly a novice, had missed the target despite being nearly 10 meters away. Seeing the failure of her shot, excitement and savagery lit up the faces of the survivors, each envisioning the scene of the women struggling and crying beneath them, their eyes alight with fervor. Chapter 87. The largest survivor faction in Zhangzhou. With the first shot missing its mark, Zhang Yang's complexion turned pale. The group led by the arrogant man rejoiced, their pace quickening once more. Just as Zhang Yang reached the staircase, they closed in to within 5 meters. At that moment, Zhang Yang's 92-style pistol erupted with fire once again. Bang, 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 bang. Determined to make an impact after her initial failure, Zhang Yang repeatedly pulled the trigger, sending a barrage of scorching bullets toward the group of over 10 men across from her. This time, under such close proximity, coupled with Zhang Yang's relentless assault, the arrogant group of men found themselves unable to escape their fate. Blood blossomed from the bodies of the first few surviving individuals, who immediately let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. The brazen man and another crew-cut fellow, however, exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly evading the onslaught as if they were cheetahs in motion. Not a single bullet from Zhang Yang's barrage found its mark upon them. After repelling these survivors with a series of shots, Zhang Yang finally exhaled in relief, continuing to aim his smoke-emitting firearm at the retreating survivors while swiftly ascending the staircase. Damn it, when I catch that woman, I will make her pay dearly. The brazen man muttered furiously from his hiding spot behind a wall. Despite his quick reflexes that spared him from the bullets, a shard of brick had grazed his cheek, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Although this group of survivors was vicious, they had not yet reached the point of recklessness. After suffering a few casualties, their adrenaline-fueled frenzy finally subsided, and they ceased their reckless charge. Blast it, Sun Lao San. Don't just talk tough. That woman has a gun. How can we charge at her? Though the crew-cut man had escaped unscathed, he was still startled by the earlier events. Faced with this stalemate and with the sun already dipping in the afternoon sky, he wondered when the comrades of those women would return. If they could not swiftly deal with Zhang Yang, they would have no choice but to retreat in disgrace. However, the loss of several men left Sun Lao San feeling exceedingly resentful. After contemplating for a moment, he narrowed his eyes and whispered, "That woman is no easy target. We'll let her go for today. Tomorrow, let us bring more brothers to thoroughly search these rooms for supplies and take everything useful." Given the loss of manpower and their inability to contend with the adversary, Sun Lao San's thoughts turned solely to the prospect of scouring the first-floor rooms for resources. Just then, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from the alley outside, rapidly approaching the courtyard gate, indicating that the newcomers possessed formidable strength. The faces of Sun Lao San and his group turned pale. They had not anticipated the swift return of the survivors who had ventured out, and trouble was now imminent. Rushing back into the courtyard, Yang Guangming and his companions immediately spotted several corpses at the entrance of the hall and the vigilant Sun Lao San's crew eyeing them warily. With a fierce glare directed at Sun Lao San's group, Yang Guangming called out loudly, Zhang Yang, are you all right?" Upon hearing the footsteps of Yang Guangming and the others, the weight in Zhang Yang's heart finally lifted. Joyfully, he responded from the second floor, "We're fine, Brother Yang. It's all good." Yang Guangming then redirected his gaze towards Sun Lao San and his companions, speaking with a tone laced with hostility. "Now, perhaps you could enlighten me regarding your identities and the meaning behind your intrusion into our sanctuary?" Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, brother." Sun Lao San, despite his usual arrogance, was compelled to adopt a more submissive demeanor at this moment, forcing a sheepish grin upon his face. A flicker of menace flashed in Yang Guangming's eyes as he chuckled derisively. "A misunderstanding? I am quite eager to hear your explanation for this so-called misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding could lead to the dismantling of our entrance, compelling several women to seek refuge upstairs, and necessitating a retaliatory response?" Footsteps echoed rapidly from outside, followed by Tong Bin and his band of brothers rushing into the courtyard. Upon inquiring if everything was all right and observing Yang Guangming's relaxed expression, he refrained from further inquiries and instead positioned several of his men to barricade the entrance. Sun Lao San's countenance paled further, acutely aware that the opportunity to escape had evaporated. It seemed increasingly difficult to exit this courtyard unscathed. "Brother, it truly is a misunderstanding. We are from Zhang Feihu's faction on the west side of the city. We accidentally barged in while pursuing someone," Sun Lao San stated. resorting to invoking his leader's name in hopes of eliciting recognition from the opposing party. Indeed, upon hearing the name, Tong Bin's expression shifted dramatically, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips, revealing a glimmer of trepidation in his eyes. Yang Guangming's heart sank, and he turned to Tong Bin with a look of confusion. Tong Bin stepped forward, whispering urgently, "Zhang Feihu is reputed to be the leader of the most powerful surviving faction in Zhangzhou City. He was previously the captain of the local police force and swiftly gathered a group of individuals after the onset of the apocalypse. It is said that he possesses a significant arsenal." Yang Guangming's eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell silent momentarily, believing Yang Guangming was intimidated by Zhang Feihu's reputation. Sun Laosan seized the moment to assert, "Brother, now that we've clarified this misunderstanding, can we leave?" Yang Guangming's expression abruptly shifted, a cold laugh escaping him as he retorted, "Leave? When did I ever state that you could depart?" A palpable aura of menace emanated from Yang Guangming, and Sun Laosan and his cohorts immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Abandoning his previous pretense of submission, Sun Laosan's features contorted into a menacing snarl as he shouted, "Kid, I've already told you this is a misunderstanding. What do you intend to do otherwise? Let me make it clear, our leader, Zhang, can eliminate your small team with the ease of crushing ants. That would require him to be aware of today's events first." Before his words fell silent, Yang Guangming transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forth with astonishing speed. The blade in his hand, a dog-leg knife, emitted waves of ominous light, swiftly slicing through Sun Laosan's body, whose expression was one of sheer terror. In the next moment, a chilling sensation coursed through his chest, accompanied by excruciating pain and an overwhelming sense of helplessness, causing his thoughts to blur. Mere breaths later, Yang Guangming's ghostly figure came to a halt, while Sun Laosan and his companions lay lifeless, sprawled in a pool of blood. Throughout this harrowing encounter, only the burly man with a buzz cut managed a brief act of resistance, yet he too fell victim to Yang Guangming's blade. This massacre, pitting one against many, unfolded with a ruthlessness akin to the slaughter of poultry and livestock. Chapter 88. Gather grain and build walls with the addition of Tong Bin and his group. The small courtyard originally occupied by the Thorn Pair team began to feel somewhat cramped. Initially, the Thorn Pair team comprised 7 members, while the 5 women rescued from the Sanhu gang brought their number to 12, with Tong Bin's crew adding 9 more. A total of 21 individuals were squeezed into a modest 3-story building, making it exceedingly congested, with no possibility for each person to have their own private room. For other survivor groups, merely securing a safe location would be considered a significant achievement, let alone the luxury of private quarters. However, given the capabilities of Yang Guangming and his companions, such conditions appeared inadequate. Moreover, the recent demise of over a dozen individuals within the building had saturated the air with a pungent stench of blood, which would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies, rendering the location unsuitable for habitation. Thus, the imperative of finding a new shelter became apparent. Due to the proximity of a spring beside the courtyard, the newly sought refuge could not stray far from this area. Otherwise, the arduous task of locating drinking water would consume a considerable amount of their time. Fortuitously, atop a small slope near the spring lay a spacious courtyard, featuring 4 small buildings that collectively boasted nearly 30 rooms, perfectly accommodating the current members of the Thorn Pair team. In this apocalyptic world, the adage "unity is strength" held profound significance. In just 2 trips, the group successfully relocated all the supplies from the small courtyard and the alleyway outside to the new site on the slope. Seizing the opportunity presented by this move, they decided to thoroughly search all nearby residences, collecting useful resources such as gas canisters to stockpile at the slope as essential supplies. Fuel, after all, ranks a close second to food in terms of necessity. As the Thorn Pair team scavenged the surrounding houses for supplies, scattered zombies, drawn by the scent of blood from Sun Laosan and his companions, began to converge from all directions. Soon, the streets were teeming with the undead, leaving the Thorn Pair team with no option but to engage in a fierce battle, fighting their way through the horde to transport the salvaged materials to the slope. At this juncture, the disparity in strength between Yang Guangming and Tong Bin's group became starkly evident. In the narrow alley, Yang Guangming and his companions could charge forward with unwavering resolve, yet Tong Bin and his group needed to coordinate their efforts to withstand the onslaught of zombies. However, this realization filled Tong Bin and his comrades with gratitude for being part of such a formidable team. Their chances of survival had significantly increased. Lately, I have felt that the frequency of encountering evolved zombies has been rising alarmingly. If this trend continues, although our current refuge remains secure, venturing out in search of supplies will necessitate a collective effort, as we can no longer act independently. As time passed, Young Guangming and his companions increasingly sensed a pronounced escalation in the evolution of zombies. Creatures that had once been rare sightings were now encountered almost daily, including the formidable third-tier evolved zombies, which only Yang Guangming and Jiang Chuyan among the Thorn Pair squad could defeat. The others would find themselves in dire peril without the support of their team if they faced such adversaries. On this day, the Thorn Pair squad successfully retrieved all the supplies from a local supermarket, encountering zombie hordes 5 times along the way, 3 of which included evolved zombies. Faced with such perilous circumstances, Jiang Chuan voiced her concerns first. Indeed, even this area, which had previously been relatively devoid of zombies, was now beginning to show signs of evolved ones. I fear that the future will grow increasingly challenging. It seems this apocalypse is far from straightforward. Yang Guangming furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement. I propose that, given our current situation, it is nearly impossible to find a better refuge than this one. Unless unforeseen events occur, we will likely remain here for an extended period. Therefore, we ought to plan meticulously for the future. What do you all think? The group nodded in unison, clearly in accord with Yang Guangming's assessment. After surveying the faces of his comrades, Yang Guangming continued. I believe 6 words are crucial for our predicament. Store ample grain. Build high walls. Storing ample grain signifies the need to gather as much food and useful supplies as possible. Building high walls, as the phrase suggests, means we must construct tall barriers around our current courtyard, ensuring their sturdiness to effectively defend against zombie attacks. Does anyone have anything to add? Upon finishing, Yang Guangming looked at the group, awaiting their input. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had no additional comments. Tongbin then spoke directly. Captain, your considerations are thorough. In that case, let us swiftly search for supplies. I know of a medium-sized supermarket that contains various items we require. Previously, we lacked the strength to approach it. But with you leading us now, it should pose no problem. A medium-sized supermarket? Where is it, and how large is it? Upon hearing this, Yang Guangming and the other's eyes instantly brightened, and he turned to Tongbin with a look of eager anticipation. Not far from here, along the Well Road, approximately 3 kilometers away, occupies an entire floor of a substantial building, encompassing over 1,000 square meters. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Such a vast supermarket must undoubtedly be situated in the most bustling area of Well Road. It goes without saying that it is also likely to be densely populated with zombies, rendering it beyond the reach of ordinary survivor teams. Given your familiarity with that location, you should be able to estimate the usual foot traffic in the vicinity, correct? Based on half of that flow, how many zombies do you anticipate would congregate there? Despite his confidence in his own abilities and those of Jiang Chuyan and the others, Yang Guangming nonetheless inquired of Tongbin. It would be ideal to ascertain the number of zombies in that area, but at the very least, a rough estimate would suffice. Tongbin slightly parted his lips, his tongue brushing against his upper lip, his eyes darting left and right as he pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding. In that region, within a mile radius, there are likely several thousand zombies. However, our numbers are few. If we proceed with caution, we certainly need not confront such a multitude. Several thousand. The group furrowed their brows. Although they need not face the entirety of the undead horde, encountering even a fraction of it would still pose considerable danger. Chapter 89. Creating a zombie tide. You were indeed correct, Tongbin. As they gazed ahead at the densely packed zombies, which filled the entire intersection to the brim, Yang Guangming and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Tongbin's earlier estimation proved remarkably accurate. There were indeed at least 1,000 zombies in this area. For an ordinary survivor team, not only would attempting to target that supermarket be foolhardy, but even merely passing through this vicinity could lead to their total annihilation. Tongbin bared his teeth. He had never anticipated such a concentration of zombies. Based on his recollection, the foot traffic in the past had never reached such levels. With so many zombies, should we still proceed, Captain? Despite this, Tongbin felt an overwhelming reluctance to abandon the resources within that medium-sized supermarket. He vividly remembered that even excluding any potentially spoiled or damaged goods, the sheer quantity of grains and packaged foods within could sustain their group for several years. If they could successfully retrieve the food from this supermarket, the Stabbing Pair squad would no longer need to worry about provisions for a considerable time. Even contemplating a retreat from the urban area of Zhangzhou to the outskirts where zombies were sparser. Of course we must go, but we need to devise a strategic approach. It was evident that Yang Guangming was equally loath to relinquish the resources contained within the supermarket, as it represented a potentially permanent solution to their food shortages. As long as they could secure a bounty, the group would be free from food concerns for an extended period. Strategy? What strategy? Tongbin wore a perplexed expression. uncertain what kind of strategy could possibly navigate through the throng of zombies to reach that supermarket near the intersection ahead. At this moment, the eyes of the original Thorn Pair team sparkled with excitement. Jiang Chuyun slightly raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in her voice as she inquired, "Are you suggesting?" Yang Guangming nodded towards Jiang Chuyun and turned to Tong Bin. "Do you recall our first encounter?" Upon hearing Yang Guangming's question, Tong Bin finally grasped the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he believed that this idea could indeed be effective, and an involuntary smile of delight spread across his face. "How could I have forgotten this?" He slapped his forehead and, suppressing his voice with excitement, continued, "Although there are numerous zombies here, if we set off a pile of firecrackers nearby, we can draw them all away." This notion highlighted a common cognitive bias many survivors, when faced with areas swarming with zombies, instinctively think of how to fight their way in, rarely considering the possibility of luring the zombies away. This approach is often overlooked due to the inherent risks involved. For the average survivor, attempting to divert zombies in such a manner poses considerable danger, as a moment's lapse could result in being overwhelmed by hordes of the undead, thus costing them their lives. In this era, there are no self-sacrificing saints, which explains why such strategies rarely enter the minds of ordinary survivors. Soon after, Yang Guangming and the others eagerly set off in search of a firecracker shop. After a little over half an hour, they returned, each carrying large bundles of firecrackers and thunderous firecrackers, and made their way to an alley approximately 1,000 meters from the intersection, where they piled all the firecrackers together, forming a small mountain. The potential danger of this heap, powerful enough to collapse a building, was not insignificant, which is why Yang Guangming took it upon himself to shoulder this task without hesitation. Among the Thorn Pair team, none could match his speed, and with prior experience in a similar endeavor, he handled the situation with ease, making him the most suitable candidate for the job. "Quickly, you all need to leave. In 5 minutes, I will ignite this, so watch out for the ensuing tide of zombies." After giving his warning, Yang Guangming waved them off and sat idly atop the pile of firecrackers, a lighter in hand, occasionally igniting a small flame. To an onlooker, it might seem as though he was contemplating an unconventional method of self-destruction. As 5 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye, Yang Guangming, concerned that Jiang Chuyun and the others had not distanced themselves sufficiently, waited an additional 2 minutes before pulling out a string of firecrackers. One end was directed towards himself, while the other connected to the mountainous pile of firecrackers. With a click, he ignited the lighter and brought it closer to the fuse. As the cacophony of firecrackers erupted in the quiet alley, Yang Guangming had already sprinted 30 meters away, his speed astonishing. Mere seconds later, the sounds intensified, multiplying in volume, as sparks shot chaotically into the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that resonated in the air, leaving one's ears ringing. The immense commotion immediately startled the zombies within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. As Yang Guangming departed from that area, he could already see hordes of zombies converging from all directions. Had he not opted to leap across the rooftops of several buildings, he might have been overwhelmed by the tide of corpses. What a spectacular sight it was. Jiang Chuyun and the others, hidden atop a tall building, gazed in awe as countless zombies surged forth from several streets, rushing towards the source of the firecracker explosions, their astonished mouths agape. Such a scale of zombie tide would be daunting even for well-armed military personnel, let alone ordinary survivor groups, who would likely suffer tremendous casualties in an attempt to withstand it. As Yang Guangming sprinted away, he ultimately had to halt, quickly scaling a building, wary of recklessly charging onward. Amongst those surging hordes lay numerous evolved zombies. Should he attract the attention of a swarm of them, he could not guarantee his escape. Not far from the refuge of the Shirley team, a large group of survivors, initially concealed by the terrain, suddenly changed their expressions. What on earth? Who's recklessly making such a ruckus? A middle-aged man, exuding authority even without anger, furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he observed the dense smoke billowing in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Quick, everyone find a safe place to hide. A massive zombie tide is surely about to form in this vicinity." The survivors under the middle-aged man's command were no novices. Upon hearing his warning, they swiftly reacted. Following his lead, they raced towards a nearby hotel building towering 10 stories high, to evade the impending zombie tide. Seeking refuge at a higher elevation was undoubtedly the wisest and safest choice. The man pondered who might have devised such a reckless scheme. Realizing that the distribution of zombies in the area would undergo a drastic transformation, which would pose significant challenges for their forthcoming endeavors. In that moment, he recognized that his team had inadvertently been ensnared in a precarious situation.